Dragon Slayer King Aiden Alberio, a majestic and powerful hero. The one who turned the battlefield into a sea of blood, but also the one who saved the world from the Demon King. However, at the moment the Demon King died, he also fell victim to a curse. The one who eradicates evil will also become the bearer of sin. That is the legend passed down in the royal family. Something everyone knows except Aiden. The Demon King can never truly be defeated, whoever kills him becomes the new Demon King. That's why everyone pushed everything onto Aiden. In the end, he died because of the betrayal of those he once considered friends. His teammates, his colleagues. Venomous snakes who cruelly pushed Aiden to his death, treating him as a sacrificial lamb. It was all a lie. Now Aiden is trapped between the boundaries of life and death. Only the pitch-black vortex of deep despair and bone-deep hatred, swearing to destroy them all. As if heaven understood his heart, when Aiden opened his eyes, he found himself reborn 15 years in the past in the body of the young master of the Regressed family. Having just returned from the dead, he woke up on a bed surrounded by strangers, who kept calling him son and young master, leaving Aiden overwhelmed and confused about what was happening. Aiden Regressed's mother, seeing that her son had been unconscious for 2 days, assumed he had amnesia. Heartbroken, she rushed to embrace him. Suddenly, Aiden's head throbbed violently. Unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Those were the memories of Aiden Regressed from his childhood to the present. Only then did Aiden process the information and understand everything. In the void, the boundary between worlds had been overlooked by Aiden's teammates. He was fairly certain he had died before becoming the Demon King and was forced to commit suicide. The thought reignited his anger. In his new life, Aiden vowed to find them all and kill them one by one. Unintentionally, Aiden's furious and murderous expression frightened those around him. And the original owner of Aiden Regressed's body was no pushover either. Stubborn, rebellious, ill-mannered, and even perverted, he had it all. Having died a tragic death in his past life, he was reincarnated into the body of such a wretch. Our protagonist is incredibly lucky, or unlucky. The reason for his unconsciousness was catching a cold, drinking, and fooling around in the rain, resulting in him lying in bed for 2 days straight. Thankfully, he was the Duke's son, otherwise, he might have been kicked out to some backwater. After washing himself, he stood before a mirror, examining everything. Aiden found it all bizarre and wondered if his past life had been a dream. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He wanted to test his current strength. Aiden called out for the system. A control panel appeared, displaying basic information about Aiden, but whether it was Regressed or Alberio remained unknown. His title displayed was Mercenary King, his weapon a sorcerer's scythe, and his enemy Talos, none of which he possessed. The system's power was obtained by eating the heart of a maniac, and Aiden's title should have been Dragon Slayer King. Aiden finally accepted that this wasn't a dream. However, his real name was gone. But that didn't matter now. Heaven had given him a new chance, and he had to seize it, find the traitors, and tear them apart. In the midst of his excitement and thirst for revenge, Philip, the servant, entered with tea. Seeing Aiden's frightening demeanor and hearing the words tear apart, Philip's face turned pale, his hands trembling. He thought he was being addressed. Then Aiden smiled serenely, accepted the tea, and thanked him, leaving Philip completely speechless. Because of Aiden Regressed's personality, those 2 simple words of thanks from Alberio to Philip had countless layers of meaning. Each layer was like the 19th circle of hell, nothing good. Looking at the young master before him, Philip's face darkened. I wonder what the servants of this house have been through that simply handing water and receiving a thank you causes them to react as if the end of the world is near. Now Aiden has returned to 15 years ago. He wondered what his past self was doing. Does he exist in the present, but separate from Aiden in a different body as he is now? If the previous life unfolded as it did, Aiden Alberio should be self-reliant by now, no longer needing his master and mercenary king, Borken. Aiden wanted to find out what was going on, so he called Philip for help. This was tantamount to a death sentence for Philip. His master Regressed had never addressed him so politely before. From Philip's perspective, Aiden's request was like being interrogated by the king of hell. It's all right, this trip, I'll surely return. Everyone will always remember Philip. Philip entered the room. Aiden asked him if he knew anything about the mercenary king's disciple. Because Alberio was previously famous as Borken's disciple. Philip replied that the mercenary king had recently disappeared. But he had never heard of him having a disciple. Aiden was shocked. If he wasn't Borken's disciple, where was the real Aiden Alberio now and what was he doing? A few days passed after Aiden's rebirth. According to his past life, Aiden Alberio's first meeting with Borken was rather cold. In a slum, Aiden accidentally ran into him while walking down the street. At that time, he was still a wandering boy, stealing and pickpocketing to survive. Luckily, that day he picked the secret purse of the renowned mercenary king. He thought this time he'd made it big. He rejoiced for a few seconds before being quickly discovered and apprehended by Borken. His strong physique and overwhelming murderous aura made Aiden, who was just a child at the time, tremble with fear. his hair standing on end. He thought he'd either end up at the police station or get a good beating. But Aiden's foolish act this time was rewarded. Borken noticed Aiden's incredibly strong and sturdy physique and was very pleased. Without waiting for Aiden to understand what was happening, Borken quickly signed him up as a disciple. From then on, in addition to the title of Luckiest Thief of the Year, Aiden also gained the superb strength imparted by his master. He became the famous disciple of the Mercenary King, and later, after slaying the Mad Dragon, he was known as the King of Dragon Slayers. But that was in his past life. In this life, Aiden was reborn as the son of Count Regressed, and the Mercenary King's disciples seemingly didn't exist. Several days had passed since Aiden's rebirth. The change in young Master Regressed, though positive, made the servants both unfamiliar and afraid. The absence of arbitrary violent acts, replaced by politeness and thank yous, made them pale with fright, thinking it was due to the after effects of a serious illness that changed his temperament. But the truth was that the current Regressed wasn't the real Regressed, it was Aiden who had been reborn into him. Living as a pampered young master made Aiden feel bored. He was served everything, he didn't have to lift a finger. In his spare time, he searched for information about Aiden Alberio, but the name didn't exist. Suddenly, he felt a little disheartened. If Alberio didn't exist, then the betrayal and the hatred towards those people, wouldn't it all just blow away like the wind? While chilling and brooding about life, a scene before him caught Aiden's attention. Those are knights practicing fighting with each other. There are many knights in the duchy and this happens often. Aiden was watching intently when his younger brother, Karl Regressed, arrived to tease him. Unlike his older brother, Karl was very diligent and had become a knight. Although he was the younger son, he even gained the right to inherit. His only flaw was that he looked down on and was disrespectful to his older brother. Maybe because he saw his brother drinking and partying all day, he developed this contempt. He even felt superior to his brother. Aiden said he was just sitting there enjoying the breeze. Karl felt extremely annoyed and retorted that the knight's training wasn't a beautiful sight, challenging Aiden to a sparring match if he was so bored. Aiden thought it made sense. After all, he hadn't held a sword since the incident. Aiden accepted the sparring match, much to the surprise of young Karl. At the training ground, before the sparring match, both sides had to perform a greeting ritual. Aiden's sparring opponent was Bazin, a knight in training from the Regressed Knight Order. Everyone outside the training ground was worried about Bazin because he was unexpectedly chosen to spar with the Regressed heir. They guessed Bazin would intentionally lose to avoid trouble. Bazin was also very worried. In terms of skill, Regressed was indeed far superior. Trying to lose to such a weak opponent was harder than solving a high school math exam. But he didn't know that his real opponent was a disciple of the Mercenary King. Seeing Aiden's tense and trembling face, Bazin understood everything. So, before the match, Aiden psychologically pressured Bazin to try his best, saying that intentionally losing to such a weak opponent would lead to his dismissal. Karl, watching from the sidelines, thought his brother had lost his mind. He couldn't even properly wield a sword, yet he wanted to seriously duel a bodyguard. The sparring match began. Bazin started with a powerful lunge. Aiden wasn't fully warmed up, so he was grazed by the sword and felt pain. His body seemed much weaker than he thought. But this didn't deter Aiden. Instead, he was excited. Bazin continued his attack with decisive and fierce sword strikes. The spectators were worried about Bazin, seeing him putting in so much effort. But what they noticed most was that Aiden didn't counterattack, he only parried Bazin's attacks. Bazin was starting to tire, but he still hadn't defeated Aiden. Clearly, his opponent was a novice, yet none of his sword strikes hit Aiden. The match continued with Aiden's counterattack. Wielding his sword and fighting like this made him feel incredibly refreshed. His blood began to boil, a feeling of exhilaration he hadn't felt in a long time. Aiden began to overwhelm Bazin. This terrifyingly powerful attack surprised and frightened Bazin, who couldn't react in time. The knights outside were also surprised and speechless. Karl couldn't believe his eyes. His weak and irresponsible brother, who was previously easily beaten, was now overwhelming a bodyguard in sparring. Bazin was completely overwhelmed. He felt that Aiden's swordsmanship had completely changed, as if it had been suppressed for a long time. Bazin didn't know where Aiden learned this swordsmanship, but even parrying these attacks was becoming difficult. Despite his weak body, lack of muscle, and lazy lifestyle, Aiden's true strength remained unchanged. No matter his state, he was still Aiden Alberio, the king of dragon slayers who had defeated the Mad Dragon. Aiden continued his display of powerful and unmatched swordsmanship. In the end, Bazin was defeated by his perfect sword. This victory made the whole team stand still. They never expected the delinquent young master in their eyes to defeat a bodyguard. Even Karl found it utterly absurd. Aiden thanked his brother for a refreshing training session. Karl's face twisted, and he reluctantly congratulated him, but deep down, he didn't believe it was real. Aiden cheerfully waved goodbye and left the training ground, promising to visit more often and hoping to continue sparring with everyone. Watching Aiden leave, everyone questioned their understanding of life, unable to believe that the person just now was the same troublesome young master from before. That evening, at the mansion, Aiden was in his room, his body aching terribly. His body was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a simple sparring match. However, Aiden felt happy and relieved, as he had finally released some pent-up anger. Aiden saw this as a new opportunity given by heaven for revenge. However, the traitors were all formidable figures, calling each one a one-man army wouldn't be an exaggeration. Furthermore, they were all influential and high-ranking individuals, making them very difficult to deal with. There were 4 of them. The first was the Night King and heir to the Grand Duke of Silbita. The second was the Iron-Blooded Saint, Speaker, from the Selection Slaughter Society. Next was the Archmage Shora, and finally, the second-in-command of the Immortal Empire and the Great Alchemist, Kalses. With the current situation, Aiden couldn't defeat any of them. If he fought, he'd have to face all 4 alone. Revenge required a thorough plan. Aiden needed to eliminate them before they formed an alliance. Once they joined forces, the kingdom would face its most difficult period in history. He needed to accomplish this before the Anti-Dark Mage Alliance formed within the next 5 years. The first step in his revenge plan was to fix this frail body. In this state, he couldn't even defeat a common goblin, let alone those powerful figures, and for this, Aiden already had a solution. The next morning, he gave Philip a list of things he needed to buy. Philip read the paper, his face twisting and his hands trembling. He wondered what his eccentric young master was planning, as the list contained rare and expensive items. Items included a high-quality holy potion, troll dung-grown herb, hellflower, despair flower, and chaos flower, all poisonous plants. Aiden helplessly scratched his head, explaining why he needed these ingredients would only raise suspicion, so he'd use Remez's old method. Aiden gently placed his hand on Philip's shoulder, then offered a friendly smile and warm gaze, saying, "I know the purpose of using these is quite dangerous, will you accept it? If I tell you what they are for, will you cooperate?" Hearing these kind words, Philip felt his soul leave his body, his face turning pale. He immediately ran off to buy the items for his young master. Aiden sighed, embracing his villainous role. For revenge, he needed to use everything at his disposal, even things he wouldn't have done before. Being the son of a wealthy duke made things different. In his past life, Aiden had surpassed his limits as a Grand Master swordsman, therefore, he could easily reach that level quickly in this life. Even if his method was unusual. A month and a half later, Aiden trained diligently. His method called destruction and recovery. The difference was that Aiden pushed his body to its limits through training and then recovered using mana potions. Normally, a mana potion was very expensive, costing as much as a month's salary for a commoner, but not for the son of a wealthy duke. Aiden also kept a secret weapon for emergencies. He asked Philip about the items he'd requested. Philip said they had just been delivered to Aiden's room. He was curious about what Aiden intended to do with those strange ingredients. But remembering the young master's earlier kind words, he decided not to ask. Aiden returned to his room and checked the items. Everything was there. He picked up a flower, looking hesitant and confused, not expecting to have to resort to this. Previously, 2 of the 4 traitors, Shora and Kalses, had developed a theory: when a poison damaged internal organs, it could trigger a survival response, unlocking hidden potential. Aiden intended to eat these flowers to increase his strength. However, even a small, pretty poisonous flower was enough to kill him. But since he had a high-grade holy potion and previous experience with near-death situations, Aiden mustered his courage, put the flower in his mouth, and bit down decisively. Very quickly, the poisonous flower took effect. Aiden quickly drank the holy potion and collapsed to the ground trembling. This process was more painful than he thought, and it hurt even more when Aiden had to do this 100 more times. Despite the pain, the result was worth it. The mana flow in his body was indeed smoother, just as his past selves had expected. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Having fun, King of Dragon Slayers." Aiden's face darkened. Recognizing the voice, he stood up, shouting and searching, but found nothing. Aiden's body trembled uncontrollably. He knew he would never forget this voice, no matter how hard he tried. Philip, outside, heard the shouting and rushed in to check. Aiden said nothing, stood still for a moment, then coldly ordered Philip to leave. Philip hesitated. But seeing Aiden's terrifying expression and murderous gaze, he was terrified. He quickly ran away. Returning to Aiden, he believed the voice was real, not a hallucination. Even after 1,000 reincarnations, Aiden would never forget that it was the voice of the Underlord. He didn't know why the Underlord was here, or how he knew Aiden's real name and identity, even in this form. The voice continued, "I've got you now. King of Dragon Slayers, Aiden Alberio." Aiden angrily demanded why he was there, having witnessed his death with his own eyes in his past life. The Underlord replied with a mocking tone, saying Aiden couldn't see him because he had no body. Aiden sighed, wondering how the Underlord could speak without a body. He explained that in his past life, in his final moments, he died while transforming into the Underlord. Aiden clenched his fist, still not understanding. If so, was Aiden currently the Underlord? This was partly true and partly false. When the Underlord died, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body. More accurately, he intended to usurp Aiden's body and resurrect himself. But it wasn't that easy. Fate intervened, and Aiden's self-destruction ruined his plan. In short, the Underlord's soul now existed within Aiden, a kind of symbiosis. Understanding, Aiden decided to tease him for fun. He wondered how to destroy the soul. Pour holy water on it, or die together. That should work, Aiden suggested. The Underlord panicked, explaining he was different now. What exactly was different, the author hadn't revealed. But to Aiden, the Underlord was still a being who enjoyed madness and chaos. The Underlord clarified that the madness and chaos weren't his own, but linked to a demon king, connection severed when Aiden was trapped between life and death. Therefore, he seemed calmer and gentler than before, when he was like a madman, unable to even hold a normal conversation. This was the first time Aiden heard of the Demon King. The Underlord said the Demon King was a primordial evil, an inherently malevolent entity that even gods avoided. In the past, the Underlord was like a puppet, cursed by the Demon King to carry out his will. Aiden wondered if returning 15 years to the past and being reborn into Aiden Ramez's body was part of the Underlord's plan. He didn't deny it. In reality, the Underlord used dragon mana to reverse time upon entering Aiden's body. Dragons were beings created to be agents of the gods, capable of interfering with the world's laws. Thus, using Aiden's dragon mana wasn't difficult. But Aiden didn't understand why the Underlord didn't use it to escape the void but instead reverse time. The Underlord explained that the reason was because the author hadn't figured it out yet. Then, suddenly, he said he was tired and needed to sleep. A month passed. Since then, the Underlord often spoke with Aiden. It wasn't very comfortable having him in his body, though. But Aiden was still happy because he felt comforted that someone remembered his past. Aiden was so engrossed in his thoughts and sword practice that he accidentally cut his scarecrow. This kind of practice was really helpful for him. But if this continued, he wouldn't have enough scarecrows to practice with. Suddenly, he noticed the rows of knights training before him. Aiden's face took on a slightly mischievous look. He would use those knights as his new scarecrows. This time, it's a cold night for those knights. Mr. Seeing this, sarcastically remarked that Aiden looked more like a villain than a hero. Aiden remembered his training with the poison. He realized the divine power within the holy water could hurt Mr. as he was the source of evil. Therefore, every time he was taunted, Aiden would take out the vial and puff it at Mr., leaving him speechless and enduring it. Suddenly, one of the knights, Carl, caught Aiden's attention. He felt that the man looked familiar, but couldn't remember where they had met. At that moment, the commander called out his name and criticized his skills. Then Aiden remembered him, the freelance knight, Lao. Because he looked slightly different from how he remembered him in his past life, Aiden didn't recognize him at first. Previously, Lao had pretended to be a knight while being a mercenary, hence the nickname Freelance Knight. Although Lao's personality sometimes annoyed Aiden, he owed him countless times. S-class mercenaries in this world were few, only a handful, including Aiden. But in his past life, Lao had died while slaying a dragon with him. He thought they would only reunite in hell, but unexpectedly, they met here. Now, Aiden felt like he had gone back in time. He approached Lao's training area and called his name. Suddenly, being touched on the neck by his young master made Lao a little flustered. Seeing Lao's slightly defiant and impolite manner of speaking to his master, Aiden immediately put on a friendly face to teach him a lesson. Lao, scared nearly out of his wits, immediately bowed his head and greeted him respectfully. Outwardly polite, inwardly resentful and annoyed, suddenly being noticed by the mischievous young master made it impossible for Lao to concentrate on his training. Aiden seemed to know what he was thinking, so he continued to tease Lao with that friendly face and warm gaze, making him so scared he wanted to quit being a knight. Seeing Lao's flustered and frightened expression made Aiden extremely amused. Indeed, evil people often live comfortably. Not stopping there, Aiden put his hand on Lao's shoulder, gently comforted him, and arranged to meet him at his training ground that night. Lao thought the mischievous young master was going to play another prank on him, so he intended to refuse outright. But before he could speak, Aiden suddenly approached, leaned in, and whispered something in Lao's ear. Lao froze for a few seconds, unable to believe what he had just heard. He asked Aiden how he knew, but Aiden didn't answer. He simply turned and left. He had already planned many things. For Aiden, this encounter with Lao was fate. Because Lao had saved him countless times, Aiden decided to give him a small gift. Night fell. Aiden sat in the training ground under the clear moonlight and gentle breeze, waiting for Lao. Although he used magic to travel. But with the experience of more than one lifetime, Aiden easily noticed Lao's arrival. Upon seeing Aiden, Lao trembled. Tears streamed down his face. Is it really true that you can fix my arm? In his past life, Lao was known as the one-armed lightning bolt. Because in a battle to save Aiden, he sacrificed his right arm. Lao's only remaining wish was to live a normal life as a soldier with a healthy arm. This was the last debt Aiden owed him, and he would repay it this time. Back to reality, Long hugged the prosthetic arm crying and bleeding asked again, can Aiden really heal his arm? He had never told anyone about this secret before, yet Aiden knew, even the fact that his arm was paralyzed. Aiden said Lau suffered from mana circuit break syndrome. That's the general term for all Carl-type mana channel defects, and the reason for his paralysis. Lau was extremely shocked, because the most important thing was that this syndrome was still incurable. But for Aiden, it wasn't a problem. With the experience of more than 2 lifetimes, Aiden knew this disease wasn't incurable, it's just that no one had found a way yet. It would take about 10 more years for them to find a cure. Aiden told Lau he knew how to cure it and was willing to heal his arm. Of course, it wouldn't be free, it would come with an agreement. Aiden gave Lau a piece of paper. Lau read it and was almost blown away. The agreement included 2 conditions. First, Lau would have to spar with Aiden Regressed daily. Second, Lau had to swear to do whatever Aiden ordered. It was called an agreement, but it was actually like a disguised slavery contract. Though hesitant, he had no other choice. Lau had to seize every opportunity, no matter how small. He sighed and reluctantly agreed. Seeing Lau's troubled and difficult expression, Aiden was excitedly thrilled to a terrifying degree. He never expected the day Lau would become his slave. Having Lau as an assistant was considered a reward for curing his arm. Aiden looked truly perverted at this moment. A few days later, in a small town in Maryland, Aiden and Lau went into a dilapidated alley full of beggars. Lau glanced around and doubtfully asked Aiden if he was sure they would find a cure in a place like this. Their carriage stopped in front of a small alley. Aiden got out and told Lau to follow him quickly. He led him to an old, dilapidated house that looked like it was about to collapse. Seeing it, Lau's doubts grew even stronger. He couldn't believe that a place like this could cure his paralyzed arm caused by mana circuit break syndrome. There was a sign on the door that said pharmacy, but it only sold ordinary medicine, not medicinal herbs, so addicts avoided it. Seeing the sign, Lau was speechless. Only Aiden knew that this was the place Lau had visited for treatment in his previous life. Although it hadn't been successful, someone should be researching a cure for mana circuit break syndrome here now. Aiden pushed open the door and entered. Lau looked around the shop for a while, but saw no one. Perhaps the shopkeeper was away. A large painting on the wall caught his attention. He didn't know what it meant, but it looked very mysterious. Aiden said it was the Prophet's Stone, a superstitious belief among mags and alchemists. The red stone in the painting was a fictional artifact, said to interfere with the realm of the gods, and even said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Although it sounded absurd, it was quite convincing to someone as experienced as Aiden. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the inner door. Not everyone knows that story. You seem quite knowledgeable. Aiden modestly said that he traveled a lot, so he had a lot of knowledge, but actually, Kalsis and Shora often talked about it in his previous life, so he knew. Aiden told Lau to wait outside for a moment. Hearing the door close, Aiden got straight to the point. The person in front of him was named Cassie, a beastkin alchemist. He spoke frankly about his knight's mana circuit break syndrome and asked Cassie for help because he knew she was also interested in this disease. Cassie came out and took off her hood. I never expected today's special guest to know so much. Not only that, Aiden also knew that Cassie, like Lau, suffered from the same syndrome. However, her symptoms were getting worse. The cigarettes in Cassie's hand were used to prevent the condition from worsening. If Lau's illness was only in his arm, Cassie's was different. The disease had spread and affected her internal organs, making her very weak. Cassie sighed softly. I never expected anyone to understand me so well. As Aiden said, Cassie was researching a cure for this disease but hadn't found a method yet, so she couldn't cure Lau's arm even if she wanted to. Aiden said that if Cassie managed to cure it, he would protect and support her research in her territory. He put a piece of paper on the table and told her to read it. Cassie picked up the paper and read it. She was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. Inside is the cure for mana circuit breaker syndrome. In his previous life, Kalsis kept nagging Aiden about it so much that he knew it by heart. Even though this record isn't perfect, that's why he sought her out, because Aiden needed someone who could understand even with incomplete information. Holding the paper, her hand slightly trembling, she silently accepted and told Aiden, "Give me a deadline of about half a month to complete it." She hadn't expected such a method. This time, Aiden had truly helped her. But the ingredients for this method were incredibly difficult to find. Aiden proposed a trade. He wanted to take the ring on Cassie's hand as a trade. Cassie, upon hearing this, thought Aiden intended to use it for something shady and dark. But he truly knew the ring's real value. And it was truly very important to Cassie. It was the Swift Ring, and that was the second reason Aiden came. It was an artifact that increased one's physical speed threefold for 10 seconds, up to 3 times a day. It was a very useful item for ambushes, escapes, and combat. In his past life, he had received it as a souvenir and became an S-rank with only one hand. Such an artifact would be the only defense for someone like Cassie, with her physical limitations. Aiden assured Cassie that he would protect her at all costs. If she came to the Duke's house, she wouldn't have to worry about those dangers anymore. Cassie seemed very pleased with this proposal. As long as she could continue her research, there would be no problem. She only feared Aiden would be entangled in bad rumors for bringing a female beastkin to the Duke's house. But Aiden wasn't worried about that. After all, Aiden Regressed had always been a notorious, trashy nobleman, so a few more scandals wouldn't matter. In fact, a bad reputation could sometimes be advantageous. Cassie smiled faintly. She found him quite interesting. She took off the ring from her finger and gave it to Aiden. The trade was established. A while later, the three of them arrived at the Duke Regressed mansion. At first, it felt a little awkward, but now Aiden felt like it was his home. Just as he was about to enter the house, Philip suddenly ran out, panting and with a worried, fearful expression. He reported that there was an extremely urgent matter. Aiden glanced at the panting man. He asked suspiciously, "Philip, what's wrong?" Philip took a deep breath. Then he reported, "Young Master Carl has gone missing on Monster Mountain." Upon hearing this, Aiden's expression immediately darkened. Philip adjusted his emotions and explained, 2 days ago, there were reports of people going up the mountain and disappearing, so, young Master Carl formed an investigation team to find out, but he hasn't returned yet. The more he heard, the worse Aiden's expression became. Monster Mountain should only have low-level monsters, shouldn't it? Aiden asked gravely, "What about the search team?" Philip sighed, "They'll be setting off soon." Aiden's eyes immediately darted around. "If Carl disappears, I'll have to take over as Duke. If that happens, my revenge plan will completely fall apart. I have to save that kid." After thinking, Aiden pointed to the person behind him. "Philip, I need to join the search team, so take Cassie to her room." Philip was shocked speechless upon hearing this. Ignoring his reaction, he looked at Cassie. "I have a favor to ask." She frowned and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" A moment later, in the castle courtyard, Count Regressed hesitated slightly after hearing Aiden's request. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "You say you want to join the search party?" Aiden nodded without hesitation. "Yes, father." "No." Count Regressed refused without hesitation. Aiden protested. "Why not?" his father said in a low voice. "Carl and dozens of other knights have mysteriously disappeared. This isn't a simple disappearance. I can't let you go to such a dangerous place." Aiden knew he couldn't reason with him normally, so he started using his acting skills. He cried, "But Carl is my brother. If something happens to him." Seeing his expression, Fried was slightly startled. That performance deserved an Oscar. He was only worried about his own plans. The devil dragon, knowing his thoughts, couldn't help but mock. "You're a little pathetic, aren't you, Dragon Slayer King?" Aiden angrily scolded him. At that moment, Fried ran over and hugged him, moved, saying, "I can't believe you care so much about your brother. Alright, you can go, but be careful." Aiden said, then he glanced at the person behind him, reminding, "Speely, I entrust Aiden's protection to you." Speely nodded, "I'll do my best," but inwardly, he considered Aiden a burden. A moment later, at Monster Mountain, Speely led the knights into the area. Looking around, he couldn't help but say, "Just as we thought." It seems they were attacked. At their feet were discarded weapons, blood spread across the ground, their tracks disappearing from here. At that moment, Aiden picked up a blood-stained knife and said gravely, "This blade is a weapon used by goblins." He also noticed other unusual marks here. Perhaps Carl and the other knights were defeated by goblins. And these low-intelligence goblins even knew how to erase their tracks. There's only one explanation for this. The Goblin King, they possess the intelligence and strength beyond ordinary goblins. If it's them, this is entirely possible. After thinking, Aiden glanced at Speely. "It seems there are hobgoblins here." Upon hearing this, Speely's expression immediately turned serious. "Really, they are tough, even for me. We should prepare better before going back." But Aiden shook his head, saying gravely, "Time is of the essence now. If we delay even a minute, they will be killed and eaten. Bring a bloodhound." Speely was still worried about safety. He hesitated. "We already have bloodhounds, but it seems even the scent has been erased. We should try another way." Aiden was tired of the nonsense. He coldly scolded, "Stop talking and bring the bloodhound now." Speely was a little panicked, but in the end still brought out the hunting dog for Aiden. Seeing the dog in front of him, he smiled mysteriously. Immediately after that, he took out a bottle of medicine from his person. Without hesitation, Aiden poured the contents into the dog's mouth, smiling like a mad scientist. "Such a good boy," he said. Speely, watching from the side, couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell is that devil doing to the hunting dog?" Not long after, the dog immediately detected a scent. Immediately, it looked into the distance and barked loudly. Speely asked doubtfully, "What happened to it?" Aiden slowly explained, "It's a vial of olfactory enhancer. Before leaving, I asked Cassie for one. It was quite useful in Carl's search mission in my past life." Immediately afterward, Aiden suggested everyone follow the hunting dog. After a while, they stopped at a forest. Looking down from above, it was a village, but not for humans, but for goblins. They also saw Carl and the knights imprisoned in iron cages. Thankfully, they were still alive. Aiden was silent for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. "It seems we're not too late," he said. At this moment, Speely realized something was wrong. he muttered in a low voice, something's not right. Aiden felt the same way. There are 3 hobgoblins, how can there be 3 leaders in the same village? Speely felt the situation was dire. He hurriedly warned, this is more serious than I thought. Everyone, prepare to give it your all. Our opponent is the hobgoblin, a formidable foe, even for a mid-level knight. Then he looked at Aiden and said, young master, while we're fighting, please rescue the hostages and escape with them. Aiden nodded slightly in response, I will. He was still thinking about why there were 3 leaders here, but with such a large force, they could handle it without his intervention. The group hid in the shadows. A moment later, Speely drew his sword and commanded, search party, advance and rescue young Master Carl. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of knights immediately charged forward. The goblins heard the commotion and immediately took notice. The Regressed family knights charged with fury. Both sides quickly engaged in battle. Seeing the rescue knights arrive, the imprisoned knights rejoiced. Taking this opportunity, Aiden went to pick the locks with a knife. He glanced at everyone, asking if they were all right. Seeing Aiden, everyone was a little startled. Even Carl was no exception. The boy's face was filled with panic. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Aiden quickly untied them. Immediately afterward, he commanded, knights, support me. Civilians, flee quickly. He guessed it was time to sneak away. Carl, however, cried out in panic, Aiden, watch out, there's a monster. Aiden was startled. A monster? He asked. Carl didn't answer, only his panicked face, urging, behind you. Aiden was a little dubious. Behind him was a huge monster. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed by its punch. Luckily, Aiden dodged, but his expression was serious. He seemed to have overlooked something. The reason for the 3 hobgoblins was because of a creature higher than a hobgoblin, the worst kind of humanoid monster, a troll. Thinking this, Aiden quickly shouted, Carl, get the villagers to escape. Hearing this, Carl naturally didn't want to. He panicked, saying, it's a troll, you'll die. Aiden remained firm, I know it's a troll, but I won't die. I'm your big brother. Carl inwardly resented, so what, you're just a scoundrel. Although Aiden spoke boldly, he wasn't 100% confident. But he didn't back down, gripping his sword and charging. The troll didn't yield, unleashing a punch. But it only hit the ground. Aiden, however, moved like lightning. He successfully slashed its leg, and the monster collapsed. A long gash appeared on its leg, but surprisingly, the wound began to heal. Seeing this, Aiden's expression darkened. It's a troll indeed. Its regenerative ability is incredible. I can't defeat it with just my normal strength. That's usually the case, but Aiden still had a trump card. At this moment, the troll charged ferociously. At the same time, the knights, seeing the huge monster, were terrified, wondering why it was there. Speely was also panicked and quickly shouted, young Master Aiden, let me handle this. Goblins were already troublesome. This giant was even worse. He only hoped Aiden could hold on a little longer. At this moment, the troll threw his fist at Aiden. Luckily his evasion speed was faster, so he avoided it. At the same time, Aiden was holding a ring, given to him by Cassie as a precaution. Now was the time to use it. Thinking quickly, Aiden activated the agility ring. He had 10 seconds to send the troll to the afterlife. Although Aiden hadn't reached that level yet, the ring made it possible. Immediately afterward, Aiden charged forward with his sword. He struck the troll's arm with a mighty blow. Before it could react, he unleashed a flurry of blows. Time was quickly running out. Only 3 seconds remained, but Aiden didn't stop, continuously swinging his sword. Blades of aura, imbued with mana, danced in the air. The troll, battered by Aiden's relentless attacks, screamed in agony. In the final second, Aiden's sword was enveloped in a burst of aura energy, a level of aura blade he had yet to master, and he delivered a final, decisive blow. At the same time, Speely finished his own fight. He shouted urgently, hurry, help young Master Aiden. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Aiden flying in the air, his sword radiating energy. Speely froze, speechless. It was an aura blade technique even he hadn't mastered yet. Aiden, however, had no energy to spare for anyone's reactions. He was completely exhausted. His body fell from the sky, landing in a nearby bush. Aiden's body trembled. He mumbled, my whole body aches, and sighed helplessly. He had only used the aura blade for 10 seconds, yet his body was already immobile. He needed to be more careful with the agility ring, but it had certainly worked. While Aiden pondered this, everyone was frantically searching for him. The next day, at Count Regressed's castle, Fried stood by the window, listening to his subordinate's report. After a long silence, he murmured, I see, many were injured, weren't they? He ordered Speely, make sure the families of the dead and injured receive the largest possible compensation. At this point, he hesitated and asked, but is it true, Aiden killed the troll? Speely immediately replied, yes, I and the knights all witnessed it. Hearing Speely's confirmation, Fried sighed, Aiden not only used the aura blade but also killed the giant. Is this really the son I know? That night, after returning, Aiden began to regulate the energy in his body. By channeling aura into his blade, he could feel his energy capacity increasing. But Aiden realized he was still very weak. To crush those bastards, he needed to become stronger. With this thought, Aiden's eyes filled with determination and killing intent. He would crush them. Just then, a mocking voice echoed, "I like that attention." Aiden flinched, exclaiming in surprise, "What the hell? Who are you?" "Wait, that voice." Before he could finish, the voice interrupted, "You recognize it, don't you?" "Yes, it's me, Mr. of Hell." Aiden looked up and saw a tiny dragon, lacking any majesty, the Underlord. He burst out laughing, infuriating the Underlord, who roared, "Don't laugh." Aiden laughed until his sides ached. He mocked, "What kind of form is that?" Aiden's laughter enraged the Underlord, who continued to shout, "It's all your fault, you're too weak." Aiden finally stopped laughing, wiping away tears. He asked curiously, "But how did you manifest?" With a snort, the Underlord said, "Only you can see me, you and I are one. When you become stronger, I can manifest more clearly." Aiden was displeased, "So I have to see you from now on." "I don't like that," the Underlord angrily scolded, "that's very rude to your savior." Shrugging indifferently, Aiden said, "So you're saying the Underlord is a curse bestowed by a demon king, and you were freed because the connection to the demon king was severed. What's your real name?" At this, the Underlord's tone became somewhat melancholic. "My name is lost to time. Now, I simply exist." Aiden thought for a moment and said, "Then your name will be Curse from now on." The Underlord frowned, "Curse?" Aiden calmly replied, "Because you're a curse bestowed upon me, you'll be Curse." The Underlord immediately protested, "Doesn't that sound stupid, Dragon Slayer?" Aiden scoffed, "Shut up, you cursed creature. No, I mean curse." The Underlord, unable to withstand Aiden's stubbornness, sighed in defeat. Aiden teased him a little more, then gave him another name, Curse. After the commotion subsided, Aiden enjoyed a peaceful week. Aiden was heading to Cass's research lab. He politely knocked. After receiving permission, Aiden entered and asked, "Cassie, is the treatment progressing well?" Cassie didn't answer directly, instead teasing, "Thank goodness, my giant-slaying Mr. is here." Aiden disliked the nickname. They called him Giant-slaying Mr. because he killed the troll, as if he were a troll himself. He didn't like it at all. Aiden let it go and asked, "How long has it been?" Cassie pointed inside, saying, "That cute knight is inside." Aiden heard and went in to see. As soon as I entered, I saw Lao sitting like a statue on one side. Immediately afterward, the statue turned its head toward Aiden, weeping incessantly. He said through his tears, "My hands are moving, they are normal again." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao knelt on the ground. Respectfully, he said, "Thank you, young master, for noticing and treating me. Although I'm just a lowly servant, I vow to dedicate my life to you." Hearing this, Aiden's heart soared. "That's right, from now on, you will be my servant." Smiling, he said, "I gladly accept your oath." Then, Aiden looked at Cassie and asked, "You haven't undergone treatment yet?" Cassie nodded slightly in response. "My energy blockage syndrome is a bit unusual. It will require more research, probably another month." Hearing this, Aiden nodded slightly. "Okay, you're doing great." Cassie chuckled and said casually, "No, it's all thanks to the methods you taught me, Mr. Giant." Lau couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, but he tried to keep his mouth shut. Aiden, of course, heard the laughter, embarrassed and angry. He scolded, "Lau, if you're completely healthy, get out here quickly, we have work to do." Long immediately nodded, "Yes, understood sir, give me any job." 1. A moment later at the knight's training ground. Lau was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Manual labor for the first task, come on." But now, even if he cried to heaven, no one would hear him. He's the only one training. A few hours later, a merchant approached from afar, greeting warmly, "Hello, young master." Aiden nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Lau was like a ghost, constantly vomiting beside him. Aiden, unconcerned, brought out the troll's corpse. Bobon's eyes lit up. "So, this is the giant troll you caught. It'll fetch a high price. These are rare." Aiden handed him a roll of cloth. "I want to use the money from selling this demon to buy these herbs. Is that possible?" "Of course, our caravan has everything." Bobon happily agreed without looking, but upon seeing them, he was startled. "Young master, these aren't herbs, they are poisonous plants." Aiden leaned close to Bobon's ear, giving a perverse smile. "If I say they are herbs, then they are, okay." Bobon's face turned pale, trembling. He said, "Of course, sir, they are definitely herbs. If you unleash your displeasure, who knows what might happen. I'll just accept them." Aiden easily resolved his matter and happily returned to his room. Seeing his smug expression, Curse grumbled, "Your merchant habits haven't changed a bit, have they?" At that moment, Philip suddenly appeared looking for Aiden. Aiden, startled, looked up, and asked suspiciously, "Philip, what is it?" Philip hurriedly reported, "The Duke is asking for you, sir." Aiden was slightly surprised. Why would he be looking for me? With his doubts, he went to the Duke's door and knocked. Aiden pushed open the door and entered, softly asking, "Father, you called for me." But upon seeing the person inside, his expression immediately soured. Seeing Aiden, Count Ramez immediately spoke, "Aiden, you're here." The person sitting opposite him quickly smiled, "So, you're Aiden." Aiden was still shocked to see the other man. What is he doing here? The other man glanced at Aiden, smiling mockingly. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that the rumors about him killing a giant demon were true. Nice to meet you. Remembering his past life, this man had also belittled Aiden, so he didn't have a good impression of him. Reading Aiden's thoughts, Curse asked doubtfully, "You know him?" Aiden coldly snorted, "Just an old man who looks down on merchants." Then Aiden politely greeted him, "Pleased to meet you, sir. I am Aiden Regressed." "Greetings, protector of the northeastern border." Marquis Tired was slightly surprised and asked, "You know me?" Aiden, despite his displeasure, politely replied, "Of course, sir. After all, Marquis Cedus is one of the few in the Empire who have achieved the title of Grand Master of Swordsmanship." Hearing this, Tired couldn't help but sneer. Grand Master of Swordsmanship is a realm every knight aspires to. Those who have surpassed the realm of talent and reached the transcendent realm, they can cleave mountains in two with their swords. And can make the air tremble with a mere breath. Aiden was once one of them, and now he must strive to achieve it again. Then Tired gave a hearty laugh. "You're very polite, quite unlike the rumors. Fried, you've raised a fine son." Fried, though flattered, remained humble. He still has much to learn. "Is it all right to leave the territory like this? I heard that your territory has been attacked by orcs lately." Tired casually replied, "Not just my territory, I've also discovered suspicious activity in the slaughter tower in the death zone managed by the Iron-Blooded Saint." Hearing that name, Aiden's eyes blazed with anger. "I have some business there too, the traitorous Iron-Blooded Saintess. Just wait and see." No one noticed the killing intent radiating from him. Tired continued, "The slaughter tower, Cedus, and now Regressed. Unusual monster activity is occurring in all three places simultaneously. Do you think it's just a coincidence?" Hearing this, Fried pondered for a long time before muttering, "As you say, it does seem strange." Tired narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, I'm forming an investigation team. Will you join?" "Of course." Fried nodded without hesitation. Tired, satisfied, continued, "One more thing." Then, he went to Aiden's side, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "Would you like to join my knights?" This made Aiden slightly flustered. Why would he invite me to join the knights so suddenly? Seeing his reaction, Tired continued, "I've heard a lot about you. You obtained sword aura in just half a year of wielding a sword. I thought it was just nonsense, but seeing you in person, I understand." Aiden remained silent, saying nothing. Tired squinted at him, sneered and said, "I will turn you into the best swordsman in the Western continent. I swear on my name." Without waiting for Aiden to reply, Fried hastily waved his hand to refuse, but Aiden was still there. Just before he could finish speaking, Tired interrupted, "Don't worry, I will take good care of it." "What do you think, Aiden? The decision is up to you." Aiden was silent for a moment, then smirked triumphantly. He refused without hesitation, "Thank you for the offer, sir, but I decline." Tired's expression turned puzzled. He asked dubiously, "Do you understand the significance of joining the Cedus Knights?" Aiden calmly replied, "Yes, it's one of the most prestigious knight orders in the Empire. But I'm confident I can become a Grand Master Swordsman myself. I did it in my past life, so achieving that title in this life is just a matter of time." Aiden's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at something. After a while, he said in a low voice, "And if I were to fight you now, I could probably scratch you." As soon as he said that, the expression on Tired's face was like stepping in dung. He gritted his teeth and asked, "You'd scratch me? How rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly vibrated. Powerful energy emanated from Tired. He coldly snorted, "You're quite interesting." Aiden stubbornly pressed his lips together, enduring the pressure. This was the power to shake the air with just killing intent, a true Grand Master Swordsman. Tired was equally surprised. He didn't expect Aiden to resist his killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "You sure you can keep your word?" With a sneer, Aiden calmly replied, "Of course. Would you like to make a bet?" This made Tired's eyes flicker. Aiden knew he was right. The man's weakness was always gambling. He smirked and said, "If I can scratch you, I'll join your knight order. But if I win, you must give me that sword." Aiden pointed to a sword lying to the side. Tired was a little surprised. He asked doubtfully, "That sword?" Then he retracted his aura. He laughed loudly, "Brave, I didn't expect you to want our family heirloom. Fried is completely different from you." But no one answered. He glanced behind him and saw Count Regressed unconscious, lying on his back. He sighed helplessly. He couldn't take it and fainted. Tired narrowed his eyes at Aiden and said coldly, "Fine, I accept." At that moment, Curse realized Aiden's goal. He said, "So you've been aiming for that from the beginning?" Aiden calmly replied, "Yes, I have to seize this opportunity to get that sword. It's one of the legendary swords, Beelzebub." Hearing this, Curse couldn't help but scoff, "You've chosen the right side." A moment later, at the training ground, Aiden and Tired prepared to fight. Aiden raised an eyebrow, smiling and saying, "You intend to use an orc-slaying sword against an elf?" Tired didn't yield, coldly laughing, "I don't know if you're an elf or an orc, but a knight's duty is to always give their best." Hearing this, Aiden inwardly cursed, that damn knightly courtesy never changes, past or present. There were two conditions for this duel, no aura sword and Marquis couldn't move his right leg. It seemed unfair, but for a Grandmaster swordsman, it was nothing. If Aiden fought thoughtlessly, he would be defeated instantly. At this moment, Tired spoke, "We have quite a few spectators, let's begin." With pleasure, Aiden coldly snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Seeing this, Tired was slightly surprised. However, he was still able to easily block Aiden's sword strike. He smirked, aiming for the neck from the start. "You're quite experienced in actual combat." Aiden wasn't flustered, he calmly retreated, lightly smiling. "I knew you'd block it." As expected, the strike was easily blocked. But Aiden didn't give up, he charged forward again, his sword dancing in the air. To Tired, it was a clumsy sword technique. He sneered contemptuously, "What kind of crude swordsmanship is this? It's like the cheap swordsmanship of those merchants." He said that if Aiden joined his knight order, he'd have to change his style. Hearing this, Curse burst into laughter. "I understand your relationship now." Aiden's eyes were now filled with anger. "Cheap merchants, this old man. Let's see how he deals with this cheap swordsmanship." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged again. Despite Aiden's relentless attacks, Tired only casually defended. His eyes were full of contempt. Me, losing to such a simple attack. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Aiden's sword tip struck again, he panicked and dodged to the side. But he didn't stop, his posture was extremely arrogant as he attacked. Seeing this, the knights outside exclaimed in astonishment, "Sir Aiden is attacking, it seems the rumors of him defeating the troll are true." Even Fried was surprised, despite his limitations, Tired was the sword calamity, and yet his son was fighting him alone. At the same time, Tired was panicking in the midst of battle. Aiden's sword strikes became increasingly erratic, but they were still deadly blows, making it very difficult for him to defend against them. Aiden's fighting spirit was extremely aggressive. Tired couldn't help but sneer, "Interesting, I have to take you with me." At that moment, Tired's sword began to counterattack, causing Aiden to be startled. He quickly fell back to avoid it. He gritted his teeth, he just swung his sword and it's already this intense. Even Curse warned, "If I had blocked that blow, you would have been cut in two." Aiden, not daring to be careless, retreated a few steps. Tired narrowed his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "You're using an interesting sword technique, but that's all, that's not enough to defeat me." Aiden didn't yield, smirking and saying, "I'm still standing here, Sir Tired, please continue." Hearing this, Tired laughed heartily, "You never cease to amaze me, my judgment of people is still sharp." "Welcome to my knights," he said, raising his sword to strike. Aiden smirked and replied, "Thank you, sir." Neither side would yield, it was a battle of 49 against 500, both refused to back down. But at that moment, Aiden's figure suddenly disappeared. Tired's eyes involuntarily narrowed. "You can move at this speed, impossible." By now, even if he realized Aiden was hiding his skills, it was too late. Aiden dashed forward like a gust of wind. A cut appeared on Tired's shoulder, and blood began to flow. Aiden smiled triumphantly, "I'll put your Beelzebub to good use." The situation changed too quickly, the knights outside were a little slow to react, muttering in doubt, "What just happened, is it over?" But once they reacted, they immediately cheered. Aiden remained standing there, his face displaying triumph. Curse couldn't help but speak, "Dragon Slayer King, you're using that ring without hesitation." The boy smirked, "Do I look like I'm hesitating?" Aiden's shamelessness made him feel inadequate, he grumbled, "You're more like someone from the underworld than a hero." Aiden felt there was nothing wrong with his actions. Tired approached and said, "You truly didn't disappoint me, tricking me with your hidden skills. You're quite the formidable opponent." Aiden modestly replied, "I was just lucky." The more he listened, the more arrogant Aiden sounded. Aiden ignored him, looking at the wound on Tired's shoulder and sighing, "That was shocking, I thought he'd lose an arm, but it was just a scratch." Tired kept his word, handing Aiden his sword with a cheerful smile, "Keep it, as promised." Aiden accepted it, bowing his head and saying, "Thank you, sir, I'll keep it safe." But where Tired couldn't see, he smirked triumphantly. Curse couldn't help but say, "Your expression is so despicable, cheat hero." Aiden retorted, "Shut up, cursed thing." A moment later, in Aiden's room. After returning, he examined the sword won in the gamble, exclaiming, "It truly is a legendary sword." Curse appeared and said, "Congratulations, Dragon Slayer King." Aiden glanced disdainfully, "Where's that cheat hero title from before?" Curse chuckled, "But you don't know how to use that sword properly." Properly, Aiden eyed him suspiciously. Curse slowly explained, "I know the secret of the legendary sword that humans don't know." His eyes widened in shock, "A secret, or a curse?" Curse smiled triumphantly, "But I won't tell you for free, if you promise to serve me like a king and never make me drink holy water again." But before he finished, a stream of hot blood suddenly appeared on the sword. In an instant, the sword was surrounded by energy. Aiden successfully made a blood pact with the sword. Curse exclaimed in surprise, "How did you?" With a soft humph, Aiden coldly said, "Did you think I wouldn't know your subordinate was using a black sword?" Beelzebub is one of the 72 legendary swords. It looks simple and sturdy, but in reality, they were created from the corpses of fallen misters who once ruled the underworld in ancient times. Only later did people realize they were cursed swords, each possessing the power of a different fallen mister. And one of the 3 conditions to awaken that power is to make a blood pact with them. The plan to subdue Aiden failed. Curse angrily cursed, "Damn it, I could have sat on your head." Aiden coldly glared at him, "Serve you like a king, you're already dead, get ready to drink holy water every day." The next day, Fried was processing documents. Aiden entered and told him his plans. Fried questioningly asked, "You want to join Sir Tired's search party?" The boy nodded slightly. "Yes, father." Fried hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "I know you're strong, but this mission is very dangerous. It's different from the Demon Mountain. It will be very difficult for me to accept this request." Aiden looked at him intently, saying firmly, "But I will go with you, Tired." Before he could finish speaking, Tired laughed loudly and cut him off. "I think so too, don't worry, Fried." He said he would ensure his safety, so Count Ramez needn't worry. Fried sighed helplessly, hesitantly saying, "Son, this isn't a picnic." Aiden nodded firmly, "I know, father, but isn't this trip to ensure the safety of our territory? If it's for our territory, I want to go." Fried didn't know what to do with this proposal. Tired approached from afar, smiling and saying, "Just agree." "Fried, isn't the kid quite courageous?" Fried remained hesitant, unsure what to do. Aiden glanced at the tall figure beside him, a wicked smile playing on his lips where they couldn't see. In his past life, he was a useless person, but this time, he would prove his worth. Curse seemed to understand Aiden's intention, and with a sneer, said, "For the Duke's sake, wait, it's probably to awaken Beelzebub." Aiden shrugged indifferently. What other way is there? The second condition to awaken the sword is to absorb as many lives as possible. Fighting monsters, harvesting lives, convenient. The more he thought about the monsters, the more smug he became. Curse saw his shameless smile and couldn't help but facepalm. For the first time, I feel sorry for those monsters. The next day, at the Pyren mountain range, a riot was occurring in the dark forest. Monsters were fleeing in panic like they were being chased by ghosts. Moreover, their faces were filled with fear, as if behind them was something more terrifying than humans. After much persuasion from Tired, Fried finally agreed to let Aiden join the trip. On their journey, they stopped at a fortress. Aiden looked up at the castle gate before him, inwardly sighing, "This is Attila Fortress, built to defend against the beasts of the Pyren Mountains, right?" The facilities and guards were dilapidated. Even a goblin horde would be a challenge. He couldn't understand how they repelled monsters. While Aiden was lost in thought, a man emerged from inside, bowing to them. He respectfully said, "Greetings, I am Dasvalt Timon, captain of Attila Fortress. Welcome, honored guests, Grand Master Swordsman, Count Tired, and Grand Master Troll, young Master Aiden Ramez." At this point, he suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Even the soldiers nearby started to mock Aiden's title. Hearing this, Lao immediately scolded angrily. "You bastards," Aiden calmly reminded him. "Lao, don't." This action surprised Curse, who doubtfully asked, "Strange, Dragon Slayer King, you're being mocked and you just let it be." Aiden nonchalantly replied, "What good would beating them do? I've heard it so much, I'm not even annoyed anymore." But Tired was different. He had a protective nature, immediately saying, "Is the air too fresh? That insects are buzzing around. These bugs are noisy, aren't they, Viscount Timon?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his aura, causing Dasvalt to tremble in fear. Indeed, the air is fresh. The soldiers wisely fell silent. Aiden couldn't help but smile at the sight. He really knows how to tease people. A while later, Dasvalt led Tired and Aiden to the walls, chatting as they went. "I heard that monsters are attacking many territories." Aiden frowned and asked, "Has there been any incidents here?" But Dasvalt ignored him and continued talking to Tired. "Attila Fortress has nothing to worry about." Aiden felt the urge to hit someone, but ultimately held back. Tired didn't pay attention to this. He spoke in a serious voice. "The golden monster was right outside the city and there was nothing to worry about." Dasvalt hesitated a bit and said, "Yes. Because the army is stationed right in the middle of the mountains, that's probably why no monsters dare come all the way here." Hearing this, Aiden was astonished. Using monsters to control monsters, what the hell? Just then, Curse suddenly appeared, calling out, "Dragon Slayer King, something big is coming." Aiden slightly frowned, questioningly asking, "What? I don't see anything." But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned grim. Aiden hurriedly shouted, "Viscount Timon, monsters are coming, close the gate quickly." Dasvalt dismissed his words, smirking, "Young master, you're joking, what monsters?" Luckily, Tired noticed, and sternly ordered, "Viscount Timon, close the gate immediately." Dasvalt still didn't believe him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Count, even you." Before he could finish, the walls violently shook, causing him to cry out, "What was that?" Tired calmly replied, "A monster horde." As he said, a massive horde of monsters poured out of the forest. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked. "What's this, Viscount Timon? What do we do?" They couldn't rely on Dasvalt, who was trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a word. Seeing his reaction, Tired couldn't help but feel displeasure, but there was no time to reprimand him. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Close the gate." His shout roused the soldiers below, who immediately pulled the ropes to close the gate. They were extremely urgent. A moment's delay would allow the monsters to enter. However, despite their speed, some slipped through. A giant wolf dashed in before the gate could close. The soldiers outside nearly wet their pants, their legs turning to jelly, unable to move a step. Luckily Aiden appeared in time and killed the wolf with one sword strike. At the same time the door slammed shut. Aiden ignored the monster's corpse, his gaze fixed on the sword with swirling dark energy in his hand. He sighed silently. It wasn't much, but absorbing life force was still good. Even in this situation, the soldiers were still gossiping about Aiden. Give them a fish stall, and they'd create a whole market. Aiden's anger flared at their chatter. Curse, seemingly enjoying the chaos, chuckled from the side. Aiden, the Grand Master, mentally scolded him, the two engaging in a silent battle within Aiden's mind. Just then, the soldier Aiden had saved approached, bowing gratefully and thanking the young master for saving his life. Aiden narrowed his eyes at him, then said with displeasure, "Instead of thanking me, pick up your weapon and defend the city." Lau quickly ran over, worriedly asking, "Young master, you all right?" Aiden didn't answer, gesturing with his chin towards the front. "Lau, look." Lau quickly glanced outside, spotting a horde of monsters outside the gate. He exclaimed in astonishment, "It's a terrifyingly large number." Aiden, on the other hand, smirked, muttering, "From now on, these guys will be my snacks." Lau was taken aback. "What does that mean?" Aiden ignored him, continuing, "Beelzebub, you'll devour them too, won't you?" Then, he licked the sword, like a complete pervert. Only then did Aiden realize how strange his actions were. Curse laughed at his expense. Even the king of dragon slayers couldn't help but chuckle. Beelzebub is a mirror of gluttony, stimulating the wielder's desire to absorb everything. He said he loves listening to Aiden's inner voice. Hearing this, Aiden braced himself. He had to be careful. But he was here for Beelzebub's awakening. He had to devour all this spiritual energy. But life wasn't always rosy. Tired suddenly poked his head over the wall, saying, "Aiden, I'll go clean up a bit and be back." Understanding his intention, Aiden panicked and shouted, "My Count, no, I can handle it, please rest, Count." Unfortunately, Tired didn't hear him. In a flash, he disappeared. Ignoring Aiden's cries, he leaped into the air, striking a dramatic pose. He laughed triumphantly, "Let's just wipe them all out to avoid trouble." Seeing this, the soldiers below were astonished. That's Aura Blade, only Grand Master Swordsmen possess it. Aiden, on the other hand, was about to pull all his hair out. He anxiously said, "No, at least leave half for me. No, 1/4 will do, please." But Tired's Aura Blade swept across, attacking with the force of a storm. Without hesitation, he annihilated the monsters in one fell swoop. In less than 3 seconds, the ground was littered with corpses. Tired laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've unleashed my full power, so refreshing." Aiden, on the other hand, was close to tears. Once everything was settled, Dasvalt emerged, gratefully saying, "Thank you both, thanks to you, we didn't suffer many casualties." Aiden remained silent. Curse butted in. "Dragon Slayer King," Aiden asked irritably, "are you trying to mock me again?" But Curse said seriously, "What I meant wasn't a monster horde." Aiden asked in surprise, "What is it then? Be more specific." He slowly explained, "Something bigger than a monster horde." Hearing this, the regret on Aiden's face disappeared. He exclaimed in alarm, "What, if it's not a monster horde, then?" Before he could find an answer, he saw something hurtling towards them, his eyes widening in shock. A giant fireball was hurtling towards them. Aiden immediately shouted a warning, "Everyone, run!" With a loud boom, flames engulfed the city wall. The heat spread widely, many soldiers were caught off guard and perished in the inferno. Tired was also pushed back by the force. He gritted his teeth. "Fire spell, at this scale, is a powerful mage targeting us." Aiden shook his head. "It's not a mage." Curse asked in surprise, "You know what it is?" Aiden slowly explained, "The fire spell and the Pyren Mountains, those were creatures from my past life. That almost prevented him from going to heaven in his past life. How could he forget?" Curse seemed to hear a joke. "You went to heaven, don't make me laugh." Just then, the cheerful sound of bells suddenly rang out. But it was anything but cheerful to the soldiers. They trembled, muttering, "Why are they all gathering here?" Before the city wall stood a horde of giant demons and orcs. Dasvalt cried out in alarm, "Why are the giant demons from the wasteland and the orcs from the Pyren Mountains gathering? Aren't they always fighting each other?" Ignoring him, Tired stepped forward. "I'll be right back, Aiden." But Aiden warned gravely, "You can't fight them all alone." Tired stopped. He frowned. "I can't." Aiden didn't answer, calmly saying, "Look behind them." Tired followed his gaze and saw a monster wielding a scepter. His face instantly turned grim. "What is that?" Aiden slowly explained, it was a monster with magic and power comparable to the Grand Master Swordsman, a high-level troll. Hearing this, Tyred hesitated for a moment, then he said in a low voice, Aiden, Sir time on, evacuate everyone immediately. Because even he could only buy a little time. But at this moment Aiden suddenly spoke, there's still a way. Tyred looked at him in astonishment, what, even I find it difficult, how do you plan to deal with them? Aiden didn't answer him, glancing at Lao and giving an order. Lao led the soldiers to try their best to hold back the creatures. Lao immediately took the order and ran. Tyred still didn't know what Aiden was planning. He asked doubtfully, what are you doing? Even a single high-level demon is equal to a Grandmaster swordsman. You know you can't handle them, right? Nodding calmly, Aiden said indifferently, I know that when a high-level giant demon creates an army of giant demons, defeating it is 3 times harder than usual. Even if you fight them alone, you won't last long. But there's a way for everyone to survive. Since they don't have much time, Aiden will keep it short. Immediately after, Aiden began to explain his plan to everyone. Initially, they didn't think his plan was any good. But the more they listened, the worse Tyred and Dasvalt's expressions became. Dasvalt grumbled, what, that's ridiculous, if the Marquis leaves now, this place will become a wasteland in 30 minutes. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted behind them, smoke and fire erupting everywhere. Tyred hesitated for a moment, before finally speaking, Aiden, do you know how absurd what you're saying is? Aiden wasn't flustered, calmly replying, I know, but it's the only way, we don't have much time, please trust me this time. Tyred fell silent, recalling the moment since he met Aiden. Every word Aiden spoke amazed him. Then, he smirked and said, just as I thought, I really want you on my side, alright, I'll trust you this time. But Tyred had a condition, if Aiden was wrong, he would have to join his night order. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. He's a gambling addict, he thought, but he still agreed. With Aiden's agreement, Tyred immediately flew off. Curse appeared and spoke, there's only one high-level giant demon in this world. Are you sure you faced this demon in your past life? Aiden calmly replied, do you know how much giant demons and orcs hate each other? Yet, there's one that can subdue the orcs, this one, it's all thanks to the extremely cruel methods it uses. On this side, the giant demons have begun their attack. Its power was immense, the soldiers scattered like bees in a broken hive. At the same time, Lao, following Aiden's orders, dashed forward. He had reached his destination. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, severing the giant demon's head in one blow. Aiden was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lao to be strong enough to kill a giant demon. It must be the herb I gave him, he thought. Curse agreed, commenting, it seems that strange method worked. But that's not enough to kill all the giant demons. There's a reason why the giant demons are led by a high-level demon. At this moment, the demon wielding the staff suddenly cast a spell. A raging fire suddenly appeared, engulfing the giant demon that had just been beheaded. The soldiers thought they had defeated it. Then they saw the severed head instantly return to the giant demon's body, like magic. Aiden realized this, the high-level giant demon could continuously revive the giant demons. Usually, destroying them requires the aura blade of a Grandmaster swordsman or the magic of a great mage, but Aiden had a better method. Thinking this, he looked at his sword and said with a smile, you skipped your meal earlier, so you must be hungry now, huh? I'll feed you some troll meat later. Curse couldn't help but use his own name, Beelzebub, you must have suffered a lot lately. At the same time, Lao was fighting alone against a giant demon. After eating the herb Aiden gave him, he thought he would be strong enough. But unbelievably, things ended this way. He hadn't repaid Aiden yet. As Lao was thinking, the giant demon's fist flew towards him. He couldn't resist, only able to close his eyes and wait for death. But at that moment, Aiden's voice rang out, well done, Lao. Lao looked up in surprise and saw Aiden standing on the giant demon's shoulder. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword down. A searing pain struck the giant demon, causing it to roar in agony. Seeing it trembling incessantly, Lao quickly reminded him, young master, be careful, even if you cut off its head, it won't die. Aiden remained calm, saying, all right, Beelzebub, it's dinner time. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden's sword began to emit swirling dark energy. His body didn't possess the power of a Grandmaster swordsman or a great mage. But Aiden possessed the gluttonous power of the great mage Beelzebub. Beelzebub would absorb the target. And once the target was absorbed, it would be completely erased. Sure enough, after a short while, the giant demon fell to the ground. Seeing this, the high-level demon's expression immediately turned grim. But Aiden on this side laughed loudly and smugly. The giant demons are really delicious, just one is already equal to dozens of wolves. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced back at the demons behind him. Aiden's fierce gaze immediately startled the demons. But that wasn't enough. A perverted smile spread across Aiden's lips, accompanied by a lip-licking gesture. I wonder if orcs are tasty. Beelzebub, wanna try some? And so, Aiden began to slaughter the monsters. In the blink of an eye, he stood atop a mountain of corpses. He glanced at the remaining monsters, a perverted smile on his face. Four's not enough. There are still plenty of giant demons inside. No matter how much I eat, I'm still hungry, right, Beelzebub? Hearing this, the remaining monsters trembled in fear. The high-level monster gritted its teeth in anger, immediately raising its staff and creating a raging inferno. But Aiden wasn't scared. With lightning speed, he weaved through the flames. As he ran, he muttered, "You guys look really angry." Curse couldn't help but taunt, "Instead of running around like a coward, why don't you face it, Dragon Slayer King?" Aiden shrugged indifferently, pursing his lips. "I did that in my past life, but now I can only run. If I get hit by his fire magic, I'll be roasted alive." He had spoken to Tyrus earlier, he just needed to endure until he arrived. While Aiden was lost in thought, an axe suddenly swung at him. Curse quickly warned the Dragon Slayer King above. Aiden startled, raising his head. Luckily, he dodged in time. The monster's axe cleaved into the ground. Aiden fiercely bit his lip, angrily cursing, "These damn orcs are troublesome." At that moment, Curse suddenly spoke up, "But Dragon Slayer King, why don't you absorb those orcs? Orcs may not be as good as giant demons, but they still have a lot of life force." Hearing this, Aiden smiled mysteriously. "That's because they'll be used for something else. If our esteemed Tyrus arrives in time, it'll be better not to kill the orcs. Until then, I just need." Aiden was about to say something when a sudden burst of fire struck him. His expression immediately turned grim. He pressed his lips together, saying, "That high-level giant demon is using fire magic again." The flames grew larger and larger, soon engulfing a wide area. The high-level monster strode confidently through the raging inferno. But at that moment, it suddenly saw something in the sky. Aiden was flying in the air, striking a graceful pose. He roared fiercely, "Now try burning everything. Without my super speed ring, I'd be roasted to a crisp." But at that moment, Curse suddenly jumped in, saying something. Aiden was a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" He hesitated for a moment, then taunted, "If you dodge in the air, how are you going to dodge the next attack?" Only then did Aiden realize this. That's right. He was floating in the air. How was he supposed to dodge the fire? The raging flames attacked again. Aiden quickly shouted, "I can't die here like this." Fortunately, Tyrus arrived just in time. His aura blade immediately struck out. It successfully blocked the flames. He also didn't forget to praise, "Well done, Aiden." Seeing him, Aiden was immediately cheerful. "You extinguished all the flames in an instant." Just as he thought, Grandmaster swordsmanship was something else. He had come such a long distance in such a short time. Looking at the person beside him, it seemed everything was all right. Seeing that person, the high-level monster immediately roared, "How is he here?" The surrounding monsters were equally terrified. Aiden laughed triumphantly. The tide has turned, those ghastly giant demons. But his joy didn't last long. Curse reminded him, "Dragon Slayer King, you're falling." Aiden only then realized he was helplessly falling. He quickly shouted, "Wait, I've used all my strength, and I'm falling." Luckily, before his butt hit the ground, he fell into someone's warm embrace. That person quickly and safely landed on the ground. Aiden looked at the person who had caught him, speechless. "You caught me, and it's that monster, but still, thank you sincerely." But he didn't care. He went straight to the trembling monsters. The knights outside were equally astonished. That orc, did it just save the young master? Ignoring everyone's reaction, the orc monster slowly spoke, "I apologize for failing to protect you, Carl, my brethren." It suddenly paused, then roared, "Let's avenge the giant demons who insulted us." As soon as the words were spoken, a horde of orcs appeared, confronting the giant demons. Seeing this scene, the knights outside were a bit surprised. What was going on? Why did the orcs suddenly attack the giant demons? Were they not on the same side? What the hell was going on? Curse was also surprised and exclaimed, "Exactly as you said." Aiden calmly replied, "I told you so. That's why the high-level giant demon can control the orcs. It uses the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain to turn them against each other. It took the chieftain and the children hostage to control the orcs, but what if all the hostages were released? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why Aiden didn't absorb the orcs." At this moment, the high-level monster could no longer hold back. The hand holding its staff trembled uncontrollably. It roared fiercely, "My plan!" Was cut short by an unexpected turn of events. Tyrid charged from afar, but the monster managed to defend itself with fire magic. This surprised Tyrid. It was truly someone comparable to a Grandmaster swordsman. As Aiden said, Tyrid alone wouldn't be able to win. But he wasn't alone. The orc accompanying him had also joined the fight. This orc was another Grandmaster swordsman. Everything had changed. The high-level monster, beset by two Grandmaster swordsmen, had no way to escape. Its screams echoed continuously. Ty coldly snorted, "Enough screaming, be silent and die." Biting its lip fiercely, the high-level monster angrily cursed, "I can't die meaninglessly. I will never forgive those who killed my parents." As soon as it finished speaking, flames appeared in its hands. Seeing this, Tyrid was slightly astonished. "What's this? This magical energy is strange." Even the orc paused. Under the doubtful gaze of the two, the high-level monster suddenly raised its head and roared, "I'll self-destruct all the magical energy in my body and take you all to hell with me." Tired quickly moved aside, falling into deep thought. Even he couldn't stop this, the knights wouldn't be able to withstand the explosion. Immediately afterward, he quickly shouted, "Everyone, run, it's about to explode." But as soon as he finished speaking, Aiden suddenly dashed forward like the wind. Tired cried out in alarm, "Aiden, come back, you'll die." But Aiden didn't listen. At this moment, he even smiled triumphantly. He charged straight towards the high-level monster, his sword stance absolutely cinematic. Aiden roared fiercely, "This monster's final blow will be mine." With a loud boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Aiden's sword pierced the high-level monster, two powerful energy sources collided violently. Aiden gripped his sword tightly, holding the monster's body firmly. He laughed triumphantly, "The final blow is mine. Here comes the main course." Beelzebub. The magical energy from the monster's body grew stronger, but Beelzebub in Aiden's hand continued to absorb it. Everyone outside was extremely worried. Tired, on the other hand, was very surprised. He didn't think Aiden could withstand that explosion. Did he have another plan? Inside the explosion, Aiden still held his sword, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy. Beelzebub was now shrouded in dark energy. The amount of spiritual energy and mana was more than he thought. He probably couldn't absorb it all. At this moment, the high-level monster roared again. Aiden's expression suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth fiercely, just a little more. As he spoke, he gripped his sword even tighter, ignoring its trembling from the overload of spiritual energy. Aiden quickly shouted, "Now, Curse, I need your help." Curse immediately appeared, grumbling resentfully, "Dragon Slayer King, how can you use me for this? But if you promise not to drink any holy medicine for a week, I'll help." Aiden was desperate. "You're still joking around, alright, hurry up. The sword has absorbed enough life force. Now, the final condition to awaken the sword is to transmit magical energy to awaken the fallen Mr. sleeping within." Curse quickly placed his hand on the sword and slowly said, "Awaken, true Beelzebub." Immediately, the invisible chains binding Beelzebub began to loosen. The sword's bloodshot eyes opened, and a low voice echoed, "Magical energy, it's been a long time. I am the consciousness of the true God. You devoured the entire sky. Who dares to awaken me?" Hearing the roaring voice, Aiden realized that he had successfully awakened it. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the ancient god of hell, overwhelming. If he were an ordinary person, his mind would have been controlled and he would have become a puppet, but he has what the god fears most." Now Curse opened his mouth to speak again. "It's been a while, Beelzebub, you asked who woke you up." The familiar sound startled Beelzebub, his tone tinged with fear. "Why are you here, Underlord?" With a cold humph, Curse said, "Enough chit-chat, hand over your power." Beelzebub trembled. I didn't expect to see you so soon after waking up." Curse impatiently cut him off. "Are you giving it to me or not?" Even with 10 lives, he wouldn't dare refuse. The Underlord has conquered all the misters and become the ruler of hell. No wonder he's so afraid of the Underlord. Aiden glanced at Curse, smiling slightly. "You're useful after all." Curse glared at him, pursing his lips. "Remember your promise." At that moment, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted again. Aiden nodded, "Of course." Then, gripping his sword, he shouted, "Devour him, Beelzebub." The demon within the sword, responding to Aiden's shout, began absorbing magical power, causing the monster to scream in agony. Sensing its magical energy depleting, the monster roared in rage. The vortex of magical energy continued to swirl, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. Tired yelled urgently, "I can't see anything, everyone, be careful." At the same time, within the magical energy, Aiden continued his fierce battle, shouting, "Become my power." The life or death battle continued. After a while, the magical energy dissipated into the air, leaving behind a clear blue sky. Aiden stood proudly, victorious. Only then did Tired see clearly. He muttered, "The wind, it stopped. Where's the giant demon?" No one answered. Aiden stood silently, having absorbed all the true power of the true god, all its life force and mana. At that moment, Aiden suddenly felt nauseous. He quickly covered his mouth. Curse saw this and taunted, "It's your fault for eating too much. Even if the power is strong, overuse will turn it into poison. Dragon Slayer King, you'll have to throw it up." Aiden was unwilling to give up. He would swallow it all, no matter what. But the overwhelming nausea was too much. He couldn't hold it back. At that moment, Aiden noticed an egg at his feet. Aiden recognized it as a phoenix egg. No wonder it used fire magic. It had been absorbed by a high-ranking giant demon and returned to a dormant state. This was a creature as rare as a dragon. He didn't know how it ended up here. But quickly, Aiden dismissed the question. He was thinking, if I eat this, will I be able to use fire magic? Curse couldn't help but remind him, aren't you about to throw up from eating too much? Shrugging indifferently, Aiden grinned mischievously. Yeah, but being able to use fire magic is a different story. Curse sighed helplessly. Looking at you makes me realize how greedy humans can be. Aiden ignored the teasing. He sat down beside the egg, grinning triumphantly. Thanks for the meal. But it wasn't that easy. Tired approached from behind, slapping him on the back. You finally did it, Aiden. The unexpected blow caused Aiden to vomit up everything he had just consumed. Seeing this, Tired couldn't help but worry. Are you alright? Curse laughed at his misfortune. Serves you right for being greedy. Tired also noticed the egg. He exclaimed in astonishment, that's a phoenix egg. Why is such a rare creature here? Aiden didn't care. He silently vomited, his mana and life force gone, and he still had to eat the phoenix. Then, the eggshell suddenly cracked. Aiden stared at the crack, surprised, so sudden. But he could only watch it hatch. Soon, a pair of fiery wings emerged. The phoenix soared into the vast sky. Curse didn't miss the opportunity to tease Aiden. The phoenix woke up after absorbing the mana from your vomit. The knights outside were also surprised. They knew it was the legendary phoenix, and considered seeing it a great blessing. Everyone was admiring the phoenix, but Aiden glared resentfully at Tired. It's all because of that old man. I missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Aiden was thinking, his head suddenly felt heavy. The phoenix unexpectedly landed on Aiden's head. He didn't understand why. Under everyone's questioning gaze, the phoenix chirped twice. Immediately, a stream of energy and fire appeared around Aiden's body. Tired and Low outside were immediately alarmed. Aiden thought the phoenix knew he tried to eat it and was now trying to burn him alive, but the flames weren't hot at all. What was going on? Curse jumped in to explain, that's a blessing from the phoenix. It's giving you resistance to most flames. Since it awakened thanks to your mana, it probably considers you its savior. Hearing this, Aiden cheered up. Then I'll have an advantage against Shora. A moment later, phoenix feathers began to fall around Aiden. Without hesitation, the phoenix quickly flew away. Aiden watched it go, then picked up a feather. Tired rushed over, worriedly asking, you alright? You were just engulfed in flames. Yes, I'm fine. Tired praised him. Thanks to you, I've witnessed so many incredible things. Aiden replied politely, smiling, I'm just as bewildered as you, sir. This is my first time seeing things like this too. Having said that, he noticed something again. Aiden glanced at the person walking over and asked doubtfully, you are the commander of the orc tribe. Why are you still here? Do you want to continue fighting? He fell silent for a long time, his hands clenched into fists. Aiden thought he wouldn't speak. Then suddenly heard a low voice, breaking the oath will have a price. The price is death, behead me. Aiden couldn't help but be suspicious. He questioningly asked, break an oath, what oath? And so the orc chieftain told Aiden about his oath. A long time ago, Patriarch Regressed and the orc chieftain fought on this land. The orc chieftain lost and swore never to descend from the mountains again. Then they settled in the mountains and protected this land. Finally, Aiden understood why the orcs didn't come down from the mountains and that the orcs were a race that valued oaths more than life itself. After finishing his story, the orc chieftain spoke again, my head is enough, please spare my tribe, please. Aiden, unconcerned, dismissively waved his hand, I don't need your head, go back. But the orc chieftain was unwilling, shouting, my ancestor's oath must be paid for its breaking. His voice angered Aiden. Seriously, should I just behead him, he thought, but since they were protecting their territory, he decided to be patient. He started to leave. Only to suddenly remember something, he quickly turned back and said, then pay the price with something other than your head. Hearing this, the orc chieftain was immediately astonished. The next day, at the recently destroyed fortress, people were beginning to rebuild. Seeing this, Tired couldn't help but exclaim, am I seeing things? Aiden chuckled lightly, casually saying, is that a compliment? Thank you, sir. At the same time, the fortress soldiers were struggling with the sandbags for the walls because they were so heavy. But the orcs, on the other hand, carried them like pebbles, extremely skillfully. Tired stood outside watching the people work, his astonishment still evident. He whispered, orcs and humans working together, how? Aiden winked and said, it usually takes a few months, but with the orcs' help, it will only take a week. The orcs saved their chieftain's life, we get extra manpower, it's a win-win situation. Hearing this, Tired couldn't help but smile. You always surprise me. It's like talking to a dragon that's lived for 100 years. By the way, he mentioned they should leave this problem to the slaughter tower. Now, even the monsters from the death zone have appeared. It's out of control. Hearing this, Aiden's expression immediately changed. He said in a low voice, understood. He had achieved his goal, so there was nothing more to worry about. He only wanted to awaken Beelzebub, but he even received the blessing of the Phoenix. Now he could quietly return to further training. Another day passed, Aiden rode back on horseback, and the people came out to see him off. Thank you for saving our territory, young Master Regressed, you're amazing, long live Mr. Troll. Aiden silently listened to the chatter below, his face showing helplessness. He didn't know where these rumors came from, and he hated these superficial celebrations. Even Curse couldn't help but chuckle, they are not that superficial, they probably just want to see you as a hero. Aiden pouted, so what, being a hero doesn't pay the bills? Hearing this, Curse immediately retorted, money again, you're more suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Aiden didn't reply, he just sneered, anyway, I just plan to train quietly this time. After a long day's journey, Aiden finally returned to Count Regressed's mansion. He went straight to Cass's research room. After hearing Cassie's report, Aiden couldn't help but feel troubled. Is there no way to fix it? Cassie softly shook her head. I'm sorry, but there's no way. It seems the mana disruption syndrome in my body is worse than I thought. We need more alchemic ingredients than when we treated that cute knight. Aiden frowned slightly and asked, how much does it cost? I can pay. Cassie sighed helplessly. Money isn't the problem. We need an alchemist to create the highest grade elixir. That person can only be found in the royal palace. In any case, she was very grateful to Aiden. If she stayed here, she would die while searching for a cure. Hearing this, Aiden immediately stood up and casually said, then we just need to find an alchemist, right? Cassie was a little helpless. Didn't you hear? Young master, that person must. Before she could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted, I know someone. Then, he turned and walked to the door, not forgetting to reassure her, don't worry, wait here, I'll be back soon. Initially, Cassie was still suspicious. Aiden suddenly came to see her and offered to teach her how to cure the mana disruption syndrome, even providing research funds. Knowing that her body couldn't last much longer, she accepted his offer. But it was ultimately very painful. She was completely devastated to learn that the cure for her condition was almost impossible. And now the people Cassie had met were all hot and cold, but Aiden was different. Although his words were cold, his actions were very warm. It had been a long time since she had felt this warmth. After thinking this, she let out a sigh of relief. After calming down, she said calmly, interesting young master. Then please bring me an alchemist. My research is perfect anyway. Aiden just smiled and didn't answer. Then he walked out. Curse appeared, questioningly saying, you're acting for someone else's benefit. They say such sudden changes are dangerous. Be careful. Aiden pouted and casually replied, I'm just keeping my promise. Promises are very important to mercenaries. Besides, I was going to meet that alchemist anyway. Because he knew that person didn't have much time left. 3 days later, in the city of Markellen, the noisy sounds of the streets continued to ring out. Aiden, who was among the crowd, couldn't help but sigh. The Empire's largest free trade city was indeed a bustling city. Curse asked with some doubt, this is a city, what do you mean? Aiden slowly explained, a famous city where people were felt to be working hard and then it disappeared because of the attack of a mad dragon. Thinking about this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. I'm probably the only one who finds this situation strange. Curse read his thoughts and doubtfully asked, so where is the Dragon Slayer King, the talented alchemist you're talking about? Aiden calmly replied, I'm finding my way, so be quiet. Elsewhere, on the outskirts of Markellen City, a group of thugs were surrounding a man. The leader yelled incessantly, didn't I tell you to prepare the goods today? The surrounded man, terrified, sat trembling in a corner and said, but even if I try my best, I can only make one per week. If you suddenly make me work double to create high-grade elixirs. Before he could finish, the leader punched the wall as a warning. He coldly said, I don't care, be careful, Joseph. If you don't deliver tomorrow, your collateral will suffer. Joseph's face fell upon hearing this. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the alley. Threats, scams, extortion, anyone in trouble, come see me. This sound caught the attention of the people inside. The leader immediately ordered, who's that? Karen, take care of it. Karen immediately stepped forward. Coldly, he asked, who are you? What are you doing here? The other person sneered and said, you don't know me. This attitude angered Karen. He gritted his teeth and cursed, get lost. Unfortunately, the other person didn't care. He poked his head out and asked Joseph, are you being extorted, threatened, or scammed? Ignored, Karen's anger reached its peak. He gritted his teeth and cursed, you dog. How dare you ignore me? Immediately afterward, he threw a punch at the other person. But the other person casually swung his arm, sending Karen flying into the wall. Seeing this, the thugs immediately panicked. The leader frowned and asked, who the hell are you? The newcomer was Aiden. He smirked and said, move aside, I need to see my client. Having said that, Aiden retracted his hand. Disrupted, the leader charged with his sword, yelling fiercely, you dare touch my men, I'll kill you. Unfortunately, his attack speed was too slow. Aiden easily dodged. Immediately afterward, he closed in on the leader, a mysterious smile on his face. Without hesitation, Aiden pulled down the leader's pants, revealing underwear with a cute cheese stick bear print. His secret exposed, the leader flew into a rage. He yelled fiercely, you little imp. Aiden frowned at him and asked impatiently, what did you just say? The leader yelled frantically, do you think you can touch Cerberus, the #1 predator of Markellen, and escape? You're dead. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful energy wave suddenly struck, shattering his sword. This made the leader almost wet his pants. He trembled and asked, who are you? How can you use Aura Blade? Aiden now drew the Beelzebub sword, surrounded by energy. He approached the leader and coldly said, your eye is about to need treatment. A moment later, Aiden brutally attacked the leader with Beelzebub, beating him to a pulp. He coldly snorted, dare to compare me to an imp, consider yourself lucky I'm being merciful. Seeing Aiden's face, the remaining thug trembled and asked, why is a young master like him in this slum? Aiden didn't pay him any attention, he slowly walked toward Joseph. He smirked and said, "Uncle, what's wrong? Need my help? I'll charge a reasonable fee." Joseph stared at Aiden, an aura blade-awakened swordsman offering help, and at such a low price, wouldn't he demand something else later? Could he trust him? Indeed, Joseph immediately burst into tears, begging for help. Joseph was a renowned alchemist from China in Markellan's underworld. His daughter had been kidnapped by the Cerberus gang. Although Joseph had resisted, it was useless, his daughter was still taken. The leader of the Cerberus gang told him that as long as he provided them with 1 elixir per week, they would protect his daughter. He added that it was a fair deal, reminding him that it was a very dangerous place. For his daughter's safety, Joseph had endured, in his past life, he had delivered medicine for several years. But when he heard that his daughter had died long ago, he confessed, avenged her, and then committed suicide to reunite with her. That was in his past life. Now, it wasn't too late. Without hearing an answer, Joseph cried, "I'll give you anything you want, just save my daughter." Having achieved his goal, Aiden smirked slightly. He confidently said, "Right, uncle, but remember your promise, you have to give me anything I want." Curse finally couldn't help but laugh. "Beelzebub says you're the only one whose greed surpasses even his." Aiden didn't care, he glanced behind the guy who was running away, coldly called out, "The person over there." The thug's footsteps immediately stopped, his body trembling reflexively. In the blink of an eye, Aiden was beside him. He coldly said, "Yes, you, did you think I'd just let you go? I have a few questions." But he doubted the man would cooperate, so he decided to start with a few punches. Screams echoed through the alley. Meanwhile, at the Cerberus gang's headquarters, in the gang leader's office, Uncle looked at the documents in front of him, raised an eyebrow smugly, and said, "With Joseph's 2 pills, we'll make a fortune. Should I try one? It's supposed to be good for you." Just then, the door suddenly opened. He immediately grumbled, "Who dares enter my office without knocking?" But as he finished speaking, Uncle saw one of his men returning. He excitedly asked, "Is that you? Did you bring Joseph's medicine? But why is your face so swollen?" Before the man could answer, someone else appeared in the room. Aiden walked in from outside, smirked, and said, well, found you." Uncle looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? How dare you do this to my men? I don't know what you want, but walking into a lion's den like this, you're a fool." As he spoke, he pressed a button under the desk. This was an emergency alarm. All it needed was a burst of energy to activate it. Uncle's men would arrive soon, and Aiden would be finished. That's what he thought. But life wasn't a dream. Uncle waited, but no one responded. His face fell. Why hasn't anyone come? Is the alarm broken? Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted, "Is anyone out there? We have an intruder." Aiden nonchalantly cleaned his ear, sneered, and said, "Your gang members, I put them to sleep a long time ago when I arrived." Just as he said, Cerberus's men were all fast asleep. Aiden glared at Uncle and coldly said, "But you won't get off so easily. Hand over Joseph's daughter." Hearing the name Joseph, Uncle coldly scoffed, "So you're the mercenary Joseph hired? Don't get cocky after taking down a few punks. I'm the strongest in this gang." As he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from his hand and struck out. In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of a fight, but everyone knew who was fighting. A short while later, in a cell deep underground, Uncle, his face swollen like a pig's head, led Aiden down, his hands trembling as he opened the cell door. "She's here." Aiden looked at the cell and angrily cursed, "You locked a little girl in here, you bastards." Uncle shook his head and pushed open the door. He explained as he went in, "But that girl isn't an ordinary child. She might look calm now, but usually." Before he could finish, a small figure emerged from the room, delivering a powerful kick. She sent Uncle flying out of the room. Her eyes filled with killing intent, she coldly said, "I'll kill you." Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help but admire her. That girl's quite skilled, he thought, even though I nearly killed him. As he was thinking, Curse suddenly spoke, "That girl is using a rather interesting power." Aiden was startled, then noticed the girl attacking him. He blocked her blow. While dealing with the girl, he spoke to Curse. "You say an interesting power." Curse nodded, "Yes, the power of a very troublesome person." Aiden frowned, "Whatever, it's none of my business. My goal is to get her back to Joseph." Eldest then shouted, "Take me back to my father. I want to see my father." Aiden calmly nodded, "Okay, let's go see your father." This caused the girl to hesitate. Eldest mumbled incredulously, "My father, I'll get to see my father." Aiden extended his hand to her, smiling, "Joseph, your father sent me to rescue you. Let's go home." Eldest's hands trembled, still unsure. She asked, "I'll really get to see my father?" "Yes, let's go," Aiden reassured her gently. Immediately, Eldest threw her arms around his neck. The girl began to cry, "I was so scared. I missed my father." Aiden patted her back comfortingly. "It must have been terrifying being here alone. You're safe now. Let's go see your father." Seeing this touching scene, Curse couldn't help but scoff. "I didn't expect you to still have compassion." Aiden coldly snorted, "What do you think I am? Am I that awful in your eyes?" A short while later, Aiden returned with Ellis. As soon as they reached the door, she happily cried out, "Father." Hearing the sound, Joseph immediately turned around. Father and daughter embraced. Because they hadn't seen each other for so long, Ellis cried uncontrollably. Joseph patted her head comfortingly. "I'm so sorry, my child." Aiden watched the father and son from behind, not saying a word. After a while, Ellis cried and fell asleep. Joseph then approached Aiden to express his gratitude, thanking him profusely. Aiden chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, saying thanks isn't enough. "Now, for the most important part, you repaying your debt, my dear sir." Seeing the boy's lecherous smile, Joseph trembled involuntarily. "Of course, I should pay you. How much do you want?" Aiden raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much do you think your daughter's life is worth?" Joseph hesitated for a moment, silent for a long time before speaking. "To me, she's more precious than my own life." If money is what Aiden wants, he would work his entire life to repay him. Hearing this, Aiden clicked his tongue and sighed. "I have plenty of that. Do you have anything else, like your alchemy techniques, for example?" As soon as he finished speaking, Joseph's face fell and he bit his lip fiercely. He asked suspiciously, "You mean my alchemy?" Aiden calmly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, a meticulous alchemist is what I need right now." Though reluctant, Joseph spoke in a low voice. "I understand, so you helped me because you want my alchemy skills, but since you helped me, I must repay you." As soon as he finished, he opened his wooden box, revealing a divine elixir, something Aiden had seen in his past life. Joseph explained in a low voice, "This is the top-tier divine elixir I created. Try it. I poured all my skills into making it." Aiden looked at it drooling out, his eyes shining brightly as he asked, "Can I drink it?" Joseph nodded slightly and replied, "Of course, this is my part in repaying you." Curse saw his expression, couldn't stand it anymore, and scolded in dissatisfaction. "Dragon Slayer King, wipe the drool." Disgusting. Aiden didn't care. Put the elixir in his mouth, coldly snorted and said, "You only say that because you haven't tasted this elixir. If you drink this elixir then." Before he could finish, a powerful surge of energy appeared. It surged continuously through Aiden's body. Feeling this, Aiden's eyes lit up. As expected, it's top tier indeed, just one elixir doubled his mana. Aiden happily exclaimed, "Excellent, unparalleled." Joseph smiled, "Then, to repay you, I'll continue making these elixirs for you." Aiden raised an eyebrow and offered an attractive proposition. "Instead of that, why don't you join our Duke's household? If you agree, we'll protect you and your daughter." Hearing this, Joseph's expression changed. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The Duke's household? Wait, who exactly are you?" Aiden smiled calmly. "My apologies for the late introduction. I am the eldest son of the Regressed family, Aiden Regressed." As soon as he said that, Joseph was utterly astonished. "Aiden Regressed, could you be the troll prince the town's been gossiping about?" Hearing that title, Aiden's face darkened. "Again with the troll prince," Curse chuckled. "Seems like you've gained a bad reputation." After the shock subsided, Joseph regained his composure and asked suspiciously, "What wind brought a young master of a duke's household to such a humble place?" Aiden replied calmly, "I have an urgent problem that requires your help. If you can solve it, our duke will protect your family for life." It's a tempting offer, isn't it? Joseph nodded slightly. "Indeed, but what exactly is the problem? Let's discuss this urgent matter first." A while later, at Cass's research room, Aiden brought Joseph there for him to examine her. After a long examination, he said gravely, "This is the most severe mana vein syndrome I've ever encountered. If it weren't for the superior strength of the beastkin race, she wouldn't have survived this long." He looked at the papers on the wall and frowned. "It's certainly curable if we create the medicine according to the method you showed me, but the problem is obtaining the necessary ingredients." Hearing this, Aiden questioned, "We'll buy those ingredients?" Joseph hesitated before answering, "The ingredients listed aren't real, there's no way to obtain them. It says here that mana vein syndrome is a disease where mana veins freeze. According to this treatment method, they need extremely hot fire attribute mana to thaw the frozen mana veins." But before he could finish, Aiden interrupted, "How do we obtain extremely hot fire attribute mana?" At the mention of this, Joseph fell silent. Cassie chimed in, "You can obtain it from the heart of a fire dragon or the feather of a fire phoenix, but how can we find those mythical creatures? Thank you for your help. I mean, something like this." Aiden casually asked, then pulled something out from his person. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, "I have one, a fire phoenix feather." Cassie and Joseph's mouths dropped open as they stared at the item in his hand, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why do you have that? How did you obtain something only found in legends?" Their exaggerated reaction startled Aiden slightly. He explained bewilderedly, "Perhaps the fire phoenix dropped it." Ignoring where he got it, Joseph rushed over, took the fire phoenix feather, nodded and smiled, "This is enough. With this, it'll certainly work. Give me 2 days." Hearing this, Cassie behind him was speechless. Tears began to fall, a mixture of emotion and joy. Finally, her terrible illness had a chance to be cured. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and Philip's voice followed, "Young Master Aiden, you there?" Aiden reflexively frowned and asked, Philip, what is it? Philip quickly replied, Duke Fried is looking for you. Hearing this, Aiden trembled involuntarily. He had forgotten that he disappeared without a word this time. Immediately afterward, Aiden went to Fried's office. Fried narrowed his eyes and asked, I heard you went to Markellan City this time. Yes, I had some business there. Aiden nodded slightly, apologetically saying, I apologize, I should have informed you before I left, but Fried shook his head and chuckled, I didn't call you here to scold you. Aiden was startled. Then why did you call me here? Unable to guess, he directly asked, Why did you call me here, father? Fried took out an invitation card and explained, We received an invitation to attend a banquet to celebrate the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday. This time father wants you to attend the banquet with father. Hearing this, Aiden's face immediately showed a hint of panic. There was so much work at home. Who would have time to go? He immediately asked, You're going to a banquet? Doesn't Carl usually represent our family in such events? Fried nodded calmly. That's true, but he declined this time due to his duties with the knights. Besides, many people want to meet you. But I'm very busy too, Aiden sighed helplessly. Just then, he remembered something. He hurriedly asked, Father, this year is 450 in the imperial calendar, correct? Fried nodded slightly. Yes, son, even if you don't like it, you must attend this banquet. Aiden thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go. Fried was slightly taken aback by his quick change of heart. Carl is busy, so you probably have no choice. You'll go. Consider it a debut. Hearing this, Fried nodded and smiled. I understand. That's a wise decision. Be careful. They talked for a little while longer, after which Aiden quickly left Fried's room. Curse then jumped out and asked, You wouldn't go to a place like that without a reason. You suddenly agreed to the banquet. What's your real motive? Aiden slowly explained, A major event will take place at this year's banquet. The Black Mags will attack during the banquet. And the one orchestrating everything is the Queen of the Black Mags, the Silver Witch. Aiden intends to bring her to his side. Hearing this, Curse asked doubtfully, Why would you try to ally with someone you hate? Aiden shook his head slightly. Unlike the chaotic extremist Black Mage faction, she's the leader of a moderate faction, the Florence Flame. Although I killed her in my previous life, perhaps the outcome will be different this time. In my previous life, our last encounter was on the battlefield. Before she died, the Silver Witch left Aiden with these words. Mercenary Aiden, perhaps if we met under different circumstances, we would have been good friends. Aiden felt regret. He hadn't been able to dispel the corrupting dark magic and he couldn't revive Florence's will. A few days later, the Count Ramez's entourage set off for the prince's banquet. Aiden, sitting in the carriage, said dejectedly, Do we need such a large entourage just to go to the royal palace for a birthday party? Lo, sitting beside him, laughed cheerfully. The size of the entourage represents the power of a family. It's unavoidable given the Duke's reputation. But why are we taking the scenic route? Aiden explained with a pout, I just want a more comfortable route, that's what I said. He wanted to get a few more of Joseph's top-grade elixirs, but there was a problem. Joseph had said before he left that even if he wanted to make a top-grade elixir right now, he couldn't. Because he needs the tears of the tree people, produced by the shooting spirit tree, but they are under threat. Aiden had never seen a tree person before, so he didn't know much about them. But that guy will surely know. He'll go get that gift first. At this thought, Aiden sneered. A moment later, as the carriage passed a forest, Aiden quickly ordered, Everyone go ahead, I need to stop here for a bit. Lo wanted to accompany him, but Aiden poured cold water on the idea. You're weaker than me, I'll go alone. And so, Aiden went into the forest alone. Curse jumped out again and asked, Are you sure the person you need to see is among these hills? Aiden sneered and said, I never said it was a person, it's here. To this day, I still don't understand my master's way of thinking. They walked and talked, eventually stopping before a strange heart-shaped stone. Curse couldn't help but say, This heart-shaped stone looks artificial. His master once said, This is the gift for any disciple who reaches this place. He has unique tastes. Curse asked in astonishment, You mean this stone is the gift? It looks just like a normal stone. Aiden laughed calmly. Master likes to wrap things carefully. This time, you'll still receive it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and without hesitation, sliced the heart in two. Seeing the stone split in two, Curse asked in astonishment, Didn't you just say that's your master's gift? Aiden smiled calmly, It's just the wrapping. Then he entered the dungeon behind the stone. Curse nodded understandingly. A dungeon, so this is the gift? Fried nodded. Aiden replied calmly. He always said nonsense like, to become the king of mercenaries, you must learn through pain, or you only get stronger if you experience near death. Besides, this dungeon isn't really a dungeon. Inside, many monsters were slowly moving towards the light. Aiden stood calmly, not backing down. Curse asked curiously, Perhaps in your previous life, you and your master got along well. Aiden sneered, In my previous life, I thought he was going to kill me here. But in this life, Aiden felt gratitude. Before him was a horde of monsters. Behind them was a monster wielding a staff, likely the leader. Curse scornfully said, a stupid lick entity created when a dark mage turns themselves into an undead. They are the toughest if Aiden doesn't know how to deal with them. He struggled with them in his last life. The leading lick spoke in a demonic voice, foolish mortal, you dare enter without fear. I'll turn you into an undead like these. Aiden ignored it, charging forward and sweeping his sword. If he defeats the lick, the other undead will disappear. Also, compared to the high-level liches he killed in his last life, this one was nothing. Aiden's speed was incredible. Before the lick could react, he was struck down. Before dissolving, the lick said unwillingly, I didn't think I'd die before witnessing the rebirth of the Dark Mage Kingdom. And immediately after it and the monsters it created turned to dust, blending into the air. Within those wisps of smoke, Aiden's eyes caught sight of something glowing. A strange necklace appeared on the ground. Curse jumped in with a guess. Is this necklace the gift your master mentioned? Aiden shook his head in denial. I've never seen this before. But the pattern looked strangely familiar. He decided to pick it up and keep it for now. At this moment, Curse suddenly suggested, Dragon Slayer King, you should collect the licker's ashes too. Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. He asked doubtfully, what's the point of collecting its ashes? Curse explained flatly, didn't you say you're going to look for the tree people? The licker's ashes are something they desperately want. Hearing this, Aiden hesitated for a moment, but eventually bent down to collect the ashes. He didn't want to listen to that deadbeat, but he didn't know much about the tree people either. He did it while threatening Curse. Curse scoffed, but where's that gift you mentioned? Aiden didn't answer, continuing to collect the ashes. Seeing this, Curse asked doubtfully, you were suspicious just now, why are you collecting so much now? A moment later, Aiden, with a bag full of ashes, went towards another door, which led to a hidden room. Curse was astonished upon seeing it. Aiden slowly explained, it's a hidden dungeon. Even if our master is a bit eccentric, he wouldn't just throw a dungeon with only a lick in it at us. Hearing this, Curse scoffed disdainfully. A lick is already strange enough. Aiden angrily scolded him. The two argued like cats and dogs, but Aiden still moved forward, stopping only when he saw something glowing. Curse was speechless in astonishment. Aiden chuckled softly. You saw this in your past life, didn't you? Curse said with some resentment, how could I forget? If it weren't for that thing, I wouldn't have lost our battle. Before them was a shield, the Spirit Banshee Shield, an item imbued with the madness of a Banshee spirit. It had been a long time since Aiden had last seen it. He quickly took it, the madness having tainted its previous users, making it quite troublesome for him in the past. But this was the second time. And one of the things Aiden liked about this shield was that it could transform into a bracelet. Unlike other equipment, at that moment, the shield suddenly transformed into a vortex wrapping around Aiden's arm. In a short while, it transformed into a bracelet. He could take it anywhere, which was quite convenient. Perhaps because it was a familiar piece of equipment, it reminded Aiden of his time as the Dragon Slayer King. He even remembered the insane screams. Reading his thoughts, Curse taunted, like teacher, like student, I guess you're not normal either. Aiden ignored him, looking into the air and shouting, I know you're watching, show yourself. As soon as he finished, a rabbit appeared. It spoke in a mocking tone, I've been waiting for you to call, you bastard, I mean, esteemed customer, it seems you need to make a deal. It introduced itself as Rabbits, a spirit merchant from the friendly spirit shop. If you need anything, just say it, herbs, weapons, there's nothing our spirit shop doesn't have. Spirit merchants are spirits who trade with a great desire for money. Spirit shops are where these spirit merchants gather, their trademark being merchant hats. Normally, when someone obtains a dungeon, the shop sends a spirit to exchange any secondary items within, but Aiden wasn't a normal person. Rabbits then smirked triumphantly. You intend to trade the Banshee Shield, don't you? I can buy it at a good price. No, I'm not selling it. Aiden flatly refused without hesitation, causing Rabbits to widen its eyes in astonishment. You're not selling it? Then what kind of deal do you want? Aiden calmly replied, I want some information. I want to know the location of the Tree People's settlements in the Western Lands. Hearing this, Rabbit sneered, so you want to buy information on the Tree People's settlements. But customer, information on the Tree People is very expensive, even for a small village. It will cost 2,000 gold, already discounted. Aiden, instead of objecting, increased the price. How about 4,000 gold? 4,000 gold? What? Hearing this number, Rabbit's eyes lit up immediately. Curse was puzzled by Aiden's actions. He asked doubtfully, why suddenly double the price? Do you owe this guy something from your past life? Aiden shook his head and laughed. I don't owe him anything. I'm just doing what I was taught. Hearing this, Curse was even more confused. Taught? What exactly were you taught? Aiden gave a very wicked smile. The skill to squeeze dry a spirit merchant, which my master taught me. Then, he cocked his chin at Rabbits and said, give me the locations of the Tree People's settlements and 4,000 gold, now. Rabbits grumbled. You're not buying them with 4,000 gold, you're demanding them and 4,000 gold. Did you lose your mind fighting those monsters? Aiden clicked his tongue and laughed. No, I'm making a deal. I want to sell you something behind me, okay? In a flash, Rabbit's face changed color. It cried out in alarm, how can a human like you Emboldened, Aiden drew his sword and smiled wickedly. If you don't want it, just say so, I can destroy it right now. Seeing that it didn't respond, Aiden urged loudly, hurry up. Rabbit stood there, unable to speak. He couldn't believe that a mere human knew about the dungeon core. Everyone else was ignorant of it. If it told its superiors that it bought a dungeon core with money, it would be ridiculed. But if it didn't recover it, it would be fired. Still hesitating, Aiden decided to gamble. He aggressively carried his sword towards the back. All right, let's destroy it. Seeing this, Rabbit cried out in alarm. Wait a minute, I'll buy it. I said I'll buy it. Aiden smiled contentedly. You should have said that earlier. Having reached an agreement, Rabbit took out a bag of gold coins and gave it to Aiden. He smirked and said, these platinum coins are definitely worth 4,000 gold. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Rabbit. See you later. Saying that, he turned around and left. Rabbit looked at Aiden's back, crying without tears. I hope we will never meet again. This scoundrel, does he think he can just leave after cheating a spirit merchant? Let him try going to the Treefolk village. No mortal can return from there. At this thought, Rabbit felt a surge of anticipation. Meanwhile, Aiden, oblivious to her plans, happily left with his bag of money. Lo was leaning against the carriage outside, his face etched with worry. Aiden had been gone for half a day. Lo wondered if he should go look for him. Just then, Lo saw Aiden coming out from inside. He cheerfully called out, young master, I was so worried you were gone so long. Hearing this, Aiden interrupted, stop it, it's creepy. Sometimes he wished Lo would treat him like he used to. This was just too scary. He couldn't get used to it. He was a man, after all. With that thought, Aiden turned to the others and said, all right everyone, had enough rest, let's head to the imperial capital now. That night, at the entrance to the Banshee Soul dungeon, a figure in a black cloak slowly entered. The figure's low voice echoed, I finally found it, but why is no one here? Looking around, the figure sighed in displeasure. The item she was looking for was gone. It should have been here. What happened? The next day, in the imperial capital, Aiden's group finally arrived. The carriage stopped before the city gate. Aiden stepped down from the carriage, looking every bit the movie star. True to imperial form, someone was there to greet him. The man bowed respectfully. Welcome, young master, to the imperial capital. I will escort you to the guest rooms in the royal palace. Outwardly respectful, inwardly he scoffed. He'd expected Carl, not this wandering adventurer. Aiden's notoriety had even reached the capital. He clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. He decided he absolutely couldn't upset him. With that in mind, the servant promptly led Aiden to his quarters. Upon arriving, Aiden jumped onto the soft bed. Even the guest room beds in the palace are different, he thought with a sigh. But soon, Aiden noticed something else. The black mage would be attacking tonight. Many had been killed or injured last time. Curse suddenly jumped in. Why don't you warn them? Aiden smirked. This is a good opportunity. I can't let it slip away so easily. Curse asked dubiously. You don't care if people get hurt or die? Aiden scoffed. Do you think I'm like you? I was a world-saving hero in my past life. I have a plan. And so, the night passed. The next morning, the banquet officially began. Laughter and chatter filled the air. But the moment Aiden appeared, the room fell silent. No one spoke. Clearly, everyone knew his reputation. Aiden ignored the whispers and walked straight ahead. He'd been treated like this for a while now. He guessed people were just like that. Whether mercenaries or nobles, Aiden had no reason to get entangled with them. There were 3 people he needed to meet. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, a man stood silently, enjoying the banquet. He smiled contentedly. The wine in the royal palace is truly the best. If only I could import this to the magic tower in my country. Just then, Aiden approached Mage Gustav Dora. It's an honor to meet you, he said. He's the palm demon mage from Anguis, Gustav thought, startled. How do you know me? He asked. Aiden smiled. Of course, aren't you a mage from the Anguis magic tower? You're the top mage from Anguis. Hearing this, Gustav turned away indifferently. If you're trying to get into the good graces of the National Magic Tower, you've come to the wrong person. I don't have good relations with the higher-ups. Aiden ignored his dismissal. He calmly said, I've read your book, Gustav. I found your applied magic techniques quite fascinating. This made Gustav startle, his eyes focused on Aiden. You've read it and you found it fascinating? Gustav asked, his voice trembling slightly. Aiden nodded. I was surprised by the presentation of methods I'd never seen before. At that moment, Gustav suddenly put his hand on Aiden's shoulder. He laughed excitedly. You understand the greatness of magic techniques different from those in the Imperial Magic Tower, young Master Aiden, facing Gustav's enthusiasm. Aiden chuckled nervously. I've never seen such a useful and amazing field, he said, though in truth he'd fallen asleep every time he read it. Ignoring Aiden's awkward expression, Gustav continued to ramble on about incomprehensible theories. Curse finally couldn't take it anymore. Dragon Slayer King, please shut him up. Aiden was equally awkward. Pretend you can't hear him, he muttered. While listening to Gustav's rambling, He also talked to Aiden. Why do we need someone so obsessed with this type of magic technique? It's not even in the standard magic classifications. Aiden slowly explained, right now magical technology might be considered useless, but in the future it will become an indispensable technology for everyone. Hearing this, Curse understood and said, then this guy Gustav must be quite a famous person. Aiden had to admit that he was really famous. Gustav caused a catastrophic accident unprecedented in history, and became known as the Mad Bomber of Gustav Dora's Magic Tower. Curse frowned and asked, a bomber, wasn't he famous for his magic engineering? Aiden continued, he probably caused an accident during an experiment, his mana was sealed, and he was expelled from the Magic Kingdom. Afterwards, Gustav attacked the Magic Tower with his self-developed technology, almost destroying the entire Magic Kingdom. Of course, he was stopped by the Magic Kingdom, and the great sorcerer, Saro, helped. It's not surprising that magic engineering gained recognition after almost destroying the entire Magic Kingdom. Aiden ignored Gustav's giggling beside him, treating it as nonsense. But Gustav's enthusiasm didn't wane. He continued talking. This is the first time I've had such an in-depth conversation about magic engineering, Gustav said. I hope I haven't been too excited and talked too much. Aiden, though reluctant, shook his head and smiled. No, the conversation was very enlightening. I hope we can have a deeper conversation next time we meet. At that moment, a loud shout interrupted them. Aiden Ramirez. Aiden jumped slightly and looked at the newcomer. Who called me? Are they here for me? No, but who is it? The face looked familiar, but Aiden couldn't place it. The young man roared, thief, you dared to steal our Cedis family heirloom. I won't forgive you. Aiden stared blankly. Gustav spoke first. Has something happened between you and young Master Tyan? Aiden indifferently shook his head. No, this is my first time meeting him. As he spoke, Aiden suddenly remembered something, right? He mentioned the Cedis family. He realized the young man resembled Tired. No wonder he looked familiar. Is a Cedis, Tired Tyan Cedis' son. Aiden politely smiled. Young Master Tyan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I wonder if I've met you before. You strongly resemble your father. Before Aiden could finish, Tyan interrupted angrily. Shut up, you swindler. How dare you deceive my father and steal our family heirloom? The surrounding people immediately paid attention and started whispering. After seeing Beelzebub hanging on Aiden's side, they sneered, so he didn't defeat that troll himself. Aiden sighed helplessly at the whispers. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I won this through a completely fair bet. Tyan shouted, I've heard a lot about your troublemaking lately. Do you think I'll believe someone like you could withstand my father's swordsmanship and win a bet? Aiden started to get angry. He couldn't hold back anymore. Young Master Tyan, you've gone too far. Even Curse was surprised at Aiden's patience. Tyan didn't back down, coldly sneering. Gone too far? Then prove you're not a swindler. He proposed a duel. If Aiden won, Tyan would apologize. If Tyan won, Aiden would return the heirloom and apologize. Aiden muttered inwardly, he's getting more and more arrogant. He's as stubborn as his father, Aiden thought. He hesitated. The duel at the prince's birthday banquet. If the prince finds out, before he could finish, the deep voice interrupted. How amusing. The duel at my birthday party. Aiden and Tyan both looked over in surprise. They saw a young man approaching Mar, the crown prince. Everyone bowed respectfully. They hurriedly bowed to him. Tyan was also surprised and bowed. Greetings to the heir to the empire. He thought the prince's arrival was ill-timed. Mar smiled. I've heard a very interesting conversation. Tyan responded softly. Forgive us, your highness, we accept any punishment for disturbing you. Aiden felt relieved. Thank goodness the prince saved that idiot Tyan. He bowed. I apologize, your highness. Mar smiled. No need to apologize, look up. But his next words were less kind. By the way, young Master Tyan, young Master Aiden, I'd like to watch your duel, right here. Both were taken aback. Is this prince from the sea? He's involved in everything. Seeing their reaction, Mar smiled. Both of you have impressive battle records and martial arts skills. A demonstration would be the best birthday gift I could ask for. This reminded Aiden of something. Mar was also famous in his past life. Mar was a strong contender for the throne, but he had a bad habit. He was a battle fanatic. Aiden couldn't refuse the prince's request. What should he do? While Aiden hesitated, Tyan agreed. It's an honor, as you wish, your highness. His reason was Tired, who acknowledged Aiden but not him. He would expose Aiden, recover the heirloom, and restore his father's honor. Tyan glanced at the trembling Aiden, sneering. Where's your confidence now? You're a pathetic coward. You've disgraced our family. Concerned, he asked suspiciously, Hey, Dragon Slayer King, you all right? But soon, Aiden smirked. Your highness, I don't particularly enjoy fighting, but I cannot refuse your command. Curse silently offered a 5-minute prayer for Tyan. Thus, at Mar's request, Aiden and Tyan prepared for battle. Mar sat on the recliner, happily laughing and talking. For safety, the use of aura blades and support tools is prohibited. I look forward to seeing the match that both of them will perform. Tyan nodded respectfully and replied, I promise this will be a sword fight worth watching, your highness. Then, turning to Aiden, He confidently declared, I will prove right here and now that all the rumors about you are nonsense. Hearing this, Aiden scoffed disdainfully. Can we begin? This attitude angered Tyan. He gritted his teeth and scolded, you brat, your mouth is truly unbearable. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword like a whirlwind. Seeing Aiden standing still, Tyan scoffed, this amateur warrior is supposed to defeat me, how ridiculous, this match will end quickly and without interest. But it turned out otherwise. Before Tyan's sword could reach Aiden, Aiden struck him on the forehead with a resounding blow. Seeing this, Ma couldn't help but smile with amusement. At the same time, another teenager watching the match looked slightly awkward. Tyan had lost too easily. Surprisingly, Aiden didn't want it to end like that. He feigned hesitation and said, I was surprised and slipped, it's fortunate you were there, I'm truly lucky. Then, he looked at Ma and suggested, it's difficult to judge someone's skill based on accidental mistakes, let's consider this match invalid. Ma agreed without hesitation, very well, let's consider this match invalid, both of you need to focus more. Gritting his teeth, Tyan said fiercely, yes, your highness, I believe I was caught off guard. Even if he's a scoundrel like Aiden, a knight is still a knight, he still knows how to use a sword, but why does he have such a repulsive expression? With that thought, Tyan's eyes hardened, gritting his teeth, he said, this time, I will give it my all, young Master Aiden. Aiden nodded impassively, provoking Tyan with understatement, of course, come and fight me, just get out of my sight. This enraged Tyan. He tried to calm himself and ignore the taunts, but he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Immediately afterward, Tyan charged with his sword. But his attack was too slow, Aiden easily dodged with a simple sidestep. Aiden frowned, watching Tyan's swordsmanship, he sighed inwardly, just as I expected of the Count's son, his swordsmanship is straightforward and upright, just like his father's, but his weaknesses are too obvious. With that thought, Aiden raised his sword, successfully parrying the attack. He coldly said, compared to the Count, your swordsmanship is far too weak. This directly angered Tyan. He gritted his teeth and cursed, what did you say, my swordsmanship is weak? Aiden snorted softly, the Count's strikes were powerful and precise, but young Master Tyan, your current swordsmanship looks like you're merely imitating the Count's. Tyan gritted his teeth furiously, you dare say he's imitating? Aiden scoffed, the swordsmanship that defeated your father, the thing you've always been curious about, I'll show you. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword began to dance in the air. Aiden's speed was so fast that Tyan couldn't keep up, he gritted his teeth, unable to block the attacks. Thinking about his father losing to such swordsmanship, Tyan felt a bit ridiculous. But at that moment, Aiden's sword tip suddenly curved, avoiding Tyan's blade, causing Tyan to widen his eyes in shock. In an instant, Aiden's sword successfully pierced Tyan's face. Fresh blood began to flow. Seeing this, Kerr spoke up, I thought you'd go easy on him, but you seem more serious than I thought. Aiden calmly replied, if I hadn't knocked him unconscious, I bet he would have continued attacking until he died. At that moment, Aiden pushed Tyan to the ground. Tyan didn't expect to lose to such unfamiliar swordsmanship. He wasn't satisfied and got back on his feet. Aiden chuckled softly, he actually blocked that. While he was thinking, Tyan charged fiercely, shouting, I am Tyan Cedis, the firstborn destined to lead the Cedis family. Unfortunately, in Aiden's eyes, he was just a novice. Aiden directly used the assassination technique of the mercenary King Knight. In a few seconds, Tyan's sword was knocked away, and he collapsed powerlessly. Luckily, someone caught him. That person sternly said, it seems my friend caused a lot of trouble while I was away. It's all right, I felt a little uncomfortable anyway, Aiden said calmly, but upon seeing the person, he was startled, then relieved, so I don't have to search for him, he thought, as that person was one of the 3 he had come to meet. While Aiden was thinking, the person spoke again, it's an honor to meet you, young Master Aiden. This person was Silbita Sias's younger brother. Of the Duchy of Sias, the Grand Duke Sias. Known as the strongest knight family, with a saying that none who inherit their blood fail to become a Grand Master swordsman. Aiden looked down from above. Dayer was skillfully receiving guests. Aiden couldn't help but sigh, if I were reborn into that family, I'd be a Grand Master swordsman by now. That guy is called the genius of that family. Then Kerr spoke, this Dayer is the first time I've heard that name. Well, if you want to meet him, isn't this the best opportunity? Aiden shook his head and refused, a better opportunity will come. But before he finished, he suddenly felt an intense gaze from behind. What is that? Aiden quickly turned around and saw a crowd surrounding him, excitedly introducing their daughters. The constant calls of young Master ringing in Aiden's ears drove him crazy. He hurriedly ran to another place. The atmosphere around Aiden only then became quiet again. He helplessly sighed, they wouldn't chase all the way here, right? Curse jumped out and laughed again. Dragon Slayer King, don't you see those nobles are dirty? Just a moment ago they were still looking down on you. Aiden shook his head slightly. What's there to care about? All humans are the same. They cling to you when you're successful and discard you when you're no longer useful. Don't trust me too much, I'm a human being, after all. I believe in you, Curse suddenly said, but Aiden couldn't bear such emotion, he felt a little uncomfortable. Curse spoke slowly, you're more like a troll than a human, so my trust is 100%, the feeling went from touch to cold instantly. Aiden grumbled resentfully, you're dead meat, when I get home, I'm going to drink 100 bottles of miracle potion. While the two were silently sizing each other up, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, the swordsmanship you just used, is it the mercenary king's? This made Aiden jump in surprise, she recognized his master's swordsmanship. More importantly, Aiden recognized this energy, as expected, she would come looking for him, the last person he needed to meet. Thinking this, Aiden didn't turn around, he calmly said, have you seen this swordsmanship before? The girl shook her head and smiled, no, I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. The mercenary king's swordsmanship can render all defenses useless, if he were a knight, he would surely have many achievements. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but curse inwardly, him, a knight, he'd tell her to throw that title to the dogs if it didn't bring him money. But Aiden didn't say it, he calmly smiled and replied, that's right, but isn't this party a bit boring? I hate these formal events. No matter how much the person in front of him changed their appearance, how could Aiden forget her presence after fighting her hundreds of times? He looked intently at the person beside him, then after a long while, curled his lips into a sneer, right, Niceta Florence. In an instant, the air here felt like it plunged into an ice cellar, so cold it was frightening. Feeling she couldn't hide it any longer, Niceta returned to her original form, coldly snorting, you know, don't you, let me ask you something. She asked how Aiden awakened the sword at his side. Aiden knew Niceta would come when she saw Beelzebub, but he was crazy to say so. He chuckled nervously and explained, I had help from a friend. But Niceta had caught his evasiveness, she coldly snorted, intentionally avoiding the question, you. Immediately, she unleashed her own aura, causing Aiden to be startled. Niceta coldly spoke again, I'll ask you again, where does the demonic energy in you come from? Aiden pressed his lips together defiantly, as expected, it was a dense and deadly mana source, she actually sensed the Underlord's energy. They could discuss that later, although in their past lives they had once had swords at each other's throats. Let's try something different this time. Thinking this, Aiden slowly said, I'm on your side. Niceta narrowed her eyes at him, coldly asking, my side, as if you know about me. Unintentionally smiling, Aiden raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, leader of the Black Mage Gang, the Flame of Florence, the Silver Sorcerer, the last descendant of the Black Mage Kingdom, the Florence Kingdom, and the mastermind of the White Moon Intellectual Group, is that enough? The expression on Niceta's face immediately stiffened, and her energy also weakened, she pressed her lips together fiercely. How do you know so much? Aiden smiled sincerely and replied, we don't have much time, something is about to happen. Niceta was not satisfied with this answer, she spoke sternly, stop evading and answer me. But at this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the courtyard below. Niceta's face turned to fear, she gripped her weapon tightly, pressing her lips together and saying, dark magic used to summon undead, I didn't expect them to escalate things to this extent. Aiden calmly laughed, these guys always follow the same pattern, you seem to have many questions for me, but let's deal with this first. Without waiting for her reply, Aiden continued, you're here to capture the Chaos Heretical Dark Mags, aren't you? This surprised Niceta even more, he even knows I'm here to capture Chaos, just who is this guy? After a long silence, she coldly said, we'll continue our conversation another time. As soon as she finished speaking, Niceta's figure vanished without a trace. Aiden wasn't too surprised, he stood there calmly, I'll let Niceta handle that side, now, let's handle this side, shall we? At this moment, a swarm of undead rose from the magic circle. Inside the banquet hall, knights appeared to stop the undead. Even Tyan joined the battle. Being a swordsman, he could easily kill the undead. Tyan glanced at the crowd and said, don't be afraid, they are just weak undead. Up on the upper floor, Aiden still stood there, Curse jumped out and said, even that young count has advanced aura blade. Aiden calmly replied, achieving advanced aura blade means he's very strong, it's just that he chose the wrong opponent just now. In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, the scene below was chaotic, like an afternoon market, because a giant undead had appeared. Tyan's face immediately turned serious, this is too dangerous, we need reinforcements, but at that moment, a figure suddenly dashed past. This shocked Tyan. It was Daer, charging straight ahead. Seeing this, Curse couldn't help but exclaim, that Daer seems to be about to reach the Grand Master Swordsman level. Aiden slightly nodded in agreement, you're right, he's on the verge of becoming a semi-Grand Master. Tyan is strong, but having a friend and opponent like Daer is really bad luck for him. At this moment, Curse curiously asked, but why aren't you helping them? Why are you just lounging around here? Aiden pouted and replied, they can handle it themselves, besides, there's something I need to confirm. Curse asked doubtfully, something you need to confirm. Below, among the limbless undead, an undead in iron armor suddenly appeared. Tyan sensed his presence, he quickly shouted, I feel a huge source of evil energy somewhere. In the chaotic battle, the armored zombie slowly walked forward. His eyes were bloodshot and he kept muttering Daer's name. Immediately after confirming Daer's location, he gripped his sword, taking a step back with his left foot to gather momentum. A tearing sound of wind appeared, and the undead's figure dashed forward like lightning. Daer sensed the approaching killing intent, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. By the time he realized the direction, it was too late. The undead was already charging with his blade. As the massive figure drew closer, Daer's face paled, but his body felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Just then, Aiden appeared in time, using his shield to block in front of him. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the undead before him. Finally, the one who ruined the banquet had arrived. He was the strongest undead, the Death Knight. Aiden sensed something was amiss, and sure enough, although it was the strongest undead, with Daer being a semi-grand master, he should be able to handle it. Aiden had always wondered why Daer lost in his past life. But this one had enhanced his strength with dark magic, surpassing even a Grand Master. Aiden wouldn't have been able to block its attack without the Banshee shield. Now he understood why Daer had lost. At that moment, Aiden heard the Death Knight muttering something. He frowned reflexively. What's he saying? While he was confused, the Death Knight swung his sword, each word punctuated by the blow. I don't need those other insects. Only then did Aiden realize the problem. He should have realized it from the beginning. He should have realized that the undead weren't advancing to attack, but to separate the knights from Daer. Therefore, everything was orchestrated to kill Daer. While Aiden was still confused, the Death Knight's sword kept swinging, forcing him to retreat. Aiden gritted his teeth. He expected a semi-grand master Death Knight to be overwhelmingly powerful just from blocking attacks, but he wasn't ordinary either. Thinking this, Aiden shouted, Sir Daer, now. Following his shout, Daer charged from behind, thrusting his lance at the Death Knight. Although his attack was swift, the Death Knight was able to parry it, only retreating 2 steps. Seeing this, Daer's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, He parried my lance so easily. Aiden calmly said beside him, Judging by his magical power, I sense he's at least a semi-grand master. But why, out of everyone, was Daer the target, who benefited most from his disappearance, who saw him as a thorn in their side? Thinking about it, Aiden finally thought of someone. Yes, it could only be one person. At this rate, overshadowed by his younger brother Daer, despite being the eldest son of the family, he was just an ordinary knight, a place where the ruler was chosen based on ability, that damned Silbita. In the past, Aiden thought he became the Night King due to luck and this incident, so this was how he stole the throne. And that damned father secretly colluded with black mags he didn't know about. The deeper you dig, the more rotten it gets. At this point, Daer suddenly exclaimed, How the hell do we fight someone like that? Aiden glanced at him and whispered, Sir Daer, I have a plan. Hearing this, Daer exclaimed in surprise, You say you have a way to fight such a powerful monster? Aiden smiled mysteriously and said, It's a tactic that can easily defeat even stronger enemies. It's a tactic I developed myself. It's called the provocation strategy. Daer's expression immediately froze. That's called a tactic. But at this point, he had no other choice. He agreed, Alright, let's try it, this provocation strategy. Curse unexpectedly asked, Is there ever a time you don't provoke your enemy? Aiden raised an eyebrow and chuckled, That means it's effective, plus, giving it a name makes it sound more legitimate. At that moment, the Death Knight began muttering, Daer must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. He moved with wind-splitting speed, his body constantly enveloped in a powerful aura. Seeing this, Daer's expression turned serious, but he still held his lance firmly. Very quickly, the Death Knight's sharp blade struck toward him. Only this time, it was still blocked by Aiden. As expected, Silbita was a master of betrayal, but things won't be as easy as he expects this time. I won't let him succeed. You're interrupting me again, the Death Knight angrily roared, Annoying fly, get lost. But at that moment, Daer, who was protected by Aiden from behind, suddenly channeled his power. The Death Knight was slightly startled, his bloodshot eyes slightly narrowed. In the blink of an eye, Aiden and Death Knight were hit by a stream of energy. Seeing this scene, Aiden couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As expected of a semi-grand master, it was hard to believe that he was serious. If Daer's blow had hit directly, even a Death Knight would have been torn apart. Daer retracted his spear, frowning and muttering, I can't sense anything from him. Just as he finished speaking, he felt the killing intent coming towards him, and his expression immediately became ugly. The Death Knight leaped from the air, fiercely striking down with his blade. But his blade struck something, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. This enraged the Death Knight, making him gnash his teeth. The one who blocked the blow was none other than Aiden. He flew out, his face unfazed, laughing, blocked again, too easy, way too easy. This successfully enraged the Death Knight. He furiously cursed, I'll kill you first, Daer. Having just spoken, he swung his blade to attack again. But Aiden and Daer coordinated perfectly. One defending, one attacking, rendering the Death Knight helpless. In the blink of an eye, the area became a pile of rubble, everywhere scarred by slashes and wounds. But the Death Knight was extremely dissatisfied. Fury was clearly written all over his face. On the opposite side, Daer, behind Aiden, gasped twice before speaking. We've blocked all his attacks, but we can't land an effective one. How can we even scratch him? But the person in front didn't answer. Aiden only lowered his head, hiding his smug expression. Daer was a little confused. He anxiously called out, "Young Master Aiden," but the only response was Aiden's idiotic laughter. Curse saw this and sighed helplessly. Isn't the Dragon Slayer King's state rather strange? Beelzebub, you controlling him? The Beelzebub in Aiden's hand trembled slightly as if in protest. No, my underlord, not me. At that moment, Aiden suddenly spoke. I'm still conscious, so don't worry. Curse immediately snorted coldly. Worry? Nonsense. If you die, I'll be in danger too. Chuckling softly, Aiden cheerfully said, don't be embarrassed. I'm not unable to attack. I'm choosing not to. Curse was astonished. You're choosing not to. Calmly nodding, Aiden slowly explained. Right now, this guy can't be harmed by my strength alone. That's why I need the power of this shield. Curse became even more bewildered. He vaguely asked, you intend to fight with the Banshee? Aiden replied with a mysterious smile. It's simple. The Banshee shield is enveloped by spiritual energy tainted by madness. As you said before, the more one uses the shield, the more it's filled with madness, and the user becomes stronger in proportion to their madness. That's your current state. Having just finished speaking, Aiden's figure disappeared in a flash. This sudden action startled the Death Knight. Before he could react, Aiden had already sliced across him. He grinned triumphantly. I can reach the level of a half-Grand Master. Behind him, Daer was stunned. What the? He was hiding his strength this whole time. Though he knew Aiden was strong from the previous battle, he didn't think he'd reach the level of a half-Grand Master like himself. That's not quite right. It's more than just a half-Grand Master. Daer thought Aiden was strong enough to overwhelm that Death Knight. Unaware of his thoughts, Aiden was still pleased with his performance. He smirked and said, the madness is making me a little off-kilter. Curse said helplessly, Dragon Slayer King, it seems all your equipment, starting with Beelzebub, is a bit unusual. Shrugging indifferently, Aiden casually replied, the better the equipment, the more flaws it has. Curse grumbled in dissatisfaction. What nonsense is that? They say equipment reflects a part of its owner. But perhaps it's been too long. This madness is starting to become unpleasant. Aiden has to end this soon. Thinking this, he began activating his agility ring. At the same time, the Death Knight charged towards him. But Aiden's speed was like lightning. His figure vanished. The Death Knight muttered darkly, insect, die. He had barely finished speaking when a flash of light suddenly appeared from afar, startling him. By the time he reacted, a large gash had appeared on his waist. Gritting his teeth, the Death Knight yelled angrily, I can't see you anywhere, insect. Aiden sneered, I'm right here, slow-witted fool. But as he finished speaking, another sword strike came, leaving a large wound on the Death Knight's back. Outside, Daer saw this battle. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Aiden was actually faster than before. He had become so strong that he would only get in the way if he participated. Inside the battle, Aiden suddenly burst out with murderous intent. He coldly said, go ahead and wait. I will send your master, the Night King, down with you soon. Seemingly at once, his sword unleashed a flurry of strikes. The Death Knight was unwilling. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Death, if I die, the mission fails. At this point, his footing suddenly became steadier. Immediately after, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Daer, who had been calmly observing the battle, suddenly saw the Death Knight charging towards him, his face showing a flicker of panic. Very quickly, the Death Knight's body closed in on him. He roared fiercely, the mission must not fail. Aiden, watching from behind, was slightly startled. Why did he suddenly bolt out like that? He was about to finish him off. But at that moment, Aiden realized something else, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Daer was equally shocked. He whispered, what suddenly happened? The Death Knight's blade was now falling towards Daer. Aiden wanted to help, but he couldn't even look after himself. The side effects of the agility ring had appeared. Like this, everything would unfold exactly as Silbita planned, and Daer would die. The situation was truly critical. If that single strike landed, Daer would be dead. Luckily, at that moment, Tyan appeared from nowhere, charging forward with his sword to save Daer. Although he knew Daer was much stronger than him and couldn't defeat the Death Knight, he couldn't let his friend and rival die like this. At that moment, Tyan remembered Aiden's words, that his sword was too light compared to Tyrid's. Realizing the implication, Tyan's steps became confident. His sword, infused with mana, struck without hesitation. The Death Knight's body was cleaved in two. Even before his demise, he still muttered about his mission. Alas, he turned to dust, the Death Knight fell, and the surrounding undead disappeared. The soldiers were a little slow to react. When they finally reacted, they looked at Tyan standing there, muttering in disbelief, he defeated the Death Knight with one blow. Did young Master Tyan defeat it? Immediately, they surrounded Tyan, cheering incessantly. Young master, you defeated the Death Knight, living up to the expectations of a Grand Master Swordsman's heir. Tyan's face showed no joy. Daer approached from afar, smiling in praise. Tyan, you've finally become a semi-Grand Master and saved my life. He said Tyan was truly his rival, and he would surely repay this favor. Tyan glanced at Daer's outstretched hand. A moment of hesitation flickered in his eyes, but he finally reached out to take it. After the ordeal, the banquet hall finally erupted in joyful cheers. At this moment, Daer remembered someone else. He hastily said, "Furthermore, we shouldn't forget him, young Master Aiden." But when he looked, Aiden had vanished. He frowned in astonishment. Where is he? Hearing Aiden's name, Tyan's face became serious. He still didn't feel like he had truly defeated the Death Knight. Elsewhere, in a dark corner of the castle, Aiden walked shakily, his body worn out from the forced power surge. "My work is done, I'm going home to rest." Curse read his thoughts and couldn't help but say, "Shouldn't you enjoy the victory a little?" Aiden sighed helplessly. "If I don't rest now, I'll probably die." "Enjoy what?" "It's too early to feel the joy of victory. This is just the beginning." But thinking about Sylbita colluding with the Black Mags, who knows what else is planned behind my back in the past. Curse read Aiden's thoughts. He slowly said, "At least the timing was right. Things almost went according to the Night King's plan." Aiden ignored him and strolled forward. Soon, he saw Nyseta, looking like an angel of death, standing beside the corpses on the ground. A bit of blood still stained her face. She wiped it away, her expression devoid of emotion. Seeing this, Aiden sighed. "I told you, that woman Nyseta is unbelievably strong." Thanks to her swift handling of the chaos, the summoning was destroyed and the Death Knight vanished. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. At that moment, Lo ran up from afar. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The zombies suddenly attacked outside. Aiden's body trembled, dissatisfiedly said, "Look at me, are you okay? Where have you been all this time?" Lo cried without tears, sadly said, "I'm sorry, I ran into the zombies." Aiden felt helpless towards him, adding a few more words to let him help him back to his room to rest. After a chaotic night, dawn broke at the royal palace. Aiden was still snug in his bed, his sleeping posture couldn't have been worse. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Aiden rubbed his sore eyes, sighing and muttering, "I fell asleep as soon as I entered the room. I wonder how many hours I've slept." However, he didn't notice a stranger in his room. When Nyseta spoke, he was startled. "You can sleep a little longer," she said. Aiden involuntarily shouted loudly, a sound that could have echoed through the mountains, but Nyseta calmly responded, "No one will come. No matter how loudly you shout, I've erected a soundproof barrier around this area." "Oh," Aiden replied indifferently after regaining his composure. He knew this would happen, but he didn't expect her to appear the very next day. Thinking this, Aiden doubtfully asked, "How did you get in here?" Nyseta casually replied, "Sneaking into a place like this is easier than strangling a goblin. Now it's your turn to answer me." At this point, her demeanor instantly changed. She coldly asked, "How do you know about me?" Aiden flinched slightly, his expression immediately turned serious. Such killing intent right after waking up, seriously, he thought, but Nyseta didn't care what he thought. She coldly said, "If you try anything, I'll kill you instantly." Aiden frowned at her, regaining his composure. "I only want to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Nyseta, because we share a goal," he said. Nyseta was slightly surprised. She quickly withdrew her killing intent. Doubtfully, she asked, "A royal of the Empire sharing a goal with me, do you know my goal is?" But before Nyseta could finish, Aiden interrupted, "Because I despise black mags." As soon as he said that, Nyseta's face fell. Her killing intent flared up again, leaving Aiden astonished. What an unpredictable woman, he thought. Nyseta narrowed her eyes at him and coldly snapped, "Say it again, what about black mags?" Aiden didn't panic. Calmly, he said, "It seems that nowadays, black mags have forgotten their principles." This sent Nyseta into shock again. Regardless of her reaction, Aiden continued, "Some time ago, someone said that originally, dark magic was a power created to cleanse lands tainted by dark mana and to fight monsters. The black mags of today are straying from their path. They need to correct the course of the traitorous black mags." And Aiden felt the same way. He despised the traitorous black mags, especially the chaotic ones who attacked the royal palace yesterday. Having said this, he got out of bed and said with a friendly smile, "Is that enough to maintain a friendly relationship?" Aiden's words left Nyseta stunned. Not only did a royal know about the nature of dark magic, but he also knew of the black mag's existence. Is this the truth, or just a way to get out of this situation? Seeing her silence, Aiden smiled again. "You can think about it a little more. In return, I'll give you some useful information." Nyseta narrowed her eyes and said, "You think there's something I don't know, even though I'm in the intelligence organization?" Aiden nodded calmly and whispered in her ear, "Of course, because only I know this. This is something that will happen in the future, it is." Before he could finish, the door suddenly opened. Lo entered with Tyan, smiling and saying, "Young master, you have a visitor." Tyan, without noticing the situation, said, "Young Master Aiden, I need to tell you." But Aiden and the woman were in a very ambiguous position. Upon seeing it, Tyan froze like a statue. The door slammed shut. "You disappeared too." Aiden knew what they thought and quickly called out, "It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Tyan, let me explain." A moment later, Aiden let Tyan in, but the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tyan still hadn't forgotten the previous scene. He coughed and asked, "So, are you done with your business?" Aiden sighed helplessly. "It's not what you think, we were just talking." But no matter how he explained, Tyan's expression clearly showed a terrible misunderstanding. At least, he had said everything he wanted to convey to Niseta before seeing her off. Going back a few minutes, Aiden had said what he needed to tell Niseta, but she exclaimed in shock, "You want me to believe that now? A drought in Barken territory, the land of abundance. That's an agricultural land that has never experienced a drought since the Empire's founding, and you're saying a drought will suddenly occur there? This is incredibly hard to believe." "Believe me?" Aiden nodded affirmatively, then urged urgently, "More importantly, we need to get Tyan back. If this continues, there will be an undeserved misunderstanding about me." Hearing this, Niseta asked with some dissatisfaction, "Are you still afraid of misunderstanding? You are already famous for being a bastard." Aiden sighed, pushed her out and spoke, "Just believe me now and we will talk later." Niseta glanced at him, coldly warning, "It better not be a lie, otherwise I will find you to deal with even if you run away." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but shiver. "It's about to be a drought. Why do I feel so cold? Whatever, when the drought comes, Niseta will believe me." Back to reality, Aiden looked at Tyan and asked, "Why are you at my office?" Tyan hesitated, remaining silent for a long time. Aiden narrowed his eyes, continuing, "Are you here to fight again?" But he didn't notice. Tyan's arm, hidden under his clothes, was clenched so tightly that the veins bulged. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Even though I'm annoyed, you are the true owner of that sword. As my father said, you deserve it more than I do." Aiden was bewildered. "What the heck, why are you stating the obvious?" he asked doubtfully. "Did you come here just to say that?" Tyan hesitated for a moment, a look of discomfort on his face. Immediately afterward, he suddenly bowed his head and said, "Thank you." Aiden was even more confused. He suddenly bowed and thanked me. Is this really the arrogant young master from yesterday? While he was confused, Tyan continued, "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my best friend. I'm very grateful. Everyone says you killed the Death Knight and protected the royal family, but I think you probably already realized." The undead disappeared before Tyan could strike it, but in that moment, he clearly saw the way to surpass the Grand Master Swordsman's realm that you taught me. Hearing this, Aiden breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought he would be as stubborn as his father. I guess I was wrong." But Aiden rejoiced too soon. After those words of gratitude, Tyan said with fighting spirit, "Then, young Master Aiden, I accept you as my rival." The expression on Aiden's face immediately froze. Tyan, on the other hand, laughed happily. "You're the second person I've accepted as a rival after Daer. Be proud." He said that one day he will defeat Aiden and reclaim his family's heirloom, so don't let your guard down. Aiden felt like hitting someone. He retracted his words. "He's not like tired. Those two are really cut from the same cloth, like father, like son." After that, they talked for a while longer before parting ways. A few days later, Aiden's group finally returned. Lo sat inside the carriage with Aiden. He slowly spoke, "We're approaching Regressed territory." Aiden nodded indifferently. How's your wound?" Lo quickly replied, "Thanks to the divine medicine you gave me, my wound is completely healed. I'm very grateful for such an expensive gift." Smiling involuntarily, Aiden proudly said, "That's why you should treat me well." The scoundrel Lo nodded without hesitation. "Yes, my lord." Aiden glanced at the pile of gifts beside him, thinking to himself, "The royal family is really rich. They gave me enough money to buy several mansions as a thank you. And thanks to that, he bought some things he needed and some gifts for his parents and colleagues." Aiden also bought things that suited everyone's tastes. He should have personally chosen a gift for Eldest. "I wonder if she'll like this." Looking at the teddy bear in the large pile of gifts, Aiden hoped the little girl would like it. A few hours later, Aiden's carriage entered Maryland, in Regressed territory. Surprisingly, a large crowd of people gathered, constantly cheering to welcome Aiden. "Congratulations, young Master Aiden. Our troll prince young master has protected the royal family from the undead." Aiden, sitting in the carriage, felt a little dissatisfied hearing those nicknames. "I didn't expect the news to spread so far." Curse couldn't help but tease, "Good news travels fast." Aiden sighed helplessly. "Anyway, I'm still not used to this kind of welcome, even though I've seen it many times." But at that moment, his eyes caught sight of something. Immediately afterward, Aiden shouted, "Oh my god, what is that?" What he was referring to was a golden statue by the roadside. Also noticing something, he asked doubtfully, "This face looks familiar." While he was confused, Lo chuckled and explained, "Actually, to commemorate the battle you won, the Duke secretly prepared this." Hearing this, Aiden burst into tears, sadly muttering, "Father, why? But looking at the statue's muscles, he praised, "Isn't it very beautiful?" Curse, upon hearing this, complained angrily, "It's disgusting, get rid of it, I'm going to vomit." A moment later, at the Duke of Remez's residence, Aiden went in with Lo. He glanced at him and instructed, "I'll go see my father, you clean up these gifts." Then Aiden went alone to Fried's room, cursing inwardly, "Why did they make that horrible thing without telling me? I have to talk to my father." Aiden walked alone down the hallway, encountering some servants. Although they still greeted him, he noticed something. Everyone had a strange expression today. Did he do something to make them uncomfortable? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It was all because of that ugly statue. Because of it, Aiden looked like a pervert. Carrying indignation, Aiden went to knock on Fried's room door. He pushed the door open and walked in, smiling awkwardly and saying, "Dad, it's me. I've seen that statue before." Fried suddenly felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry." Aiden was a little surprised. "It's not that serious, Father. You apologized so quickly. I feel like the bad guy." He quickly smiled and said, "The statue is fine." But Fried sighed and reluctantly said, "I tried to stop them, because they were the ones you brought back, but things went beyond my control." This made Aiden a little confused. He asked questioningly, "Father, what are you suddenly talking about?" Fried slowly explained, "The father and son you brought back have been taken away by the heresy investigators under the orders of Holy Fire." Hearing this, Aiden suddenly realized that he was talking about Joseph and Ellis. Fried's tone was a little awkward. He continued, "The investigators said they were carrying out a mission, but when they demanded the arrest of the father and son, I refused because they were the ones you brought back. But Joseph himself said he would obey the order, saying he would go willingly, so Fried couldn't stop him." Aiden became increasingly angry. He slammed the table. He asked through gritted teeth, "They've been taken to Holy Fire's headquarters, haven't they, Father?" Fried was a little surprised by his reaction and hesitantly replied, "I think so." Receiving the answer, Aiden turned and left, leaving Fried standing there dumbfounded. He quickly called out, "Son, remember, we are not allowed to interfere with the 3 great commandments. If we do, not only you but our whole family will." Before he could finish, Aiden waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Father, I'm just going to say goodbye to them one last time." Fried frowned at him, and after a long moment, he instructed, "Be careful then." Immediately afterward, Aiden left the room. Curse then appeared and said, "Dragon Slayer King, your inside and outside are truly different." At this moment, Aiden's face was grim. He said coldly, "If I say what I want to do, I'll be arrested immediately. They dare to arrest my people, they dare to touch those two, I will crush everything." The 3 major temples on the continent are Holy Fire Palace, the Temple of Justice, and the Temple of Slaughter. These places represent and symbolize their respective gods. Even the Empire cannot easily interfere. Those chosen by the gods to represent divine commands are called saints. They are the intermediaries who convey the will and power of the gods on earth and are the connection between humanity and divinity. But the situation of Holy Fire Palace is now different, unlike other temples. Holy Fire Palace hasn't had a saint for several decades. A prestigious temple losing its symbolic saint will eventually decline. For several decades, Holy Fire Palace has gradually lost its power and now only retains 1/5 of its former strength. Aiden's carriage had arrived. They had traveled some distance. The carriage driver said, "We've arrived." Aiden quickly jumped out of the carriage and stretched refreshingly. When he was a mercenary, he always traveled by carriage like this. It felt nostalgic. Then, Aiden looked at Bobon and said, "We got here so quickly thanks to you." "Thank you." Bobon smiled politely. "You're an important client of ours." "It's nothing." Bobon used shortcuts known only to traders, allowing them to arrive much faster. This was also why Aiden continued using this merchant caravan after selling the giant demon. Then he remembered someone else was with him. Lo was constantly retching. Aiden sighed helplessly. "Lo, you'll vomit up everything you ate yesterday if this continues. Rest here." Then Aiden glanced at the temple in front of them. Despite its weakened state, it was still one of the 3 major temples. Then he looked at Bobon and said, "By the way, you're right." Bobon sighed, "Didn't I tell you? Holy Fire Palace is currently closed. You can't enter. You insisted on going, so I brought you here." At that moment, a man with a young boy came to beg for treatment, but the guards at the gate flatly refused. Aiden found this puzzling. During this time, Holy Fire Palace's main temple should be busy treating the people, but instead, the priests guarding the gate were blocking entry. The closure occurred around the time Joseph and his daughter were arrested. There must be some connection. Seeing Aiden's confusion, Bobon said, "How do you plan to enter?" Aiden smirked and said, "I always have a way." Having said that, he sneered with a wicked smile. Seeing his expression, Bobon was slightly frightened. What trouble is he going to cause now? A moment later, at the entrance of Holy Fire Palace, the priests on duty suddenly detected an intruder. It was Aiden, approaching from a distance. He calmly introduced himself. "I am Aiden Remez of the Duke Remez family. I have business inside and wish to enter." Hearing this, a priest immediately stopped him. "I'm sorry, but the temple is currently closed to outsiders, no one can enter, regardless of who you are. Aiden remained firm, I must enter. The priest stubbornly blocked his way. They began arguing at the gate, neither willing to yield. Losing patience, Aiden coldly ordered, open the gate. The guard priest couldn't take it anymore and angrily said, look, I said no. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly flew straight up into the sky. He was pinned to the ground by Aiden. The remaining priest, witnessing this, flew into a rage, his lips pressed together as he snarled, you dare attack a temple guardian, even if you come from a duke's family, you won't escape this. Unfortunately, Aiden didn't yield, he swung his fist again. This punch landed directly on the man's neck, knocking both guards unconscious. High above, Bobon was speechless at the sight. They say you can't teach old dogs new tricks, and this proved it true. At the same time, after subduing the guards, Aiden strode confidently into the temple, not forgetting to warn Curse, be careful. Curse, slightly surprised, asked, why are you suddenly so worried about me? Aiden slowly explained, this place is full of divine power, as he said. The moment the door opened, Curse felt a wave of discomfort. The priests inside, seeing the door open, initially thought it was time for a shift change, but then they saw Aiden enter. Aiden ignored them, exclaiming, it's really spacious inside. Curse then inquisitively asked, by the way, do you know where Joseph and his daughter are? Aiden calmly shook his head, I don't know, he said. Curse, surprised, asked, then how do you plan to find them? You said you had a way, but you didn't explain. At that moment, many priests had gathered. Curse suddenly thought of something and asked suspiciously, you don't intend to defeat all of them, do you? Aiden chuckled, I'm not crazy enough to make the whole temple my enemy, I just need to ring the weeping bell, he said, and as soon as he finished, he activated his ring, moving like a gust of wind past the priests. Curse still didn't understand. He asked questioningly, what's the weeping bell? Aiden slowly explained, it's a rule of the Holy Fire Palace. When faced with injustice or a serious illness, one could use the bell to meet the high priest, but then people started ringing it for trivial reasons, so the Holy Fire Palace moved it to the top of the temple to prevent its use. Hearing this, Curse asked questioningly, then why didn't they just get rid of the bell? Aiden found this amusing, he said with a sneer, but as I said, they can't get rid of the bell because it's the rule. Seeing Aiden running towards the bell, the priests immediately shouted warnings about the intruder, ordering his capture at all costs. But they couldn't keep up with Aiden's speed. He ran further than expected, the bell was farther away than he thought. He activated his ring for the third time, and soon the distance between him and the bell narrowed. The weeping bell came into his view. Aiden smiled contentedly. If he could ring it, all his plans would succeed perfectly. But the protagonist often encounters obstacles. A priest suddenly appeared and swung a mace at him. With a loud crash, rocks and dust flew everywhere, obscuring the area in a cloud of smoke and dust. Fortunately, Aiden dodged before the mace hit him. He gritted his teeth angrily. Almost got me, he muttered, the previous attack having been aimed directly at him, even with the ring's help. The priest then spoke, I demand you pass the other guards but not ring the bell. This was Barley, the Holy Fire Palace's highest-ranking guard and protector of the Weeping Bell. Seeing Barley's physique, Curse exclaimed in astonishment, Dragon Slayer King, is he even human? Aiden shook his head slightly, don't ask me, it's the first time I've seen a human-like orc, he replied. Immediately, he drew his sword. Importantly, he'd used up his daily limit of the speed ring, he had no other choice. Aiden then said in a low voice, if you obstruct me, I'll take you down, step aside. Hearing this, Barley laughed scornfully, an intruder dares to threaten me, that's ridiculous, you seem to be at a high level of aura blade, huh? He then gripped his mace tightly. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Barley coldly snorted, intruder, thanks to you, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Aiden didn't dare be careless, he quickly raised his sword to defend, but Barley's strength was overwhelming, and his face immediately fell. Is this strong and doesn't use mana? In terms of raw strength, Barley was even stronger than Marquis Tyrid. Aiden had never encountered anyone this strong, even in his past life. Barley laughed again, no one in the temple can withstand my attack, but you're quite strong, I'm interested. Hearing this, Curse couldn't help but comment, the stronger people get, the crazier they become. Is that normal? Aiden sighed helplessly. No, it's just that you keep encountering strange people. The two of them began to argue. Meanwhile, Barley attacked again. Aiden had no choice but to fight back. He thought, and the bracelet on his wrist glowed. In an instant, the spirit shield Banshee appeared in Aiden's hand. He intended to block Barley's attack with it and then counterattack. But in an instant, the mace struck, shattering the shield. Aiden's eyes widened in shock and horror. He was struck by Barley's mace. He spat out fresh blood. Curse anxiously called out, Dragon Slayer King. Aiden's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He hit the ground hard, dust flying everywhere. Aiden lay there, showing no signs of moving. Barley approached from a distance. Seeing Aiden's state, he smirked, fallen already, what a disappointment, intruder, I thought I'd get some training. But he also felt a surge of joy, immediately afterward. Barley stepped into the cloud of dust. He roared, "Now, I'll send you to the gods." But as soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly whizzed past him. His eyes widened in surprise. He could still move after my attack. That's close. If Aiden had moved just a little, he would have been in danger. He hid behind the smoke and threw a sword imbued with aura. Barley scoffed disdainfully, "A valiant effort, but alas, your final attempt has vanished into thin air. A knight without a sword is as good as dead." Having said that, he charged at Aiden with his mace. But at that moment, Aiden not only showed no fear but also smirked, a mixture of 3 parts smugness and 7 parts madness. Seeing this smile, Barley was slightly startled. Is smiling? Is he this ecstatic about meeting the king of hell? At that moment, he realized something. The sword was aimed at the bell of morning. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The sword was already near the bell. Under Barley's helpless gaze, the sword pierced the bell of morning. Barley's face went from green to white. He sneered, "I understand now, your real target was the bell." Then Aiden's low voice echoed, "The bell has rung, now bring out the high priest." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed. Aiden collapsed to the ground. Barley shook his head helplessly, muttering, "You outsmarted me this time." The bell of morning resonated throughout the silent temple. Aiden's goal had finally been achieved. A moment later, at the main temple of the Holy Fire Palace. After being healed, Aiden could walk again. He cracked his neck, exclaiming, "The Holy Fire Palace's healing techniques are truly top-notch." Curse panicked, yelling, "Get out of here, these people are too crude." Aiden asked in surprise, "Crude? What are you talking about?" Curse quickly explained, "They channeled pure divine power to heal you. You were unconscious, so you didn't know, but it felt like torture to me." Aiden then scolded him, and the two began arguing like cats and dogs. At that moment, a knock came from outside. Immediately afterward, a priest appeared, smiling, "My apologies, I came to check on you. Pleased to meet you. I am Huckle Corten, the deputy high priest of the Holy Fire Palace." Aiden glanced at him and politely introduced himself. "I am Aiden Remez of the Duke Remez family." He had heard a lot about the deputy high priest, and he seemed different than expected. Curse read his thoughts and asked suspiciously, "You know this deputy high priest?" Aiden nodded slightly. "Of course, is the successor to the high priest. And the worst and last high priest of the Holy Fire Palace. You caused this entire temple to collapse. He's quite extraordinary, bringing down a centuries-old temple in an instant." Aiden was curious about his appearance, but he turned out to be more dignified than expected. After a moment, Aiden said sheepishly, "I apologize for sneaking into the temple." Huckle shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, since you rang the bell, you are now a guest of the temple. Please don't be concerned." Then, he gestured to Barley beside him. "Priest Barley wishes to see you again." Barley poked his head out and smiled. "Pleased to meet you again, young master." Aiden's expression darkened upon seeing him, that ogre with terrifying strength. He didn't want to show his displeasure, so he feigned a smile. "Priest Barley, pleased to meet you again." Barley then apologetically said, "It's a shame your shield broke. The temple has many good shields, feel free to take one." Aiden waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, my shield is a bit special, it can regenerate." Hearing this, Barley's eyes lit up with interest. "Interesting." Curse had anticipated this. He slowly said, "Just as I thought, it's connected to the spirit world, so it can self-repair." Aiden nonchalantly replied, "It's not a shield that can be easily destroyed with a single blow. It certainly hasn't fully recovered since the Death Knight's attack. It will probably take about 4 days to fully recover. Until then, Aiden will have to be more careful." With that, Aiden turned to the two outside the door. "By the way, since I rang the bell, I want to see the high priest. I need to speak with the current high priest about apprehending Joseph and his daughter." Huckle responded with some difficulty, "By the rules, you should be able to meet the high priest, but unfortunately, it's difficult to see him right now. Instead, the current highest authority will meet you." Aiden frowned reflexively. "I can't meet the high priest. First, the lockdown, and now this." Even after ringing the bell, something must have happened to him. However, Aiden didn't voice his suspicions and followed Huckle. He thought he could meet the current high priest, Kurtle. Curse, hearing the name, asked suspiciously, "Do you have a relationship with Kurtle?" Aiden calmly replied, "In my past life, I owed him a debt. When my life was in danger, he helped me. He's a rather enigmatic person. Kurtle saved him in his previous life but didn't need to repay him." If it was Aiden, then he would have demanded everything before saving them. Curse heard and immediately curled his lips and laughed mockingly. "I see you are more like Talos, that demon in hell as usual." After saying 2 sentences, they continued arguing. Huckle stopped before a door. He slowly smiled and said, "This is the person with the highest authority in the temple." Aiden nodded slightly, indicating he understood. But in his heart, he was full of questions. Who was that person? Was it someone authorized, someone even more powerful than the deputy high priest, who could possibly meet such conditions? No matter who it was, Aiden would force the return of Joseph and his daughter. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them entered. Huckle bowed deeply. "This is the person who rang the bell." Aiden looked up. He saw a little girl chewing something. His expression immediately froze. Joseph also saw him and exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, how are you here?" Aiden didn't expect to see Joseph and his daughter here. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Even more surprising, Barley and Ha respectfully bowed to them. Barley spoke in a low voice, "Greetings to the holy body of the God Temple, you who serve the fire god, you who represent the god, Saint Eldest." Hearing this, Aiden exclaimed in shock, "What, the holy body?" After a moment of intense shock, Aiden was led into a private room by Joseph to talk. He glared at him and said unhappily, "Explain yourself, Joseph." Joseph knew he was angry and quickly smiled, "I'll explain everything, but first, let me reintroduce myself." Then, he stood up from his chair, bowed, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Joseph, a former member of the Seven Stars Society, serving the Master of the Fire God." The Seven Stars Society. Aiden was so shocked he jumped up from the table. The Seven Stars Society was founded by the 7 greatest alchemists in China at the Holy Fire Palace. "No wonder I didn't meet any alchemists like him in my past life." Seeing his reaction, Curse asked in astonishment, "So surprising." Aiden seriously explained, "The Holy Fire Palace monopolizes all Chinese alchemists on the continent. Those with the best skills in the Seven Stars Society hold power." After regaining his composure, Aiden doubtfully asked, "Why is someone in your position here with your daughter?" Joseph hesitated for a long time before speaking. Every 40 years, a saint is born and takes the position of high priest. The chosen saint fulfills their duties for 40 years as a saint. After those 40 years, a new saint is born, and the candidate for the new saint is born with a holy mark. But 10 years ago, candidates for the new saint, born with the holy mark, began to be killed one by one. From those who had just reached adulthood to 1-year-old babies, all of them were killed. And Ellis is one of those with a holy mark. What parent would just watch their daughter be killed? So they went to the farthest place, a place the temple couldn't find. Hearing this, Aiden nodded clearly, "I understand." Joseph continued sorrowfully, "But recently, a shocking event, the murder of candidates for the saint's position, has occurred in the temple." Aiden was a little panicked. "Around this time in my past life, I don't remember anything like this happening in the Holy Fire Palace. What's going on?" A few days ago, at the Duke Regressed mansion, a group of priests stormed in, but Speely stopped them. "Once again, I emphasize, without the Duke's permission, no one can take these guests out of this mansion." The leading priest questioned him resentfully, "How dare you obstruct the execution of the Holy Temple? No matter how prestigious the Duke is, obstructing the temple's duties will have appropriate consequences." So the two began to argue loudly, like a bustling market. At that moment, the door was suddenly opened. Seeing who came out, Speely immediately warned, "You shouldn't come out now." The priest waved his hand and said, "Joseph, it's me." "You're Joseph," he said, glancing at Speely. He hesitantly asked, "Sir Speely, can I talk to him for a bit?" In fact, he didn't want to disturb Aiden, so he came out. Finally, Speely agreed to let them meet. The priest went into Joseph's room. Joseph didn't want to hear his nonsense and asked directly, "Cass, how did you know I was here?" He also questioned Cass about why he knew where he was but didn't come sooner, why he was only doing these things now. Hearing his questions, Cass felt a little remorseful. "Actually, I thought you died after escaping, but I realized I was wrong when no new sin-bearer was born." He learned Joseph's location from the destruction incident of the Cerberus Society. That's why he came to bring Joseph and his daughter back. Joseph glared at Cass and said coldly, "But you shouldn't force it like this. There might still be people targeting the sin-bearer at the temple. I can't leave Ellis in such a dangerous place." His eyes narrowed involuntarily. Cass said awkwardly, "But we have no other choice. There's a reason why we have to bring you back to the temple at all costs." Returning to the present, after hearing the story, Aiden exclaimed in surprise, "The high priest is ill." Joseph nodded silently. Joseph sighed and said, "Yes, neither sacred arts nor medical techniques can cure him. In the worst-case scenario, the holy fire might be extinguished, leading to the destruction of the temple. Therefore, in 4 days, they plan to make Ellis a saint through an awakening ceremony and then use her power to cure the high priest. In this way, the holy fire will burn brighter, and the temple will regain its prestige." At this point, Joseph apologetically said, "I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble by not explaining sooner." Aiden stood there silently, saying nothing. Seeing this, Joseph's heart began to pound. He guessed Aiden might be angry. Actually, Aiden wasn't angry. He was just wondering what was happening. Kurtle should be running around saving people at this time. He was certain that High Priest Kurtle's illness wouldn't occur for another 3 years. Why was a future event moved forward? Aiden began to speculate, perhaps the future had begun to change because of him. A moment later, Aiden learned the whole story from Joseph's mouth, and left the room. Anyway, Aiden now had Joseph's permission to be here. He needed to find out where the future had gone wrong. Knowing Aiden's plan, Curse panicked, "We have to stay in this deadly place longer." Aiden calmly replied, "If we find out why the past changed, we can leave early, so cooperate." While he was thinking, Barley stopped, pointed to a room, and said, "This is where the high priest lives. As I said before, we only have 5 minutes." Aiden nodded slightly and entered the room. As soon as he entered, a terrible smell hit him. Aiden glanced at the person lying on the bed. It was Kurtle. He looked like a corpse. Lying there motionless, his face was pale. Aiden remembered that in his previous life, this kind old man had died before he could repay him. He had intended to do so in this life, but this was unexpected. But at that moment, Aiden discovered something. Around the body of the fox was a dark aura. He frowned instinctively. What was this strange yet familiar energy? Curse jumped in. Haven't you witnessed this many times in your past life? Aiden vaguely asked. I've witnessed it many times. Curse slowly explained. It's a dragon slayer king curse. Aiden's face immediately turned grim. Curse continued. Normally, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see the curse, but because the high priest's soul is in you, you can. And this curse was meticulously and expertly crafted. A weak curse, accumulated over a long time, had brought Kurtle down. Hearing this, Aiden clenched his fist so tightly that it bled. The curse was characteristic of a mage, and the fact that it had been accumulating for a long time meant the high priest had faced an assassination attempt by a mage hiding in the church, so, even in his previous life, it wasn't an illness. Thinking this, Aiden asked, how do we undo this curse? Curse calmly replied, the curse has become one with him. A curse this strong is difficult to break, even for its creator. But if there's a way, it would require a mage who knows the curse's structure completely, or, as Joseph said, injecting Kurtle with as much divine power as possible. Aiden pondered his words. It meant Eldest would be a threat to the curse's creator. If the high priest recovered, all the effort put into the curse would be wasted. Therefore, targeting Eldest was highly likely. He needed to tell Joseph to increase her security. At that moment, a loud scream came from outside. Aiden immediately turned around. He recognized the voice as Eldest's. Aiden ran outside without hesitation. He pressed his lips together fiercely. Have they already acted? At this moment, Aiden was worried about Eldest, not only for her safety but also for the black mage scheme behind it. When Aiden arrived, he saw a crowd surrounding Eldest's room. He squeezed through the crowd, anxiously calling out, Eldest, you all right? But seeing the situation, Aiden was somewhat doubtful. This didn't look like a break-in. He glanced at a woman nearby and asked, what happened? She shook her head in panic. I didn't do anything strange. I only blew out the candle to change the oil, and then she screamed. Hearing this, Aiden looked towards the bed. Eldest was sitting there trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps he realized the problem. The girl always slept with the lights on at the Duke's house. It seemed Eldest still hadn't overcome her trauma from being imprisoned underground. Thinking this, Aiden approached Joseph and suggested, Joseph, can you ask everyone to leave? Joseph was a little doubtful, but eventually went out. The room door slammed shut. Eldest was still consumed by fear. The girl hugged her head, trembling and muttering, it's so dark, so scary. But a warm voice rang out, startling Eldest out of her terror. When she looked up, she saw a strong hand reaching towards her. Aiden looked at her sincerely and softly said, you all right now, Eldest? No one can touch me, not even the Underlord, so don't worry. Seeing him, Eldest's tears welled up. She couldn't hold back and threw herself into Aiden's arms. Eldest cried, soaking Aiden's shirt, but he didn't mind, patiently comforting her. A moment later, the crying in the room finally stopped. Aiden sat next to the little girl, concernedly asking, you feeling better, Eldest? The little girl nodded slightly, but her expression was still stiff. Aiden asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Eldest hesitated for a moment. After a long while, she opened her mouth. Is it okay for me to become a saint? Because you see, when she said this, she stopped. Eldest hesitated for a moment, then said sadly, all the saintesses I've seen in fairy tales are strong, brave, and beautiful. Is someone as cowardly as me really allowed to become a saintess? She said she wasn't kind or special, she just wanted to go back to Aiden's house and play. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but flick Eldest's forehead. The pain made her yell. Her eyes welled up, and her tear-filled gaze looked at Aiden, as if asking why he did that. Aiden slowly explained, those little things you heard are making you overthink. You don't know anything about being a saintess. Eldest asked doubtfully, then you do? Aiden chuckled and said, of course, what do you think I am? In the past, I was friends with a saintess. But he stopped abruptly. The betrayal from his past life resurfaced in Aiden's mind. Could someone like Speaker truly be called a friend? Eldest, unaware of his thoughts, cheerfully said, what kind of friend? Friends? At that moment, Aiden reached out and stroked her head. He calmly smiled and said, a saintess doesn't have to be kind or brave. Ultimately, a saintess is still a human being. If you want to be angry, be angry. If you want to cry, cry. And he told Eldest she could go home anytime she wanted. Hearing this, the girl happily nodded, yes. Aiden thought the conversation was over, but Eldest suddenly asked, but you said you were friends with Big Brother, right? Were you best friends? He shook his head, no, we were just friends. Aiden had a hard time dealing with Eldest. It took him a long time before he could go outside. He sighed helplessly, almost got into trouble. It was even more tiring than a training session. Even Curse couldn't help but exclaim, just listening made me feel like I'd drunk a bottle of holy water. Joseph had been waiting outside. Seeing Aiden, he quickly asked, "Sir, is Ellis all right?" Aiden nodded slightly. "Yes, you can go in and watch over her." Joseph immediately entered, not forgetting to thank him. Only then did Aiden notice someone else was there. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "It was Huckle," he slowly explained. "I heard there was a small problem and you handled it very well. You saved a saintess, the future of our order, so I had to thank you personally." "Ha ha, it's nothing," Aiden replied politely. Then he shook Huckle's hand. The moment their hands touched, Curse sensed a surge of dark energy, his face immediately turning grim. He hurriedly called Aiden. Aiden flinched, eyes full of doubt. "What's wrong? Why are you calling me?" Curse said in a low voice, "That man is a black mage." Aiden's face immediately turned serious, the surrounding air turning frigid. Huckle was a black mage. A moment later, in the dark basement of the Holy Fire Palace, Huckle was there. He slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with fury. "That damned brat is ruining everything. I should have chased and killed the one who escaped with the Holy Seal." At that moment, another priest approached. "Please calm down, sir." But Huckle didn't listen, yelling, "How can I be calm? This sect must be mine, it can't be taken by anyone else. When will those saints arrive?" Hearing his question, the priest immediately replied, "They said they'll arrive soon. I'll inform you when they do." Huckle furrowed his brows, his voice icy. "It doesn't matter when the saints arrive, we just need to kill her. The saintess will be eliminated by an assassin. The saintess awakening ceremony is in 2 days. And he would become the leader of the Holy Fire Palace." Saying this, Huckle laughed triumphantly, like a madman. At the same time, a man in black was secretly observing. It was Aiden. He had guessed there was a black mage in the temple, but he didn't expect it to be Huckle, and that he had accomplices. Curse jumped out laughing. "The moment we shook hands, I sensed dark magic and told you, and I sensed it was quite powerful magic." Aiden snorted coldly. "Filthy black mags. There might be more black mags in the temple besides these two, but something is strange." Hearing this, Curse asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Aiden didn't know why Kurtle's situation was worse than in his past life. Was it because he saved Ellis? First, he had to see who the saints Huckle mentioned were. On the other side, outside the Holy Fire Palace, a figure was secretly appearing. The figure looked into the sky and whispered, "I don't know who you are, but I will lead you in." In the darkness immediately came a reply, "I can't believe it. I don't have enough information before such an important event. Can't you handle this matter more properly?" Hearing this, the other person immediately refused to accept it and refuted, "We had to leave everything behind because of you." Moreover, who knew that the brat with the Holy Spirit was still alive? Aiden was also there. He heard their entire conversation, so that's why Hakan changed his plan, but he'd heard that voice from the other side somewhere before. The other person coldly snorted, "And because he got promoted too quickly, there will be consequences for Mr. Right." This angered the person on the other side, who without hesitation grabbed him by the neck. Immediately afterward, a cold voice echoed, "How dare you threaten me like that? If you're not careful with your words, I'll rip your limbs off." The other person was choked, unable to breathe. He frantically begged for mercy. The other person coldly snorted and threw him to the ground. He stepped out of the shadows, coldly warning, "There won't be a next time." Seeing this, Aiden's anticipation rose. Finally, he saw the other person's face, but upon closer inspection, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. It was actually the Red Knight, Benign Hamer. Hearing Aiden call out his name, Curse questioningly asked, "Is he related to your past life?" Aiden quickly replied, "I believe so. His Silbeater's attack dog." Thinking about it, he became enraged. Now everything's clearer. That damned Silbeater. In his past life, he claimed a black mage was destroying the world and volunteered to eliminate him under the guise of a knight. So the knights were rotten to the core from the beginning. Today, Aiden saw many of their dirty faces. Curse still questioningly asked, "But why did they help Hakan become the leader?" Aiden slowly replied, "It's probably due to succession rights. A powerful family doesn't just rely on military might but also on important backing forces. And with Daer injured in the explosion incident, Silbeater naturally aimed for the top succession position. Now everything has changed because you saved him." But Aiden didn't understand why Silbeater was still so clueless, that treacherous bastard. While consumed by his anger, Aiden didn't notice. He'd exposed his presence. When he realized it, a powerful killing intent was bearing down on him. Benign, without Aiden knowing when, lunged toward him, ferociously shouting, "So there's a rat here." Without hesitation, his aura blade, imbued with mana, instantly charged toward Aiden. Aiden didn't dare delay and quickly dodged to the side. His brow furrowed involuntarily. His swordsmanship was still aggressive. Had he noticed Aiden's presence earlier? At that moment, the priest from before rushed to intervene. "If you keep making such a racket in the middle of the night, it'll make things difficult for me." Benign glared at him and coldly said, "I wouldn't expect such words from someone who can't even recognize a rat following him. You're utterly useless. Get out of here." As soon as those words left his mouth, the priest's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare you?" But it was only lip service, because he was afraid of death. he quickly turned and ran away. Seeing him run like a headless chicken, Benign couldn't help but scoff. If I didn't have a mission, I would have definitely killed that idiot. He then turned his gaze to Aiden and coldly snorted, "Little rat. Considering you could parry my sword, your skills aren't bad. What are you doing here?" Aiden didn't back down. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What if I don't want to tell you?" This surprised Benign, who smirked, "Interesting." Although Aiden said something provocative, he knew it was too difficult to fight him now. He should retreat. Thinking this, Aiden quickly dashed away like a gust of wind. But Benign wouldn't give him that chance and quickly chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Aiden's escape route. He coldly said, "Playing with cowards is no fun. You'll spill everything eventually. I'm eager to see how long you can keep your mouth shut." As soon as he finished speaking, Benign charged like a madman, forcing Aiden to raise his sword to defend. Seeing Benign's ferocity, Curse couldn't help but exclaim, "It's amazing that there's a human more like Talos than you are." Aiden agreed. "Crazy. He's one of the most insane people I've ever met." "This isn't the time for this," Curse said. "Aiden's situation is dire. Benign is at least at the peak aura blade level, and your spirit shield is still recovering, so you can't use it. But there's another way. Benign will notice it soon enough." On the other side, Benign continued his attacks, clearly intending to corner Aiden. But after a few exchanges, he noticed something: the swordsmanship Aiden was using. Benign knew it, his face immediately ugly. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Benign hesitated, Aiden quickly spoke up. The Red Knight Benign Hamer heard this and Benign's movements immediately stopped. He exclaimed in astonishment, "How do you know my name? It's impossible." Before Aiden could reply, Benign cleverly said, "Now I understand. I should have realized sooner when I saw your swordsmanship resembled that of my lord. He assumed you were Daer's man." Aiden felt a little helpless. He could only apologize to Daer. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Do you think you'll get away with this after getting involved with the Dark Mags?" "Shut your mouth, you stupid dog of that damned Spear Knight," Benign cursed, then slashed with his sword. Aiden didn't attack, only defending. He realized the man was even crazier after mistaking him for Daer's lackey. What a chaotic family. They all yelled just the same. This Red Knight had many issues with this personality. The more easily angered a person is, the easier it is for them to lose their reason and have difficulty paying attention to their surroundings, not noticing anything happening around them. A clang rang out as the two sharp swords clashed. Benign laughed triumphantly. "You can't do anything but parry. You can't defeat me with just this, do you understand?" Yet, as he finished speaking, his nose suddenly started bleeding. He wiped the blood away, his eyes filled with doubt. Before the surprise wore off, a sudden sense of danger caused Benign to panic. A flash of aura blade quickly struck, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Yet, he was still forced backward, his balance gone. "What on earth did you do to him?" Seeing this, Aiden was extremely pleased. It was too late to realize it now. His original skill was resonance. Each time Aiden's sword struck his opponent, a kind of magical wave was created, causing a tremor in the opponent's magical flow. It was too weak and hard to detect on the first encounter, allowing him to make it seem like an illusion. But if it continued to accumulate, it would be a deadly poison. If Benign were an ordinary knight, he certainly wouldn't have been able to resist this long, but he was still holding on, being forced back by Aiden. Benign flew into a rage, yelling, "Do you think you can defeat me with those 3 dirty tricks? Bring it on." Aiden scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm, "I don't like that. You can try to catch me, you look hot." Benign became even angrier, angrily cursing, "You dog of Daer." 49 meets 500, and Aiden didn't hold back, snapping, "Shut your mouth, Silbeater's dog. Dogs shouldn't bark at night." Benign's face went from green to white, looking as if he had stepped in shit. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare you utter his name from your cursed mouth? I'll tear you apart." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged with his sword. Aiden remained calm, raising an eyebrow provocatively, "Scared? Then I have no other choice." While speaking, a glass vial appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw it at Benign. He quickly blocked it with his sword. He scoffed, "Is that all you can do? Use some dirty tricks?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the vial exploded. A thick cloud of smoke appeared in the dark night. Along with it came Benign's furious yell, "You bastard! Don't run away, come back and fight me, I'll tear you to pieces." Unfortunately, there was no one else around him. Benign was so ashamed he became furious. His face was as red as a tomato. Even 8 liters of milk couldn't soothe the burn. He threw his head back and began cursing to himself, "That damned bastard, you only know how to run away like a pathetic coward, Daer's dog." Unfortunately, Aiden didn't care. He had successfully escaped. Curse asked doubtfully, "You ran away instead of finishing him off?" Aiden replied helplessly, "At my current level, it's impossible for me to defeat an ultimate aura blade stage knight without a spirit shield. Luckily, I had Cass's special smoke bomb, although she hesitated a bit when I asked her to make it. But it's fine now, and now I can't let that dark mage escape." Meanwhile, the priest who had just left the battle between the two was running for his life. He wanted to return and inform Huckle that someone had discovered their identities. But life wasn't a dream. A loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Damn bastards, like you are always trouble. The priest was startled. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. A sharp aura blade struck, and he went to meet the king of hell. The next morning, in the Black Mage's basement, Huckle was still there. But his anger was blazing like fireworks. He slammed the table in fury and shouted, "What the hell is going on? You guided the missing knight, and now the knight is gone." Huckle suspected that he had been betrayed or that the other guy had been captured by someone, but whatever it was, the holy ceremony today was not allowed to take place. He didn't have time to think too much. Thinking of this, Huckle suddenly remembered something. He smiled crazily. He still had a perfect person for this. He could use that brat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Holy Fire Palace on the Holy Maiden's Awakening Day, a large crowd had gathered. Joseph hugged Eldest tightly, weeping uncontrollably. "My daughter will become a holy maiden. It's impossible." Eldest sighed helplessly. "Father, please stop crying. You're embarrassing me." Aiden approached, smiling. "Eldest, do you remember what I told you?" Seeing him, her expression changed. She nodded happily. "Yes, Aiden. I'll get back everything the saint caused me, with interest, not a single coin less." Hearing this, Joseph looked at Aiden, bewildered. "What did you teach my daughter?" Aiden scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, just how to not get the short end of the stick. You know, it's time for her to go in, isn't it?" Though reluctant, Joseph allowed Eldest to enter. A priest nearby quickly advised, "Sir Joseph, no one else is allowed in with the Holy Maiden. She'll be safe. Please calm down." Joseph refused to listen, weeping as if the world were ending. "Eldest, my dear, take care." Aiden stood beside him, sighing involuntarily. He acted as if he'd never see his daughter again. Just then, Huckle suddenly appeared from behind, offering a sincere smile. "Young Master Aiden, please come here for a moment." Aiden was slightly suspicious but followed Huckle to a corner of the temple. He frowned and asked, "What's so important that we have to hide in a dark corner to talk about it?" Huckle shook his head slightly. "No, I just want to give you a small gift to thank you for what you've done." He opened a wooden box in his hand. Inside was a divine elixir. He chuckled. "This is the highest quality medicine remaining in the temple. This item is so rare and precious that it's extremely difficult to produce." Huckle said, "If I gave this to Aiden openly, the whole temple would go crazy. That's why I had to bring you to a private place to give it to you personally." Seeing the item, Aiden's face lit up. "Really? You're sure I can take this?" Huckle nodded calmly. "Of course, you are the one who saved the future of the Holy Fire Palace, after all." As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden took out the elixir. Without hesitation, he put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Huckle smirked triumphantly. The moment the item was swallowed, Aiden's face suddenly became covered in green veins, and his eyes lost their focus. "The grand plan is a success," Huckle chuckled with satisfaction. So naive, he fell right into the trap. It was a drug containing a mind control curse. Even a Grand Master Swordsman would obey him. Thinking this, Huckle immediately spoke. "Young Master Aiden, I command you." Aiden nodded like a robot. "Yes, Master." He whispered in Aiden's ear, "Now, use the back-in trance I prepared and kill the child in the awakening ceremony immediately." On the other hand, on the path Eldest was taking, a powerful source of holy power surrounded her. Soon, a bright flame appeared before Eldest. Remembering the bishop's words, that she should enter the flame to meet the saint, that it wouldn't be hot, she felt scared. What if it was hot? But Aiden had said Eldest had to reclaim what the saint had taken from her. So now, she felt no fear. She slowly walked up the steps. The girl leaped into the flames with great determination. "It's time to pay you back, saint." At the same time, a figure appeared behind Eldest, Aiden, but his eyes were devoid of focus. At the same time, outside the entrance of the Holy Fire Palace, Joseph continued to weep over his daughter. Huckle hid his smile, a reckless intruder bursting into the temple and killing the Holy Maiden, a perfect story. Finally, he could become the Grand Bishop of the Holy Temple. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from behind. Huckle's group turned around in surprise. Leading the group was Barley. He shouted, "Everyone, stop." It wasn't just Barley, many priests carrying weapons followed him. Seeing them, Huckle's group murmured in confusion, "What are these guys doing? They are even wearing battle armor." Huckle was also surprised. He rushed forward to confront him. "Bishop Barley, don't you know the awakening ceremony is taking place? How dare you show up here dressed like that?" Barley looked at him calmly. "I know the awakening ceremony is taking place, but I'm here for something more important." Then he looked at everyone and shouted, "Among those present, someone has colluded with the dark forces. That's why I'm here, regardless of the consequences." Hearing this, Huckle's face fell. How does he know? Those behind him were equally bewildered. Huckle, fearing exposure, pointed and shouted, "How dare you slander that one of our brothers and sisters in the Holy Temple has joined hands with the darkness, spreading false rumors? You have no right." "It's my order," Huckle said. As soon as he finished, a deep voice echoed. Hearing this voice, Huckle was even more terrified. He recognized this voice. The priests beside him were also very surprised. Because the one who appeared was the High Priest Kurtle. At this moment, Huckle's face was ashen. How could he cleanse the curse he had inflicted for 5 years? Besides the Holy Maiden, was there someone else with enough holy power to do it, or was there a traitor? High Priest Kurtle looked at Huckle and said coldly, "It's over, Deputy Grand Priest." Or rather, Black Mage Huckle. Huckle fiercely bit his lip. After all his planning, he was finally exposed at the last minute. In an instant, the priests behind him began to whisper in panic. No one could have imagined that he was a Black Mage. Huckle ground his teeth in anger. He had prepared for this moment for decades, yet he failed, but quickly, he sneered, "No, I still have a way." After thinking, Huckle calmly said, "If you call me a Black Mage, it means you haven't fully recovered yet. You don't know how worried I've been for you." He quickly shifted the blame. "There must be some misunderstanding. Actually, young Master Aiden is the Black Mage. I overheard him wanting to kill the Holy Maiden. We need to find him and stop him." But as soon as Huckle finished speaking, Aiden, carrying his sword, slowly walked out from the Holy Fire Palace. Seeing him, Huckle grabbed at this lifeline and shouted, "Aiden, you scoundrel, what have you done to the Holy Maiden?" "The Holy Maiden," Aiden sneered. Then, cheerfully, he said, "She's safely performing the ritual." Seeing the focus return to Aiden's eyes, Huckle was immediately panicked. He had broken the curse. How could he do that? Then it must go back to the Count before the battle with the Blood Knight. Aiden was leisurely standing by the window. Then he looked towards the ancient tree opposite and said, "I know you're watching me, Nyseta. Want to talk?" The knight remained silent, but an owl appeared. After hesitating for a moment, it took flight. Then it landed on the window. It was Nyseta in disguise. She went straight to the point. "What are you planning, Aiden Ramez?" Aiden smirked. "I know you've seen everything, but the Chaos Cult is up to something. They're our common enemy. I'll keep an eye on the Chaos Cult, so do me a favor." Nyseta looked at him warily. "What is it?" Aiden smirked mysteriously. "Lend me that." As soon as she heard what he wanted to borrow, Nyseta fell into thought. After a while, she questioningly asked, "Why do you suddenly need a magic suppression tool? Are you planning to fight the Chaos Cult?" Aiden shook his head slightly. "No, I just want to use it to suppress the curse on High Priest Kurtle. The curse has crippled his body, but his consciousness remains. He probably knows about Huckle's betrayal. So, once Kurtle wakes up, we can catch those traitors." Hearing this, Nyseta nodded. "That makes sense, then this will be useful." As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of magic appeared in her hand. Quickly, a ring appeared in Aiden's hand. Nyseta slowly explained, "This is something I made myself. It's called the Anti-Black Magic Ring. If you put this ring on the High Priest, the curse will be suppressed." But Nyseta still warned him to be careful. "It seems the Chaos Cult has brainwashed most of the people in the temple. They might try to do the same to you, Aiden." Hearing this, Aiden smirked and said, "Don't worry about that. I already have a terrible curse on me. This weak curse can't touch me." Curse knew he was referring to him, and angrily scolded, "Dragon Slayer King, are you mocking me as a curse?" Aiden admitted it, and they started arguing again. In the end, Curse retreated before the holy medicine. Returning to reality, Aiden looked at Huckle and said with a smile, "Huckle, you're done." At this moment, Huckle was trembling with rage. At this moment, the priests around him questioned Huckle, but he didn't say a word. Kurtle also spoke, advising him, "Give up, Huckle, considering our years of acquaintance, at least I will." But before he finished, Huckle coldly interrupted, "Give up." He roared angrily, "Do you understand the humiliation of not being chosen by the holy fire? I've spent my whole life hoping to become a saint. Do you understand the loss of my lifelong goal?" Hearing this, Kurtle suddenly felt a little remorseful and said, "Huckle, please." But at this moment, Huckle was consumed by rage. He wouldn't listen, and began to roar, "Then I'll turn all of you into undead, into my followers." Barley glared at him and said coldly, "High Priest, I can't stand it anymore, take him down." Hearing this, Huckle scornfully shouted, "You think you can defeat me? Those who share this black bloodline, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black energy suddenly appeared around them. Not only Huckle, but also some hidden priests launched an attack. The priests carrying armor and weapons did not retreat, they immediately stepped forward to block. Just before they could do anything, their eyes lost focus. Clearly, they were under control, incessantly muttering, "Lord Huckle, we will obey your command." Immediately afterward, they attacked the other priests who weren't controlled. Barley drew his mace, shouting furiously, "How many traitors are there among us? In the name of the holy fire god, die." Unfortunately, before the blow landed, Kurtle shouted, interrupting, "Priest Barley, stop." Barley's movement froze. He asked dubiously, "High Priest, why?" Kurtle ignored him, his gaze fixed on Huckle. He said, "How much worse do you want to become?" Huckle sneered, "Kurtle, you're clever. I want to see you slaughter each other. You see, I've used magic to control most of the temple members. Try to touch me, and I'll make them kill themselves." Hearing this, Kurtle's face fell. Huckle, on the other hand, became even more smug. "You can't do anything now. Give up, Kurtle." But at that moment, Aiden's voice suddenly cut through. "About 15, right?" This made Huckle jump in surprise and turn his head. Aiden's figure, like a lightning bolt, continuously zipped past the controlled priests. 2 priests fell quickly. Then, raising an eyebrow, he smiled and said, 2 for now. Seeing this, Huckle roared in anger, I said I'd make them commit mass suicide. Who cares? Aiden shrugged indifferently. Go ahead and kill them, anyone who doesn't know better might think you're the villain. Aiden's words enraged Huckle. He roared, you think I dare not? I'll just order them. Before he finished, Aiden sneered, a ferocious smile on his face, go ahead, I don't care, I'm not even a member of the temple anymore. He said he only wanted one thing, to beat the members of the Chaos Society to a pulp. Hearing this, Huckle's face darkened. Aiden knew he was a member of the Chaos Society, he had targeted him from the start. The angrier he got, the louder Huckle shouted his order, kill him now. Immediately, a group of controlled priests attacked Aiden. Seeing this, Curse couldn't help but jump out and ask, you're not going to kill all those innocent people, you? Aiden smirked, I'm not that heartless. Curse was speechless, only a madman would believe that. Aiden remained calm. The Chaos Society placed curses on many people because one person isn't strong enough. If you break the curse on a few, the others will be automatically released. At that moment, Aiden pulled out several glass vials. Immediately, he ran towards the priests. Without hesitation, Aiden threw the vials. In an instant, dust and smoke enveloped the area. Huckle gritted his teeth. What kind of cursed smoke is this? That bastard used such underhanded tactics. Kill him. At the same time, Aiden landed from the air. Immediately, his eyes hardened. In a flash, he dashed off like lightning. As time passed, Huckle's expression worsened because he could sense the number of black mags decreasing. At this thought, his body trembled uncontrollably. 10 years to plan this, and it's failing. Huckle was unwilling to accept defeat. He only had one choice left. At the same time, a priest desperately fleeing in the hazy smoke cried for help. Unfortunately, Aiden sent him to the afterlife with a single blow. He sneered inwardly, act innocent, you're reeking of dark energy, finding you is easy. That meant only 6 more, including Huckle. But Aiden suddenly noticed something unexpected. The number of black mags was still decreasing. What's happening? Is it Barley? Curse jumped in. They are not disappearing. Dragon Slayer King. Aiden asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Curse calmly explained, the dark energy is converging in one place. What I'm saying is Huckle is doing it, is surrounded by dark energy. This sight terrified the priests, who began to cry and beg, Huckle, please spare me. Unfortunately, Huckle wouldn't spare him. The dark energy began to consume the man. Huckle was extremely smug. I offer you their lives and half of mine, noble of the underworld, descend. Hearing this, Aiden's face fell. Noble of the underworld? Don't tell me. Barley was equally shocked. He exclaimed, what the hell is that? Kurtle trembled in fear. Is this the end of the world? At this moment, the sky turned pitch black, enveloped by dark magic. But not long after, the priest's eyes that were engulfed by purple returned to normal. Very quickly, all the priests were no longer under control. The curse was removed. At this moment, Barley shouted, everyone assemble, the real battle begins now. Just as you said, the energy in the sky hasn't dissipated at all, he muttered in amazement, I've never seen such evil energy before. Under everyone's horrified gaze, those streams of energy suddenly shot down from the sky to the ground. Barley was immediately panicked, what's happening? But no one knew what was happening. With a loud boom, the place suddenly exploded. The priests who couldn't escape were buried in the rubble. Barley thought he would also be affected by the explosion, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself safe. Luckily, Aiden shielded him, so he was safe. Aiden didn't have time to explain. He quickly urged Priest Barley to evacuate everyone to safety immediately, to get as far away from the temple as possible. He said this because a blurry figure appeared in the smoke. Followed by a deep voice, as if from hell, is this, the heir of the mortal realm? The tone held a hint of sentimentality. What a beautiful world. I'm shocked that such weak, pathetic creatures can live here. Hearing this, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. Damn it, that rotten Harkan, he summoned something unimaginable. Before them stood a demon from hell, with 2 long horns on its head and large wings on its back. It spoke in a low voice, I never thought I'd meet him here, what a surprise, who summoned me? Harkan finally spoke, that demon, I am your master, I traded half my lifespan to summon you, now obey me, kill them all. But before he finished his sentence, a sharp beam of energy sliced across his neck. Immediately, Harkan's head flew off, the summoned demon coldly retracted its hand. I thought the one who summoned me would have a delicious soul. But Mephisto found him filthy, he didn't want to finish his meal with his soul. Aiden bit his lip fiercely, that hellish demon brought destruction to my past life, is very intelligent, a high-ranking demon. Even Grandmaster Swordsman found it difficult to fight such a high-ranking demon. In his past life, he could defeat him with one move, but not now. At this moment, Aiden suddenly realized something. The priests behind them had fainted and collapsed on the ground. What on earth happened? Curse couldn't help but speak up. He has a special technique called illusory mist. those who inhale the mist and are trapped in nightmares will have their life force drained. Of course, I won't let that happen to you. Hearing this, Aiden was slightly surprised. I thought I knew him well, but who the hell is that? Curse continued, Mephisto, the deceitful and cunning demon. In my past life, he dared to deceive even me, but I eventually subdued his soul. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. Deceived even the Underlord? Is he insane? At that moment, Mephisto suddenly pressed his face close to him. He coldly snorted, "What an interesting human." Aiden's face showed a hint of panic. Since when? Ignoring his reaction, Mephisto continued, "Still able to move within my bone barrier. I wonder what your soul tastes like." He truly is a high-ranking demon as predicted. Just facing him put immense pressure on Aiden. Noticing his fear, Curse quickly comforted him. "Don't be afraid, Mephisto hasn't fully regained his power. The summoning ritual was unstable, so Mephisto hasn't even regained half of his original power." Aiden still hesitated, not knowing what to do. Mephisto continued, "My pathetic, weak prey." At that moment, Aiden sneered in response, "Woof woof, you're barking too much, Mephisto." This made Mephisto slightly flustered. He exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know my name?" With a soft humph, Aiden coldly replied, "You're quite famous in the human world." He said that he was the pet of the Underlord, dragged around like a dog. "If you don't know how to deceive the Underlord, I can give you a few tips." Hearing this, Mephisto flew into a rage, shouting, "Pet, tips, how dare you? I am a noble demon, you arrogant human, how dare you speak to me like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto swiped his claws at Aiden. But Aiden dodged. The ground was shattered by the attack. Mephisto gritted his teeth. "I'll show you what it feels like to have your soul ripped apart for the rest of your life, just like me." Aiden was slightly panicked. "Like him? Curse, what are you hiding from me?" Curse hesitated before answering. "I only used him for experiments on demon souls, for example, to see if he could retain consciousness when his soul was repeatedly torn apart and reassembled." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but exclaim, "For a moment, I forgot who you are. You're insane too." Curse retorted without yielding, "I'm definitely not as insane as you." Aiden didn't want to argue further. He needed to think about what to do next. There are too many people here. They need to find another place. But Mephisto seemed to know what he was thinking. He rushed towards him. "Where do you think you're going, you pathetic human?" His sharp claws attacked again. The surrounding air was torn apart by Mephisto, rocks and earth flying everywhere. Luckily Aiden dodged in time, but couldn't help but sigh. "You say he doesn't even have half of his strength but is still this strong." As soon as he finished speaking, his face immediately became ugly. He quickly raised his sword to block Mephisto's giant foot, which was kicking towards him. Unfortunately, Mephisto's strength was too great, and Aiden was sent flying. His body slammed against the wall, the pain causing him to let out a soft groan. Mephisto laughed excitedly. "You're still standing after that attack. You're not an ordinary human, are you?" Gritting his teeth, Aiden frowned in thought. He couldn't use Spirit Shield Banshee because it needed time to recharge. To defeat him, there was only one way, even though he didn't like it very much. Thanks to the high-grade potion Harkan gave him, all of Aiden's techniques had been upgraded, even the ones he hadn't considered. He wondered if he should thank the old man. As he thought this, Aiden's sword began to be enveloped by dark energy. In an instant, Mephisto's face turned grim. This aura was. Beelzebub's gluttony technique had been improved. He could now release the consumed souls by turning them into shadows. Thinking this, Aiden immediately shouted, "Technique, Spirit Servitude." With his shout, the sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and then a stream of dark energy enveloped it. At this moment, Mephisto's face became even grimmer. "Only dark mags can use dark energy. How is he?" In a flash, a deep voice echoed, "My master, command me." Following the voice, a gigantic figure appeared before Mephisto. Aiden smirked. "The real deal begins now. Test subject number 1 of Mr. Dark." This enraged Mephisto, who roared, "You damned brat, I'll show you what hell is." Ignoring the commotion outside, Eldest remained inside the Holy Fire Palace, performing the ritual. Looking around, she excitedly exclaimed, "Where am I? It's so beautiful." At that moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed, "It's been a long time since I've seen a human." Following the sound, a figure in a black robe slowly approached. This was the master of the Holy Fire. He said coldly, "I have to go to sleep, so get the holy power and leave." Eldest pointed directly at his face and asked, "Are you a god?" The master of the Holy Fire was taken aback. "You just pointed at me." As planned, Eldest said confidently, "Do you know how much trouble I went through for you? I want a full return on my investment, with interest." Hearing this, the master of the Holy Fire frowned. This audacious child dares to ask a god to repay a debt. How could this be? He suspected someone had corrupted the girl. Anyway, he was bored, and this would be entertaining. Thinking this, the master of the Holy Fire smiled. "Fine, I'll compensate you for this life and your last life." Eldest slightly frowned, muttering doubtfully, "Last life." The master of the Holy Fire didn't answer. Focusing his holy power, He whispered incessantly, "Oh, child whose fate has been altered by one who lost their own destiny, I hope this new journey will be different for you." Outside, Beelzebub was summoning his fire magic. The raging flames frightened Mephisto, causing him to fly around to avoid them. But Beelzebub relentlessly pursued him, infuriating Mephisto. "This is annoying. Why am I afraid of fire magic? It's nothing compared to that guy's flames." Seizing the opportunity, Aiden charged from afar. He coldly snorted, "You were distracted by a mere advanced trick, test subject number 1. Hearing this, Mephisto's face fell. He'd forgotten about Aiden. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Aiden had severed his arm. Mephisto's body tumbled several times before crashing to the ground. Aiden landed at the same time. He smirked. "You thought you could ignore me while dealing with a mere advanced trick." Mephisto struggled to stand up. His body trembled from blood loss. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "How dare you, my arm and my beautiful wing, I will not forgive you, you useless creature." Aiden wore an impudent expression, laughing. "Test subject number 1, why don't you ask the Underlord for a new arm and wing? You might even get a cute angel wing." By now, Beelzebub had summoned his fire magic, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Aiden smirked. "Oh, never mind, you'll die here," Mephisto unwillingly roared. "No." With a loud boom, a brilliant inferno erupted, engulfing him in flames. Aiden raised an eyebrow triumphantly. "Sorry, Curse, you'll have to find another test subject." Curse coldly snorted, "Take care of yourself first, my test subject isn't that easily killed." Aiden narrowed his eyes as he watched the raging flames begin to subside. Sure enough, Mephisto emerged from the flames. Aiden's face instantly turned grim. He gritted his teeth. "I know Mephisto is a high-ranking demon, but how did he survive that? His arm and wing are regenerated." Curse explained in a low voice, "Mephisto is not like other demons. The reason he became a high-level demon is because he has the strongest recovery ability among the demons. And fire can't do anything to Mephisto." Hearing this, Aiden immediately frowned. Fire couldn't do anything, but he seems afraid of fire. Curse continued, "Mephisto is truly afraid of fire. I experimented with increasing his fire resistance. I put him into the hottest inferno, and he stayed there for a long time." Aiden, upon hearing this, became displeased. "So you're the one who caused his injuries." At this moment, Mephisto had returned to his normal appearance, his arms and wings had healed, and his majestic demeanor had returned. He narrowed his eyes at Aiden and said scornfully, "Your little tricks won't work. Do you see the difference between us?" Curse asked doubtfully, "Do you have another strategy?" Aiden angrily frowned. He wasn't sure if he could defeat him, but he couldn't abandon everyone behind. Thinking this, he charged forward again. Mephisto didn't yield and also lunged. With a loud boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Smoke and fire billowed, and the place became a pile of rubble. Mephisto slowly walked forward and said coldly, "Is that all you've got?" On the contrary, Aiden was beaten badly and lay on the ground. Mephisto looked down from above and said triumphantly, "You're stronger than ordinary humans, but not enough to fight me." Aiden opened his eyes slightly. Just like before, he couldn't concentrate and felt extremely sleepy. Is this the end of his second life? He should have let those guys taste their own medicine. Aiden knew he still had many people to protect. He could have been much stronger in his previous life. While he was thinking, Mephisto attacked. "Consider it an honor to die by my hand." Aiden at this moment could no longer resist. He was dying again. It's really over. The last thing he saw was CS' face. With some dissatisfaction, he unwillingly said, "That arrogant and ignorant Dragon Slayer King, whatever, use it, use my power." Immediately, the Underlord's power awakened. This absolute suppression caused Mephisto's heart to pound rapidly. His body involuntarily knelt down. His expression was very ugly, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his mouth muttering incessantly, "This is." At this moment, Aiden's body emitted a dark aura. A moment later, he immediately opened his eyes. Mephisto became more and more terrified as he looked. He kept muttering, "How could it be this aura? This is definitely." Before Mephisto could finish his sentence, Curse within Aiden's body coldly interrupted and knelt down. Although Mephisto was unwilling, he still involuntarily knelt down. He frowned and muttered, "This is definitely that madman." Immediately afterward, Mephisto raised his head to look at Aiden and said respectfully, "I didn't recognize you, my lord. It's an honor to meet the Underlord." The Underlord's authority is a power that is extremely familiar and natural to the Underlord. Absolute ruling power is bestowed upon the chosen one to rule hell. All demons and inhabitants of hell fear the ruler. That's why the Underlord can rule this place. And that's why Mephisto is terrified. Aiden was also a little surprised. He unexpectedly thought, "This authority is even more powerful than I imagined." Curse said coldly, "Have you realized my greatness yet, Dragon Slayer King? All of hell must fear me." Then, Curse sighed helplessly, "I can't believe I'm like this now." Unintentionally smiling, Aiden cheerfully said, "No one asked for you. I'm the magnanimous one here. You're amazing, great Underlord." In contrast to Aiden's joy, Mephisto was trembling because of Curse's absolute suppression. After a while, He raised his head and said, "My lord." Hearing this, Aiden immediately sneered. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Right, I forgot about you. I'm very angry now. Come here and help me cool down." This made Mephisto's face turn pale. He pursed his lips and cursed inwardly, "This is ruined." A moment later, a figure appeared on the road to the Holy Fire Palace. Eldest finally finished the ritual. She was slowly walking out, but the closer she got to the palace gate, the clearer Aiden's voice became. The girl happily ran out, repeatedly calling Aiden's name. But when she saw the scene in front of her, the girl's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Eldest asked questioningly, "What are you doing, Aiden?" Hearing the girl's voice, Aiden immediately turned his head. Waving his hand and smiling, he said, "Hello kiddo, the awakening ceremony wasn't interrupted, huh? Did you see the god's face clearly?" She nodded plainly, but quickly Eldest pouted and said, "But that strange uncle didn't give me anything at all. That uncle kept shining, and I came back empty-handed." Just speaking of this, the little girl suddenly noticed something. Eldest looked at Mephisto who was lying behind him and asked innocently, "Aiden, what happened to that big bat? It seems to be injured." Aiden flinched slightly. He couldn't tell Eldest about Curse. He casually explained, "That guy is a pet of a friend of mine." After his explanation, Eldest stood there dumbfounded. She had no idea what was going on. Aiden smiled involuntarily and continued, "We played a bit too hard, so he's taking a break." Hearing this, Eldest nodded innocently. "I understand." Curse, hearing the explanation, grumbled, "Dragon Slayer King, you mean you were playing with him?" Aiden chuckled nervously, "Come on, I can't tell the little girl the truth." Eldest then went to Mephisto, sympathetically saying, "Poor little bat, you must have had a hard time." Then, the little girl reached out and patted his head, gently saying, "Good job, little bat." But at that moment, Mephisto's body suddenly burst into flames, causing Eldest to jump back in fright. "Little bat." Mephisto clutched his head and yelled, "Gods of heaven and earth, my body is evaporating. Please stop this fire resistance test. I know I messed up." Seeing this, Aiden was slightly surprised. That flame, its holy power, Eldest has truly awakened. While he was thinking, Curse chimed in, "Dragon Slayer King." Before Aiden could say anything else, Aiden immediately replied, "Yes, I know." Saying this, he bent down to pick up his sword, reminding Eldest, "Close your eyes, little one." Immediately after, Aiden slowly walked towards the continuously groaning Mephisto. "Farewell, Mephisto," he said coldly, "a farewell to the departing soul." Immediately after, Aiden ordered Beelzebub to devour him. Seeing the large mouth opening towards him, Mephisto trembled even more. No way, Beelzebub, the true king, is here too. Unfortunately, no one would answer his questions at this moment. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely absorbed. Aiden finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes wearily closed, and his body swayed and fell, startling Eldest. A few days later, after a fierce battle, the Holy Fire Palace finally returned to peace. But then came a series of hunts for the hidden heretics. Countless people were arrested, followed by a large-scale purge within the temple. Aiden also briefly explained to the priests who were unconscious due to Mephisto's fog that he had helped Eldest awaken and defeat the Black Mage. This incident made Aiden realize how weak he still was. The traitors who could easily defeat Mephisto, even if they encountered him now, were still beyond Aiden's reach. He had to become stronger. While Aiden was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Aiden startled and turned his head. He saw the High Priest Kirtle approaching. He questioningly asked, "Why are you here? It seems you've fully recovered thanks to Eldest's holy power." Kirtle looked at him with kind eyes. "Thanks to you exposing the heretics hiding in the temple, we were able to quickly clean up this place." Hearing this, Aiden simply smiled. "I'm glad I could help. I have a very good dark mana detector." Curse inside Aiden immediately grumbled, "I should have let you die. I regret it now." Kirtle was very grateful to Aiden. Without regard for his status, he bowed his head. "Also, I was late because of all the commotion in the temple. On behalf of the entire temple, I sincerely thank you." Aiden was a little surprised by this action. But Kirtle didn't notice. He continued, "Without you, I wouldn't have survived, nor would we have found the lost saintess. The temple might have been destroyed." To him, Aiden was the savior of the Holy Fire Palace. Aiden smiled after hearing this. After a long pause, he cheerfully said, "I just owe someone from the temple a large debt, so I'm just repaying it." Kirtle asked questioningly, "You owe someone from the temple, who is it?" Aiden remembered the Kirtle he met in his past life. He smiled cryptically, a rather noisy fellow, who said that helping others requires no reason. Kirtle didn't know he was referring to himself. He smiled sincerely. "I'm glad that a member of the temple thinks that way." Aiden just looked at Kirtle without saying anything more. He had repaid his help from his past life. With interest, the debt was settled. At this time, Kirtle suddenly spoke again. "There's one more thing I want to tell you." He said he had heard why Aiden was here. Eldest was the future of the temple. According to the rules, she should be here to receive the education she had missed. But considering the murder of those bearing the mark 10 years ago and the recent incident, the temple had failed to fulfill its duty and maintain its reputation. Kurtle knew it wasn't right to be obsessed with the temple's future and keep the saintess here. Therefore, he decided to establish a branch of the temple in the Regressed territory. After hearing this, Aiden was very surprised. But that way, Eldest could study there and also stay in Regressed. Moreover, the establishment of a temple branch in Regressed was good news. The temple establishes branches in cities using its power and influence, so the Regressed branch would represent the power of the Regressed family. On another front, deep within a dark forest, two strangers appeared, engaged in some shady activity. The leader spoke in a low voice. I have a feeling the Red Knight is dead. He's always so emotional and clumsy. He said they shouldn't make any more mistakes, they should be cautious, they had to ensure that Lord Silbita would become the next Grand Duke. So these guys are Silbita's loyal hunting dogs. A villain like this must be doing something shady. After finishing his business at the Holy Fire Palace, Aiden took the carriage back to Regressed territory. This time, he was still riding in the merchant Popan's carriage. The carriage rattled incessantly. As usual, Lo, suffering from motion sickness, looked like a corpse floating down a river. Aiden saw this and couldn't help but complain. Why do you look like you're having a harder time than I am? Lo quickly waved his hands in reply. Nothing, why would I be having a hard time? He had told Lo to hide and scout the number of members in the Chaos Society, but Lo went and got caught in a damn curse, something about aging or something, then had to ask Eldest for help. It's hopeless. Thinking about this, Aiden became even more irritated and clicked his tongue. I'll train you more harshly when we get back. Hearing this, Lo immediately panicked, but knowing he couldn't refuse, he said nothing more. He decided to change the subject. By the way, where did you put the reward the temple gave us? It must be a lot, right? Aiden flinched slightly, then pulled out a pouch. It's all here. Seeing what was in his hand, Lo exclaimed in horror, isn't that a spatial pouch? This is a rare artifact that can prevent items from deteriorating or rusting once stored, and they gave you this precious thing. Aiden nodded lightly and said with a nonchalant smile, we got other things too, like those fairies. However, while packing up and leaving, I discovered something strange in the temple. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a purple egg from his pouch. He mumbled doubtfully, what kind of egg do you think this is? Lo observed it for a moment, thought for a while, and then said, I don't know, it's about the size of an ostrich egg, but from the strange amount of mana radiating from it, I don't think it is. Aiden sighed, I took it from a suspicious room along with an ancient book. I tried to read it, but it's in a language I don't understand. Just then, Lo felt something was wrong. He said helplessly, wait a minute, young master. You said you found it in a suspicious room along with a book. You didn't find it, you stole it, did you? Aiden flinched slightly and said with a pout, no, to be precise, I didn't steal it, I just saw a room that seemed untouched for decades, radiating strange mana, so I. But before he could finish, Lo shouted indignantly, young master, you can't steal things from the temple, they won't let it go even if they hail you as a savior, we need to return it immediately. Of course, Aiden didn't agree, and Lo couldn't persuade him. The carriage continued to a snowy mountain region. Aiden and Lo walked step by step on the snow, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. A while later, they stopped before the gate of Cedar City. Lo asked doubtfully, aren't we going home? Aiden looked at him with a pout. Did I say I was going back to my territory? Lo said in confusion, but you said you would train me when we got back. Slightly surprised, Aiden snorted and asked, are you that looking forward to that hellish training? At the mention of hellish training, Lo's demeanor immediately drooped. He sighed, no. But why are we here? Are you going to see Count Tyrid? Aiden shook his head, I will see him. But that's not why I'm here. I have some business to attend to in the Forest of Death, located in the middle of. Lo, hearing this, asked doubtfully, what business is that? Aiden slowly explained, I hear there are tree people living in that forest. I'll need them to create the highest grade of elixir. At this point, the two had reached the city gate, but were stopped by guards. A guard said coldly, halt, this is Cedar's territory, the Count is away, outsiders are not allowed entry without a prior appointment, please come back later. The words were ordinary, but Lo sensed something was off. He immediately shouted, you're talking to Aiden Regressed, the eldest son of Count Regressed, is here to see Count Tyrid, so step aside. Aiden's identity, far from earning them respect and passage, only filled the guards' faces with anger. Aiden was slightly surprised, what's wrong with them? Curse couldn't help but grumble, are you asking because you really don't know, from their perspective? You're the thief who stole the Cedis family's treasure and beat up their lord's son at the royal banquet. Hearing this, Aiden realized the problem, he'd done so much he'd forgotten. But quickly, he put it aside, I still have a way to get in, he thought, drawing his sword. Curse asked doubtfully, what are you plotting? You're making me nervous. Aiden held the sword before the two guards, with a rather forceful expression, you'll let me in if I show you this sword, right? Clearly, someone in your territory owns this sword. Upon seeing it, the two guards became even angrier. they gripped their swords, suppressing their rage. One guard impatiently tried to shoo him away. Young Master Aiden, we have verified your identity. But as I said, the count is out, please come back another time. He couldn't help but click his tongue. He continued to ask, what about Tyan? The guard's face turned furious. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Tyan is busy. If you don't have an appointment, please leave. If you insist, we have no choice but to use force. Hearing such disrespectful words, Lo wanted to attack. How dare you talk to the young master like that? But Aiden stopped him. He clicked his tongue and said, I understand, I guess there's nothing else we can do. Having said that, the two turned and left. Seeing this, the guard immediately became smug, sneering, you should have left from the start. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated Aiden. Could someone considered a villain by the Underlord be so easily dismissed? The answer is no. He stopped after a few steps, saying something cryptic. This is enough. Lo, beside him, didn't understand what he was going to do. He asked doubtfully, what are you going to do? Aiden didn't answer, only gave a mysterious smile. If I need an appointment, I'll make one now. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden took a deep breath. The guards became even more confused. One even thought he was feeling unwell, but what he did next would make him regret his actions. Aiden turned towards the castle and shouted in a booming voice, how are you feeling after I beat you up, Tyan? Aiden's voice echoed throughout the territory, but no one answered. He was not disappointed but smiled smugly. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from the castle ahead. Aiden didn't need to look to know who was coming. He smirked and said, Tyron, long time no see. Sure enough, Tyron burst out of the castle like a tidal wave. His face was full of displeasure. He grabbed Aiden's collar and demanded, how dare you say such a shameful thing on my territory? What were you thinking? Aiden, like a villainous accuser, without a shred of shame, pointed at the guards and said, they said I couldn't enter unless I did that. I had no choice. The guards' faces turned ashen. Seeing Tyron wouldn't let go, Aiden chuckled and suggested, shall we go inside and talk? And so, after that shameless act, Aiden was led into the castle by Tyron. He sat down on a large chair and said comfortably, this fur on the chair is beautiful. Then, he asked doubtfully, is Count Tyrid very busy? I heard he went out on business. Tyron answered in a low voice, my father is currently in the Slaughter Tower. Because of unusual events happening in the Death Zone managed by the Slaughter Tower, they suspect the Troll King's appearance in the territory originated there. Aiden frowned after hearing this. Right, strange incidents have started happening around here. Soon, some catastrophic-level monsters, including the Mad Dragon, will appear as they did in my past life. I was too busy dealing with those unexpected incidents to investigate the cause. But now that I know everything, Aiden just needs to quickly become stronger, find the cause, and prevent it from happening. While he was lost in thought, Tyron asked suspiciously, but why did you come to our territory? Aiden was interrupted by his voice, raised his head, and replied, I want to go to the Forest of Death. Tyron's face instantly turned serious. He couldn't believe his ears. Do you know what kind of place that is? The whole forest is filled with poison, so it's full of undead, poisonous plants, and monsters. Shrugging indifferently, Aiden said casually, that's why I want to go there. I want to get a dangerous herb that only grows there. Tyron was a little helpless. After hesitating for a long time, he said, I know you're not normal, but your hobbies are very strange. He told Aiden, your timing is terrible. You can't go to the Forest of Death now. The Forest of Death, as its name suggests, is a deadly forest belonging to Count Cedar's territory, full of ferocious, hungry monsters and deadly poisonous plants. Yet, even in a place where life seems to be eliminated, humans still survive. Criminals and the impoverished who can't pay taxes choose it as a refuge. Tyron's face turned serious. He muttered, but recently, bandits have appeared in the Forest of Death, and it seems they're looting the village. Not only that, since their appearance, there have been continuous reports of missing people in Count Tyrid's territory. They believe this is connected. Count Tyrid has decided to send knights to eliminate the bandits. Even though it's just a slash-and-burn village, they are still the people of the territory. He can't stand by and watch them be harmed, so he said if Aiden wants to go in, he has to wait until the bandits are dealt with or give up. Aiden shook his head without hesitation. No, that won't do. Hearing this, Tyron's face softened. Don't tell me you're worried about the people in the slash-and-burn village. Do you actually have compassion? Well, you're overthinking it. Aiden is just worried that the bandits will find the tree person before him. If they know about the tree person, they'll definitely go hunting for it and sell it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, there's no other way. I can't let those bandits get the divine herb. Perhaps feeling a little ruthless, he justified it by saying he wanted to save the villagers. Curse read his thoughts and was speechless. Dragon Slayer King, it seems you've revealed your true intentions. Aiden ignored him, raised his head, and looked at Tyron. He sincerely said, I'll help you eliminate those bandits. A few hours later, at the entrance of Cedar's fortress, Aiden was now warming up with Lo, preparing to collect the tree person. No, eliminate the bandits. That's right. Seeing the two of them, the soldiers immediately showed their displeasure. One soldier couldn't help but go to Tyron's side to express his dissatisfaction. He pursed his lips and said, "Young Master Tyron, are you really going to take those nuisances with you?" This caused Tyron's face to darken. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you say?" The soldier didn't think he was wrong. He bluntly criticized, "Look at their clumsy appearance and thin bodies, they'll only hinder the mission. And above all, Aiden has disgraced Tyrid and Tyron, so, as a knight of Cedus, he absolutely cannot accept this." Tyron became even angrier. He pursed his lips and asked, "You said that as a knight of Cedus?" Then, he grabbed the soldier's neck, pulled him down, and coldly questioned, "To you, is the reputation of a knight more important than the suffering of our people? How dare you call the young master, who is risking his life for Cedus, a nuisance?" At this moment, his contemptuous words are the ones sullying the honor of Cedus. And Tyron assured him, both Tyrid and he had acknowledged Aiden's strength. Is that strong? Although his behavior is a bit repulsive, his bright-eyed look when thinking about that divine herb is really off-putting. Tyron went to Aiden and said, "Aiden, young master thanks you. This will be a dangerous mission." Aiden shook his head and chuckled, "It's nothing, I like helping others. But will such a team be enough? Those bandits are bold enough to cause trouble in the Death Forest, their numbers must be large." Hearing this, Tyron sighed helplessly. "Do you think I don't know? That's why I hired a mercenary." Aiden was surprised. "So, someone I know from my past life." At that moment, a person came from behind, and said sweetly, "Is everyone ready?" Hearing the voice, Tyron immediately cheered, "She's here." Aiden also excitedly turned his head to see who it was, but after seeing, he was horrified. Curse saw his expression and asked doubtfully, "Why are you so surprised? Did you know her from your previous life?" Aiden immediately denied, "No, this is the first time we met. But you can guess her background for sure." You ask Curse, don't feel anything. In the meantime, the other girl came to greet, "Sorry everyone, I'm late." She introduced herself as Lunia, a servant of the great god of carnage. Hearing her introduction, Lo exclaimed in surprise, "A servant of the great god of carnage, so he hired a female bishop from the cult of divine carnage." Aiden also commented with emotion, "He hired mercenaries from an interesting place, didn't he, young Master Tyan?" Lo then muttered doubtfully, "But she doesn't look like what I heard. I heard that the bishops of the cult of divine carnage always erupt in rage, but she looks so gentle and pretty." Aiden couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "I thought the same at first." Lo asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Aiden didn't say much, just pouted and said, "You'll understand later, Lo." Lunia then went to Aiden, smiling and saying, "I've heard of you. You're the son of Duke Ramez, aren't you?" Aiden nodded slightly. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Aiden Ramez. It's been a long time since I've teamed up with a bishop from the cult of divine carnage." Hearing this, Lunia's eyes lit up. "So you've worked with my fellow bishops before?" Aiden nodded slightly. "Yes, once, a long time ago. He was, a reserved and quiet person." Lunia didn't notice the dissatisfaction in his words and cheerfully said, "All the bishops of our cult often do mercenary work while on pilgrimage. You must have met some of them that way, right?" Before Aiden could reply, she raised her hand to the sky and cheered, "This is definitely destiny. Just call me Lunia. Let's do our best to punish the wicked." Aiden felt a little helpless. The cult of divine carnage is one of the three major religions with divine power specialized in warfare. For a bishop of that faith, dealing with bandits is a simple matter. Having gathered everyone, Tyan ordered, "All right, let's head to the Forest of Death." A few hours later, at the gloomy and deathly Forest of Death, Tyan led everyone deeper inside. Aiden observed as they walked, whispering, "The forest seems more ordinary than what I heard." Tyan explained, "Because this path has been cleared by the villagers to gather supplies." Aiden didn't mind, as he had sensed a strange aura. Curse also noticed it. It was like evil energy seeping from the ground, like hell itself. It had been a long time since he had encountered a place so aptly named. After hearing Curse's description, Aiden's expression turned serious. A forest radiating evil energy and toxins, it makes the people who live here all the more admirable. But that damn rabbits dared to intentionally send him to such a dangerous place. Next time, he'll get a good beating. Thinking this, Aiden looked towards Tyan and asked, "Is this all right?" His words made Tyan a little doubtful. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Aiden chuckled softly, hesitantly saying, "As far as I know, your father, the Count, doesn't like mercenaries. Even if she's a bishop of the cult of divine carnage, Lunia is still a mercenary. Is it all right that you hired her? What if you get scolded?" Tyan knew this, but he firmly said, "Yeah, if father finds out, he'll definitely scold me, but it doesn't matter. When it's about saving the lives of my villagers, there's no time to be picky about methods. Besides, mercenaries have more experience dealing with bandits than knights. All things considered, hiring mercenaries is the obvious choice." Hearing Tyan's explanation, Aiden couldn't help but admire him. "You're quite smart." Once again, he doesn't seem much like his father. Hearing this, Tyan grumbled, "What do you mean, you idiot? Only now you realize my true worth." A while later, Tyan's group went deeper inside, and a village finally appeared before them. But upon seeing the scene before them, Tyan exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is this?" The knights behind him couldn't hide their shock. Lunia sighed helplessly. "Oh, great god of carnage." Even Aiden was no exception. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we're too late." Why did they have such expressions? Because what was before them wasn't an intact village, but burnt ruins. There were 5 farming villages in the Forest of Death. The first village they reached was completely destroyed, all the houses were burned down, and no one survived. Worried, they continued to the second village. The situation was the same. With apprehension, they went to the third. And finally, despair at the fourth village. Seeing the devastation before them, Tyan couldn't help but tremble. This is the fourth village. The 3 previous villages were no different, all reduced to ruins. No matter how hard they searched, they found no survivors. Even a farming village like this should have guards, so why does it look like a one-sided battle? Aiden was certain these weren't ordinary bandits. Who were they? As he pondered, a knight suddenly shouted, "There are survivors here." Hearing this, Tyan immediately ran over happily. In a corner of the ruins, there were 2 trembling bodies. When they lifted the covering plank, they saw 2 children huddled together. Tyan didn't hesitate to squat down in front of the children. He softly said, "We're Knights of Cedus, we're here to protect you, you'll be all right." Hearing this, the boy trembled. "Knights of Cedus, you're here to protect us." Immediately after, the girl threw herself into Tyan's arms and cried. He patted her back to comfort her, softly saying, "We're too late, we're sorry." Then the boy urgently said, "If you're really knights, please save our parents too." Tyan sighed, "I'm sorry, but I'm sure your parents have gone to a peaceful place." "No," the boy shook his head fiercely, saying very firmly, "The attackers have dragged our parents and everyone else to another place. They are definitely still alive." As soon as these words came out, Tyan's expression immediately darkened. He pursed his lips and said, "What, did they take them somewhere else?" Following the 2 children's words, Tyan led the group away. They went deeper into the forest, following a different path. Aiden was still very puzzled as to why they had taken everyone away instead of killing them. "You guys don't have enough information yet, you might find some clues in the last village." The group continued to move without faltering. But at that moment, a faint sound came from the forest. Although it was very soft, Aiden still heard it. He quickly spoke up, "Young Master Tyan, someone's here." Everyone immediately stopped. Tyan angrily pursed his lips and cursed, "Those bastards, good, I'll make them pay for their crimes." His eyes were incredibly resolute. At the same time, another group of people charged from the bushes. Aiden's group prepared for a counterattack. But Tyan suddenly shouted to stop them. Everyone halted. Everyone was a little confused as to why he had said that. Tyan stared intently at the opposing group, smirked, and said, "It's not bandits, long time no see." At the same time, the leader on the other side quickly ordered, "Put down your swords." Before them was a group of people Tyan knew. Marcus, the village head of the farming village, led them. He looked at Tyan questioningly and asked, "Young Master Tyan, why are you here? Are you here to help us?" Aiden asked in surprise, "You know him?" Tyan nodded slightly and explained, "Marcus was one of our knights 10 years ago. I heard he retired after being seriously injured. I didn't expect to meet him here." He then went to greet Marcus. "Not a very warm welcome, is it?" Marcus sighed apologetically. "I'm sorry, bandit activity has increased recently, so." But then he paused, and then said with emotion, "You've improved so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Before he could finish, a pair of hands were placed on his shoulders. Tyan bowed his head and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God you're all right." Hearing this, Marcus exclaimed in alarm, "Don't tell me the other villages." "I know you've figured it out." Tyan sighed, "They've been raided, and the villages are almost completely destroyed. Thankfully, at least your village is still intact." "Intact?" Marcus couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "It's pretty late. I'll take you back to the village first." A short while later, at the base of the last village in the Forest of Death. Actually, things weren't so good here either. The villagers were heavily injured from the attack. Furthermore, the wounds couldn't be healed with ordinary potions. Luckily for them, our all-powerful main character had arrived. Aiden handed them a potion and said, "You can't heal that wound with ordinary potions, use this one." Seeing what was in their hand, a villager exclaimed incredulously, "You're really giving us this precious potion, thank you." Aiden didn't comment. He glanced at everyone and shouted, "Anyone with wounds accompanied by black light, meaning they were attacked by dark magic, take this holy potion to heal." With that, people started to come forward to receive his potion to heal their wounds. At this moment, Aiden felt lucky to have brought a lot of holy potions. Curse couldn't help but jump out and taunt, "I thought you valued money more than other people's lives." Surprised, Aiden angrily scolded, "Who do you think I am? But this isn't free. I'll make Tyan pay me back. I can't let those bastards achieve their goals." Curse immediately nodded, "That's still you." While he was arguing with Curse, a man carrying a child came up and asked, "Can we use it to heal children?" Aiden was about to nod and say, "Of course." But before he could finish, he noticed the child in the man's arms. The child was completely covered, so it looked human, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. Aiden was certain it was a Treyant. Meanwhile, near Marcus's village, a group of people with covered faces were moving towards them. One of them angrily cursed, those failures were once driven out of the city, but they still put up a fierce resistance. The person beside him reminded, that one-armed old man is mine, don't touch him. He then looked at the person in front and said, Black Mage, you didn't use your full power last time, can you use it to the fullest this time? He aggressively questioned, is that how you support others? We can take all the food and wealth, because you said you only need people, right? Hearing this, the Black Mage coldly snorted, arrogant bastard, all you have is strength, but you're definitely a loudmouth, just bring the people we captured to where I told you. The bandit sneered and cursed, those black mags, then he left. The Black Mage narrowed his eyes, watching his back, silently thinking, once this is done, I'll use these bandits too. That should be enough people for research. Inside a room in the last village, flickering candlelight illuminated the dark room. The tree boy still fell into a coma after being healed. A moment later, the kid slowly opened his eyes, vaguely muttering, where am I? Hearing the boy's voice, Aiden beside him immediately said, you're awake. The boy's voice frightened the tree boy, who trembled and pleaded, please don't kill me, I'm not tasty, please don't eat me. Aiden sighed helplessly, I won't eat you, so don't be afraid. Curse couldn't help but scold, with that face, how could he believe you wouldn't eat him? His expression was somewhat lecherous, licking his lips, he said with a smile, I said I wouldn't eat you. But the tree boy didn't believe him and burst into tears, I'm poisonous, if you eat me, you'll get a stomachache. Shrugging indifferently, Aiden casually said, calm down and eat this. He then took out a vial of medicine, the fragrance immediately filled the tree boy's nostrils, the boy inhaled twice. Although he was very tempted, he hesitantly asked, will I be alright if I eat this? Aiden shook his head slightly, it's fine, I don't need this bone meal anyway. With that assurance, the boy immediately chewed on the contents of the vial. After swallowing, his eyes lit up, delicious. Aiden couldn't help but smile, he really liked the decayed bone meal, Curse proudly boasted. I told you the tree boy couldn't get enough decayed bone meal himself, you're happy you listened to me, right? Aiden was too lazy to pay attention to him, he looked at the tree boy and asked, but why were you injured and unconscious here? Hearing him, the tree boy was startled, right, where are the others who escaped with me? Aiden recalled what the villagers had said and slowly spoke, the people who handed you over said only you were injured and unconscious outside, they found no one else. But how is that possible? The boy was a little confused. Before he could finish, Aiden interrupted, do you know what happened in this forest? If you tell the truth, I might be able to help you. The tree boy hesitated, his parents had told him not to trust humans, but what other choice did he have? But before he could think it over, a loud bell rang outside, the guards shouted, we're under attack, the bandits are back. Hearing the sound, Aiden frowned reflexively, those bandits, they are back. Then, glancing at the tree boy, he slowly said, if you remain silent, I can't help you, hide now. Aiden then stood up to leave, the tree boy hesitated, all he could do was hope this person was different from the other humans. After a long while, the boy asked, lips pursed, can you really save our forest? You're not like the other humans, right? Aiden glanced at him and nodded slightly. Outside, the bandits were attacking the village gate. Tyan's knights were waiting there to protect the villagers. But they didn't notice a black mage behind the bandits, beginning to cast a spell. He sneered, I've never seen them before. Are they the knights of this region? The more people, the more sacrifices, not bad. Then he began his incantation, raising the dead from hell. As soon as the black mage finished, a horde of zombies appeared. The knights' faces immediately fell. While they were panicking, a sweet voice rang out, so you're the mastermind behind this sinister plot. It was Lunia. Despite her small stature, she wielded a warhammer even larger than Barley's. Without hesitation, she charged into the bandits' ranks, ignoring the panicked knights trying to stop her. But at that moment, Tyan arrived and spoke, let her be. A knight hesitated, but they are numerous. Tyan calmly replied, perhaps you don't know, but in this situation, there's no one more suitable than her. A mad priest cloaked in the guise of an angel, a warrior of slaughter dispensing death in the name of the Lord, that's how one could describe the priest of the death god cult. While they were rambling, Lunia vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she was in the air, striking a dramatic pose with her enormous warhammer. She laughed maniacally, ha ha, death awaits the wicked. As soon as she finished, her massive warhammer slammed down, shattering the ground. The black mage was horrified. What was that? Where did a monster like her come from? Lunia sneered, oh, death god, bone named one, grant your servant your power. Once again, her massive warhammer came crashing down. She was only second to Thor in name. Her warhammer was no different from Thor's hammer, each swing sent a bandit to hell. At this moment, the black mage's face was ashen, he gritted his teeth and cursed, she's taking down all the bandits and zombies I summoned, damn it. Immediately, he began casting another spell, Death's Curse, devour that madwoman. As soon as the black mage finished, dark energy surged towards Lunia. But in a blink of an eye, she disappeared. The black mage was immediately panicked. What now? But he didn't notice, she was already behind him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The giant hammer in Lunia's hand struck down without hesitation. His head immediately became a flat cake, fresh blood poured out like rain. Thanks to Lunia's bravery, the zombies were completely annihilated, the bandits either captured or killed. The attack was a complete failure. A Cetus knight approached to report, "We've surrounded the remaining bandits." Tyan nodded slightly, replying, "I understand, good work." Did they reveal what they did to the villagers they captured? The knight shook his head slightly. They didn't know about that. They confessed to only taking things they could sell. They released the villagers where that cunning sorcerer had indicated, but now that black mage is also dead. Upon hearing this, Tyan's expression immediately darkened. Does that mean we have no way to save the villagers? At that moment, Aiden suddenly approached and spoke. "Tyan, there's another way." Tyan looked at him in surprise, questioning, "Where have you been? Wait, there's really a way to find them." Nodding calmly, Aiden slowly said, "Yes, there is." But he added, "They don't have much time left, we have to hurry." Flashing back to the time of the village attack, the young tree person told Aiden everything. Aiden exclaimed in surprise, "The black mags, they took all the tree people." The boy nodded slightly. "Yes, they captured and imprisoned me, but I escaped. But it wasn't just tree people, I saw many others being held captive." Aiden frowned, thinking for a long time before speaking. They are gathering humans and tree people together. Could they be preparing for a large summoning ritual, or are they planning to turn them all into zombies? Whatever it is, he wouldn't accept it. How dare they mess with my sacred herb? Curse, reading his thoughts, was speechless. He angrily scolded, "What kind of person are you?" Back to the present, Aiden recounted everything to Tyan. As expected, Tyan was furious, cursing, "Those vile villains, what in the world are they plotting?" Aiden shook his head slightly. It seems he doesn't know either. Tyan furrowed his brows, urgently asking, "Then how do we find them?" Aiden slowly spoke, "An escapee showed me where they are hiding. I was planning to go there to observe them." Tyan, upon hearing this, suggested, "Leave that to us, we'll handle it." Aiden immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, I can't leave you to handle the danger alone, I'll go." Tyan was moved to tears, gratefully saying, I can't believe you're such a noble person, I misjudged you." Aiden, of course, winked and smiled, but inwardly he was contemptuous. Why is he crying? It's creepy. Ignoring that, he thought about something else. The chaos wasn't the problem. If what the tree person said was true, it was definitely what he was thinking. Inside the forest of death, in an extinct volcano, a figure approached from afar. He looked towards the black mage, coldly asking, "How much longer?" The mage hurriedly replied, "I've finished the basic framework, now I just need to melt the essence of the sacrifice and let it absorb it." At this point, the black mage doubtfully asked, "Haven't those guys from the 5th village brought back the sacrifices yet?" The other figure nodded slightly. "They haven't returned yet, but they should be arriving soon." Hearing this, the black mage let out a sinister smile. "Good, by the time they return, I'll be finished. Once this gem is complete, his lord will be one step closer to his goal." The other figure happily thought to himself, "Silbita, just a little longer, Dare's Kleiman will surely make him the Grand Duke of the Sire's Duchy." At the same time, outside the volcano, Aiden had arrived. Frowning at the mountain, he began to contemplate. The black mags control the tree people village inside the dormant volcano. That's unexpected. Who would have guessed that the mastermind behind this was the Night King? Earlier, the young tree person had mentioned a name that the boy had heard. Aiden vaguely guessed it was Dare's. The tree person boy confirmed that he and the black mags had attacked the tree people village, cutting down the protective trees and imprisoning the tree people. Aiden knew that he, along with the Red Knights, Dares was one of Silbita's 3 hounds. The Dark Knight Dares Kleiman. He needed to confirm if this was the Dark Knight the tree person had mentioned. To do this, Aiden wanted to secretly take the tree person along for identification. But that stubborn Tyan insisted on coming along, claiming it was a matter concerning his territory. It was infuriating. And then, Lunia also insisted on coming along. She kills any monster she sees. She's completely berserk, anyone who gets in her way dies. Lunia was currently slaughtering a newly appeared group of spiders, leaving Aiden slightly helpless. He was sure she followed along out of boredom. He couldn't help but speak up. "She wiped out all those dark mags and bandits, right?" Tyan nodded slightly. "Yes, she's amazing." Thinking it over, Aiden still found it strange. He asked Curse, "Don't you think so?" Curse casually replied, "You don't need to think too much to find her strange. Who wouldn't find someone as peculiar as her strange?" "I feel the same way," Aiden said. "Lunia is too obedient, she even follows what others say." Upon hearing this, Curse exclaimed in alarm, "Are you still sane? Where do you see her being obedient?" "Lunia and obedience have nothing to do with each other." Aiden shook his head slightly. "You don't understand. The female bishops of the cult of divine carnage are insane, you know, they are immersed in meaningless violence. Moreover, she's too strong to be a normal bishop." Lunia not only dealt with the bandits and dark mags who destroyed the village but also easily defeated monsters empowered by demonic forces. At that level, she must be a high-ranking bishop or even more. This made Aiden feel something was wrong. Because the Blood Saint speaker should have been there, Aiden decided he needed to pay more attention to Lunia. While he was thinking, Lunia spoke up, just keep going. A moment later, the village inside the volcano ceased to be active. Aiden's group hid outside. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Is that your village?" The tree boy softly nodded. Yes, originally, it was a fairy tree in the center of the village, but... He paused. Aiden guessed what it was, just as the boy said. The fairy tree was the source of the spirit's power, so they cut it down to neutralize the tree people's power. In dark magic, sacrificing fairies is far more beneficial than using humans. Thinking this, Aiden frowned. What the hell were they planning to do with the humans and the tree people? But at that moment, his gaze fell downwards. From inside the village, Des emerged, sword in hand. Aiden inwardly scoffed. He'd been worried the tree people had misunderstood. Good thing it was that damned cursed dark night. Upon seeing Des, Tyan angrily exclaimed, "So he's the one behind all this, I'll kill him." But Aiden stopped him. "Wait a moment, Your Honor." "Why?" Tyan questioned. "He attacked my territory, using people as sacrifices. You want me to let him escape easily? He doesn't seem that strong. If you and Lunia help, we can defeat him." Aiden shook his head slightly and slowly said, "Calm down, Your Honor, look around. He's not alone, he's with several other dark mags. The three of us can't take them on now. Moreover, that Dark Knight is no ordinary opponent." Aiden knew him from his past life. Des was as strong as Silbita. He's definitely near Grandmaster level now. He's quite skilled, considering his abilities alone. He's the best knight I've ever encountered. Even if the three of us attack Des simultaneously, there's no guarantee he'll lose, and if we involve the villagers, they'll suffer heavy losses. There has to be another way. Just as he thought that, Aiden saw Curse materialize in front of him. He questioningly asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Answer me." Curse closed his eyes, concentrating. After a long while, he spoke. "I sense a disturbing presence since we entered this forest, so that's it." Aiden didn't believe him. He scoffed. "The only disturbing thing I see is your ass. Get out of my face, you runt." Curse was displeased. "I'm trying to help you. Why are you talking about my ass? Someone like you can't sense it, but my senses can pick it up instantly." Aiden scoffed indifferently. Great. So, what did you sniff out?" His attitude clearly showed his disbelief. But Curse maintained a magnanimous attitude, coldly replying, "Don't be shocked when you hear this, under those trees." Aiden's face turned pale. He couldn't believe his ears. His hands clenched into fists, clearly showing his anger. Now Aiden finally understood. There were some strange things here, but it explained everything. Thinking this, Aiden suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute, what if I use that?" He slowly spoke. "I've figured out a way." Tyan looked at him questioningly. "You mean a way to escape from here?" He nodded calmly. Aiden looked at the tree boy and asked, "You said you know everything inside the forest, right?" The boy nodded. "Yeah, so." He didn't answer, but looked at Tyan and smiled. "Young Master Tyan, would you do anything for your people?" He nodded without hesitation. "Of course, for my people, I'd fight to the death." Hearing this, Aiden smirked. "Really? You can't take that back?" Seeing his smile, Tyan felt a little uneasy. It didn't feel right. Something bad was surely coming. Aiden ignored him and spoke to Lunia, asking for her help. Because she enjoyed the fun, she immediately agreed. A moment later, on the left side of the forest, Tyan was there, but he wasn't in good shape. Why? Because he was being chased by a horde of monsters. Tyan ran and yelled, "Aiden Ramez, you damned bastard, you trying to kill me." On the right side, a group of ogres were also engaging in battle. But upon seeing their opponent, they immediately fled. They couldn't be any more cowardly. Who was their opponent? Lunia, the crazy beauty. She was incredibly excited. "This chase is fun, my dear ogre friends. Don't let me catch you if you don't want to die." Immediately afterward, a chase ensued, and the monsters fled in panic. From a hidden corner, the tree boy watched, slightly speechless. He looked at Aiden and asked, "You're trying to create a wave of monsters to scare those dark mags, right?" "Partially correct." Aiden scoffed. "I'm using the monsters to awaken the real monster that will fight them. I'm sure that serpent is starving after hundreds of years without a meal." Just as he said, beneath the earth, a demon was buried. Waiting for the right opportunity, it would rise and devour everything. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, he felt the tree boy trembling uncontrollably. He sighed and asked, "Scared, kid?" The boy shook his head slightly and said, "No. I'm just angry and ashamed. If we were as strong as you." Before he could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted, "Don't worry, they'll pay for what happened to you and more. They owe me, too." Then, he smiled and asked, "Oh, and I still don't know your name, kid." The tree boy hesitated for a moment, then replied in a low voice, "Easy, that's my name." Nodding indifferently, Aiden said calmly, "Okay, Easy, do you still remember what I told you in the village?" He'd asked the boy earlier what he'd get for risking his life to help. Easy had thought long and hard about it. Then the boy resolutely said, "If you save our village, I hear our tears are very valuable to humans, so I swear on my honor, you want however many tears, I'll give you that many. Aiden nodded contentedly, smiling. Okay, it's a deal. From now on, you need to worry about yourself more than your family. Easy didn't understand why he said that, but Aiden didn't explain. Returning to the present, ignoring Easy's reaction, Aiden drew the Beelzebub sword and shouted coldly, Supreme Power, answer your master's call, summon Mephisto. As soon as he finished, Mephisto appeared. He said in a deep voice, you summoned me, master. Though Aiden wasn't strong enough to fully summon him, this was enough for now. He immediately said, Mephisto, I have a task for you. Find a swarm of poisonous lizards in the lower reaches of this forest and bring them to the half-extinguished volcano. Yes, my lord, Mephisto replied without hesitation, bowing his head. Immediately, he spread his wings and flew into the air. Aiden watched his back with satisfaction. With the supreme power, I can command a high-ranking demon like that. How convenient. I need to get stronger quickly and unlock Mephisto's full potential. Aiden glanced at Easy. We should go. Easy looked at him blankly. Go where? Smiling faintly, Aiden pouted. What do you mean? I have to keep my word. Let's go save your village and family. At the same time, inside the dormant volcano, Dares stood in the empty space, lost in thought. He still hadn't received any news from the men who went to the fifth village. Could they have been killed? But he quickly dismissed that. No one here was capable of that. Reassured, Dares walked to the lake in front of him. Seeing the rippling water, he muttered in astonishment, why is the still water rippling? Before he could understand, the ground began to shake violently. Dares instantly became alert. Something was approaching. As he suspected, someone was running towards him. Dares was startled. A thief. The person who came was Tyan, and he wasn't the only one. But there was also a crowd of monsters as numerous as the Yuan army chasing after him. He cried out in panic, I'll get you, Aiden Ramirez. In an instant, Dares' expression became equally grim. He gritted his teeth. There are too many, but I can definitely. Before he could finish, he sensed something behind him. When he looked, he saw a horde of ogres running towards him, chased by spirits. Which spirits are chasing them? It's Lunia. Is she not being a pervert at this moment? Dares' expression changed again. This time, he was no longer confident. He gritted his teeth. Poison ogres, what are they doing here? Don't they usually live deep in the forest? What's going on? But the danger didn't stop there. Another group of lizards was heading towards him. They weren't running on their own. Mephisto was chasing them, shouting, I'll tear you apart, you lizards, if I catch you. Dares' experimental base was surrounded on 3 sides. Dares shouted in panic, everyone, stop them. The knights rushed out to stop the monsters. Taking advantage of the chaos, Aiden and Easy snuck inside. With Easy leading the way, they quickly entered a room. The boy looked at Aiden. They are here. Many tree people were imprisoned in the dark room. Easy rushed over and called out, everyone, it's me. Upon seeing the boy, the tree people were astonished. Easy, you all right? You came to save us. Easy nodded vigorously. I said I'd come save you all. But seeing how few people were there, Easy's eyes showed a hint of panic. He asked suspiciously, why are only you here? Are the others imprisoned elsewhere? This made the tree people's faces fall. After a long pause, someone answered, we're the only ones left alive. Easy, they said they'd use the rest as sacrifices and take them away. Easy's grip on the iron bar trembled. He sighed, I'm too late. Aiden patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault, this just proves they are evil. Then he told the boy to move back and warned everyone inside to stay away from the bars. He waited until everyone followed suit before drawing his sword. Without any hesitation, Aiden slashed the cage to pieces, and all the tree men inside were released. He glanced at everyone and said, I know you're all confused, but let me ask. Do you know where the others were taken? If Aiden goes there, he might find out what they are planning. At the same time, a fierce battle raged outside. Dares led the knights in a brutal assault against the monsters. The Black Mage also joined the fray. Numerous monsters fell, their blood flowing like a river. At the same time, beneath the earth, the scent of fresh blood roused a monster from its slumber. It slowly opened its ferocious eyes, its first sensation being overwhelming hunger. It stretched its gigantic body, causing the ground to tremble violently. Sensing the commotion, Dares grew even more panicked. What was this? Then, the water began to vibrate at an incredibly rapid frequency. Inside, Aiden felt it too. His eyes widened in a smile. Finally, it's awakened, the basilisk. Seemingly at the same moment, the gigantic serpent rose from the water. Dares' face turned ashen. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Earlier, Curse had revealed the identity of the underground monster to Aiden. Unbelieving, Aiden had asked, you mean this is a basilisk's lair? Curse calmly replied, this intense toxic energy, it has to be. Its venom is so potent that a single bite could be fatal to even a grandmaster swordsman. Aiden frowned. Strange, basilisks usually inhabit the southern part of the forest, the complete opposite direction. It should be in a warmer place. How could it be here? Hearing this, Curse grumbled, if I knew, do you think I'd be trapped in a weakling human body like yours? Anyway, it's been starving for hundreds of years, it must be famished. Back to the present, looking at the enormous serpent before him. Des exclaimed in horror, damn it, a basilisk, but... He gripped his sword tightly and declared resolutely, we won't retreat, I won't let it interfere with your plan, come on, you serpent. As his shout faded, the basilisk lunged, its massive jaws filled with sharp fangs. At the same time, inside the experimental laboratory, a black mage continued his experiments diligently. He showed no alarm at the monster attack outside, in fact, he considered it advantageous. Using the monsters and the humans who die in this wave will help me refine the gem faster than planned. Finally, people will know of my greatness, he thought, without noticing. Aiden had appeared behind him. Aiden raised an eyebrow and smirked, oh, what's this? It doesn't look like an ordinary gem. The black mage screamed in terror, but before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed on the table, instantly killed. Aiden withdrew his hand, looking at the crimson gem on the table. He murmured, is this the gem the tree person mentioned? What the hell is this thing? As he spoke, he picked it up, the moment Aiden's hand touched. The gem suddenly glowed. This sudden change caused him to cry out in alarm, what the hell is happening? The system then popped up a message, you have met the hidden clue condition, the unfinished gem has been absorbed by the user. Aiden wanted to throw it away. He cried out, what the hell, this disgusting gem is being absorbed by my body, you black mage, what the hell did you do? But after a while, the crimson glow faded, and Aiden felt nothing unusual. What was that gem? The system had reported that it was unfinished when he absorbed it. He didn't know what it was, nor how to remove it. Unable to figure it out, Aiden decided to put it aside, treating it as just another piece of luggage. Reading his thoughts, Curse grumbled, did you just call me luggage, you dragon slayer king? Shrugging indifferently, Aiden retorted, I didn't call you luggage, should we finish this now? Curse wouldn't let it go, demanding, answer me, you damn dragon slayer king. Meanwhile, the basilisk continued its relentless assault. Many had already become its meal. Even Des was exhausted, his hands trembling. He gritted his teeth, damn it, the poison is paralyzing me. If it were him, he could have defeated it in one blow. At that moment, the basilisk turned its attention to him. Its venomous fangs slowly advanced toward Des. He clenched his sword, silently thinking, if only I could copy his sword just once. At that thought, a spark ignited in Des' eyes. Immediately afterward, he fiercely slashed at the gigantic serpent, killing the basilisk instantly with that single strike. Seeing this scene, Des breathed a sigh of relief, I did it, I'm closer to using a sword like him, is that true? But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out, congratulations on becoming a Grand Master of Swordsmanship and a Dark Knight too, goodbye. Des reflexively frowned, this voice he had never heard before, someone was here. But before he could react, a sword pierced his chest. It was Aiden, he coldly said, wait in hell, I'll send your master to join you soon. Des was ambushed, his body trembled from blood loss, he gritted his teeth and asked, you dare, who are you? Aiden coldly snorted, his tone full of killing intent, I am the one your master calls a friend. Having said that, Aiden didn't want to waste any more time, he coldly commanded, Beelzebub, devour him. Following his command, dark energy began to emanate from the sword, and Des' body was quickly swallowed whole. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he still wanted to inform his master. Sadly, he vanished into thin air, not even a bone left behind. Aiden sheathed his sword, unable to help but sigh. He worried about his master more than himself before dying. You have a loyal subordinate, Silbita. Then, he walked towards the basilisk and muttered, I didn't expect him to defeat the basilisk, is truly Silbita's dog. He planned to kill the Black Knight first and then the exhausted basilisk. The tea's already finished anyway, who cares? As Aiden walked away, Curse asked doubtfully, but Dragon Slayer King, why did you go into the basilisk's mouth? Aiden chuckled casually, because we're here, I should take everything worth taking. Basilisks have a lot of good stuff, you know. You can use its fangs as weapons, and then use them as armor. And most importantly, the basilisk's venom is so potent that using it as a poison herb can make the body immune to all poisons. Aiden, like a bandit looting, cheerfully said after clearing out the basilisk's corpse, I've collected everything I need, now, let's see what the tree people are like. But before he could leave, Curse suddenly called out to him. Aiden startled, turning his head. Curse's deep voice said, look at the roof of its mouth, there's something a slowpoke like it shouldn't have. Hearing this, Aiden was displeased. Hey, you have the right to call it slow, although he said that. He still went to check, then he saw a purple gem. He whispered, it's a demonic spirit stone. Aiden picked it up, it's a good thing anyway. A demonic spirit stone is a gem containing dark magical energy. No wonder all the monsters are so strong, but why is it in the basilisk's mouth? While Aiden was pondering, a light suddenly enveloped the gem, causing his spatial bag to shake violently, making him quite startled. Not only that, but his necklace also emerged from inside. This was a gift left by Aiden's master in the Lick dungeon. Why would the demonic spirit stone react to the necklace? While Aiden was bewildered, the demonic spirit stone suddenly left his hand. In the blink of an eye, it adhered to the necklace. Aiden instinctively frowned. Was this part of the necklace all along? Then the system popped up a message: this item can increase affinity with dark and magical attributes. Aiden was shocked after reading it. This is definitely a unique artifact of a black mage, and it's a soulbound item. Thinking this, he angrily threw it away. Why are you sticking to me without my permission? Get lost. But unexpectedly, the necklace suddenly glowed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was around Aiden's neck. He yelled in frustration, damn it, why do all these things do as they please? It's like superglue, no matter how hard I try, I can't take it off. Aiden was about to explode with anger. At that moment, Rabbits suddenly appeared, cheerfully shouting, congratulations on conquering the dungeon, I'm Rabbits, from the spirit shop. Aiden, already furious, wanted to take his anger out on it. Rabbits only then realized who was in front of him, the terrifying being it had encountered before. Cold sweat broke out on its forehead. Aiden glared at it, coldly saying, you say I've conquered the dungeon. Rabbits fearfully denied it. It must be a mistake. Aiden snorted coldly, here's the core, should I crush it to pieces right now? Rabbits was incredibly unlucky, encountering such a terrifying being right after appearing. It could only plead for Aiden to calm down. But at that moment, it noticed the necklace around Aiden's neck. Rabbits was like being punished to kneel with both hands raised to the sky, his whole body trembling. He cried and cursed inwardly. Damn, he didn't expect to fall into this shameless hands again. Ignoring it, Aiden continued the interrogation. You mean the whole forest of death is a dungeon? Rabbits fearfully nodded, yes. Hearing this, Aiden thought, I've heard that when the energy of a powerful monster affects the surrounding environment for a long time, that place will become a dungeon. It seems that's what happened here. Just as he finished thinking, Aiden suddenly remembered something. He smirked ominously and said, oh, right, I almost forgot. Aiden's anger blazed fiercely. Cracking his knuckles, he asked with a sinister smile, you intentionally told me about the Tree People's village, knowing it was dangerous. How dare you trick your customers? Hitting the nail on the head, Rabbit's face turned pale, panic-stricken. It thought, how did he find out? I kept denying it. There must be a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to. Don't trust Rabbits, Aiden threatened and said, don't mean it. Maybe we should report to Hat Merchant. There is a spirit merchant who plays with all customers. As soon as he heard those words, Rabbits immediately panicked and said, how do you know? Aiden smiled slyly and said, Rabbits, do you see the Hat Merchant employing any junior merchants? Rabbits was so scared that he repeatedly kowtowed, begging, humble merchant that I am, I have committed a grave sin by offending a valued customer. I sincerely apologize. He promised to do anything to make amends, pleading, please don't do anything to me. Seeing Rabbit's sincere attitude, Aiden leisurely said, all right, I'll let you off this time, but I have a condition. Rabbits questioningly asked, what do you mean? Aiden looked at him with malicious intent, his smile gradually turning sinister. He said, sign an exclusive contract with me, and I'll forgive you. Knowing Aiden's ulterior motive, Rabbits froze. Because a spirit merchant can only enter into one exclusive contract in their lifetime, the customer must sell all items collected from the dungeon to the spirit merchant. Conversely, the merchant is forbidden from revealing any information about their client and must fulfill their requests. The exclusive contract is based on mutual trust, and merchants must be extremely cautious before entering into such an agreement. Rabbits gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. You think I'd sign such an important contract with a swindler like you? You might as well rip my heart out. But immediate Rabbit's defiance was extinguished. Seeing Aiden's daring demeanor, he thought, this guy will probably really rip out my heart and eat it. How troublesome. A while later, Aiden seemed very cheerful, singing and humming along the way. Curse, puzzled, asked, you that excited? Recalling the successful signing of the exclusive contract with Rabbits, Aiden smirked, of course I am. He led me into danger. I'll exploit him to the bone, for the rest of his life. Suddenly, someone yelled Aiden's name from behind. Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, he reacted. It was Tyan, who ran towards Aiden like a mad dog. Pretending to be innocent, Aiden smiled innocently and said, you did great, calm down. Curse sympathetically added, facing the guy who threw you into a horde of monsters, how can you stay calm? Aiden found Curse's words reasonable. Unexpectedly, Tyan wasn't angry. He placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder and said, thank you, young Master Aiden, leaving Aiden stunned. Tyan continued, without your strange and wicked plan, I wouldn't have been able to save my people, and might have lost all my knights. Aiden felt annoyed. Strange and wicked, this brat. Seeing Aiden didn't reply, Tyan unexpectedly gave him an artifact, whispering, take this. Aiden hesitantly asked, what is it? Tyan slowly replied, this is our family's heirloom. Whenever you need it, our family will lend you the power of Cedus once. Aiden was amazed. An heirloom. With this, I can command Tyan and the Count as I wish. He gave me something so valuable so easily. Looking at the heirloom, Aiden cautiously said, but are you sure I can accept this? I don't know if Count Tired will agree. Seeing Aiden's worry, Tyan confidently smiled and said, it's all right, you're our family's benefactor. Impressed by Tyan's righteousness, Aiden excitedly asked, you're quite daring, aren't you? Suddenly remembering something, Aiden changed the subject. Oh, what did you do with them? Tyan also remembered what Aiden wanted to ask. Those tree people. The tree people were standing near the fallen giant tree, their faces filled with sadness. Tyan sighed and said, they aren't my people, so I couldn't do anything. You can handle them however you like. Oh, I remember, the kid following you is also a tree person. Aiden was slightly startled. So you knew? Tyan calmly replied, we've been together the whole time. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Aiden chuckled awkwardly. Right, okay, leave it to me then. Aiden then went towards the tree people, passing each one before stopping where Easy was standing. Seeing the boy's sad expression, Aiden concernedly asked, you alright? Why are you standing like that? Easy looked down with a distant gaze and said, we're protecting the last remains of the spirit tree. The spirit tree is a sacred being grown from a branch of the world tree planted by the tree people's ancestors in their homeland, therefore, it holds all of the tree people's history. Moreover, the spirit tree is their guardian deity, protecting their village and having grown up with Easy. Saying this, the boy gently touched the large tree trunk, his voice trembling. We want to cherish the last moments with our friend who has been with us for so long. Aiden couldn't help but admire him, a friend he can completely trust. At least the spirit tree has a better friend than me. Thinking this, Aiden self-deprecatingly laughed. Who would be jealous of a tree? As he thought, he touched the tree trunk. Suddenly, Aiden heard a voice calling for help. Help me. He frowned in surprise. Did the spirit tree just speak? Does it have sentience? But what does it need help with? Wouldn't it be better to ask the tree people? Before Aiden could ponder, the spirit tree replied, you're the only one here who can hear me. I can talk to you thanks to the sleeping spirit on your left wrist. Aiden glanced at his bracelet. It means the spirit shield Ben, right? Banshees are spirits too. The spirit tree whispered, I've been asleep for millennia, like the other creatures, but I don't want my friends to be sad, so please help them. Hearing the spirit tree's plea, Aiden darkly said, I'm a mercenary, I don't do things that don't benefit me. But looking at Easy, his tone changed, but I came here because someone hired me. Another spirit asked me to save this village before you. Aiden looked at the spirit tree and gently bid farewell, so don't worry, rest in peace. Hearing this, the spirit tree was relieved and calmly replied, thank you, my final wish has been fulfilled. The spirit tree immediately began to disappear, before completely vanishing. It didn't forget to bless Aiden. The benefactor of the spirit will always receive blessings. As soon as the sentence ended, Aiden was enveloped in a light. Seeing this, all the tree people were astonished, their mouths agape. They incredulously said, the spirit tree blessed a human? No way, that means. Suddenly, Easy shouted, pointing at Aiden's palm where many sparkling blue lights were emanating. Very quickly it turned into some kind of seed. Aiden asked in confusion, what is this? Easy replied emotionally, it is the seed of the spirit tree. With it, we can replant the tree and restore our strength. Aiden frowned and muttered, a spirit tree seed. He sighed, thinking, why do they always leave these things behind? But feeling something was amiss, Aiden glanced at the tree people. What were their eyes saying? Aiden was unnerved by the hopeful, sparkling gazes of the tree people. Even Easy smiled cheerfully and said, you've received the blessing of the spirit tree, you will become the chieftain of the tree people. Aiden went from one surprise to another. Before he could recover, all the tree people shouted in unison, long live the chieftain, we rely on you, chieftain. Feeling disaster was unavoidable, Aiden immediately flew into a rage. He cursed, that spirit tree, why are you doing things your own way? This is worse than the pact I made with Easy. Aiden yelled in his heart, wanting the spirit tree to respond, but his voice echoed through the mountains unanswered. At the same time, Curse inside Aiden's body suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he was the one who could fulfill the wish within his ring. A few days later, at Count Regressed's manor. Aiden and his father were standing in the courtyard. Count Regressed said, dazed, I'm so glad you're back safe. But looking at the tree people before him, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Since you returned, we've had more visitors than usual, haven't we? Aiden replied wryly, I didn't think things would turn out like this. I was tricked. At this point, Aiden angrily cursed in his heart. That damned spirit tree forced me to become chieftain, even though I was tricked. Obtaining the 5-year supply of Lowe's tears from the tree people's territory is like winning the lottery. Thinking about this, he suddenly noticed something. Eldest was riding a giant dog. Where did that come from? The dog's appearance scared Easy so much he almost wet his pants. He trembled, pleading, save me, chieftain. Not bothering with Easy's panicked escape, the mischievous Eldest commanded, Choco, let's go. Seeing Aiden didn't seem to recognize it, Fried slowly explained, that tracking dog has been growing bigger and bigger. Surprised, Aiden asked, a tracking dog? Fried explained further, a few months ago, everyone started noticing the dog. It was very obedient and ate anything, so we fed it. It seemed to listen to Eldest, so they let it out a bit, and then it grew this big. Still in shock, Aiden stood there staring. How could a tracking dog get this big? It's unbelievable. Curse willingly answered, I think the reason is that you don't understand, my friend. Aiden muttered, I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. Curse recounted, when you attacked the goblin village to save your brother in the past, didn't you give that tracking dog a drug that awakened its sense of smell? That's the same dog. With its enhanced sense of smell, it probably found and ate a lot of herbs, ultimately activating its mana and growing to that size. Finally, Aiden remembered. He sighed in embarrassment. Having endured exhaustion for the past few days, as soon as Aiden returned to his room, he collapsed onto his beloved bed. Feeling the comforting warmth of home, Aiden smiled contentedly. How long has it been since I've been home? Nothing beats my own bed. But Aiden suddenly sat up. I can't just stay like this, there's still a lot to do. Curse asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Aiden reached into his spatial pouch. Then he took out a vial containing basilisk venom. I'm going to drink this to make my body immune to all kinds of poison. Curse was exasperated by Aiden's recklessness. He sighed. Sometimes I think you want to die. Aiden replied nonchalantly. It's fine, I've eaten a lot of poisonous herbs to build immunity. Drinking this will finish the job. Immediately afterward, Aiden decisively downed the vial of venom like it was a barley smoothie. Suddenly, someone opened Aiden's door. It was Carl. The boy said, Aiden, you have a visitor. But as soon as he poked his head in, he saw Aiden drinking something. Curious, he asked, what are you drinking? I've never seen that medicine before. The color looks strange. Having finished the vial, Aiden acted as if nothing had happened. He replied, this, basilisk venom. The air instantly fell silent. When he reacted, Carl roughly tried to induce vomiting, scolding, no matter how difficult life is, you can't give up like this, throw it up. Aiden struggled, saying, I won't die, let me go. While the two brothers struggled, Aiden's body began to react. The poison was taking effect. Carl became even more frantic. Aiden ignored it, waiting until the system notified him that he had successfully adapted to the basilisk venom before he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the sound of high heels could be heard from the hallway, growing louder. Carl was still anxiously urging Aiden to vomit, but Aiden stubbornly kept his mouth shut. A moment later, Niceta entered from outside. Seeing the scene, she chuckled, what a close-knit brotherly bond. A moment later, in the living room, Niceta sat leisurely drinking tea without saying anything. Aiden curiously asked why she had suddenly visited. Niceta slowly placed her teacup on the table. Then she slowly spoke. Aiden was a little surprised. She came all this way just to do that. Suddenly realized Niceta had changed. Aiden was shocked. It seemed like she just called Sir Aiden. Did he hear wrong? In her previous life, she couldn't wait to kill him, let alone be polite. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Greeting, meaning saying goodbye before ending things. Coincidentally, Niceta suddenly stood up. Aiden jumped, fearfully saying, wait, I don't know what I did wrong, but I apologize. But contrary to Aiden's expectations, Niceta did nothing. She silently and formally bowed. I wish to formally introduce myself. My name is Niceta Florence. I lead the Dark Magic Force, the Florence Flame, and the White Moon Information Society. I am the last of the Florence bloodline, the only one who walked the dark path. I humbly request an audience with the Underlord. Startled by Niceta's words, was she talking about Curse? Seeing his reaction, she slowly explained. I've seen everything. You don't need to hide it, sir. Aiden excitedly asked back. What do you mean, seen what? Recalling the past day, Niceta calmly recounted. At the Holy Fire Palace, the summoned demon called you Underlord. I saw it. Caught red-handed, Aiden stammered. You mean? Niceta continued, pointing to the necklace around Aiden's neck. And that necklace? Aiden, surprised, picked up the necklace and asked, what about this? Niceta slowly replied, it's not an ornament, its name is Barak. It's a lost treasure of the Florence royal family. It's a relic that only reacts to those with Florence blood, meaning, without Florence blood, you couldn't wear it. Aiden frowned thoughtfully. In short, the Florence Dark Mage family are descendants of the Underlord, and you have this necklace because of the Underlord. At this, Aiden angrily scolded, that damned Curse, shouldn't you have told me beforehand? Curse retorted jokingly, did you ask? Meanwhile, Niceta was anxiously worried, remembering her past rude actions. She couldn't believe she didn't recognize him and acted so impolitely. Niceta sadly said, I don't know why someone as great as you would descend to the mortal realm in this form, but you must have a grand purpose. At this point, Niceta bowed to Aiden. Please give me your orders, great master of the underworld. I, Niceta Florence, will obey your will, whatever it may be. Aiden felt uneasy. Niceta completely misunderstood. The truth was. But with Niceta as his subordinate, he could use the White Moon Information Society whenever he wanted. He couldn't miss this golden opportunity. Thinking this, Aiden smiled contentedly. Let's play along, he thought, adopting a noble demeanor. You've recognized me, good eyes. With utmost confidence, Aiden continued, it's a pleasure to meet my descendant. That's right, I am the Underlord. By the time the conversation ended, the sun was setting. As soon as he returned to his room, Aiden had to endure Curse's criticism. How dare you impersonate me? You should have acted with the solemnity and majesty befitting the title of Underlord. Ignoring Curse's yelling, Aiden sat contemplating. There were still many things he didn't understand from his past life, now with this necklace. Also, although unplanned, if Aiden used the power of the White Moon Information Society, he could easily obtain information about the traitor's actions. Ironically, the hero who defeated Mr. Dark in his past life was now impersonating the Underlord. Things were different this time. The next morning, in the Regressed territory, near the Monster Mountain forest, Aiden was checking on the Tree People's settlement. Upon seeing him, everyone cheered, and he gave a forced smile in return. Young EZ ran up, smiling. Everyone seems to like the forest you chose, sir. Aiden responded casually, really, that's good. But in reality, he had just randomly chosen a place for them within the territory. As long as they liked it, that was fine. Putting that aside, he said doubtfully, I've noticed the celestial tree isn't different from other trees. Although it grows faster, it's still just a tree. But it's this big after only 2 days. Isn't that too fast? EZ, eyes shining, replied, it's all thanks to Saintess Ellis. Hearing this, Aiden exclaimed in surprise, really? EZ slowly explained, yesterday, Saintess Ellis infused the celestial tree sprout with holy power, so it grew so fast. Aiden hadn't expected this. It seemed the Saintess's holy power had more potential than he thought. Suddenly remembering something, EZ turned to Aiden. Also, the chieftain told me to tell you that everything you assigned is complete and to bring you to him. Aiden nonchalantly replied, finished, let's go. They then moved to Ehad's house, the current vice-chieftain of the Tree People. Aiden took out the purple dark egg to show him. After hearing him, Aiden frowned and asked, so, as you said, the egg I brought is a spirit beast? Ehad slowly replied, yes, I can clearly sense its spiritual energy. Aiden gave it to them thinking the egg from the Holy Fire Palace might belong to the celestial race, but it turned out to be a spirit beast. Spirit beasts are incredibly rare. This is the first time he'd seen one in either life. Ehad then spoke. Normally, it would grow by absorbing surrounding energy, but this egg seems to be asleep, so no energy can reach it. Aiden questioningly asked, what do you mean, it can't hatch anymore? Ehad slowly explained, if you infuse it with concentrated energy like aura or holy power, it will continue to grow. He also said that it didn't mean he could arbitrarily transfer energy to it. Depending on the type of energy the spirit beast absorbed while in the egg, it could have different forms and natures. For example, if a dragon-type spirit beast egg absorbs water energy, it will become a water dragon. Conversely, if it absorbs fire energy, it will become a fire dragon. Furthermore, the spirit beast will consider the person with the same energy as family, so, if you continuously transfer energy to it, it will be easier to tame. Hearing Ehad's words, Aiden looked at the egg and began to make his own calculations, so, he could transfer the power he wanted the spirit beast to possess and tame it. Incidentally, Ehad continued, I've also translated this document for you. Aiden gratefully said, thank you, could you read it for me? Ehad didn't hesitate to open the book and begin reading. This is the writing of the ancient celestial race. The book seems to be part of a human mana cultivation technique. Aiden sighed boredly after hearing this. Honestly, I was hoping for something rarer. What a shame. Ehad handed the book back to him and said calmly, I don't understand these things very well, so I can't help you. Aiden nodded slightly, took the books and eggs and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. Thank you, Ehad. When I get the Licker's bone powder, I will bring it to you. Hearing that, Ehad was happy. Back in his bedroom, Aiden crossed his legs and read a book. But the more he read, the more frustrated he became. What is this? Whoever wrote this book must be from another continent, perhaps the East. I heard the Holy Fire Palace also originated from another continent, so it makes sense. Curse, watching him intently, couldn't help but ask, why are you reading that? You already have a mana cultivation technique. Aiden pouted and replied, I'm just curious because it's a technique from another place. Curse was right. Actually, this book wasn't very useful to him. Thinking this, Aiden jumped up, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Reading this was pointless. Suddenly, he noticed something, and Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing Aiden's unusual expression, Curse curiously asked, what's wrong? Explain. Aiden seriously urged, wait, be quiet. As if enlightened, Aiden continued to diligently read the book. There were many new words. Initially, he didn't understand, but the more carefully he read, the clearer it became. This mana cultivation technique was very similar to the technique Borken had taught him. To be precise, it was an upgraded version. With this, Aiden could improve his weaker techniques. Who wrote this book? No, that's not important. What matters is that you now have a way to become stronger. Thinking this, Aiden went to his private training ground. He stood there deep in thought for a long time before finally focusing. Aiden followed the instructions in the book. The energy mentioned was mana, and the Dantian was the core. They taught how to control them. He had only practiced a small portion of the techniques when his mana surged. It was like a surging river, more powerful than ever before. After a while, the mana dissipated, and Aiden was quite tired. Seeing him unresponsive, Curse worriedly asked, you're not dead, are you? Aiden pondered for a moment, then smiled contentedly. Amazing, it exceeded my expectations. Suddenly, the system announced that Aiden had acquired a new cultivation technique. Immediately, the mana began circulating around Aiden. He exclaimed in surprise, "No way, the mana flow is so smooth, I can feel the mana moving." But something puzzled him. Aiden looked up into the air. Curse's form looked somewhat different. Aiden mumbled doubtfully, "Why do I feel like you've gotten bigger?" He remembered him being tiny, so why was he suddenly so big? Aiden recoiled in disgust. Why, Curse's current form is disgusting. He was much cuter before, like a cheese stick. Curse, of course, knew. He angrily scolded, "I can read your thoughts, you know." After scolding, he glanced at his body and cheerfully said, "Perhaps you're the reason my body has grown larger. The stronger you become, the more my original power is restored, so I've gradually returned to my normal form." Aiden angrily pointed at Curse and cursed, "Parasite, I'm training myself to death, and you're still taking my energy." He didn't back down, pointing and cursing, "Without me, you'd be floating dead somewhere in the void." Neither would give in, and they bickered incessantly, like a bustling market. After training, Aiden returned to his room and continued reading. He couldn't believe he had learned an upgraded version of his master's mana cultivation technique. Lucky me, perhaps it's fate. Before, the book was useless, but now Aiden understood almost everything, though some parts remained unclear. Aiden had a feeling that understanding this part would allow him to reach the next level. At the same time, in another place, in a slum in the Immortalia Kingdom, a man in a worn, patched cloak. It was Gustav, with curly hair covering half his face. As he walked, he angrily cursed the bastards at the magic tower. He resentfully thought of those people. They dared to call his creation trash. Yet, Gustav continued to diligently work. Once he completed it, they would have to acknowledge him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Gustav paced restlessly. "I'm almost finished. Soon, I'll show them what magic techniques are." In a fit of rage, he kicked a stone by the road and shouted, "How dare they expel me and scorn my achievements? Damned magic tower, I will have my revenge." But Gustav needed money. He needed someone to help him. Speaking of help, Gustav suddenly remembered something. "That's right, didn't Aiden show interest in my technique before?" Gustav finally saw hope. He cheerfully exclaimed, "That guy recognized how amazing my research is. He'll support my research." With that, he immediately decided to find Aiden. Gustav gradually developed a maniacal smile, like a madman. At the Regressed Knight's training ground, Lo was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. As he grew tired, Lo breathed heavily. He recalled Aiden's words in the Forest of Death. Lo gripped his sword and thought, "I swore to protect Aiden, but I'm just a knight protector who burdens him. I'm too weak to protect him now. Even if I can't become as strong as him, at least I must become strong enough not to hinder him." On the other side, in Aiden's office, he received a guest. He looked at the person opposite and spoke, so what he meant was that Eldest had to join the pilgrims. Joseph smiled helplessly and said, "Yes, that's the rule of the Archbishop of the Holy Fire Palace. Those who become saints through the awakening ceremony must join the pilgrimage, traversing the continent for the year they become saints. Since there are no exceptions, it seems Eldest will have to do the same." However, since Eldest underwent the awakening ceremony at a younger age than other saints, he was very worried about sending her on the pilgrimage at such a young age. Hearing this, Aiden asked curiously, "Oh, so it can't be postponed until Eldest becomes a saintess?" Joseph replied, "I asked the Holy Fire Palace, and they said it's up to the saint to decide." When I asked Eldest. Recalling Eldest's demeanor that day, Joseph felt a little helpless. The little girl said very firmly, "I will go on the pilgrimage." Joseph worriedly advised, "Think again, my child. According to the plan, you'll be crossing the continent. Who knows what dangers might happen?" Eldest shook her head and smiled. "It's okay, father. The other saints went and returned safely, didn't they? Besides, if I break the law set by the high priest, I'll be in trouble." Getting to this point, Joseph hesitated before continuing. In the end, she decided to continue the pilgrimage. However, High Priest Kirtle set a condition. Aiden looked at him blankly, waiting for the next sentence. Joseph stared at him for a moment before speaking. "The strongest person in the Regressed family, the current guardian of the saintess, must accompany a representative of the church as a protector." Aiden felt a burning sensation after hearing this. Curse didn't miss the chance to taunt him. He jumped in, laughing scornfully. "It's you, the Dragon Slayer King, isn't it?" Aiden got angrier the more he thought about it. "They really say old Ginger is the spiciest, daring to take advantage of him like this." Joseph continued, "Oh, I don't intend to waste your time unnecessarily. If you say no, I'll find another way." Aiden thought for a moment before speaking. "No, I'll go." Curse asked incredulously, "Are you sure you can go on this trip? You have so much to do." Aiden silently explained to himself, "No, this is actually a good thing, a reason to freely travel across the continent." He had planned to go anyway. It's time for revenge. He'll deal with that Night King Silbita first. It's time to start his revenge journey. Curse laughed after hearing this. "Finally, you're making a move, but why kill the Night King before the other traitors?" Aiden pondered for a long time before replying, "Because, normally, the second prince of the empire becomes the head of the alchemist's holy sanctuary, so Calces is surely studying alchemy. Shura is the youngest grand mage, so that monster is probably strong enough to be called a genius now. As for Speaker, the slaughter cult is probably protecting her. Like Eldest, she'll be the next saintess. Curse asked pointedly, so you mean the Night King is the juiciest target right now? Hitting the nail on the head, Aiden awkwardly replied, let's just say so. But even so, Silbita went through hardships to achieve the title of Night King. Although he is stronger with his newly learned mana cultivation skills, he needs more preparation before starting his revenge. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Philip opened the door and entered. Apologetically, he said, excuse me, young Master Aiden, may I have a moment of your time? Aiden asked in surprise, what is it? Philip hesitated before replying. A beggar came asking to see you. He claims to be the former head mage of the Anguis National Magic Tower, saying you'll recognize him if you're told you met him at the prince's birthday party. Aiden pieced together Philip's words, and he finally realized who it was. A moment later, Aiden let Gustav in. It seemed he had been starving for a long time, devouring 2 loaves of bread like a refugee. Seeing this, Aiden said helplessly, take your time, Mage Gustav Dora. Gustav was startled and stopped eating. Apologetically, he said, I'm sorry, but I must have looked rather unsightly just now. Indeed, Gustav looked terrible. He had been quite neat at the birthday party. It seemed he had been through a lot. Seeing Aiden trembling, Gustav thought he was sympathetic. He said, I know, young master, you understand the sorrows and loneliness of a genius. True to the Regressed family's name, I knew you would understand my feelings. But Gustav didn't know that Aiden was actually trying so hard not to laugh that he was trembling. If he continued laughing, he might laugh himself to death. He didn't understand why Gustav looked like that. He almost lost it. Thinking about this, Aiden took a deep breath, calming himself down. He silently chanted in his heart, don't laugh, don't laugh. But he really couldn't help it. He turned his head to the side, hiding his laughter. But Gustav across from him was still naive, thinking Aiden truly understood his feelings. He was happy he had found the right person. Immediately afterward, he excitedly talked about his research, saying that 1,000 gold coins would be enough. Aiden shot a sharp look at Gustav and asked back, 1,000 gold coins, you serious? Gustav felt a little insecure and mumbled, 500 gold coins would also be fine. He worriedly thought that even asking for that much was too much. Although he knew that was the case, who would lend money to a madman kicked out of the magic tower? Gustav was afraid that no one would recognize his magic skills. But while he was despairing, Aiden suddenly spoke, 50,000 gold coins. Gustav froze after hearing that. Ignoring his reaction, Aiden continued, 1,000 gold coins won't be enough to cover your research expenses, 50,000 gold coins, and if that's still not enough, I'll provide more. Gustav stammered, you will really sponsor my research? Aiden calmly replied, but I have one condition. Gustav worriedly asked, what is the condition? You're not going to say I have to become a slave of the Regressed family, are you? While he was anxious, Aiden spoke thoughtfully, those people at the magic tower are always so arrogant, I hate meeting them, but now I want to see their expressions for once. So he hoped Gustav would let him see their faces when he defeated them with his research results. He wanted him to make them regret their narrow-mindedness and arrogance. Surprised that Aiden only gave a simple condition, Gustav doubtfully asked, is that really all? Aiden replied cheerfully, yes, that's the only condition. If you agree, I will not only sponsor you but also grant you the title of Baron and the territory the magic holy sanctuary took from you. Gustav couldn't believe his ears. You mean you will not only sponsor me but also accept me as a vassal of your family? Why are you willing to go this far for me? Ignoring Gustav's confusion, Aiden said freely, I'm just following my intuition. I have a feeling you can create something truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Gustav was moved to tears. This was the first time someone had recognized his magic skills. This was the first time someone said they believed in him. After thinking, he clenched his fist and firmly said, I will definitely do as you say, young master. Gustav said he would definitely make those in the magic tower regret and bow their heads in despair. Hearing that, Aiden just smiled and said nothing. But where Gustav couldn't see, he was trying to hold back his laughter. He kept his mouth shut. It was really hard to hold back his laughter with that face of his. Gustav mistakenly thought Aiden did that for him. What a kind person, he swore he would be loyal to him. The negotiation ended, and Gustav left. Aiden was still trembling. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. He thought he was about to collapse from holding back his laughter. Feeling curious, Curse doubtfully asked, that magic technology is so amazing that you just gave him gold like that? Aiden calmly replied, of course, do you really know nothing about it? Magic technology weapons were one of the reasons that held back the demon army in the last war. If those weapons hadn't existed, we might have lost that war. More importantly, the first-generation magic technology weapons that Gustav created for the tower at that time were astonishing, because Shura was the one who made them astonishing. Going back in time to the past, this incident happened in his previous life when he was still Aiden Alberio. The magic tower was being directly hit by fireballs. But those fireballs were then all absorbed by the ironclad robots. In a blink of an eye, the flames disappeared without a trace. Shora, outside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "You've created something quite interesting, Gustav." Hearing this, Gustav laughed heartily. "This is the power of magic technology that you all underestimate. Come on, you wicked magic tower people, I'll crush your magic into 100 pieces." Not wanting to lose, Shora, with an emotionless and cold gaze, said, "So it can resist magic?" "Absolutely not." Shora raised her staff towards the sky. Through a magic circle, a flame gathered into a giant fireball. Looking at Gustav, she arrogantly said, "Let's see how long it can withstand this." Extremely excited, Gustav provocatively replied, "Right, come on, you damned magic." The seventh circle spell of the great mage Shora was almost unable to resist Gustav's weapons in the terrifying attack on the magic tower. Only after that incident did people begin to understand the value of technology. Returning to the present, Aiden had just finished his sword practice. It had been a month since Gustav started working with him. He was always in the workshop creating something before the pilgrimage. Ellis's pilgrimage will begin tomorrow. Had Aiden waited too long, whatever, he had to stop worrying uselessly and focus on his revenge. Wait for it, Silbita. At this time, Lo hurried over from a distance. He said, "Young Master Aiden, I have something to tell you." Aiden questioningly asked, "Lo, what is it?" Lo firmly replied, "I heard you will participate in the pilgrimage of the Saintess Ellis. I can't let you go alone on this dangerous journey. Please let me come with you." Aiden shyly scratched his head. "So you'll protect me? I'm stronger than you. You intend to?" Before he could finish, Lo interrupted, "I'll show you. Although I may not be as strong as you, I'm not the same as I used to be. I can prove it right now." Aiden chuckled with interest. "So you're ready to prove it?" He knew Lo had been practicing alone in the training ground. Had he discovered something new? And so, immediately afterward, the two stood facing each other in combat stances. Aiden couldn't help but remember Lo from his past life. He had declared that if he had 2 hands, he would be a grandmaster swordsman. "Let's see how strong you are with 2 hands." Lo, gripping his sword tightly, said with determination, "All right, I'm coming." With that, Lo's eyes sharpened. He suddenly lunged towards Aiden. With blinding speed, Lo continuously slashed, forcing Aiden into a defensive position. Aiden silently observed and assessed Lo. His swordsmanship had become sharper and heavier, but how should he put it? Now Lo had more openings. Perhaps he neglected his defense due to his focus on offense. He had been looking forward to this day, but it was disappointing. Aiden sighed boredly. There's no need to continue this fight. With that thought, he showed no mercy and lunged his sword towards Lo. The sword tip, originally unintentional, got closer and closer to Lo's face, but at that moment, a strange thing happened. Aiden's wooden sword suddenly shattered in 2 pieces in astonishment. When he looked again, he saw that Lo's arm had somehow turned to stone. Lo narrowed his eyes at Aiden, his gaze unwavering. Without hesitation, he attacked again. Aiden quickly dodged, his eyes full of shock. He broke a wooden sword with his fist. With that thought, he stopped his movements and curiously asked, "How did you do that? That wooden sword was almost as strong as an iron sword." Lo slowly explained, "I thought about it while practicing alone. What I can do, others can't, and when I thought about it." His mana constricted. The condition Aiden had treated him for suddenly flashed. Hearing this, Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Lo continued, "I thought about using my stone arm for defense. Thinking about the feeling of being sick, I concentrated mana there. Now, as you see, I can make my arm as hard as stone whenever I want." Aiden then realized that the openings he saw weren't weaknesses but traps. Curse cautiously said, "I've lived this long and never seen anyone use their illness like that." Seeing Aiden silent, Lo continued, "Of course, I know it's just a small trick compared to your martial arts skills, but I'm constantly striving not to fall behind. Please let me come with you." Aiden said nothing, only silently walking away. And finally walked past Lo to his astonishment. Lo sadly blamed himself in his heart, still not enough for young master to understand him. But at this moment Aiden suddenly opened his mouth. "Why are you still standing there? We will leave tomorrow. Pack your luggage." Hearing this, Lo's eyes lit up. "You'll let me come along?" As if it were an implicit compliment, Aiden clicked his tongue and said, "Having a sturdy shield along the way wouldn't be bad." Lo bowed deeply, gratefully saying, "Thank you, sir." Aiden didn't say anything more, turning and walking away, then silently smiling. This guy is a genius in both his past and present lives, he thought. Perhaps Lo has been right all along, the freelance knight Lo. By morning, everyone was already at the gate. Joseph hugged Ellis tightly, saying tearfully, "Ellis, you must come back safely." Ellis's cheeks flushed, and she shyly reminded him, "Dad, everyone's looking. I'm so embarrassed." Fried felt goosebumps and said with a pout, "Aiden, I apologize for not being able to act like that, father." Aiden shook his head. "It's okay, I wouldn't want that either." Aiden's attention had already shifted elsewhere. He curiously asked Fried, but father, did you prepare this strange carriage? Fried shook his head, no, I've never seen it before either, who would? But before he could finish, Gustav appeared out of nowhere, excitedly saying, I've been waiting for this, young Master Aiden. Aiden exclaimed in surprise, Ghost, wait, Gustav. Ignoring him, Gustav rushed to the carriage and proudly introduced it. This carriage is my first successful work, a masterpiece of magical engineering. I rushed to make it to keep my promise to you. As if he had a motor in his vocal cords, Gustav continued to talk enthusiastically about the carriage's features. Only after a while did he stop. Aiden immediately clapped perfunctorily. I understand, you did a great job. Still not stopping, Gustav ran over with a book and whispered in his ear, this is the user manual, in case you get into danger. Aiden blankly received the book. Gustav smiled mysteriously, but only use it in danger. If you use it before that, you'll get into trouble. Aiden started to feel uneasy about the carriage. What the heck did he do to this carriage? Aiden sighed helplessly, then looked in another direction and asked, anyway, Cassie, you sure you want to come? It's a pretty long trip. Cassie nodded, I'll be fine, you always need an alchemist on your travels. Besides me, who else can take care of you if you get sick or injured? I also want some fresh air. Aiden politely replied, then I'm very grateful to have you along. It's just, at that moment, he felt like a giant wall was in front of him. The human-shaped wall. Barley hurriedly ran over. In a strong voice, he said, long time no see, we'll be together for a while, so let's cooperate happily. Aiden nodded slightly, happy cooperation. Seeing these unexpected factors, Aiden dejectedly thought, this is a pilgrimage of the Holy Fire Palace, so they must have sent their strongest bishop, but I still can't believe I have to be next to this gorilla from now on. Anyway, everyone's here, quickly cheer up. Aiden declared loudly, okay, let's go, now is the beginning of the real revenge. When a person focuses too much on something, they will always think about it. The day Aiden fell under the blood-red sky. Those he once considered friends betrayed him, pushing him into a desperate situation. Aiden woke up from a nightmare, his forehead covered in sweat. Curse noticed Aiden's poor spirits. He questioningly asked, another nightmare? Aiden didn't answer, just sat there with pursed lips. Seeing him sit up, Eldest cheerfully said, you awake? Aiden nodded, yeah, did you sleep well? Looking at Choco at his feet, he felt a little helpless. Eldest wanted to bring it, so he said they couldn't bring a dog that big because it would attract too much attention. It understood and shrunk itself. He wasn't wrong, it really was a spirit beast, but what did it eat to become this big? Then Eldest smiled and asked, I just talked to Dad, do you want to talk to him? Hearing Joseph's loud crying, Aiden laughed. He looks like an idiot, he replied to Eldest, no need. Eldest softly nodded, oh, okay. The more he looked, the more curious he became about the protector bracelet the tree person gave him. Perhaps it was made from the body of a sacred tree, blessed by a wind spirit, but that's all he knew. But it didn't matter, the important thing was that when wearing the bracelet, they could communicate without being hindered by distance. Thinking of that dream, Aiden's expression became even more grim. That past life dream made him worried. Could he trust these people? The carriage continued to run. After a while, Barley spoke, we're approaching Carton. Aiden sighed helplessly, I don't have time for pointless thoughts, getting stuck in the past will only harm me. Right now, he had no choice but to trust these people. In Carton, the streets were extremely crowded. The notable point was that they all carried weapons. Aiden's group also entered the city. Eldest looked at the bustling surroundings and exclaimed, so many people carrying weapons. Aiden casually replied, of course, Carton is also known as the City of Mercenaries. The prison city of Carton is a fortress surrounded by 80 interconnected dungeons. Mercenaries from all over the continent flock here to break into the dungeons, and the city itself has an order established by the Mercenary Guild. Suddenly remembering that what he just said was from his past life's knowledge, Aiden quickly added, or at least, that's what the books say, this was his first time here in this life. He almost slipped up. Meanwhile, Lo seriously said, this place is full of mercenaries, disgusting, and those reckless mercenaries are managing this city. That's enough to know what kind of place this is. He was punched immediately after finishing his sentence. After punching him, Aiden angrily walked away, leaving Lo lying miserably on the ground, complaining, why did you hit me? Barley then turned to ask, is what you mentioned earlier true? Aiden curtly replied, yes, I'm sure. Letting out a soft hum to shake off his anger, he seriously said, the Holy Fire Palace attack group is also plotting something here, and it's definitely not good. When cleaning up the laboratory of those bastards, Aiden found records indicating they were conducting experiments here. If the records exist, they should at least be accurate. Anyway, he needed to gather more information about the chaos. Barley heard and immediately curled his lips into a sinister smile. He continued while rolling his eyes, great. Yesterday while sleeping I was so angry because I couldn't do anything, so I'll take this opportunity to vent a little. Seeing Barley's vengeful look, Aiden suddenly felt fortunate that he was on the same side. Barley then asked, so, what's the plan now? Aiden calmly replied, I've already laid it out. A mercenary is usually a vagabond, with the world as their home, gathering all sorts of stories across the continents. This could be a place where all kinds of information gather. So, you should go to one of the two major mercenary guilds that run this city, the Maidella Guild, and try to find out what's going on, Curse asked, confused. So there's another guild, the more the merrier, why not go to the other one? Aiden calmly replied, you mean the Umbra Guild? They are not exactly clean, I don't think we'll get good information there. Curse continued, if you are doubtful, why not use Florence's White Moon Information Network? Aiden calmly said, I'll ask them, the people here know their city best, so their information will be the most accurate. Aiden thought that to meet the guild master, he had to become someone they genuinely wanted to meet. With this thought in mind, he went to the door of the Maidella Mercenary Guild. As expected, quite a few mercenaries were gathered there, laughing and chatting merrily. Aiden couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he felt this familiar feeling, the musty smell of the guild hall and the noisy mercenaries. Seeing Aiden approach, the guild receptionist smiled brightly and professionally said, welcome to the Maidella Guild, what can I help you with? Aiden calmly said, we're here to register a mercenary group. She asked doubtfully, none of the 5 of you have been in other mercenary guilds, right? After Aiden confirmed, the receptionist gave him a form to fill out. A moment later, the receptionist handed Aiden some wooden tokens. Your guild registration is complete, she said. Since this is your first registration, you'll receive an E-rank bronze token. Be careful not to lose your identification token. Looking at the tokens in his hand, Aiden thought, an E-rank mercenary token, it brings back memories of when I first started. Curse curiously asked, couldn't you just go see the guild master? Why bother registering as a mercenary? Aiden quietly explained that Marcus Maidella, an S-rank mercenary known as the Swift Blade, was very cautious, and meeting him wasn't easy. After all, if a new mercenary quickly ranks up, even a suspicious person like Marcus wouldn't be able to resist inviting him. As a matter of routine, the receptionist smiled and said, congratulations on joining the guild, may your path ahead be filled with wealth and good fortune. Immediately afterward, Aiden and the others headed to the rabbit nest dungeon. Barley said happily as he walked, a bit nervous. This was his first time entering a dungeon. Aiden calmly reassured him, this was the lowest level dungeon, so there was no need to overdo it. Though he said that, Aiden had his own plans. He thought, even if it's a low-level dungeon, it's still a dungeon. He'd left Choco and Cassie at the inn, just in case. Curse then asked doubtfully, is this the only way? Aiden replied reluctantly, there's no other choice. Eldest needs more combat experience. At least she needs to learn how to protect herself, and low-level dungeon monsters are good for training, unlike that damned former master of his, who threw him into a hidden dungeon and then disappeared. At that moment, a creature suddenly appeared. Eldest exclaimed innocently, look, rabbits, it's rabbits. Perhaps realizing these rabbits were different from before, her face turned ashen. Because before them was a pack of mutated rabbits with ferocious eyes. The leader constantly bared its teeth and claws at them. Aiden glanced at Barley and said, Priest Barley, as I said, if there's more than one left, kill them all. Barley replied without hesitation, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a few steps forward. He stood alone facing the crazed rabbits. One of the rabbit monsters darted towards Barley as if wanting to devour him alive. However, he didn't panic. Calmly, he gripped his mace. Without a wasted movement, Barley smashed it in the head, killing it instantly. Witnessing their comrade being swiftly crushed, the rabbits became terrified and dared not move. Barley, however, let out a terrifying laugh. It was hard to tell who was good and who was evil. In a chilling voice, Barley asked, who else wants to come? Aiden couldn't help but feel helpless. Monsters also back down when they encounter a strong enemy. It's understandable, especially if they almost died from that mace blow. Barley then pointed his mace at the rabbit in front of him and commanded, come here. It wasn't just Barley who was terrifying. The rabbit felt that Aiden and Lo standing beside him were no different from devils. It trembled violently, unable to move. Then, its eyes suddenly lit up. Because it saw that the only person without any killing intent was Eldest. It immediately switched to hunting mode, staring at the girl. Inside the damp cave, the sound of physical impact quickly echoed. But the surprising thing was that Eldest was the one who hit the rabbit monster. Eldest violently punched the rabbit, while shouting, I'm not a carrot, you damn rabbit. Seeing this, Barley let out a soft, helpless cry. That's the 14th one. I've never seen anyone infuse their holy power into a punch like that. Did you teach her? Aiden was also surprised. I told her to try using mana in martial arts. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Normal priests only use holy power to strengthen their weapons and bodies in battle. In other words, holy power is only used for support, nothing else. But Eldest now circulates holy power in her body like martial arts. Normally, holy power and mana cannot be mixed, but somehow she can. Perhaps it's because of the advanced elixir Joseph gave her since she was little. When she became a saintess, holy power followed the existing mana flow. That's why, unlike other priests, Eldest can use holy power like mana. Aiden will never forget her double flying kick on their first meeting. Back then, he recognized her potential and taught her that person's martial arts. Curse then asked doubtfully, "Who are you talking about?" Aiden did not hide it, calmly replied, "It was the Blood Saintess, speaker. She was a ridiculously strong monster when combining holy power with martial arts from the combat school." Right now, Ellis had already struck a final blow, finishing off the rabbit on the spot. Aiden was sweating profusely. He had created a monster. Curse was also slightly timid. "I felt the place where iron-blooded Saintess had hit me in the past was a bit painful." Quickly, the monsters were officially defeated, lying scattered on the ground. Aiden's group went to the dungeon's treasure. Ellis excitedly said, "It's the treasure chest." Aiden reached out and patted her head, smiling. "You completed this entire dungeon yourself, so this is your reward." Ellis's eyes lit up. "Really, I get everything." Receiving his nod, she used her small hands to open the treasure chest. As soon as she opened it, Ellis was overjoyed. While examining the items inside, Ellis said, "There's a bracelet, armor, and countless other treasures, but what's this hat?" Before they could understand what was happening, rabbits appeared, jokingly saying, "Hello, your spirit merchant is here." Only, before it could do anything, it received a punch from Ellis. Perhaps still shocked from the previous encounter with the crazy rabbits, as soon as she saw it, she glared and yelled, "Cruel rabbit." Unable to react in time, Rabbits was beaten until its nose bled. It angrily rebuked, "What are you doing? How dare you attack me, you violent human, uncaring." Ellis loudly ordered, "Get down here, you bad rabbit." Thus, a human and a rabbit argued noisily in the cave. A few days later, shocking news emerged in the nearby city of Maydella, attracting the attention of the mercenary world. A group of people had completed every single dungeon, leaving none for anyone else. Initially, the mercenaries didn't understand how they managed it, but after seeing their leader, they understood. While the mercenaries were discussing, the doorbell suddenly rang, clearly indicating someone's arrival. It was Aiden's group. Their entrance immediately drew the mercenaries' attention. One of them, looking towards Barley, whispered. They continued to discuss Aiden's group, but Aiden's group didn't pay much attention. Going to the receptionist, Ellis winked and greeted, "Hello." The receptionist warmly replied, "Hello, my princess." Then, the receptionist looked at Aiden. "I heard the news. Congratulations on your victory in the 10th dungeon." Aiden politely thanked her. Not stopping there, the receptionist continued with a cheerful smile, "Your rank has been raised to be thanks to your achievement." Suddenly, a strange man interrupted her. He approached the receptionist and whispered. The receptionist frowned and hesitantly asked, "Is that so?" Receiving the man's nod, she looked towards Aiden. "Please follow me." Aiden, confused, asked, "What's going on?" She slowly explained, "Guildmaster Marcus wants to see you." Aiden smirked triumphantly. Mission accomplished. A moment later, they arrived at the Guildmaster's office. The professional receptionist led them inside. A man was already waiting there. Hearing the sound, he nodded in acknowledgement. This was Marcus, the Guildmaster of Maydella. As soon as he saw him, Aiden recognized his face. He probably called because of curiosity after hearing the rumors, he thought. While he was thinking, Marcus took a few steps forward. Then, he bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Saintess Ellis from the Holy Fire Palace. I am Marcus Maydella, Guildmaster of the Maydella Mercenary Guild." Ellis was so nervous she was sweating. Worriedly, she said, "We've been discovered." Ignoring her reaction, Marcus greeted Aiden. "Welcome, young Master Aiden Ramez." Aiden forced a smile. "I thought you knew our identities, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." Calmly nodding, Marcus replied, "I know everything that's happened in this city. Besides, you're too prominent to go unnoticed." Hearing that, Aiden suspiciously asked, "If you know who we are and called us here, you must have something to ask of us." Quite surprised by Aiden's perceptiveness, Marcus praised him. "You're sharp." "Indeed, I do. More precisely, I need Ellis's help." At this point, Marcus's eyes suddenly showed sadness. "I have a daughter." Before he could finish, someone frantically ran in yelling, "Guildmaster, emergency." The person said that young Miss Charles' condition had worsened and her fever had returned. Marcus was immediately anxious. At the same time, Aiden was astonished. "Marcus has a daughter. I've never heard of this. What's going on?" A moment later, in Charles' room, as the person had said, the girl's condition wasn't good. After arriving, Marcus examined her and sighed sadly. "My daughter contracted a mysterious illness not long ago. There's no cure or medicine." His only hope was Ellis's blessing. Looking at Ellis, he pleaded, "Please save my daughter. I promise I'll do anything." Upon hearing those words, Aiden silently pondered, "Is this possible? I'm here to make him an ally. This is a golden opportunity." Thinking this, he turned to Ellis and asked, "Can you do it?" Ellis calmly replied, "I'll try." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of holy power appeared in Ellis's hand. Without hesitation, she placed it on Charles. Ellis muttered in a low voice, "Oh God, please save this child." As soon as he sent his prayer to God, Charles' whole room lit up. 10 minutes had passed, and Ellis had continuously maintained the healing stance, her whole body trembling. However, the child's condition showed no signs of improvement. Unwilling to give up easily, Ellis tried again, but Marcus sighed, "It's no use, thank you." He then hurriedly took a pill. He immediately put the pill into the child's mouth. The instant the pill was swallowed, the girl's flushed face returned to normal. Aiden, seeing this, asked suspiciously, "You had medicine?" Marcus explained dejectedly, "It only temporarily stabilizes her condition. I got it from the Umbra Society, but at an exorbitant price." He thought Eldest could save her, but it was useless. At this rate, he'd have to sell the entire society just to buy the medicine. Aiden frowned thoughtfully. There's something strange here. If she's sick or cursed, holy power should work. Above all, Eldest's holy power didn't alleviate the symptoms, but the medicine from the society did. Looking at the pitiful Charles lying on the bed, Aiden felt sympathy. What's wrong with her? Curse suddenly jumped in. "I think I know." Surprised, Aiden quickly asked, "You know?" Not in a hurry to explain, Curse just continued, "Summon Spirit Shield Banshee." Aiden asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Curse smirked, "The Spirit Shield Banshee can help us see the world invisible to humans." Hearing this for the first time, Aiden was astonished. "The Spirit Shield Banshee can show us the world invisible to humans. I didn't know it could do that." Having no other choice, Aiden summoned the Banshee but warned, "If you're lying, I'll have Eldest's holy power unleash on you." In a flash, dark energy swirled in the air. There were also spirits surrounding Charles. Curse smirked triumphantly. "See, I was right." Marcus, seeing the spirits, worriedly asked, "What kind of evil things are those?" Aiden slowly explained, "They are the spirits of the dead and lost souls. They are like parasites, sucking the life force of humans by attaching to them invisibly." He didn't know before that the spirit shield could help him see ghosts and spirits, although he used it in his past life. After all, he was a dead spirit, and he left a fragment of his soul in the shield. Usually, only 1 or 2 lost souls attach themselves to someone, but this is the first time he's seen so many attached to one person. Curse explained that it was due to the child's naturally strong spirit attraction. Aiden was confused. He continued, "Spirit attraction is the ability to attract and communicate with spirits. The stronger it is, the more spirits you can see that others can't, and by making a pact, you become a spirit mage." However, Charles' spirit attraction is much higher than that of a normal spirit mage. That strong energy made her a tempting target. If this continues, they'll drain her life force. Aiden nodded, understanding. So that's why holy power didn't help her, because as soon as you drive those lost souls away, they immediately return. Looking up at the spirits beside the child, he said with some displeasure, "They're incredibly noisy. Get rid of them." Curse. Curse smirked evilly. "Child's play." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before the spirits and shouted, "Get lost, you filthy trash." The spirits, recognizing Curse's voice and aura, trembled in fear and quickly disappeared from his sight. Seeing the spirits disappear, Marcus joyfully exclaimed, "The lost souls are gone. Charles, you all right?" He then turned to Aiden and asked, "You just drove those lost souls away, right?" Aiden modestly replied, "It's nothing major. It's only a temporary solution. We need a more permanent solution." Thinking together, Curse spoke, "But you know, this is very strange." Aiden asked, "Strange how?" Curse slowly replied, "Someone with such strong spirit attraction should have a high-level spirit protecting them. But Charles doesn't have any spirits beside her, only ghosts." Aiden worriedly asked, "So she hasn't made a pact with a spirit yet?" Curse shook his head, "No, if that were the case, those lost souls would have killed her already." Aiden still didn't understand. Curse continued, "The spirit that made a pact with her is gone." Aiden was astonished. "How is that possible? Is it dead? How could it break the pact?" She sighed and explained, "No, if it died, another spirit would come to make a pact with her and protect her." Aiden reflexively frowned and asked, "How do we find that spirit?" He calmly replied, "You need to ask a spirit. We can find out what any spirit is doing or where they are through it." Hearing this, Aiden remembered someone, but he didn't know if the boy would know. The boy was quite similar to a spirit. Thinking, he used the bracelet to contact EZ. "Can you talk to me?" EZ quickly replied from the other side, "Chief, long time no see. Did you have fun on your trip?" Aiden didn't have time for nonsense. He went straight to the point. "I have a question. Do you know how to find a spirit and know what they are doing?" EZ shook his head. "I can't, but Sylphia probably can." Aiden was a little confused by this unfamiliar name. EZ quickly explained, "She's the wind spirit I made a pact with. I'm sure she can find the spirit you're looking for." Hearing this, Aiden became urgent. "Then please help me. That spirit made a pact with a girl in Carter's city." EZ quickly relayed this to Sylphia. 2 small images merged into one. Sylphia, after checking for a while, gave the answer. EZ quickly reported to Aiden. She found it. There was a soul exactly like what he just described. Hearing that, Aiden happily asked again, "Really, you sure?" EZ quickly replied, "Its name is Plague, the soul of infectious disease." Aiden was shocked to the point of opening his mouth. EZ awkwardly said, "A soul friend of Plague said they were good friends. He's also worried because Plague has been missing for a month." Aiden slightly frowned. "Isn't that similar to the bone dust of the tree spirit? He just shares everything with that friend. This infectious disease soul seems to have deliberately approached other souls." Easy added another story. Blake seems to be a traumatized soul, because humans call him an ominous soul. He's very afraid of humans, so you have to be careful when searching for him. Aiden felt a little sympathy. Of course he's afraid of humans. The mere existence of plague is enough to scare people. Then he slowly said, "Thank you, Easy, you've helped me a lot. Let's talk later." Then Aiden began to recount everything to Marcus. After listening, his hand on Charles trembled constantly. After hesitating for a long time, Marcus spoke. "I understand what you're saying. I heard my wife's grandfather was a spirit mage, so my daughter also has a soul attraction, making her prey for lost souls." Knowing he was upset, Aiden patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You don't need to feel guilty. First, we need to see where that soul went. We'll gather any clues we can." Lo suddenly spoke up. "But, young master, don't you find anything strange?" Aiden frowned, questioning, "What do you mean?" Lo slowly explained his speculation. "Surely, those lost souls drained her life force, but if that's the case, how did that medicine work on her?" For a moment, Aiden was stunned. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Marcus nodded in agreement. "Clearly, that guy is completely unreliable, but the medicine actually worked. What the heck is in it?" Just then, Cassie, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Simply put, it's poison." As soon as she finished, Marcus's face turned grim. He exclaimed in disbelief, "No way, I clearly saw her getting better." Cassie retorted with a sneer. "It was a trick to make her look healthier. This medicine forcibly distorts the patient's mana, weakening their life force. When the life force weakens, the souls think the patient is dead and leave. If you keep giving her this, she'll die young." Marcus, upon hearing this, trembled uncontrollably. He choked out, "You mean I've been giving her poison all this time? What the hell is going on?" Aiden questioned again, "But how did the Umbra Guild create this medicine? It's as if they knew what was making her sick." Marcus slumped to the floor, angrily cursing, "That damn bastard." Having said that, he turned and left. This surprised Aiden, who questioningly asked, "What's wrong?" Marcus replied with dark eyes, "Thank you, young Master Aiden. From now on, I'll handle this myself." At this point, his eyes blazed with hatred, and his veins bulged as he said, "Umbra, that damn bastard, I'll beat him to death." Hearing this, Aiden immediately grabbed Marcus's arm, urging him, "Don't let your anger cloud your judgment." Marcus angrily bit his lip, grumbling, "What are you saying? You also heard what that guild master did to my daughter." Calmly shaking his head, Aiden said, "If you barge in like that, they'll claim they didn't know what the medicine was. You know better than anyone how cunning they are." He advised Marcus to keep a cool head, saying he knew how to handle this. Marcus narrowed his eyes at Aiden, hesitating for a moment. But in the end, he led Aiden to his room and brought out numerous documents for him to see. Marcus slowly said, "This is all our intelligence on the Umbra Guild, information on its members, Guild Master Tal in Umbra, and all their lairs across the continent." Aiden seriously read the documents. "There's a lot of information, but it's all surface level, nothing useful here." Sensing this, Curse interjected, "That's a lot, but why are you looking at the enemy team members' information? Is there anyone who interests you?" Aiden replied, "I'm looking for someone I can use." Looking at the information, Aiden thought to himself, "It would be great if I could find someone I knew in my past life." Curse agreed and also carefully scanned the documents. Then he suddenly pointed at someone and spoke. Aiden looked in the direction Curse pointed. Aiden slightly frowned. "Armand, I've never heard of that name." But quickly he recognized him, a malicious smile appearing as he coldly snorted. "You're right, I have a feeling I know him." In another place, at a tavern in Carton City, a group of people were extremely noisy and irritating, the Umbra group. They were very obnoxious. Hearing someone mention them, he went to them. Then, arrogantly, he said, "Older brother is enjoying himself. What's it to you?" The frightened man shook his head, "Nothing." Armand raised his glass and laughed. "What are you doing? Don't just stand there, drink." After that, they happily drank. Armand was so happy he wanted to jump for joy. Life's ups and downs, huh? His previous name was Ankle, the guild master of the Cerberus Guild. Failure wasn't in his vocabulary, and he feared nothing. Life was good back then. Until Aiden came and ruined everything. Because of him, the guild was destroyed and members abandoned Ankle. The situation was even worse. When Joseph's daughter became the saintess of the Holy Fire Palace, if they knew Ankle was still alive, the church would execute him without hesitation. So he changed his name, changed his appearance, and started a new life here, hidden from even the three major religious factions. At that moment, someone entered from outside, saying with a playful tone, "Oh, there you are, Armand." Hearing that, the Umbra people reacted, angrily shouting, "Who dares call older brother by name? You want to die, don't you know who we are?" Called by his name, Ankle was equally furious. He threatened, "How dare you ruin my mood? I don't know who you are, but you're dead." Just when he looked closely at the person in front of him, his face was as green as a banana leaf. His eyes rolled back, and he asked tremblingly, "How did you find me?" "You are Aiden," he said with an evil smile. "Let's go out and talk." "Ankle, no, I mean Armand." Unable to refuse, Ankle followed him outside, and was brutally beaten. Not only that, but his subordinates didn't escape either. In a blink of an eye, you all lay sprawled on the ground. Aiden raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You've changed a lot, I almost didn't recognize you. Ankle replied, trembling, it's an honor that you recognized me, young master, I can't believe you found me. He suddenly speculated, could it be that you're here to hand me over to the Holy Fire Palace, then my life is over. At this thought, Ankle clenched his fists. No, there's still a way to escape from the monster in front of me. But Ankle suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands and begged, I will do anything, please spare me, I will tell you everything. Aiden was startled. He had intended to beat him up a little before taking him away, but this was even better, it saved him the trouble, he was very pleased. A moment later, in the guild master's office, Marcus heard the whole story from the recently captured Ankle. His whole body was filled with killing intent. He coldly asked, so the Umbra Guild is conducting human experiments? Ankle meekly replied, yes, sir. He said, since Carton City became a dungeon hub, people have been disappearing there, and no one cares, it's the perfect place to obtain specimens without suspicion. Hearing this, Aiden thought to himself, human experiments, could it be the dark mags from Chaos? Aiden asked suspiciously, where are they conducting these experiments? Ankle answered honestly, I don't know the exact location, but I heard they are doing it in a dungeon near the city. Aiden jumped, seeing his reaction. Curse asked suspiciously, so surprised. Because he found it illogical. Dungeons are the business territory of the spirit merchants. When a dungeon is cleared, merchants sell items, extract cores, and the dungeon disappears. But if someone is inside the dungeon conducting human experiments, that's a different story. Spirit merchants won't tolerate anyone encroaching on their territory. And since spirit merchants are bound by rules to prevent them from harming humans, in such an unusual circumstance, humans could be considered invaders, allowing the merchants to unleash their true power. At full power, a spirit merchant holds absolute power within a dungeon. Even a novice merchant like Rabbits could kill a mid-level expert in an instant at full power. Curse asked silently, then why haven't they kicked those invaders out? Aiden sighed and replied, there's a way. If someone promises enough benefits, the merchant can make a secret deal, then it won't report anything to the center and will let the invaders freely use the dungeon. At this moment, Marcus angrily looked at Ankle and asked, this is probably a bigger problem than a guild, who's behind them? Knowing he wouldn't answer, Ankle pretended to be ignorant. But Aiden used a terrifying expression to intimidate him, saying, if you don't answer properly, I'll hand you over to the sect. This statement held weight. Ankle immediately spoke up, the one backing them is Grand Duke Sias. Upon hearing the name, Marcus was shocked. Aiden, on the other hand, was so angry he gritted his teeth, that damned bastard again. Marcus exclaimed in horror, why would Grand Duke Sias, the powerful army of the north, make a deal with those from the Umbra Guild? Ankle replied in a low voice, not only them, several other organizations seem to be involved. Marcus was furious, those damned Umbra, they're causing more trouble than I thought, with the Sias family involved, we can't risk it. Aiden's face darkened, he had suspected it since hearing about the human experiments. Silbita is definitely working with those from Chaos. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth and said, let's crush them. Marcus cautiously said, the opponent is the Grand Duke Sias's family, a family that surpasses Grandmaster level. You may be strong. Before he could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted, are you going to let those people who harmed your daughter get away with it? At this moment, Aiden resolutely shouted, they touched your family, I'll help. Let's destroy the Umbra and the Sias family. Curse sighed, aren't you the one seeking revenge? What a hypocrite. Marcus was a little surprised, you're really passionate, even for someone else's family. But he still sighed, thank you for that, but I can't think of a way. Where should we start? Aiden confidently said, I have an idea. Marcus asked doubtfully, really, what should we do? Aiden smiled mysteriously, of course, cleaning up the mess is my specialty. Now, you're looking forward to Silbita's next dirty plan, aren't you? On the other hand, at the Spirit Exchange Company in Rabbit's territory, Rabbits was sitting hugging a blue orb. Its expression was extremely serious. Humans didn't know, but a dungeon core was actually a mana stone, containing a huge amount of mana. That's why they were extremely valuable to spirits and merchants' main source of income. But since meeting Aiden, it had to pay for the core and work for him like a slave. Where is my merchant life going? While Rabbits was lost in thought, suddenly footsteps approached. It was Pest, a mid-level spirit merchant. He asked Rabbits, a novice merchant, you're here. As soon as Rabbits saw Pest, Rabbits jumped up in fright and recoiled. What brings you to this lowly place? Pest clicked his tongue, looked at it, and said disdainfully, what have you been doing lately? Your profits are pathetic. Rabbits nervously scratched its head. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hearing this, Pest scolded, you're too stupid to pass the novice level. Rabbits angrily cursed the damn rat in its head, but it still held back its anger and said with pursed lips, thank you for your understanding. But Pest suddenly smirked, anyway, I expect better results next time, and then snatched Rabbit's bag and fumbled around in it. Rabbits wanted to stop him, but Pest's sharp gaze made it hesitate. Pest coldly snorted, a lowly novice dares to resist a mid-level merchant like me. Rabbits fiercely gritted its teeth and said with pursed lips, "No, you can take it." Coldly snorted, Pest calmly replied, "Of course, that's the right way to behave." Then it took Rabbit's bag, without hesitation poured the whole thing into its mouth. But Pest was still unsatisfied. "Is that all? I need almost everything to entice that spirit," it said. "No longer useful," Pest said dismissively, tossing the bag aside. "I expect better results next week." Rabbits bowed their head, replying softly, "Yes, Sir Pest." Once Pest left, its anger erupted. "That filthy rat, one day, I'll make Pest pay," it seethed. Under the silent night, two large, mysterious figures were silently moving towards a place. A moment later, they stopped at the back door of the Umbra Guildhall. The guards quickly stopped them. "Halt, state your names." One of the two angrily shouted, "Get out of the way, you scum." This enraged the guard. He immediately cursed, "Are you crazy? Get lost." The person behind him yelled, "How dare you speak so insolently? Do you know who you're talking to? Don't you recognize this armor and greatsword?" The gatekeeper looked at the two, confused. He mumbled, "What did he say?" But the other person recognized something, tugging at the other's cloak. "Wait, he's from there." Looking at the ironclad of the person in front of them, they slowly pieced together, a knight, large build, wearing black armor, carrying a greatsword. Then the other person finally introduced himself. "I am Dares Kleiman, the Black Knight of Lord Silbita. Summon your guildmaster immediately." A few hours earlier, inside Aiden's room, Curse looked at Aiden, who was holding a red cloak. "What's your plan? You going to recklessly charge in again?" Aiden cheerfully replied, "After spending some time together, you should understand me by now. As you said, we'll charge in, but not recklessly." Curse asked irritably, "You mean we'll charge in politely or something?" Aiden winked and laughed heartily. "Exactly, you understand me best." Curse became even more dissatisfied. "What, you mocking me?" Aiden smiled mysteriously. "Grand Duke Sias backs the Umbra Guild. We just need to disguise ourselves as knights of the duchy, and they'll let us in." Curse asked bewilderedly, "You want to ask your enemy Silbita for help?" Aiden clicked his tongue twice and said seriously, "Don't you remember the Sias knight trapped in Beelzebub? I'll use his Dark Knight's orders." Therefore, Aiden summoned Dares in his knightly guise, and they successfully entered the Umbra Guild's guildmaster's room. Tarlin Umbra, sitting opposite them, solemnly said, "It is an honor to welcome you, my lord, Dark Knight." Aiden secretly observed him. They seemed unaware that the Dark Knight was dead. After all, only a fool would go around telling people they'd lost a significant military asset. Tarlin bowed his head in apology. "My men didn't recognize you. We didn't know you were coming. I apologize on their behalf." Then, he suddenly turned his sharp gaze towards Aiden and asked, "But who is this person with you?" The fake Dares calmly replied, "He's a subordinate of my dark mage. Don't worry about him." Naturally, Tarlin didn't suspect anything. He continued, "But what brings you here? Is it a surprise inspection?" Following Aiden's instructions, the fake Dares calmly replied, "You have quite a lot of information. I need to check if everything is all right. Take me to the dungeon." A moment later, in the guild's secret underground dungeon, Tarlin led Aiden and the other to this place. Aiden, walking behind, sighed, "No wonder I couldn't find it, it's under the guild." But the deeper they went, the more astonished he became. Before them were cages. Countless monsters were imprisoned there. Aiden frowned thoughtfully. "What kind of experiments are they doing, collecting monsters like this?" Tarlin spoke proactively, "You've come at the right time, my Lord Knight. We've just achieved a breakthrough in our experiment." Then he quickly stepped forward. Pointing to two people lying on a stretcher, Tarlin proudly introduced, "These two are our latest achievements." Then he gave a command, "B12, B14, stand up." As if programmed, the two obeyed and stood up. Aiden slightly frowned. These two look perfectly normal. Unaware of his thoughts, Tarlin continued, "We retain their human forms while granting them monstrous abilities. The regenerative power of a troll and the monstrous strength of an ogre, but that's not all, look." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them reached out and picked up a sword from the table. In an instant, a stream of energy appeared on the sword. This shocked Aiden. He didn't expect these test subjects to be able to use Aura Blade. Moreover, the color of their aura seemed strange. While he was still stunned, Tarlin continued to boast, "We are upgrading their swordsmanship to high-level Aura Blade, combined with monstrous strength, under perfect mind control. They are completely loyal. Soon, we'll mass-produce them, then the dream of an immortal army will come true. Immortal warriors who conquer death will soon serve Silbita." Aiden's face immediately turned gloomy when he heard the three words Blood Knight. He clenched his fists so hard that the veins on his hands stood out. He knew them all too well. Curse curiously asked, "Did you meet them in a past life?" Aiden's voice dropped. The Blood Knights were Silbita's most elite organization when he became Grand Duke. They achieved great feats during the catastrophic monster waves and even in the Talos War. Their fanatical loyalty and fearlessness in the face of death turned Silbita into a legend, earning him the title of Night King. Curse nodded knowingly. "So that's the origin of his nickname," Aiden thought angrily. "Is this how the Blood Knights are made? How long has Silbita been doing this?" Tarlin continued enthusiastically, Sir Knight, remember I said how weak the human body is when subjected to the properties of monsters, we've found a solution. The elder dares immediately responded, what solution? Tarlin didn't answer, focusing on opening a large gate. Seeing this, Aiden reflexively frowned, there was something behind that gate. Quickly, the massive gate before them began to open. What met Aiden's eyes were enormous chains. Tarlin cheerfully introduced, this is the fellow who helped us solve that problem. Aiden looked inside, as he expected, this was where they hid it. Inside those chains was a plague spirit. Tarlin smirked, that's a plague spirit, we sealed it here. We extract its power, the source of lycanthropy, and inject it into test subjects. The werewolf curse is simply a curse to transform into a wolf. He searched everywhere after learning about this curse, but then, as if by fate, an elven merchant. At this point, Tarlin laughed even more maniacally. Soon, Marcus won't recognize what brought him down, and the Maidella Guild will be mine, unable to bear it any longer. Aiden's face darkened, I've heard enough. Tarlin, hearing this, angrily scolded, how dare you speak while I'm talking, do you think you're my equal? Aiden ignored him, coldly ordering, kill him. Tarlin glared at Aiden, gnashing his teeth. Before he could finish his curse, Dares obeyed Aiden's order, swinging his sword and piercing Tarlin. As he finished him off, Aiden dropped his disguise, saying as he walked, time to rescue the spirit and end this. Suddenly, a sharp sword lunged from behind. The sword pierced Dare's body. Aiden sensed the danger and glanced over. He saw that Tarlin was still alive. He coldly said, you dare kill me. Aiden was surprised, his eyes widening. He thought, he was definitely stabbed, this guy. At this moment, before him stood not a man, but a monster. Tarlin pointed his sword at Aiden and said, who are you, monster? As soon as he finished speaking, Tarlin slashed at Aiden with a sword imbued with aura energy. He gritted his teeth, Dares had clearly killed him, so why was he still standing? He quickly drew his sword to defend. Aiden's movements were much faster. Before Tarlin could harm him, he landed a blow. A large gash opened on Tarlin's stomach, blood flowing freely, yet in a blink, the wound healed. Without hesitation, Tarlin attacked Aiden again frantically. He took a step back, frowning and muttering, red aura, exceptional recovery ability. Seemingly understanding, Aiden looked up, scornfully saying, you turned yourself into a blood knight, you fool. Fool, Tarlin snorted coldly, no, wasting this incredible power is the foolish thing. Thanks to it, I've surpassed the title of mere semi-master I've been stuck with. He also praised Aiden's ability to control the Black Knight spirit and his courage in challenging him. Aiden didn't look like an ordinary human, so he wouldn't ask who sent him. At this point, Tarlin's smile turned evil, join me and I will give you this power, and a high position in my leadership. Aiden fiddled with his ear, leadership, sounds tempting. But his tone was full of contempt, but I wonder if you'll have any guild left to lead. Tarlin was stunned, what are you talking about? Before he could finish, hurried footsteps sounded outside. A subordinate ran in, shouting, boss, we're in big trouble, the Maidella Guild is attacking. Tarlin stood rooted to the spot. At the same time, outside, Marcus led his men in an attack. The Umbra members couldn't resist. Tarlin gritted his teeth, Marcus, here, don't tell me it's you, you scoundrel. Aiden, upon being mentioned, smiled, what's wrong, don't like my little present, guild leader Tarlin of Umbra. Tarlin shouted angrily, you bastard, I will kill you right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with great momentum. But Aiden effortlessly dodged Tarlin's attack, remaining completely unharmed. Aiden's eyes turned icy, revealing to Tarlin the sacrifice he had made. Tarlin's eyes widened in shock, what the hell? In an instant, Aiden was surrounded by a blazing red fire. He said coldly, I created this sword technique to cut through dragon scales, only a dragon slayer can wield it. At that moment, the fierce intensity in Aiden's eyes instilled a considerable fear in Tarlin. Striding through the flames, Aiden roared, King of Dragon Slayer's scale-peeling sword technique. He lunged forward, cleaving Tarlin's body in two with a single strike. Tarlin let out a scream of unbearable pain. He collapsed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Tarlin seethed with resentment, his wounds wouldn't heal. Wait, that smell, Aiden clicked his tongue, is that all you've got? Theoretically, your entire body should be burning right now. But thanks to a new mana technique, I can now use a sword technique that only Grand Masters could previously wield. Tarlin's wounds were clearly burning, and they wouldn't heal. Tarlin clenched his fist, why am I being humiliated by this brat? Tarlin bit his lip hard, he didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. With that thought, Tarlin threw his head back and roared, Dungeon, Tarlin Umbra, summon the merchant soul, pest. Aiden was taken aback. At that moment, the stones began to crumble, and a conjurer's hat appeared out of nowhere in the air. Pest emerged from the hat, he asked in a deep voice, what is it, Tarlin Umbra? Aiden observed Pest at the same time. So this was the one secretly trading dungeons, kidnapping plague souls, and concealing it from the merchant guild. Receiving no answer, Pest stroked his chin, you even used your emergency summon on me, seems dire, huh? Tarlin, seizing a lifeline, yelled, I need your help, kill him. Pest's eyes gleamed with malice, but interfering in dungeon affairs comes with extra fees, you know. Tarlin nodded slightly, I'll pay anything, just kill him now. Pest smiled in satisfaction, excellent, deal. As soon as he finished, his body suddenly grew enormous, an oppressive aura instantly spreading through the air. Aiden sensed this, his lips tightening, Curse jumped out, saying, is as strong as a Grand Master. Aiden shook his head, no, stronger, a human can't fight a merchant soul. Aiden narrowed his eyes at Pest, I'm pretty sure merchant souls aren't allowed to interfere in dungeon affairs, you sure you'll be alright after this? Pest gave a wicked smile, you know about us merchant souls, so what, as long as I'm not caught, I'm good, therefore, you'll die. He bared his fangs at Aiden. But Aiden remained calm, but you know, people who say that tend to get caught. Pest angrily asked, what nonsense are you spouting? Aiden knew he couldn't defeat a merchant soul using its full dungeon power, but there was one last resort. At that moment, a voice suddenly boomed. Rabbit's report was indeed accurate, causing Pest to tremble in fear, that voice. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Rabbit's was behind him, the figure said sternly, long time no see. Pest bowed in fear, long time no see, greetings, Madam President. The arrival was the president of the Merchant Guild, Hat Merchant. She narrowed her eyes at him and said coldly, it seems we need to have a talk. She was the president of the Merchant Guild, respected by all merchant souls. There were only two reasons for her appearance in the human world. First, to warn people about serious dungeon anomalies, and second, to deal with merchant soul-related issues. Several hours earlier, Rabbits was terrified upon seeing Aiden, but even more shocked by Aiden's subsequent request. You want me to call President Hat Merchant? Aiden replied calmly, as per Uncle's instructions. A merchant soul is making a pact with the Umbra gang, violating the guild's laws. You know I can't beat a merchant soul. So he wanted Rabbits to explain the situation to Hat Merchant and summon her. Rabbits was furious. President Hat Merchant was incredibly busy, but Aiden was adamant, leading to the current situation. Hat Merchant said gratefully, thank you, Rabbits, both honored and fearful, replied, it's nothing, Madam President. Aiden gave Rabbits a thumbs up, perfect timing. Seeing this, Tarlin stammered in fear, even Pest is trembling, who is that? Pest trembled uncontrollably, how did you get here? Let me explain, there's a misunderstanding. The merchant hat exuded an intimidating aura. She coldly snorted and scolded, misunderstanding, do you really think I don't know about your actions? Pest opened his eyes wide in surprise. He himself was now extremely scared because he was afraid that she would know what he had done. What do you mean? The hat merchant said coldly, I've known about your self-serving actions, I've been watching, hoping you'd see the error of your ways, but it's over. Aiden silently observed, as it was no longer his concern. Rabbits was equally anxious, waiting to see what would happen to Pest. Pest grew increasingly panicked. It hurriedly pleaded, President, wait, I can explain. Unfortunately, the hat merchant wasn't listening. She coldly snorted, you're fired. Immediately afterward, a sudden light flashed. In the blink of an eye, Pest was engulfed by the light. The hat merchant reached out and drew the light back. She smiled contentedly. In her hand was a tiny mouse, trembling incessantly. Having finished, the hat merchant turned to Aiden. I've heard Rabbit's story. My apologies for the inconvenience to the soul shop. Aiden replied indifferently, it's nothing. The hat merchant snapped her fingers and said seriously, just charging isn't enough, that's not the shop's motto, therefore. As she finished speaking, a bag appeared in Aiden's hand. He was incredibly surprised. This was the hat merchant's compensation, some useful items for his upcoming journey. Aiden murmured his thanks, but inside he was amazed. A gift from the hat merchant, it must be something special. The hat merchant decided she should leave. She quickly said goodbye, then I'll take my leave, but Aiden stopped her. Wait, may I ask a question? The hat merchant questioned what he wanted to ask. He calmly replied, how can I save the plague spirit imprisoned here? The hat merchant slowly said, that child is in a deep sleep. His consciousness can't be recovered even if the outer seal is broken. There's only one way to awaken him, a formal contract. Of course, there's another option Aiden can choose. It might be better for the one making the contract. Aiden frowned. Perhaps the other option she was suggesting was to erase the spirit. The hat merchant knew he understood. Without saying more, she left, if that's enough to answer your question. Then I'll take my leave. This time, Aiden didn't stop her. He nodded slightly, thank you. Before leaving, the hat merchant suddenly said mysteriously, I wish you all the best on your journey, Mr. Aiden Alberio. Then she vanished into thin air, leaving Aiden stunned, full of questions. How did she know his name? But no one answered him. He was alone. Curse then spoke up. She just called his past life's name. Aiden didn't answer. He was still confused. How could she know his past life's name? It meant some entities weren't affected by reincarnation. Did Aiden miss something about this hat merchant? Thinking this, he suddenly smiled. Right, I almost forgot. Then, Aiden turned around and gave Tarlin a sinister look. Tarlin trembled so violently he couldn't stand. The next day, in Kan City, people were spreading news of the Umbra gang's total defeat by the Maydella gang. Their shady dealings were exposed in the news. Everyone rejoiced that Marcus had eliminated them, restoring peace. At the Maydella gang's leader's office, Aiden held the newspaper, also happy. "Congratulations, you've become a hero of Carton City." Marcus thanked Aiden. "It's all thanks to you. Without you, I might have lost both the gang and my daughter." Saying this, he glanced at Ankle, hesitantly asking, "You sure we can trust him? You recommended him, but..." Seeing Marcus's distrust, Ankle shouted, "I'll do my best." Marcus looked at him like he was crazy. Aiden ignored him and said casually, "Even for Maydella, running another large gang is difficult. Especially an enemy gang, it's best to have a figurehead. He won't dare rebel." Aiden's face turned sinister, "But if he does, I'll hunt him down and kill him." Ankle was terrified. He swore, crying, "Won't, I don't even know what betrayal means." Curse, sitting beside him, asked, "Aren't you going to tell him about the chaos and the Sias Duchy?" Aiden shook his head. "It's pointless. Even if he revealed the Sias Duchy's involvement, Silbita could easily deny it. He needed something stronger to bury Silbita. For now, he should wait patiently and carefully for the right moment, the Holy Fire Palace, the Forest of Death, and everything that happened in Carton City." Thinking about this, Aiden sighed involuntarily. Then he looked intently at Marcus. He looked at the child trapped in the stone and asked, "Have you decided what to do with this?" Marcus hesitated before saying helplessly, "There are two ways to save Charles: a formal contract with the plague spirit, or breaking the stone, which would erase the plague, and then find another spirit to make a contract with Charles." Aiden nodded slightly and said, "She didn't have much time, the choice was his." Marcus pursed his lips and said gloomily, "The plague spirit didn't seem to be evil at all. It had never caused any trouble before." He knew the prejudice against plague spirits lingered since Redosera, the plague alchemist of sin, turned the southern continent into hell. He didn't want Charles to be targeted. Speaking of which, Marcus's body trembled uncontrollably. "I know this isn't right, but I won't change my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, gripping his sword, ready to strike. But at that moment, Charles ran from her room, frantically crying, "Father, stop." Marcus paused. "Charles, how?" Before he could finish, she fiercely said, "Don't hurt my friend." Unnoticed by anyone, upon hearing this, the plague within the sealed stone subtly stirred. At that moment, Charles rushed over. Standing before the sealed stone, her eyes filled with determination, saying, "Don't hurt my friend." Marcus quickly went to the girl, questioningly asking, "Charles, how?" Aiden frowned thoughtfully. "I didn't tell Charles because I thought it would be too shocking. How did she know? Could it be?" Then he looked at Eldest standing outside the door. Sure enough, the girl honestly admitted that she had told her friend. That's Charles' spirit. Though it was a difficult decision, it was one she herself chose. Marcus reluctantly advised, "Stay away, child, that spirit is very dangerous." Charles stubbornly shook her head. "Father, you don't understand. He always protected me. Now I'll protect him." The plague within the sealed stone seemed to want to awaken again because of the girl's words. Returning to Charles' past, when she was 5, she first realized someone was always with her. In a dark alley of Carton City, she was terrified. Because a dog 8 times her size was in front of her, baring its teeth and claws at her, causing her to scream in fear. At that moment, something like a spirit appeared, causing the attacking dog to suddenly stop. In that instant, the dog suddenly ran away, leaving Charles sitting there, dazed and confused. And it was at that moment Charles realized someone had always been protecting her. Even when her mother died and she was alone. Even when she cried from a leg wound, the spirit was always there beside her. Therefore, at this moment, she resolutely protected the plague. "I heard from the Holy Maiden that lost spirits cause my illness, and this spirit is why I'm still safe," she said, clenching her teeth resentfully. "Everyone who protects me disappears. Must this spirit, my friend, leave like my mother?" Marcus was startled by her words, quickly explaining, "Charles, that's not." But before he could finish, Charles stubbornly asked, "Then answer me, Father, if I make a pact with this spirit, will you hate me too?" Hearing this, Marcus was equally startled. "You know that will never happen." Before everyone, Charles said calmly, "That's enough for me, Father. I don't care what others think, I just need you and my friend." She couldn't let the friend who always protected her die because of her. She pleaded with him to accept the plague as part of their family. Marcus hesitated for a moment, then lowered his sword, sighing, "All right, Charles, as long as you're healthy and happy with your father, that's enough." He embraced her. "Father's sorry." Unnoticed by anyone, the plague inside the sealed stone shed a few tears, as if it had heard the entire conversation. After everything was settled, Marcus sat opposite Aiden, gratefully saying, "Thank you, young Master Aiden. I will always remember what you've done for me." Aiden replied casually, "It's just part of the agreement. Don't be so formal, but are you really okay with Charles becoming a witch who holds a plague spirit?" Marcus reluctantly said, "Honestly, I don't really like it. It will clearly make Charles' life even more difficult." But if it makes her happy, then nothing else matters. I promise to raise her well to ensure her safety and maximize her potential. Therefore, Marcus would consider the plague a blessing, not a dangerous creature. After all, the spirit is now part of his family. Aiden understood his thoughts. He said softly, Marcus, if that's the case, I have a suggestion for you. He offered to write a letter of recommendation. What do you think about sending Charles to the Regressed mansion to study? Marcus was slightly surprised. Aiden slowly explained, you must have heard the terrible rumors about Regressed. The power of a plague spirit is extremely dangerous. Right now, Charles needs to learn sorcery to control the spirit as she wishes. He said that his mansion also housed spirits. She'll become a great sorceress if she can learn directly from them. Marcus hesitantly asked, but can I accept such a big favor? Why are you so generous and willing to help us? Aiden laughed for help. Oh come on, this is just part of the deal. Marcus heard and became more suspicious. Aiden jumped and smiled. My condition is that you will support me in the future when I need Charles' power. I promise not to abuse her power. Marcus agreed without hesitation. If you need help, we'll be ready to assist, anywhere, not just Charles' power, but the entire Mandela gang will contribute. Aiden smiled happily. Once Charles can control the power of the plague spirit, she will be able to contribute a lot. Furthermore, having the Mandela gang on our side will be a huge advantage. Immediately afterward, they shook hands to seal the agreement. Meanwhile, in the icy northern continent, a man, for unknown reasons, sighed. Even the Umbra gang has been defeated. Everything is falling apart. Another person stood nearby. Furthermore, beneath the ice were the corpses of monsters, clearly killed by them. The man behind him suddenly knelt, saying respectfully, forgive me for this bad news. The other man glanced at him, suspiciously asking, so, have you found out who's behind this? He quickly recounted his findings. According to the Red Knight, they used a sword similar to yours, so it's highly likely Daer is involved this time. Hearing this, the man before him erupted in anger. Those damned trash from that crumbling kingdom, I shouldn't have trusted them from the start. He finished his sentence, angrily slashing his sword through the air, causing a powerful air current. But as he sheathed his sword, blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, his subordinate rushed forward to support him. My lord, please use this medicine. Please calm down, my lord Silbita. It was Silbita, the White Knight. One of his 3 loyal hounds. He quickly drank a potion. After a while, Silbita felt slightly better, the blood vessels receding. He said angrily, relying on those filthy people's medicine. How pathetic I am. If my energy core hadn't been injured 7 years ago during the monster invasion, I wouldn't be suffering like this now, or perhaps I should be grateful that I didn't go insane after that accident. Silbita crushed the empty vial. He said with intense hatred, I don't need blood knights, the fire god church, or anything else. My top priority is finding a gemstone to replace my energy core. Once I achieve that, I will reach the realm of a grandmaster. His eyes filled with determination. I must become the next Grand Duke. Meanwhile, in Aiden's room, he looked at the stone in his hand with dissatisfaction. What the hell is this? The hat merchant had given it to him, so it couldn't be ordinary. Curse quickly jumped out to answer. It's a packed stone. Aiden furrowed his brows in surprise. A packed stone. Damn, Mac nodded. Curse casually said. It helps you make a pact with souls or spirit beasts from the spirit world. It can summon high-level spirits and is a rare item in the human world. Just infuse mana into the stone. Hearing this, Aiden nodded clearly, so. Immediately he began infusing mana. The stone quickly turned green. Seeing this, Curse said excitedly, then it opens and turns red. Curse was thrilled. Looks like it's about to do something interesting. Simultaneously, flames began to surround the stone. In an instant, it engulfed the entire room. Aiden, holding the stone, felt the intense heat and wanted to throw it away. He yelled, the fire, my hand is. Suddenly, he stopped yelling and quickly regained his composure. He frowned and muttered, it's not hot at all. I'm pretty sure I've seen a similar flame before. As soon as Aiden finished, a reproaching voice emerged from the flames. How dare you summon a being like me in such a cramped place? Curse chimed in, you've summoned something quite extraordinary, a mythical grade spirit beast. Before Aiden now stood a fire phoenix, its flames so bright they seemed to scorch the flesh. In his past life, Aiden had met people who made pacts with spirit beasts, but most were low level, very few had pacts with mid-level ones. How could he summon a mythical grade spirit beast with just a packed stone? He'd never seen anything like this in his past life. He asked suspiciously, did I just summon you? The fire phoenix replied casually, more accurately, I found you. I am the king of immortal birds, and my child says you owe us a life. Aiden was stunned. He didn't know what it was referring to. Owe me a life. At that moment, a baby fire phoenix appeared, emitting a melodious chirp. Seeing it, he finally realized. The mother fire phoenix spoke again. You saved my child from a troll mage who was trying to absorb it. As a mother and king, I want to express my gratitude, but after meeting you, something unexpected happened. Aiden asked in confusion, what do you mean? The fire phoenix's eyes seemed to see through him. it said calmly, rebirth, poison resistance, dark energy, and even a banshee shield. Those are too many things for one person to endure. It also mentioned a terrible curse he carried. Hearing this, Aiden burst into laughter. Curse was so angry she wanted to attack. What the hell is she saying? Terrible, that damn bird brain. Aiden ignored her and seriously asked, so, would you like to make a pact with me? The Mother Fire Phoenix slowly replied, normally a normal life form like you would not be able to control my power, but with the strange stone inside your body it would probably still be possible. Aiden thought he heard wrong. Was it talking about the strange stone that his body absorbed when he was in the forest of death? He then hesitantly asked, so, do you know what that stone is? It shook its head slightly. Unfortunately, I don't know for sure, but in ancient times, there was an entity that possessed a stone similar to this one. Kings like myself were weak and pathetic before such entities. Of course, Aiden's inner energy was still far inferior to theirs, but it believed he had the skills to control it. Aiden sat there pensively, silent. The Phoenix continued, right, human, do you want to make a pact with me? Aiden immediately regained his composure. How could I miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Alright, I will. This answer pleased the Phoenix. It spread its wings, and flames erupted once more. It slowly introduced itself. My name is Pyronis, as the child of the primordial flame that can purify all things. I will make a pact with you. To complete the pact, tell me your name. Aiden looked intently and slowly stated his name, Aiden Ramez. But upon hearing it, Pyronis was startled. Hesitating for a long time, it asked again, human, do you have another name? Aiden was surprised. After a while, he revealed his previous life's name. As soon as he finished, the flames flared up again, engulfing both him and Pyronis. Time passed until the flames began to subside. The system then announced that Aiden had successfully made a pact with the mythical fire spirit beast, Pyronis. For days later, at the north gate of Carton City, a vehicle was moving along the road. It was Aiden's group. Eldest, hugging Choco, was on the verge of tears. We just got closer. Cassie comforted her, my dear Saintess, you can see it again after this pilgrimage is over. Lo also spoke up. I will ask Sir Joseph for permission for a visit to Carton City. The girl sighed deeply. Lo then looked towards the still closed door. Aiden is still sleeping. Aiden wasn't sleeping. He was lying in bed, lost in thought. In his hand was a mercenary badge, an S-rank mercenary insignia. He had possessed it for some time. Before they left that day, everyone received their ranks. Barley was A rank, Lo was B rank. After receiving theirs, everyone eagerly awaited Aiden's rank. But upon learning he was S rank, they were speechless. Seeing their reaction, Marcus quickly explained, mercenary ranks are determined based on each person's abilities and achievements. Naturally, improving your skills and experience will allow you to rank up, so there's no need to worry too much. Aiden looked at his insignia, then spoke, you've worked hard. Marcus shook his head slightly. It was nothing. By the way, where are you going now? He said seriously, we're heading to the Duchy of Sias. I have some matters to settle there. Marcus finally voiced his concerns. Young Master Aiden, would it be alright if I asked this? Aiden frowned, confused. What is it? He raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. He asked, do you know that someone from the Duchy of Sias was behind the recent events? Aiden was startled by the sudden question. Marcus said he could feel Aiden's anger every time that name was mentioned. It was as if he knew they were the masterminds. He looked at him with an emotionless face, unable to speak. Marcus didn't notice and continued, after what happened to Charles, I can't express my anger at their despicable actions. Especially since it contradicts their arrogant nature, but I can't do anything now, so I want to ask you a favor, even though it's a bit petty. I want Aiden to help me punish them. If you can help Marcus do that, I will wholeheartedly accompany and support you. Hearing this, Aiden smiled brightly. This suits me perfectly, I'm more than willing. The two shook hands like true comrades. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's make those bastards pay for their heinous actions. Escaping his thoughts, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. It's really begun. At that moment, someone announced loudly, we're almost there. Aiden slowly opened his eyes, ready for the new journey about to begin. A beautiful kingdom appeared before them. The Duchy of Sias was ahead. A moment later, in the city center of Sias, many soldiers and citizens were bustling about. Aiden's group stood among them. Cassie couldn't help but complain, it's so crowded here. Nobles and knights from all over the continent. Eldest, on the other hand, was so happy her eyes sparkled. Aiden calmly explained, it's because the martial arts tournament is about to begin. It's a festival held every winter. It's a tournament to honor Jaeger Sias, who sealed the Ice Queen and founded the duchy. Furthermore, since monsters often attack during winter, it's also a ritual to pray for a peaceful winter. There are only a few such festivals on the continent, so many people come here. The people of the duchy even stop working to enjoy the tournament. Saying this, Aiden smiled radiantly, like a victor, and I will participate in this tournament. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. Barley excitedly said, sound exciting. Lo, surprised, asked, but why would you participate in such a dangerous event? Curse also wondered, "You're suddenly participating in the tournament, aren't you here for revenge?" Aiden calmly replied, "I am here for revenge. But winning this tournament will reward me with an item from the Sire's treasury and a potion. I need that potion to reach the Grand Master realm, and the most important part is that immediately after the tournament ends." Curse, a little confused, asked, "What happens after it ends?" Aiden calmly smiled, "After the tournament, the sealed Ice Queen will awaken. The Ice Queen, she is the embodiment of disaster. Leading an army of death from the icy wilderness, once she awakens, the surrounding lands turn into level 1 dungeons. The northern nations in their attempt to defeat her had to enlist the help of 6 great knight clans, including the Grand Duchy of Sias and the strongest gladiators from the martial arts tournament. But the army sent were all annihilated, and the few lucky survivors looked like walking corpses. In that desperate situation, Silbita and his army of blood knights rose up to save the northern continent. With his army, he defeated the Ice Queen and became the new Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Sias, earning the admiration of everyone. He was also awarded the title of Night King, but Silbita was completely different from what Aiden knew in his past life, neither admirable nor noble. First, he needs to win the martial arts tournament, then he will participate in the battle to defeat the Ice Queen. When Silbita is worn out after the battle with the Ice Queen, he will eliminate him. Seeing him so silent, Eldest poked her head out and asked, "Aiden, is the food not good? You look pale." Aiden flinched slightly, shook his head, and said, "No." Barley looked around and said, "By the way, this humble restaurant is unusually crowded. It seems this is truly one of the biggest festivals on the continent." Just as he said, the restaurant was packed with people. Aiden nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Right, everyone is having a lot of fun." Just then, someone else entered the restaurant. The person went to Aiden's table and hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, all the tables are full, would you mind if we joined you?" Aiden's group looked up slightly and then saw the smiling face of a young man. Immediately afterward, they let the young man join them. The young man cheerfully introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lao, a mercenary." Aiden casually said, "I'm Aiden, I'm on an expedition with my team. Those your teammates?" Lao nodded slightly and said, "This is my younger brother, Ladle. He's a bit shy." Aiden glanced at another person standing beside them, and the person next to him was. Before Lao could answer, Cassie on the other side suddenly made a move. She finished a sip of water, pouted, and said, "I didn't think I'd meet an old Wertiger here." Lo was completely surprised by this statement. "What did you say?" "A Werkat, that's rare too." The old Wertiger chuckled and introduced himself. "I'm Beiruk." Cassie also introduced her name. Aiden was surprised and asked, "A Wertiger? You guys don't look like ordinary adventurers at all." Beiruk chuckled and replied, "Look who's adventuring with a Werkat." Eldest spoke up, "By the way, I've been curious about what you're holding, Ladle." Ladle jumped at the sudden mention of his name. The young boy nervously asked, "This, what about it?" After hesitating for a long time, he introduced it. "It's called a bipa, a traditional musical instrument from my homeland. I'm a bit embarrassed, but I'm the team's musician." Eldest was excited and chattered incessantly. "Really, I really want to hear it." Ladle was flustered, so suddenly. The little girl looked at him with pleading eyes, and Ladle couldn't refuse. "If you want, I can play a little, but I'm not very good." So, immediately afterward, his hands began to touch the instrument. His long, slender fingers began to glide across the strings, producing a clear, melodious sound. Aiden's eyes suddenly sharpened as he heard the melody Ladle was playing. Those around them also noticed the music and turned their attention this way. Barley and Lo really liked the music. They listened until their moods brightened. Ladle didn't pay attention to the others, sitting there and concentrating on playing as if he were a true musician. Then Curse jumped out, laughing, combining music and energy. "This kid is talented. The energy in the music is resonating with everyone's energy." Ladle truly played very well. He himself didn't realize he was the center of attention. Those around them also listened attentively, without anyone making a sound to disrupt this beautiful moment. Lao didn't seem too surprised by the situation. He simply sat and enjoyed it. A moment later, the music finally ended. Ladle then opened his eyes and slowly said, "That's the sound of this instrument." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately reacted. Cassie couldn't help but praise him. "Thank you for that moving performance, young man." Lo, without embarrassment, started to cry. "This is the first time I've heard such a moving piece of music." Eldest was so excited that she jumped up. "That was amazing, so cool." Lao teased, "You've got another fan." "That's right, your brother." Ladle blushed and shouted, "Shut up." Beiruk joined in. "Be honest, weren't you secretly enjoying the performance?" The young man shouted angrily, "You too, Mr. Beiruk." After the meal ended, everyone went home. Before leaving, Lao didn't forget to say goodbye. "We'd love to chat more, but our schedule is too tight, so we have to go now." Aiden didn't want to keep them. Lao smiled and said, "There's more to prepare for the martial arts tournament registration than I thought." Aiden became excited. "You're all participating too, what a coincidence." But as soon as he finished speaking, He suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes in astonishment. Aiden asked in a low voice, "You said your name is Lao, right?" Lao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Yes." Receiving the answer, Aiden didn't hesitate to step forward. He stood opposite the man, his voice full of fighting spirit. "It seems like next time we meet, we'll be enemies. See you at the martial arts tournament." Lao also looked at him with a challenging gaze. "Right, Aiden, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because I know you." Then he left with his men, their figures disappearing into the night. Curse jumped out and asked, "What was that just now?" Aiden retorted with a pout, "What do you mean?" Ku calmly said, "Even if it was only for a moment, you still showed clear killing intent, didn't you?" Aiden slowly explained, "Because I think I know who that is." He was surprised. "You know him from your past life?" Damn, Mac shook his head. Aiden pouted, "No. But I've heard some rumors a swordsman traveling with a fake half-elf and a genius musician. The champion of the Sias tournament, the cruel demon sword Lao." Hearing this, Curse nodded understandingly. So in his past life, he was the champion of the martial arts tournament, but why is he called the cruel demon sword? Aiden recounted the past. That guy disappeared without a trace right after receiving the prize, a potion. He didn't participate in the war to defeat the Ice Queen either. After disappearing, he reappeared in the Grand Duchy of Sias 2 years later and became a crazed murderer. After parting ways with Lao's group, Aiden led everyone to their resting place, but as soon as they saw it, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Ellis excitedly asked, "Your friend really let us stay here?" Aiden grinned proudly, "Of course." Barley frowned, "Using connections to enjoy luxury during a pilgrimage, isn't that contradictory to the original purpose of hiding and understanding the circumstances?" Aiden waved his hand, "It's fine, this will be a valuable experience for Ellis to understand the power of connections and influence. Isn't this a perfect pilgrimage?" Barley was speechless, he had nothing more to say. Aiden led the way into the mansion. Nisetta was waiting. After settling everyone in, she and Aiden went to the reception room to talk. Aiden sat opposite her and asked in a low voice, "How are things going lately?" She replied, "Thanks to your information, we've eliminated a few small groups of chaos. The number of branches connected to Sias has been decreasing recently. It seems there's some conflict between Chaos and the Thunderstorm Knight Silbita." Aiden frowned thoughtfully, from the attack on the Royal Palace to the incident at the Holy Fire Palace. The experiments inside the Forest of Death, the Blood Knights' experiments in the Umbra Guild, they all failed. No surprise there, he continued. "Do you think they'll find out I'm the one behind all this?" Nisetta confidently shook her head. "The possibility is extremely low. Taking care of all those filthy heretics yourself, you truly are a respectable incarnation of the Demon King." Seeing her like this, Aiden's face contorted in fear. Did Nisetta just blush because of me? She wanted to kill me in my past life. Aiden flinched and quickly changed the subject. "More importantly, how about the item I asked you for?" Nisetta calmly said, "I've brought it." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened a box. Inside was 7 stellanium ingots, as Aiden requested. Seeing this, he immediately smiled happily. Stellanium is a mysterious ore containing immense power and miraculous electrical conductivity. It's so rare that many people never see it in their entire lives. A single piece is worth 10 mansions. He said gratefully, "This ore is truly precious. Thank you for finding it for me." Nisetta replied indifferently, "It's nothing, but what do you intend to do with them?" He laughed happily. "I'll make them into armor for myself. I already have a sword and shield, but I haven't found suitable armor yet." Nisetta hesitated, "But stellanium is notoriously difficult to forge. Finding a skilled enough blacksmith to craft them won't be easy." Aiden calmly said, "There's someone, a blacksmith who can forge exactly what I need." The next morning, in a dark alley of Sias, Aiden seemed to be searching for something. He wandered around so much that Curse appeared, disgruntled. "We've been wandering around for 2 hours. You keep saying it's not here. Are you sure this blacksmith exists?" Aiden nodded confidently. "I told you he does. It's just that his forge is a bit hard to find. You have to find it yourself." At that moment, he spotted a small house deep within the alley. He happily exclaimed, "Found it." Curse questioned, "But it's just a door." Aiden calmly replied, "To a normal person, it just looks like a detached door, but to me, it's different." Then he took something out of his pocket. Curse asked suspiciously, "What is that?" Aiden slowly replied, "It's the key to open this door." Then he inserted the key into the door. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted. In an instant, the light enveloped the entire door. Aiden slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Iron armors appeared before him. Seeing them, Aiden felt a pang of nostalgia. It's been a long time. Curse spoke again. "This is spatial compression magic." Aiden calmly replied, "Some races possess such blessings. They are born with workshops. The condition to enter is the Class S mercenary badge from earlier." As he entered, Aiden heard the sounds of hammering. Along with that, a low voice rang out, "Who dares to barge into my workshop?" Aiden approached, greeting the blacksmith. "Hitos, I'm here to commission a suit of armor." Hitos turned his head slightly, surprised. "An armor order?" Curse questioned skeptically. That's the blacksmith you mentioned, he looks awfully wrinkled, Aiden smiled, replying, but his skills are no joke. Hitos is the one who forged the armor you wore to confront Curse in your past life. Hearing this, Curse immediately refused. I don't want to hear any more. Hitos then approached to assess Aiden, but you're really an S-rank mercenary, you look so thin, can you even lift a sword? Aiden nodded with a smile, of course, I even have a platinum badge, see. He shook his head, refusing the commission. The human world has gone mad, awarding an S-rank mercenary badge to such a weakling. I need to raise my workshop standards. Then he directly dismissed Aiden. I have no equipment for someone like you. There are plenty of other blacksmiths. Aiden wasn't flustered. He chuckled. Such a pity. I thought we could chat while enjoying some extremely rare white liquor from the Dratha Kingdom, White Dragon Tears. Then he produced a bottle of liquor, feigning regret. It seems I'll have to find another blacksmith. Hearing this, Hitos was completely shocked. What, White Dragon Tears? Aiden didn't reply, turning towards the door. I'm leaving. Hitos frantically ran to stop him. Hitos' tone changed 180 degrees, his expression shifting instantly. Let's talk, let's have a conversation. And so, they began drinking. Hitos, loosened by the alcohol, became much more approachable. Humans truly know how to make excellent liquor. What's your name? Aiden politely gave his name. Hitos nodded with a smile. All right then, Aiden. He couldn't help but praise. This liquor is excellent, the best I've had since that scoundrel Borkin gifted me some 20 years ago. Hearing this, Aiden fell into contemplation. He recalled Borkin bringing him to Hitos in his past life. After which, Aiden caused chaos here, and Hitos was so angry he threatened him with his hammer. But as Aiden grew up and Borkin disappeared, Hitos felt sad about it. Without Aiden in this timeline, the void left by Borkin's absence must be much greater for Hitos. Thinking this, Aiden quickly smiled. Right, enough drinking. Can we talk about my request? Hitos nodded without hesitation. Right, I've received the excellent liquor, and I can't let you leave empty-handed. State your request. There's no weapon or armor I can't forge. In the northern ice mountains of Sias. Atop the mountain, there's a massive glacier. If you look closely, you'll see a person trapped inside. But at that moment, that person suddenly opened their eyes. Meanwhile, Aiden was overjoyed after leaving the forge, happy to see Hitos again after a long time. The armor and short sword he requested will take 4 days to complete. There are still about 10 days before the Ice Queen arrives, so it should be fine. He also received a key allowing him to teleport to Hitos' forge, quite useful. While waiting, he went to the Sias temple as scheduled for his pilgrimage, the main purpose of this visit. Just then, a commotion erupted in the streets below, surprising Aiden. He saw many people lining the streets, constantly shouting Eldest's name. Hearing them, the girl happily poked her head out of the carriage, waving, "Hello everyone, nice to meet you." The people below turned their eyes into heart shapes upon hearing her sweet voice. Aiden was speechless. Curse sighed. From what I see, it seems the Saintess is thoroughly enjoying this. Aiden nodded in agreement. I think so too, let's just let her be. No problem. The carriage proceeded to the Sias temple, where many people were waiting. A leading priest respectfully said, "The High Priest Barkus of the Holy Fire Palace's Sias branch welcomes the Saintess and her companions. We also welcome those accompanying the Saintess." Curse, upon seeing the priests, grumbled, "Seriously, that talking ape is a high priest." Aiden sighed helplessly. The Sias cooks and janitors look exactly the same. Barkus then approached Aiden, smiling. "It's an honor to meet the benefactor of our church." Aiden replied politely, "The pleasure is mine. I'm Aiden Ramez, but they seem to be welcoming Eldest more enthusiastically than I expected. I didn't know she was this popular." Barkus calmly explained, "Normally, the sacred flame should be burning brightly above the altar, but for the past 10 years, it's been cold due to the lack of a saint to maintain it. With the saint's sacred flame, the temple will once again shine, and the hearts of the believers will burn with faith. That's why everyone is so excited when Eldest arrived." Aiden glanced at Eldest and asked, "You can do it, right?" The girl nodded confidently. "Of course, I've done it before, so I'm not scared." As soon as she finished speaking, Eldest bravely stepped forward. Aiden watched her, like a father watching his daughter. She had grown up so much. Above, Eldest had now reached the shrine. Looking at her palm, the little girl frowned and muttered, "If I transfer holy power into this, then holy power will also appear in her hand." Without any hesitation, Eldest transferred it into the shrine. In an instant, flames erupted. The girl joyfully exclaimed, "It worked." But even more surprisingly, the flames she created shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this, the priests below were moved. The holy flame of the Holy Fire Palace had returned after 10 years, the omnipotence of the Fire God Church. Barkus was also deeply moved, tears of joy streaming down his face. "I never dared to think I would see the holy flame burning once more," he said, turning to Aiden. "Young Master Aiden, isn't this wonderful? This truly is the flame of the Fire God Church." But Aiden stood there, lost in thought, not hearing him despite his repeated calls. His eyes widened in astonishment. What is this feeling? Is it the mana cultivation technique I learned from the ancient book from the Holy Fire Palace last time? That technique was commanding Aiden's body to absorb the flame. Thinking this, he raised his hand in the air. Hesitating for a long time, Aiden clenched his fist. In an instant, the flames seemed to receive an order. They flew towards him without hesitation. A series of fiery beams shot towards Aiden. Seeing this, Barkus cried out in alarm, "Young Master Aiden, danger!" Seemingly at once, the flames erupted, growing to a size that could engulf everything. Lo was equally panicked, anxiously calling, "Young Master!" Barley behind him was stunned. The holy flame incinerates anyone who isn't its master, and now it's touching young Master Aiden. What's going on? No one understood what was happening. The flames continued to burn brightly. While Aiden stood within it, eyes closed in concentration, the heat was intense. At that moment, Pyronist's voice echoed, "My successor, I will bestow upon you eyes that see the whole truth. No deception will be strong enough to overcome you." Aiden slowly opened his radiant eyes. A moment later, the flames finally dissipated. Lo rushed towards Aiden without hesitation. "Young Master, you all right?" They pinched his cheeks repeatedly, checking if he was okay. Only Barkus stood there, petrified with fear. It's absurd, he was just engulfed by the holy flame, and yet he's still alive. Barley stepped forward to answer. "I know he's no ordinary person." He heard this and asked back, "What do you mean, priest?" Barley calmly replied, "There's a prophecy passed down in the church, from long ago, before the liege of the Holy Fire Palace passed away. He told the disciples that the chosen one would come. With the current situation, are you sure Aiden is the disciple of the Holy Fire Palace?" Aiden was desperately trying to escape the crowd. He suddenly stopped, glancing around. He saw everyone looking at him with bright eyes. Before he could understand what was happening, the priest suddenly shouted, "The disciple of the Holy Fire Palace forever. The disciple of the Holy Fire Palace has appeared to protect us." Aiden's face froze. He muttered doubtfully, "Disciple of what?" They suddenly knelt, frightening him. Barkus led the crowd in kneeling, respectfully saying, "Greetings, disciple of the Holy Fire Palace." Aiden trembled and muttered, "I have a bad feeling about this. What if I don't accept this?" But at that moment, the ground violently shook. Everyone fell to the ground, screaming, "Earthquake, watch out for falling rocks." Aiden instinctively frowned, sensing something was wrong. No, this isn't an earthquake, something else is happening. At the same time, on the ice mountain peak, the ice had shattered, and the person sealed within slowly emerged. Immediately, an earth-shattering scream echoed. Hearing this sound, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. That scream, is it the Ice Queen? As he suspected, the Ice Queen had broken free from her seal, but it wasn't her awakening time yet. Heaven and earth began to turn upside down with the Ice Queen's appearance. Piercing sounds continuously echoed. The people, unable to bear the pain, covered their ears. It felt like hell. Amidst the intense pain, someone saw something appear. Only to see the hat merchant, somehow, standing in the air. She slowly spoke, "Hello everyone, thank you for always using our store's services. I am the owner of the Soul Hat Merchant store." Hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. What was such a high-ranking figure doing here? The hat merchant chuckled and explained, "There's an important announcement today. At this moment, a legendary-level dungeon, the lair of the Ice Queen, has appeared." The citizens stood there dumbfounded, terrified, speechless. Everyone trembled as if struck by lightning. "The Ice Queen has returned." They immediately panicked and fled. "It's the Ice Queen, she'll destroy everything again. If you want to live, run." On the other hand, at the Holy Fire Palace shrine, Aiden stood at the highest point, lost in thought. Why did she awaken earlier than expected? But let's put that aside for now. The important thing is that both sides are in chaos. The spirit shield Banshee is enraged because its queen has returned, and Beelzebub is burning with the will to protect its homeland. Aiden was furious. He tried to hold it tightly. Why did this idiot think it had the right to speak? Shut up. Suddenly, the sword emitted a surge of magical energy. At the same time, Aiden's eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through everything. Through that energy, Aiden saw the Black Knight and heard his voice, "My name is Dares. I was once a knight under Lady Silbita." Aiden also saw his memories of working for Silbita, with this mana core condition. "I will never be able to regain my former strength. If that happens, I'll probably lose the position of Grand Duke to Day Heir." At this point, Silbita looked behind her and spoke, "Black Knight, bring back the Black Mags who visited me, tell them I accept their request." He said if he completed this duel, he could replace his mana core with it. Once completed, he could regain his position as Grand Duke. The memory ended there. Aiden was extremely surprised. Was this the Black Knight's memory? The sacred flame just now gave him a new power called Fire Eye. The system said it was a power comparable to that of a saint, but he didn't think it would let him see the memories of a soul. Curse spoke up again. "More importantly, the mystery of the red stone you absorbed is finally solved." He nodded slightly. "That's right, no wonder controlling mana has been so much easier since absorbing that stone." One thing Aiden was sure of was that Silbita didn't have much time left. he would try to create a replacement core. Curse frowned, but didn't Florence say that the relationship between the Night King and Chaos isn't good right now? Then how exactly does he plan to create a replacement core? Aiden chuckled. Do you know why the descendants of the Sias family are unreasonably strong? Curse hesitantly guessed. Is it because they were trained in a harsh environment? No, Aiden shook his head in refutation. It's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Ice Queen and absorbed her essence. That essence possesses such a pure source of energy that no elixir can compare. That damned Silbita is definitely hunting for the Ice Queen's essence. Therefore, Aiden was determined not to let him succeed. While he was lost in thought, someone approached. The person greeted him. It's been a while, young Master Ramez. Aiden turned around upon hearing this. And it was Daer, who greeted him amicably. Long time no see. Daer nodded slightly. I wanted to greet you myself, Aiden asked in surprise. You knew I was here. He chuckled. I heard that your family has become the protector of the Holy Maiden and that you're accompanying her on her pilgrimage. Aiden's mouth twitched. Wasn't this pilgrimage supposed to be top secret? Curse sneered. They say there's no such thing as a secret in this world. Aiden ignored him and seriously asked, You must be here because of the Ice Queen. Daer nodded in agreement. That's right, the Holy Fire Palace needs a representative to attend an emergency meeting. Aiden began to process the information upon hearing this. Immediately afterward, he smirked. Only the highest-ranking individual of the Holy Fire Palace can attend the meeting, right? Daer was slightly intimidated by Aiden's expression, hesitantly replying, That's right. Aiden became cheerful. Then someone called an apostle of the Holy Fire Palace and revered by the entire church would be a perfect candidate, wouldn't they? Daer's mouth twitched. He managed to say, Yes, perhaps. Aiden, having achieved his goal, was cheerful and elated. Then let's go. Daer, still confused, stood there dumbfounded. Aiden confidently said, I'm the one you're looking for, Apostle Daer of the Holy Fire Palace. Let's go see your father. Curse, beside him, asked doubtfully. You have a plan, right? Aiden calmly replied, Of course, I was planning to visit the current Grand Duke anyway. You've got a fantastic plan, Sunshine. At the same time, in Silbita's office, he was discussing strategies with his subordinates. After a long while, he slowly said, So the Ice Queen has finally awakened. Do you know how long I've been waiting? His two subordinates stood there listening as Silbita laughed. Everyone believes the first Grand Duke defeated the Ice Queen, but that's only half the truth. The first Grand Duke defeated her, but he couldn't destroy her. When defeated, her essence shattered into many fragments and scattered across the northern continent. Those fragments transformed the entire northern continent into a perpetual ice age and spread to the monsters, making them stronger. And one of those fragments permeated the body of the first Grand Duke, strengthening the genetic power of the Sias family. At this point, Silbita angrily slammed the table. After all these years, the Ice Queen has finally gathered her essence and awakened. That means if he captures the Ice Queen and absorbs her entire essence, he will become invincible. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Silbita immediately ordered, White Knight, Red Knight. Prepare for battle. We'll be the first to eliminate her and absorb her essence. The two of them immediately bowed to receive the order. Just at this moment, a hurried footstep suddenly appeared outside. The person rushed into the room, shouting, Sir Silbita, there's an urgent matter. Silbita frowned, questioning, What is it? He gasped for breath, struggling to speak. The matter is that Grand Duke Sias just handed over the Ice Queen target to an outside force instead of the knights. Silbita was startled, standing up. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming, An outside force. Immediately, his face was consumed by anger. He gritted his teeth, saying, I clearly told my father that I would handle the hunt myself, but why did he suddenly hand it over to some foreign group? Silbita glanced at the man, gritting his teeth and asking, Exactly who are they? His two subordinates also waited for the answer. The man didn't dare to hesitate, immediately replying, It's the Holy Fire Palace, sir. Benign froze where he stood after hearing this. Silbita angrily scolded, Those scoundrels, are they determined to interfere to the end? The man continued, I heard that the leader of this hunt is someone quite famous recently. Silbita frowned and asked, Is famous? What's his name? Aiden Ramez, sir, he said softly. In an instant, Silbita trembled with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Aiden Ramez, I must meet him. Back when the hat merchant had just announced the dungeon, Aiden had been led by Daer to meet his father. After hearing Aiden's proposal, Duke Sias frowned and asked, So you mean you will handle the Ice Queen hunt for us? Aiden raised his eyebrows and chuckled, Precisely, I'm proposing a deal, sir. Hearing this, Vernon was intrigued, and asked in a low voice, A deal, let's hear it. He calmly replied, As you know, the Ice Queen is a catastrophic-level monster, very difficult to deal with even for many swordsmen. Even the most elite knights of Grand Duke Sias would suffer heavy losses. Instead, my team and the Holy Fire Palace will undertake the task of conquering the Ice Queen. Vernon hesitated for a moment after hearing this. After a long while, he spoke, What do you want? Aiden wasn't in a hurry, calmly laughing. Then he mysteriously said, "Give me everything, starting from the land itself to all the spoils obtained from it." Dea hesitantly said, "Young Master Aiden, isn't demanding the entire land excessive? My father will definitely." Before he could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted, "However, I want one more thing." This time it was Aiden who was interrupted. Vernon suddenly called in a low voice, "Aiden Ramez, is it?" Hearing the voice, Dea turned around, his face showing discomfort. Aiden, on the other hand, smiled. Then Vernon slowly spoke, "I believe in actions more than words." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved. In a blink of an eye, the sword at Dea's hip was drawn. Vernon said nothing. He drew his sword, his eyes filled with determination, and attacked. Aiden was slightly startled, but still raised his sword to defend. But his strength was too great. Aiden slightly pursed his lips. Is truly a high-level swordsman. He only swung his sword lightly, but my hand is already numb. Seeing this, Dea rushed to stop him. "Father, he saved my life, and yet you suddenly do this." Vernon said nothing, waiting a little longer before sheathing his sword. He slowly spoke, "So you're not just good at talking. What is the final condition for the deal you proposed?" Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. "He's as rude as people say," he thought, but he didn't say it aloud. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "The final condition of my deal is." A moment later, in Aiden's room, he was sitting on the bed looking at a vial in his hand. He whispered, "It was originally prepared as a prize, but now it's become my final condition. As expected, I can feel this elixir will likely help me break through the wall I've hit." With that, Aiden put it in his mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, his body reacted. Cold mana poured into Aiden's body like a giant waterfall. There was too much mana, he might not be able to absorb it all. But Aiden couldn't let even a drop of this precious mana escape. It was all his. Seeing him struggling to control it, Curse anxiously shouted, "If you continue like this, your mana will go out of control. Release it." "No way," Aiden stubbornly shouted. Time passed, and the amount of mana radiating out grew larger. He told himself, "Just a little more." The invisible wall that had been restraining him was collapsing. A moment later, Aiden's room emitted a blinding light. An invisible vortex continuously churned. Finally, the mana disappeared, and the vortex stopped. Another person appeared in Aiden's room. He had large wings and horns on his head. Curse had transformed into a humanoid form. He happily laughed. "It seems the more power you regain, the more my form regenerates." Only at this moment, Aiden suddenly clenched his fist. Then without hesitation he punched, unexpectedly piercing through Curse's body. He scolded in dissatisfaction, "What the hell are you doing?" Seeing that he couldn't beat him, Aiden pouted uncomfortably. "I thought I could finally punch you properly when I became a sword master." This made Curse even angrier. He shouted fiercely, "This brat." At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. After Aiden's permission, Niceta entered from outside and reported, "Preparations are complete, Mr. Hell." Nodding in satisfaction, Aiden cheerfully said, "All right, let's go now." The next morning, at the top of the snow mountain, after the Ice Queen awoke, the place was still shrouded in fog. Aiden and Niceta felt it more intensely the higher they climbed. Niceta couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't ordinary fog." Aiden nodded, "Yeah, it's a rather unpleasant type of magic." The first reason why Sias elite knights were annihilated in their first attempt to conquer was this banshee fog. It forces people to relive their greatest fears, driving them mad. However, it had no effect on Aiden, because he had Fire Eye, allowing him to see through the fog. The second reason for the knight's failure was before Aiden now. He coldly snorted, "Quite a lot, huh?" A massive army of undead was blocking Aiden's path. But he didn't need to confront them directly. Thinking, Aiden looked at Niceta and asked, "Can you do it?" Niceta slowly replied, "Even though I can't see anything because of the fog, I can definitely sense them." The cries of the undead, the desperate screams of those consumed by fear, begging for salvation. The undead are beings trapped in their memories of life, unable to transcend. They continuously relive the pain of death until their final consciousness shatters into nothingness, screaming in despair. Reaching this point, Niceta began to wield her magic. That's why dark mags exist. To bestow the blessing of death upon these suffering souls, bringing salvation to lost spirits. She was simply carrying out her assigned task, but the priests of the Florence kingdom were once priests and popes for the dead. She is the last survivor of the Florence royal family and the high priestess of the dead. To the families turned to dust and lost souls, to the wanderers who no longer know who they are, to those who have lost their flesh but can still feel warmth. The final incantations were cast. Dark energy began swirling in the air. Niceta continued her chant, "The fire of Florence has arrived. Give me your hatred, end this and depart peacefully." As soon as she finished speaking, the dark energy enveloped the giant undead. Wherever the dark energy passed, an undead disappeared. The undead, carrying their resentment, were finally freed. In an instant, not a single giant undead remained on the snow-capped mountain. The dark energy dissipated into the air. At the same time, deep within the snow mountain, the Ice Queen was resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she sensed something and immediately opened her eyes. Immediately, anger appeared on her face, causing the snow outside to fall increasingly heavily. Seeing this, Aiden coldly snorted, seems losing all her minions really angered her. Then let's go and check how much stronger she's become. At the Holy Fire Palace, Eldest sat at the altar. The little girl was praying, "Oh, Lord, please help us." The girl only wanted the gods to protect Aiden so he could safely return from his battle with the Ice Queen. Aiden, of course, didn't know someone was praying for him. He went straight into the Ice Queen's dungeon. The higher he climbed, the more he felt the cruelly low temperature. A normal person couldn't withstand it for long. But thanks to Hito's crafting him armor made of phoenix feathers, not only durable, it also kept him warm. It was wise to seek him out. Not only the bone scream, but also the piercing cold here was a reason for Sire's failure. Curse doubtfully asked, so that's why they teamed up with the Black Mags? Aiden didn't answer, calmly proceeding inside. Looking around, he couldn't help but exclaim, she built an outrageously extravagant palace. No matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't ignore the fact that she was a catastrophic level monster. He would use his full strength in this battle. As soon as Aiden appeared, the Ice Queen angrily spoke, "How dare you drive away all my attendants? I will never forgive you." Having finished speaking, she unleashed a barrage of cold air towards him. The Ice Queen screamed frantically, "You dare betray my master? Did he love you? I don't need a world full of traitors." Aiden was surrounded by ice. He frowned thoughtfully. Is she talking about her old contract master? Banshees are souls born from overwhelming sorrow and regret. The armor struggled against the cold. But Aiden, of course, already had a plan. Thinking this, he shouted, "Come forth." Responding to his call, Pyronus immediately appeared, questioningly asking, "You called me?" Aiden was triumphant. The power difference between him and it was too great. He could only use 1/10 of her power, but that was more than enough. The moment Pyronus appeared, brilliant flames enveloped Aiden. It looked towards the Ice Queen and spoke. "A royal soul, yet fallen to this?" Aiden hesitantly asked, "Can you win?" Pyronus smiled confidently, "Of course, I control the flames. Let's give that poor child a chance to rest." Seeing the flames blazing in the dark dungeon, the Ice Queen's expression immediately turned grim. Taking this opportunity, Aiden immediately rushed forward, "Then please support me." The Ice Queen of course wouldn't give up like that. She immediately summoned her giant undead to block in front. But Aiden, without a shred of fear, charged like a reckless child. Thanks to Fire Eye, he could see her weakness. But first, Aiden had to overcome her minions. He thought, then gripped his sword tightly. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, sending a giant undead back to its maker. Aiden raised an eyebrow triumphantly, finally feeling like he'd reached the realm of a grand swordsman. At that moment, the remaining undead suddenly attacked. However, Pyronus wouldn't allow it. A powerful flame struck. The giant undead was bombarded by the flames. It began to melt like coal. Pyronus coldly snorted, "I won't let you touch a hair on his head." Seeing all her subordinates defeated, the Ice Queen's body trembled slightly. She furiously cursed, "I will never forgive you." As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in her hand, enveloping the ice shards. The Ice Queen yelled, "Shatter into 100 pieces." As soon as she spoke, countless ice shards shot towards Aiden, but he dodged them. He coldly snorted, "With my Fire Eye, this is nothing." But then, Aiden suddenly froze. The ice shards had grown gigantic, forcing him to retreat. Aiden gritted his teeth. She continuously used countless high-level spells, an absurd amount of mana. While he was thinking, the Ice Queen let out a loud roar, summoning a massive stream of energy. The surrounding air began to vibrate. Aiden struggled to stay upright, feeling uncomfortable. Another difficult blow, but it's fine. As long as Pyronus is still supporting him, he can manage. Unfortunately, Pyronus shattered his hopes. "I apologize, contract summoner." Hearing this, he questioningly asked, "Why apologize?" But looking again, Aiden saw a tiny phoenix standing there. His expression turned grim. "What the?" Pyronus awkwardly said, "The environment is far from ideal and you're almost out of mana keeping me summoned. I can only help you stay warm a little." Aiden was furious upon hearing this. Her spirit was too affected by the environment. This desolate, freezing place, surrounded by cold air, was truly terrible for Pyronus. He had underestimated the Ice Queen. The Sias army had struggled to defeat her, after almost their entire team was wiped out. Spirit Shield Banshee would certainly not cooperate with him. Knowing his queen had returned, was there no other way? There has to be a way. He couldn't give up like this. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Aiden's head, "Oh, Lord, help me." Aiden instantly awoke, surprised himself. A surge of power surged through him. Aiden had no idea what this power was, but Curse shrieked, panicked, "Why is holy energy suddenly flowing into my body? Get it out." While he was bewildered, Aiden heard Eldest's voice. "Please help Aiden return safely from the battle with the Ice Queen." He frowned slightly at the voice, so she had prayed for him. Even Pyronus was overflowing with power. It cheerfully said, I don't know what happened, but you're suddenly overflowing with mana. This should be enough. With this much mana, I can use at least 10 times my power. Immediately, everything began to shake violently. The Ice Queen's arena seemed about to explode. Outside, the thick snow and ice began to melt. Aiden felt the heat generated by Pyronus and couldn't help but exclaim, just from this heat radiation, the Ice Queen's castle is melting, and this is only 10% of your power. The Ice Queen hadn't anticipated this. She cried out in alarm, that light, what's happening? Pyronus, of course, didn't answer. It said in a low voice, now, rest with your master. As soon as it finished speaking, the flames surged like a storm, illuminating the entire sky. The Ice Queen was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Before being consumed by the flames, she muttered something, my king. Curse appeared behind Aiden. He couldn't help but sigh. Moved with compassion, he said, sorry to keep you waiting, now rest in peace, child of snow. Hearing this, the Ice Queen smiled contentedly, thank you, my king. The snowy mountains have returned to a state of peace. The snow and fog began to melt away. The fresh air has returned to the mountain peaks. At the same time, in the city of Sias, people were worried about the appearance of the Ice Queen, but the snow and ice suddenly melted, leaving them astonished. The air is warming up, the snow on the mountains is gradually melting, what is happening? Just as they were confused, the hat merchant appeared with an announcement. The soul shop has an immediate announcement. The legendary dungeon, the lair of the Ice Queen, has been cleared by Aiden. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below were bewildered, then began to discuss. However, it turned out, the danger to them had been eliminated. After a period of fear, smiles returned to the faces of the citizens. In a flash, the place began to cheer. The entire street was filled with joy. Eldest's group was no exception. Their leader had finally returned safely. How could they not be happy? At the same time, Daer on the city walls also received this news and smiled contentedly. Vernon was the same. He breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't mistaken the person after all. But amidst the joy of the entire dukedom, one place was in chaos. Silbita's room fell into deadly silence, benign, and the White Knight stood there without saying a word, because their master was furious. Silbita, in a fit of rage, muttered incessantly, mine, it should have been mine, but because of that insignificant nobody, Aiden Ramez. At this point, he shouted, if he hadn't appeared, I would have destroyed the Ice Queen and recovered my power. I will kill him. As soon as he finished the sentence, Silbita, overcome with rage, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ignoring his two worried subordinates, he continued to curse. Who would have guessed he was the one who saved Daer at the party and even rescued the Holy Maiden of the Holy Fire Palace? Biting his lip fiercely, Silbita became angrier as he spoke, his tone filled with murderous intent. There's no way it's all a coincidence. Aiden Ramez, he knew my plan and deliberately obstructed me. Then, Silbita ordered, White Knight, bring me the prototype. The White Knight's face immediately fell. He hesitated, saying, but the prototype is made from non-human monsters, its power is unstable, and there might be side effects. Before he could finish, Silbita coldly interrupted, are you defying my orders, White Knight? The White Knight's body trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Yes, my lord. Silbita, now seething with anger, gritted his teeth and cursed, that Aiden Ramez defeated the Ice Queen. That means he's at least a grand swordsman, even if only temporarily. I need to restore my power to confront him. With the Ice Queen's core that Aiden has, he will complete the Azure Jade, even if I have to kill him. On the other hand, at the Holy Fire Palace, Sias Branch, Aiden returned to the cheers of the crowd. Curse beside him couldn't help but exclaim, I have to say, watching you gradually become hailed as a hero is quite interesting. With a light humph, Aiden said, let's just say that, I only did it to get revenge sooner. But it wasn't all bad, I even got a pretty good cloak, this will be quite useful. At that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, Aiden, making him jump. It was Eldest. The girl leaped into his arms, cheerfully saying, Aiden, I prayed to God for your safe return, it seems he answered my prayers. Recalling the moments in the dungeon, Aiden couldn't help but smile. Eldest's prayers had truly helped him a lot. Then, stroking her head, he said cheerfully, yes, thank you, I'm back safe and sound. Barley behind him also happily spoke up, who would have thought you defeat a disaster-level monster so easily? Young Master Aiden has become much stronger. Lo ran over from afar, but before he could hug Aiden, Aiden stopped him with a hand, calmly smiling, that's an overstatement, I didn't defeat it by myself. Just as he finished speaking, Aiden seemed to notice something. Pointing to the furry creature behind him and frowning, hey, what's with that wolf? Eldest excitedly laughed, it's Choco. Aiden was stunned, Choco, really? His surprise wasn't unwarranted. Choco had really changed a lot, its physique was now much larger than before. Knowing Aiden was surprised, Eldest slowly explained, he was sick a while ago, he just lay there and wouldn't eat or drink. But then one day, he suddenly grew more fur and began to transform. Aiden, still bewildered, muttered, it suddenly transformed like that, Curse thought for a moment and guessed, it seems like it broke through the limits of a dog and evolved. He couldn't believe it, widening his eyes. Curse continued, isn't it the same with humans? Just like you broke through your limits and reached the Grand Swordsman realm, this dog also broke through its limits and awakened new power. In other words, it's now a Grand Swordsman in the dog world. Hearing this, Aiden could have died of anger. He had worked so hard to break through his limits, and this mixed breed dog just did it. It's only natural to be angry. While they were talking, a priest suddenly ran up to report, "Master, good news." Aiden pushed Lo away and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" The priest solemnly said, "We just received news from the Duke of Sias's mansion. They want to express their gratitude, so they've invited you to dinner. The master of Ice Castle, Silbita, has invited you." Hearing that name, Aiden's face immediately soured. Curse quickly reminded him, "Silbita invited you to meet privately. That's dangerous." Aiden knew it was dangerous. But if he met him, he wasn't sure he could control his anger. A few hours later, the night had fallen, the moon was high in the sky. Aiden went to Silbita's ice castle alone. But at this moment, his steps suddenly stopped. Because he heard someone calling him, "You must be Aiden Ramez." This voice made his body tremble slightly. Aiden narrowed his eyes, looking ahead, his face filled with killing intent. A figure slowly walked towards him. Of course, it was his mortal enemy, Silbita. He smirked and said, "I've heard a lot about you. You saved my brother. Haven't you? Moreover, you've contributed greatly to the Holy Fire Palace." Aiden didn't yield, coldly snorting, "Yes, it turns out it's all because of the dirty deeds of those black mags. Those worthless scum are the trash of humanity, just like you." Hearing this, Silbita wasn't surprised. He said resentfully, "I know, you already know everything." He asked if Daer had drawn Aiden in, or if someone had a grudge against him. "Grudge? You're not entirely wrong," Aiden coldly replied. Then he drew his sword, pointing it at Silbita, and said with indignant tone, "It's the request of a mercenary who once considered you a comrade. He wants you to experience the same pain he suffered." Hearing this, Silbita scoffed, "A mercenary? What are you talking about? I've never had any contact with such a lowly person. I would never call someone like that a comrade." This made Aiden even angrier. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Right, that's the real you. Everything else was a lie." He remembered Silbita's words from his past life, "Aiden, your presence alone has helped us so much. Aiden is a comrade I can always trust." But in the end, it was all deceit. Silbita betrayed Aiden, pushing him to his death. Escaping the painful past, Aiden coldly said, "At least, in the end, you're being honest." This was the end of their fateful encounter. In a flash, Aiden's aura erupted. Seeing the energy on Aiden's sword, Silbita coldly snorted, "I know, you've reached Grand Swords Master. Only at that level could you defeat the Ice Queen. That's why I've also prepared thoroughly." As soon as he finished speaking, his own aura erupted. Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Silbita had become a monster. Aiden finally understood, so he finally reached Grand Swords Master. His aura is strangely ominous. Curse jumped out to warn him. It seems he's also absorbed a type of energy similar to yours to reach this state. But it's slightly different from yours. That energy feels completely different. Right now, what's flowing through Silbita's body isn't the aura of a human, but of a monster. Perhaps he's the ultimate, unseen version of the Blood Knight. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but frown. He asked in a low voice, "You crave power so much that you destroyed your own body. I almost felt pity for you." "I don't care," Silbita snorted, pursing his lips, "as long as I get back what you stole. Removing this filthy aura from my body is no problem." With that, his aura changed again. He coldly asked, "Where's the Ice Queen's essence? If you hand it over, I'll spare your comrades." Silbita's words left Aiden slightly bewildered. What does that mean? Seeing Aiden's reaction, he thought he had won. He sneered, "You're as stupid as you look. We're both standing here. Where do you think my knights are?" "Silbita's knights have probably captured all your companions and the Holy Maiden," he said. "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a magic orb appeared in his hand. He triumphantly smiled. "Look into this crystal orb. Your people are my hostages." But before he could finish, Silbita's eyes involuntarily contracted. As if something in the orb frightened him. At the same time, at the Sias branch of the Holy Fire Palace, the White Knights were standing before the gate, their expressions extremely grim. Silbita had clearly said there would be no formidable enemies. But contrary to their expectations, a bloody battle was raging. Bali, with a giant mace in his hand, smashed Sias's knights wherever he went. And at this moment he was no different from a homicidal maniac, letting out a terrifying laugh. "Ha ha, is that all? What a sacred knight." Benign saw the knights retreating continuously. He immediately steadied himself. "Don't be cowards, fight for our mister." But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something. Quickly raising his sword to defend, successfully blocking Lo's attack. Lo glared at Benign, gritting his teeth. "How dare you harm our young master? I'll make you all pay with your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, his attack speed dramatically increased. But Benign wasn't an amateur. He easily dodged the attack. His eyes were full of contempt. What a mess, your attack is full of flaws, like a moth flying into a flame. If you want to die, I'll gladly help you. With that, he swung his sword. Unexpectedly, the moment it touched Lo's body, the sword shattered. This shocked Benign, of course. He didn't know that Lo's body was like a walking rock. An ordinary swords couldn't harm him. No matter how much he attacked, Lo would be unharmed. Immediately after, the sword in Lo's hand began to summon mana. He was as fast as the wind and flew away. Benign couldn't dodge at all. Just like that he was slashed. Lo smiled contentedly. I can't hold back any longer, young master. Seeing this, the White Knight's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the Red Knight was subdued. Immediately, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, there's only one way left. The White Knight ordered his knights to capture Eldest. In battles like this, the frail girl would naturally become a hostage. It wasn't surprising. As soon as the White Knight finished speaking, the knights turned their attention to Eldest. But they didn't notice someone else beside the girl. Cassie let out a malicious smile. Oh my, knights, we can't let you harm the saintess. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her wrist. The charging knights suddenly stopped because they saw something flying towards them. At that moment, strange bottles suddenly appeared in the air. Under their doubtful gaze, the glass bottles suddenly exploded, spreading a viscous substance into the air. It clung tightly to the knights' bodies. In a blink of an eye, a group of knights were immobilized by the sticky substance. Cassie chuckled triumphantly. It's fly-catching slime I made from Slim's slime. I'll leave the rest to you, Choco. As soon as she finished, a giant foot slowly approached. Seeing the figure that blocked out the moonlight, the knights trembled. A monster. Choco wasn't as cute as usual. The little guy had transformed. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. It madly opened its mouth, wanting to tear the knights apart. Eldest, beside her, was not only unafraid but also cheered her on. Good job, Choco, go, Choco. While the girl wasn't paying attention, the White Knight appeared behind her. He had no other choice. He had to eliminate the saintess. But just as he lunged, Eldest noticed. Her frail demeanor vanished instantly. The girl clenched her fist, imbued with holy power. This caused the White Knight's eyes to widen in astonishment. What kind of light is surrounding her fist? Before he could figure it out, a mountain-like punch came flying. Thus, he was enveloped by Eldest's burning holy power. At the same time, the crystal orb in Silbita's hand shattered, signifying the failure of his ridiculous plan. He couldn't believe it, trembling and muttering, there were 10 cursed modern sword knight, how is this possible? Aiden clicked his tongue and laughed. Unlike the past, this time I've chosen some pretty good teammates. Silbita clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Those were just pawns I could replace at any time. I don't need hostages anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Silbita's powerful aura blade immediately struck towards Aiden. He gritted his teeth. As long as I recover my original form, everything will be fine. Aiden raised an eyebrow at him, clearly filled with contempt. In an instant, the entire palace was enveloped by the light of mana. Aiden and Silbita were engaged in an extremely fierce battle. Silbita's techniques were extremely vicious, killing intent everywhere. He was trying to push Aiden to his death. Aiden frowned at him, suspiciously asking, aren't you afraid that your noble palace will collapse? With a light humph, Silbita coldly said, it doesn't matter, if it collapses, I'll just build a new one. You can't understand the burdens I carry. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a barrage of aura blades. Aiden didn't dare to be careless and defended. Silbita fought while questioning, do you know the biting cold of the northern winds? Do you know how ferocious the monsters of the ice and snow region are? Each question represented his suffering. His sword continued to strike. Reaching this point, Silbita roared ferociously, you don't know anything. Immediately, the Lei Feng rays suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Aiden's expression instantly turned grim. He quickly jumped into the air, dodging the incoming Lei Feng rays. Silbita said coldly, I am Silbita Sias, the Thunderstorm Knight, the master of the Ice Castle, and the one who will inherit the title of Grand Duke. His duty is to become stronger to protect the Grand Duchy. He asked if Aiden understood the weight of that duty. Aiden landed from the air, listening to his questioning. He couldn't help but get angry. You said I don't understand the two words duty, in my previous life. You have been hailed as a hero by everyone. You have experienced the feeling of carrying thousands of lives that are unrelated to you on your back. Aiden said coldly, duty isn't a joke you can use to justify your filthy actions. Do you know how many people died because of your greed? Silbita, feeling no remorse, calmly replied, it was merely an unavoidable sacrifice. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but scoff. His beyond saving, shaking his head, Aiden sighed, fine, I understand, now I know your intentions. He silently drew his sword, saying coldly, thank you for helping me calm down. Looking at your face made me lose control. I almost forgot my duty, Aiden said. Silbita, slightly surprised, asked, what duty? Aiden calmly replied, my duty to fulfill my promise, to rip out your heart and crush it with my own hands. With that, his aura erupted once more. This time, Silbita felt like he was being observed by eyes that could see through everything. He stammered, "What's this, ultimate horror?" Ultimate horror is a skill often attained by those who reach a superhuman level. Only one thing determines its intensity. That's killing intent. At this moment, a thick aura of killing intent emanated from Aiden. Ultimate horror is a state of slaughter honed through killing. Silbita felt this, his expression turning grim. "The ultimate horror I feel, it's as if it's stained with the blood of hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of lives." He didn't know that the person before him was reborn, someone who had survived by stepping on the corpses of countless monsters and villains. Silbita's sword-holding hand trembled involuntarily. He didn't believe it, his feet moved slightly, taking a step back to gather momentum. He roared, "I must be the strongest, only me." Silbita attacked with extreme resentment, but Aiden didn't yield an inch. The two clashed fiercely. Silbita struck with a sharp sword blow. Aiden parried, countering with a move that showed no sign of weakness. But at that moment, Silbita's face suddenly fell. Because it seemed like he was facing himself. Aiden was mirroring his movements exactly. Silbita shouted angrily, "What cheap trick is this?" Aiden snorted softly, coldly replying, "A cheap trick? You're spitting in your own face. Wasn't this the very swordsmanship of Saius that he himself had taught him?" Thousands of question marks raced through Silbita's head. He asked dumbfoundedly, "I taught you, but this is the first time I've met you." "If you're curious, look closer," Aiden said indifferently, then charged like the wind without hesitation. He leaped into the air, bringing his sword down with a cold hum. "Look carefully, this is the swordsmanship you taught me." Silbita's face instantly tightened, his eyes full of doubt. Aiden ignored his reaction, focusing on his attack. A sharp sword blow struck. Silbita retreated in horror, his mind filled with questions. There was no doubt, it was the Saius family swordsmanship, but he was certain he'd never met Aiden. He also believed Aiden was a spy for Daer, thinking, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Silbita believed his deduction was correct, gnashing his teeth as he thought, "I will kill all who stand in my way." At this thought, his eyes turned bloodshot. A dark energy erupted. Aiden frowned, stepping back to avoid the effect. He said coldly, "So, this is how it ends." A moment later, Silbita reappeared, but he had completely gone mad. He glared at Aiden. His voice full of killing intent, "I will kill you." Seeing his state, Aiden sighed, his mana is overloaded, his own mana is playing tricks on him. Now, he's essentially a monster. Silbita was completely unaware of his condition, still muttering his ridiculous plan, "I will become the Night King, all will obey." Moreover, he mumbled Aiden's name. Silbita gripped his sword, roaring madly, "You can't defeat me." The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was before Aiden. Silbita had completely lost his reason. In his eyes, there was only slaughter. Aiden bit his lip hard, focusing on defending against his attacks. But Silbita was extremely crazy, the sword in her hand kept swinging. He kept laughing loudly, "Ha ha, I can feel the power now." Aiden on the opposite side was defending against Silbita's aura blade. Silbita continuously infused his attacks with mana, and Aiden couldn't find any openings to counterattack. He couldn't wait until Silbita's mana overloaded. At that moment, a footstep suddenly approached. It was Daer. Seeing the chaotic scene around him, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What's all this commotion?" Silbita, who was fighting, suddenly stopped when he saw Daer. Daer recognized him and his expression immediately turned grim. "Silbita, what's with that patched-up mana source?" Silbita's eyes once again became frenzied. Then he stomped the ground and charged. Daer's face quickly fell. Silbita was now charging towards Daer like a storm. Daer exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, why are you suddenly?" "There's no brotherly love now," Silbita coldly snorted. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. If you had died in the royal palace, this would never have happened." Daer recalled the incident, vaguely guessing what happened, but he still asked to confirm, "What do you mean? You're the one behind the black mags who attacked the royal palace." Hearing no reply, Daer yelled again, "Answer me, brother," but what awaited him was a ruthless sword strike. Luckily, Aiden arrived in time to block the blow. Aiden coldly warned, "Daer, this monster is no longer your big brother, his mana source has overloaded. Silbita of Saius no longer exists, he's become a monster." Daer was stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "How is that possible?" Aiden slowly explained, "Furthermore, with the power borrowed from the Black Mags, Silbita has reached a transcendent state. Like this, he'll become a catastrophe that destroys all of Saius." Daer panicked, gripping his spear. He said through gritted teeth, "We have to stop him immediately, please help me save Saius." At that moment, Silbita roared frantically, "I'll kill anyone who stands in my way." But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. A spear imbued with powerful mana struck. Daer apologetically said, "I'm sorry, brother, this is for Saius." But that wasn't enough, Silbita roared in anger, "Daer." His energy erupted. Aiden quickly used the Banshee Spirit Shield to defend. Then he spoke in a low voice. Do you remember the party at the royal palace? Daer calmly nodded. No way I could forget, that was the strongest monster I've ever faced. That wasn't Aiden's point, he continued. If you remember that time, it will be easier for us to coordinate, because we once defeated a monster using a longsword together. At that, Daer immediately understood. Without a word, they both charged. On the opposite side, Silbita didn't retreat, he remained incredibly frenzied. Aiden and Daer fought, one attacking and the other defending. They started attacking him. Silbita gripped his sword, his eyes filled with determination. He defended with all his might, incredibly busy. Suddenly, Aiden yelled, now. Daer immediately understood and charged from behind. His spear, imbued with the mana of a semi-grand master, struck. At the same time, Aiden joined the attack. Silbita was caught in the middle, and wounds appeared on his body. With a loud boom, the ground exploded from the energy, sending rocks flying everywhere. Aiden was protected by the Banshee Spirit Shield. He furrowed his brows, thinking. Silbita's mana overload had completely clouded his judgment, causing him to push his muscles beyond their limits. Therefore, he would be stronger for a while, but then Silbita's body would suffer, and his strength would significantly decrease. Noticing Silbita's trembling body, Aiden immediately dashed forward. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Silbita, delivering a blow. Not only that, he launched a frenzied attack, forcing Silbita onto the defensive and putting him at a disadvantage. Silbita roared in fury. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword down. But there was no one under Silbita's sword. He widened his eyes in shock. Surprisingly, Silbita's legs were frozen, and his body was immobile. Taking advantage of this, Aiden charged from a distance. He snorted coldly, saying goodbye to his old teammates. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand was dyed red. Daer hesitated, unable to bear to watch him close his eyes. No matter how wicked Silbita was, he was still his big brother. Aiden, on the other hand, showed no mercy, charging forward with fierce momentum and shouting, King of Dragon Slayer's swordsmanship. Hearing this, Silbita was even more terrified. No way, you're a dragon slayer. But before he could finish, he had already taken 2 sword blows. Aiden finished the move with a perfectly cinematic pose, his expression unreadable. While Silbita, on the other hand, was drenched in blood. His body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Curse appeared and spoke. Finally, you've completed the revenge you've longed for. But Aiden didn't seem happy at all. He asked, wasn't this the sole purpose of your life? Aiden didn't know why. Even though he had fulfilled his lifelong desire and carried out his revenge plan, he felt a strange and indescribable emotion. The next day, news of the previous night's commotion spread throughout the Duchy of Sias. News of Silbita's death flooded the newspapers. However, the real cause of death was concealed. They only knew that he died from mana overload. In the eyes of the people, he remained a good person. And the person who caused this commotion, Aiden, seemed unconcerned, preoccupied with other matters. At that moment, a knock came on his door. Aiden frowned, suspiciously asking, who is it? Daer pushed open the door and said seriously, I want to ask you something. Aiden glanced at him and asked, did you handle everything smoothly? Daer nodded slightly. Thanks to the information you provided, we've apprehended all those who aided Silbita in his crimes. Thanks to you, Aiden, we've protected Sias's honor. On behalf of the Sias family, I want to express our sincere gratitude. He paused, hesitating for a moment, then continued seriously. But I have a question. Aiden frowned, remaining silent, indicating he was listening. Knowing Aiden's nature, he asked in a low voice, did you know about Silbita's plan from the beginning? The incident at the Royal Palace, the events at the Holy Fire Palace, and even the experiments in the Forest of Death, no one could have detected them. How could you have discovered and acted beforehand? Aiden knew this question was coming and had prepared an answer. He calmly replied, I heard it from a mercenary, that's all I can tell you. Daer could only sigh helplessly. A mercenary? Though he didn't quite believe it, he didn't press further. He quickly changed the subject. My father wishes the world to remain unaware of the truth. Instead, Sias will compensate you to the fullest extent possible. Hearing this, Aiden immediately brightened. Compensation. That was the best news he'd heard in a long time. A while later, at a snowy mountain peak, 2 figures appeared, Niceta and Aiden. Looking at their surroundings, Niceta couldn't help but exclaim, these things have been buried under the snow and ice of Sias. Before them was a mountain of mana stones. The quantity was unbelievable. Some were only a few fingers long, others were fist-sized, and still others were massive chunks of mana. Niceta continued, it's shocking to discover that so many mana stones have been buried here, and they appear to be of the highest grade. A single piece could be worth up to 100 gold coins. Aiden nodded in agreement. The Grand Duke has agreed to cover all the costs of building a mine as part of the compensation. This will be a crucial area for my plans, so take good care of it. Your remaining enemies have powerful backers, far beyond Silbita's level. You'll need a strong foundation to counter them. With these mana stones, Aiden will soon be able to actively recruit his forces. Nicetta bowed respectfully. I will fulfill all your orders, sir. Aiden nodded casually and smiled. Do your best, this place could be where a fallen kingdom rises again. Hearing this, Nicetta was taken aback. A moment later, she smiled contentedly. Leave it to me, mister. A few hours later, at Hitosa's forge. He was relentlessly hammering away at his weapons when he was disturbed. He glanced at the newcomer, raising an eyebrow. You are here, kid. Aiden approached, carrying a bottle of wine. He smiled cheerfully. Long time no see. Hitos looked at the bottle and smugly asked, is that what I think it is? And so, these two heavy drinkers poured more alcohol into themselves. Hitos grew more enthusiastic with each drink. Human alcohol is truly top-notch. By the way, have you tried the equipment I gave you yet? Of course, Aiden winked and smiled. Thanks to that armor, I easily completed a legendary level dungeon. Hearing this, Hitos laughed heartily. Ha ha, completed a legendary level dungeon, truly the apprentice of that scoundrel Borkin. For a moment, Aiden panicked. He asked doubtfully, do you know? He smiled unconsciously. Hitos pouted and replied, how could I not know? He might look like this, but he's forged weapons for countless generations of monarchs. There's no way he wouldn't recognize Borkin's unpleasant personality. Although Hitos was initially uncertain, because he never thought Khan would take a nobleman as an apprentice. Saying this, he immediately adopted a reproachful tone. That damned Borkin, if he was going to take someone as an apprentice, he should at least have told me before disappearing, that damned old brat. Nevertheless, it seems Borkin accomplished something quite impressive. Hitos intently looked at Aiden, doubtfully asking, has anyone found Borkin yet? Aiden gently shook his head. I haven't found him yet. I haven't seen my master in many years myself. But even if you kill Borkin, he won't die, Aiden said confidently. Hearing this, Hitos laughed heartily. Ha ha, you're right, you truly understand him. Seeing him laugh like that, Aiden felt somewhat reassured. He continued, I want to ask you something. Hitos raised an eyebrow, asking, you want me to forge something for you again? Go ahead, I can forge anything. He calmly replied, I want to visit the dwarven kingdom of Stoneheim. As soon as he said this, Hitos' eyes involuntarily narrowed. Stoneheim is an underground dwarven kingdom. No one knows its exact location. The only way to get there is through the forge, which is why Aiden came to find Hitos. After hearing this, a moment of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a long while, he said awkwardly, even though I left that place decades ago, why do you want to go to Stoneheim? Aiden slowly explained, there are a lot of mana stones under my land. I plan to set up a mining contract with the dwarfs. Hitos slightly frowned, then sighed, I'll open the way for you, but don't expect too much. Dwarfs are a race that humans greatly fear. Immediately afterward, he stood up from his chair and went to open the door to a room. The scene before them instantly changed. Everywhere was red earth, with small weapons stuck in the ground everywhere. Aiden frowned upon seeing this. It must be a dwarven village, surrounded by swords lying on the ground. And then, at that moment, he suddenly saw something. Before he could do anything, a loud shout rang out, Stoneheim warriors, prepare for battle. As soon as these words were finished, a pair of tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, followed by a series of others. In an instant, a horde of giant golems surrounded the place. They were monsters from outside that had invaded the dwarven village. Seeing this, Hitos' face immediately turned grim. He cried out in horror, what's going on? What are those giant stone monsters? At the same time, Aiden, standing beside him, reacted a little faster. He went to draw a large sword stuck in the ground. Without a word, his figure disappeared. Meanwhile, the dwarven army had begun their attack. The leader roared fiercely, crush those golems. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. He saw a flash of aura blade appear, and the golem was cut in two. The attacker was, of course, Aiden. What surprised him was why there was a human in the dwarven village. The golems, seeing this, couldn't help but be afraid. Aiden, on the other hand, was like a god of slaughter, continuously attacking forward. With a single swing of his sword, he cut through a group of monsters. The golems were cut to pieces. After finishing his move, Aiden quickly descended from the air. Seeing this, the dwarfs cried out in disbelief. He wiped out the golems with one blow. More importantly, how did that human get here? At this moment, Hitos came forward to explain, I brought him here. Hearing the sound, the dwarfs turned their heads. When they saw who it was, they were stunned. It was Hitos. He had been working inside his forge for decades. Why was he here now? Hitos didn't bother with them, calmly saying, first of all, can you explain the current situation? The Stoneheim I knew was the most peaceful place. The dwarfs then began to clean up the remains of the golems. To one side, Hitos listened to the leader recount everything. He exclaimed in astonishment, so, a few months ago, golems from an ancient dungeon began attacking Stoneheim. The other person nodded slightly. Yes, although we've driven them back many times, they keep coming back. Stoneheim's defenses have been reduced by half. If this continues, we'll be wiped out. At this moment, Curse jumped in and asked, Did you know about this? Aiden gently shook his head. No, in my previous life, I never intended to go to Stoneheim. While the two were talking, the leader suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, is he the hero you brought to save us?" Hitos gently shook his head. "No, he just wants to meet my younger brother." Hearing this, the other person immediately suggested, "King Hefeito is in the castle, I will take you too." A moment later, at the king's castle, a dwarf led two Aidens in. "Your Majesty, we have guests." Inside the palace, someone was already waiting. Hearing the sound, he trembled and said, "You finally came." "That's Hitos, the dwarf king, Hefeito." He rushed over, shaking Hitos violently. "You've been locked in the forge for decades, what were you thinking?" Hitos awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, I got caught up in my work." Hefeito didn't let it go. He angrily rebuked him. "You shirked your responsibilities as king to bury yourself in the forge. Do you know how hard it's been for me? You should have at least visited." Hearing their conversation, Curse unexpectedly spoke up. "Hitos was supposed to be king. I thought he was just a drunkard." Aiden scoffed. "In the end, there's no better blacksmith than Hitos. The dwarfs chose the best blacksmith to be king. Hitos should have been on the throne with his exceptional skills, but he hid himself away in his forge, so his younger brother, the second best blacksmith, became king." Hitos angrily exclaimed, "What in the world is going on? If things are this bad, you should have told me." Hearing this, Hefeito angrily shouted, "You had the key to the forge and hid yourself away. How was I supposed to contact you?" Hitos felt a pang of guilt, "So, I apologize for that too." With a slight humph, Hefeito glanced at Aiden, sighed, and said, "But then you brought him here. Stoneheim has been saved, but why would a human want to come to Stoneheim?" Aiden frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then patted Hitos on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, I'd like to speak privately with your brother." Hitos nodded faintly and dejectedly went outside. Finally, only two remained in the palace. Hefeito asked suspiciously, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Aiden calmly said, "Actually, I came here to negotiate, but with the kingdom's current state, it doesn't seem like the right time." Hefeito sighed helplessly, as Aiden had anticipated. "Without you, this kingdom would have probably collapsed." Therefore, he wanted to ask Aiden for a favor. Aiden inquisitively asked, "What is it?" Hefeito hesitated before speaking. "I saw you fight the golems. You've clearly reached a superhuman level with that swordsmanship aura." So he wanted to ask Aiden to lend the dwarf kingdom his strength. Stoneheim needed his power right now. This might be the final salvation God granted to the dwarf kingdom. Hefeito was certain Aiden was the kingdom's savior. But under his expectant gaze, Aiden stood there like a fool, turning up his nose. He even flicked something disgusting toward him and bluntly said, "No, thank you." Hefeito exclaimed in horror, "You refuse? Why would you do that?" Aiden shrugged indifferently and scoffed, "Because I have no reason to help you." Hefeito fiercely frowned and said, "If you want a reward, just say the word. You want gold, we'll find you a gold mine. You want weapons, we'll craft the best in the world for you." Aiden just sneered without answering. Hefeito became more insistent, "Just defeat the golems, and any reward will be yours." Aiden looked down at him and coldly asked, "But is that really enough?" Hefeito asked vaguely, "What do you mean?" Aiden slowly explained, "Let's say I destroy the dungeon core so the golems no longer appear, but will that really make Stoneheim safe?" "What do you mean?" Hefeito asked, frowning. Aiden flatly stated, "The problem isn't that the golems are strong, but that your kingdom is too weak. Even if you deal with them now, if another disaster strikes, what will they do?" This made Hefeito realize the truth. He nodded and sighed, "You're right, we're too weak." Having successfully manipulated his emotions, Aiden smiled maliciously, "But your Majesty, I have a solution, a way to strengthen the dwarf kingdom's army." Hefeito was slightly startled and incredulously asked, "There's a way to do that?" Aiden winked confidently, "Of course, let me show you." A moment later, Aiden used Hitos' portal to take Hefeito to the Viscount's laboratory. Aiden couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really easy to get around when you can use the forge as a portal anywhere." Hitos grumbled, "Brat, using the forge as a portal, just like your master." Hefeito looked around in amazement and asked doubtfully, "But is there really a way to protect the kingdom here?" With a calm nod, Aiden casually said, "It's not a method, but a technology, something that even dwarfs have never seen before." Hearing this, the dwarfs behind him immediately retorted, "Is there anything we don't know? No one surpasses dwarfs when it comes to technology." Hefeito, do you really believe this swindler? Their constant chatter angered Hefeito. He coldly said, "Silence, I said I trust the person my big brother brought, so just wait." Aiden was extremely pleased with this scene. He didn't think just a bottle of alcohol could help him get a mining agreement with the dwarfs. But an opportunity suddenly fell from the sky. At that moment, a figure ran out from inside. "Young master, you're here." It was Gustav. He excitedly laughed, "I'm Gustav, the loyal servant of the young master. Welcome, honored guests." Upon seeing him, the dwarf's first impression was that he looked like a madman. This made Aiden slightly embarrassed. Even Hitos couldn't help but say, "That idiot is your researcher." Before Aiden could answer, Gustav excitedly boasted, thanks to your enthusiastic support, I finally finished it. As soon as he finished, he pulled off a cloth covering something. Gustav proudly said, the first weapon I developed, combining magic and mechanics, behold, the Gustav Mark I, mech magic. Immediately after, a handheld firecracker appeared in front of everyone. The dwarfs couldn't help but ask in doubt. You say this weird thing is a new weapon, it looks like a house pillar. Even Hefeito was curious, he vaguely asked, can this really help us protect the kingdom? Gustav confidently laughed and said, the Holy Fire Palace once said, seeing is believing, you can see for yourselves. Afterwards, they went to a deserted forest. With a scarecrow in the distance. Gustav intended to test the weapon's power on the scarecrow. The dwarfs immediately protested, golems are on a completely different level than scarecrows, that toy won't do anything to a golem. Gustav was too lazy to listen to their nonsense and prepared to load the weapon. In a blink of an eye, a stream of energy appeared at the muzzle. Aiden knew the weapon's power, he covered his ears and reminded Hitos, old man, cover your ears. Hitos questioningly asked, cover my ears, what are you suddenly talking about? Actually, Aiden had seen this weapon once in his past life, it was a masterpiece, but if you didn't cover your ears, you were done for. Seemingly simultaneously, a deafening explosion rang out, and a powerful stream of energy shot from the muzzle. The explosion was so loud it affected their ears. Hefeito clutched his ears in pain, crying out, oh, gods, my eardrums. He covered his ears and closed his eyes for a long time, only opening them after the energy dissipated. But when he looked at what was in front of him, Hefeito's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Because Gustav's cannon had directly destroyed a large rock face. He excitedly laughed, how about that, a defense force that surpasses the kingdom's protection. Hefeito was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He joyfully said, the destructive power, finally, we can protect the kingdom with this weapon. The next day, in the Stoneheim kingdom, the golems attacked again. But this time, the dwarven army had Gustav's advanced weapons and were not afraid at all. They relentlessly bombarded the golems below. Every place the energy beam passed, a golem was destroyed. Soon, the dwarven army had annihilated all the invading golems. They excitedly cheered, see the terrifying power of our army. The golems turned to dust, those cursed rocks. At this moment, they realized the true power of mechanized magic. Curse saw this and couldn't help but mutter, I feel like we have more mad scientists now. Aiden helplessly said, that's what they are like after hearing Gustav explain mechanized magic. Hefeito approached from afar, saying, you're here, the savior of Stoneheim. It's been a long time since the people of Stoneheim have been this excited. Aiden was speechless, is that what you call excited? Hefeito bowed his head, sincerely saying from the bottom of his heart, thank you. Chuckling lightly, Aiden calmly said, if you're so grateful, then take good care of the mana mine, it's very important to me. Nodding solemnly, Hefeito firmly stated, I swear on the honor of Stoneheim to do my best. Also, he asked Aiden if he could go to the forge with him, he had something for him. Aiden's heart fluttered, high-quality equipment or expensive gems. But life wasn't as he dreamed. When he saw what Hefeito wanted to give him, Aiden's face stiffened. He gave him an apple. Hefeito solemnly said, this isn't an ordinary apple, what I'm giving you is a second life. A second life? Aiden was surprised. He placed his hand on the apple. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy appeared. He reflexively frowned. How can it contain such abundant and powerful mana as the dragon heart? Seemingly guessing Aiden's thoughts, Hefeito slowly explained, the fruit of the world tree is said to bear fruit only once every 1,000 years. The mana inside is extremely powerful, it said it can even revive the dead. Aiden saved Stoneheim from ruin, so he gave him this gift. After hearing its effects, Aiden smirked, then I can't refuse. Curse heard this and grumbled, if you're going to be smug, at least hide that smirk. Within 2 days, the dwarfs built a village and a mine for the icy autonomous region. Gustav realized he got along well with the dwarfs and decided to stay and continue researching mechanized magic with them. Aiden, of course, returned to the Holy Fire Palace in Sias. He was in his training room, staring at an egg in front of him, growing increasingly discontent. He angrily cursed, this spirit beast egg I got from the Fire God Church last time. Curse heard and immediately objected, more precisely it was like you stole it, but Aiden was too lazy to care about him. He placed his hand on the egg in front of him, then transferred mana inside. Aiden aggressively bit his lip, this time I'll see what you are. In a blink of an eye, Aiden's mana enveloped the egg, but another energy also began to appear. He frowned reflexively, wait, it's absorbing his dark energy. Under Aiden's astonished gaze, the egg suddenly showed signs of cracking. The light emanating from it was too dazzling, causing him to involuntarily cover his eyes. Once the light subsided, Aiden saw something appear. A creature with 2 wings, and a long tail. Upon closer inspection, it was a fire-breathing dragon. Aiden exclaimed in astonishment, a dragon. Curse recognized it. He said in a low voice, it's not just a dragon, it's a spirit dragon. He asked in confusion, what's a spirit dragon? Curse slowly explained, just think of it as a soul with the power of a dragon. Even when alive, they are extremely rare among spirit beast species. Aiden was astonished. He had encountered many dragons, and now a dragon-type spirit beast appeared before him, a dragon slayer. After thinking, Aiden looked at it and whispered, "Why are you staring at me like that?" The spirit dragon's eyes shone brightly, emitting an unintelligible sound. Aiden didn't understand, but Curse did. He slowly explained, "It wants to be named, like a symbol of itself." Hearing this, he frowned and muttered, "A name? I've never thought about naming anything." After thinking for a long time, Aiden spoke, "How about Draggy, or Darky?" These names made the spirit dragon growl in dissatisfaction. Aiden scoffed, "Alright, another name then." He had never named anyone before. How should he name it? After pondering for a long time, Aiden hesitantly asked, "How about Leo?" The spirit dragon, upon hearing the name, excitedly flapped its limbs. Then it flew around Aiden, seemingly very happy. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help but wonder, "You can fly now." Thus, Aiden successfully formed a pact with the spirit dragon, Leo. He nodded in satisfaction. "That's a pretty good name, especially coming from you." Aiden casually replied, "It's just part of my name. Leo, in Aiden Alberio, so that every time he looks at it, he'll remember why he's here." At this moment, Leo suddenly let out a cry. Immediately after, it transformed into dark energy and entered Aiden's body. Leo's soul then entered the blood jade. The blood jade gained another layer of energy. Aiden pursed his lips and said, "Does this feel like it's entering the gem I absorbed before?" But that gem wasn't stable yet. At this moment, the system suddenly announced that the unstable blood jade had become a perfect blood jade. The structure of the mana core is like a mana heart. There's only one core located at the center of the mana flow and storage, like a heart. But now, Aiden is challenging his own understanding as the blood jade is acting like another mana core in his body. Aiden couldn't help but place his hand on his chest to feel the two mana cores. Curse couldn't help but speak, "In my long life, I've never seen anything like this." Aiden thought for a moment before speaking, "But this feeling is more than just a second mana core. Leo's mana is flowing into my body." In his memory, the dragon race ruled the human world and possessed a nearly infinite source of mana, and now he's drawing mana from that bottomless well. Perhaps Aiden has reached a realm no one has ever touched. A while later, in the icy autonomous zone, Aiden was sitting in his office when an owl suddenly flew in. It was Nicetta's avatar. She immediately greeted him, "Greetings, Mr." Aiden glanced at her and asked, "Have you investigated what I asked you to?" She nodded impassively and slowly said, "Yes, I'm here to report on the 3 people you asked me to follow." But before she finished, she noticed Leo sitting beside Aiden. She questioningly asked, "But sir, is that a dragon?" He quickly hugged Leo, who was looking at Nicetta like prey, and chuckled, "I found it in the forest. Did they show any suspicious behavior?" Because Aiden had interfered with the predetermined timeline, the future is changing, and his actions may have affected them. Nicetta, ignoring her fear, continued her report. "First, information about Corsi's Immortalia, the second prince of the Immortalia Empire. He is currently in the Alchemy Tower. But the tower is heavily guarded, and Corsi's never leaves it, so Nicetta couldn't investigate further." Aiden wasn't too surprised. It was a tradition in the Immortalia Empire. The eldest prince inherited the throne, and the prince gave up alchemy and became the master of the Ouroboros Tower. He thought about it and asked again, "And Shora?" Nicetta continued her report. "I've also researched her. She's a formidable force. A year ago, at the age of 21. She became the youngest high-level witch to reach 7-star rank. Currently, she's at the Anguis Magic Tower, and the conflict between Anguis and the Southern Forest Grand Alliance has escalated. This conflict isn't new, but the situation has become more tense recently." Aiden nodded slightly and said casually, "It's no surprise, as those two factions have never gotten along. The Southern Forest Grand Alliance were primitive tribes living in the southern forests of Anguis. The Southern Alliance was united by the great clans, led by the great chieftain, the strongest among them. The alliance built civilization and magic with nature as its ally. But to the Anguis Magic Kingdom, which pursued the development of magic and modern civilization. They were nothing more than ancient monsters. Usually, conflict between the two sides manifested as mutual contempt, only to ultimately escalate into war. It was the fire demon Shora who single-handedly annihilated the Southern Alliance, but this wasn't due to the alliance's weakness. Without Shora, the Anguis Kingdom would have been the defeated party. Shaking off his thoughts, Aiden continued, "Then what about Speaker? During that time, she was probably still a candidate for the position of saint in her previous life. For years after the incumbent saint's death, she awakened and became the most powerful saint in the history of the Slaughter Cult. But a different development occurred from her past life. According to Nicetta's information, Speaker Lunias became the 54th saint of the Slaughter Cult. And she did not inherit that position. They say Speaker killed the incumbent saint and seized the title for herself. At the same time, in the northern snow mountains of the frozen autonomous region, a monster suddenly appeared, muttering incessantly, "The Ice Queen is gone. Finally, I can avenge my father." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of orcs below immediately roared. The monster that launched the attack was named Yukirak, son of Mr. Orgefrost who once ruled this mountain range. But his reign ended at the hands of Silbita. Now, his son Yukirak, filled with resentment towards humans, had gathered an army of over 1,000 powerful monsters. But Yukirak didn't know who was in Sias, or if he even knew who was coming for him. At the same time, Lunia was also there, carrying a mace on her shoulder. Excitedly, she said, "I've wandered these snow-covered lands for 2 weeks, finally, I've found someone to ask for directions." Hearing the sound, the monsters immediately turned around. Discovering it was a human, Yukirak ordered a kill. Unfortunately for him, he ran into a tough one. Lunia coldly laughed, "You speak human, excellent, let me ask you for directions." On that day, Yukirak experienced despair under Lunia's wrath. In another area, at the training grounds of the autonomous region, Aiden was training with Eldest and Lo. The girl concentrated her holy power into her fist and charged straight at Aiden. He didn't retaliate, only raising his hand to block the blow. He reminded her, "You've improved a lot, your control over holy power is much more refined now." At the same time as being attacked by Eldest, Aiden was also attacked by Lo from behind. But he wasn't worried at all. He dealt with both of them, one left and one right, and didn't forget to remind Lo, "Your arm strength is considerable, but your speed is still slow." Like that, Aiden dealt with them while instructing his people. At the same time, he was also thinking about something. Of all the people he had ever met, Speaker was the most unpredictable. She could crush monsters with the same emotionless expression. Unlike other cults, the Slaughter cult was a sect where the strongest became the saint. That was their doctrine, strength equated recognition. However, no candidate had ever dared to challenge the incumbent saint. Because once someone awakened as a saint and received the blessing of the Slaughter saint, the difference in power between them and the candidates was enormous. Furthermore, even the previous saint, the blind saint, who had lost her eyesight, had obtained the sainthood through sheer effort and terrifying talent. There was no way Speaker could have defeated her. Something was very suspicious. While Aiden was thinking, Lo swung his fist at him. However, he dodged it, remaining lost in thought. More importantly, what had motivated Speaker to kill the previous saint and seize the position? Time passed, and their training session had gone on for a long time. Just then, Barley suddenly approached and said, "Young Master Aiden, you have visitors, but it's a bit difficult to bring them inside. You'll have to go out and greet them yourself." Hearing this, Aiden was puzzled. Visitors he couldn't bring in. At the same time, outside the front gate, a group of knights were terrified. A moment later, Aiden finally went out. He was very curious who it could be. But as soon as he saw what was outside the gate, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He saw Lunia sitting on the back of a monster, waving and smiling. "I found you, long time no see, Aiden." Aiden was speechless. Don't ask him how this crazy woman ended up here, heaven only knows. The important thing was her mount. He asked incredulously, "What's wrong with that ice orch?" Yukirak said resentfully, "I'm guiding her." Lunia nodded and laughed. "It's thanks to him that I got here, even though I had to kill a few who suddenly attacked me. There's really nothing this girl won't do, killing orcs and then forcing their leader to guide her." Aiden couldn't help but say, "I think I have a picture of what happened. Let's go inside now." A moment later, Aiden led Lunia inside and gave her a large meal. She ate like a starved ghost. He couldn't help but remind her, "There's plenty of food, take your time." Lunia, biting into a chicken leg, said, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I was lost in the snowy mountains for 2 weeks without anything to eat." Aiden slightly frowned, thoughtful. "The Bishop Lunia I met while hunting at the deathbed, she was also from the Slaughter cult, wasn't she? But why is she here now? And more importantly, that Orch, he speaks human language, and the amount of mana he's radiating is equivalent to a transcendental class warrior, a Mr. Class monster. Yet he's following a pilgrim like a pet. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are particularly many." Aiden suddenly thought of something. He called out in a low voice, "Bishop Lunia." Hearing the sound, Lunia immediately raised her head and replied, "Yes, young Master Aiden." Aiden narrowed his eyes at her and asked in a low voice, "You weren't just on a pilgrimage from the Slaughter Tower, were you?" Lunia froze upon hearing Aiden's unexpected question. After hesitating for a long time, she finally told him. After hearing it, he was shocked. Aiden couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "So you're a saint candidate of the Slaughter Church?" Lunia winked and said with a smile, "It's as common as rice." Aiden reflexively frowned and asked doubtfully, "But I thought there was only Speaker." Lunia slowly explained, "Everyone thinks so. Very few people in the tower know about me. I'm the second disciple of the blind Saint Merida, raised in secret." Hearing this, Aiden asked with some doubt, "Why were you raised in secret?" Lunia excitedly said, "That's the tradition of the Holy Fire Palace. Everyone except the first saint candidate is sent on a pilgrimage with a seal. Of course, the seal broke the moment the saint died." At this point, her voice held a hint of excitement. Aiden couldn't help but think, the people in the Slaughter Church are really unusual. So Lunia's story explained a lot. her overwhelming power in the forest of death and how she subdued a Mr. monster as a guide. Thinking, Aiden asked in a low voice, so the real question is, why are you here? Lunia suddenly stopped eating, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. A moment later, she slowly said, oh, well, the Slaughter Church is about to collapse. Returning to the earlier time, at the Slaughter Tower, the sky was dyed crimson with blood. The church's followers gathered below the tower. Speaker stood on a high platform and spoke clearly, children of the great god of slaughter, we are the punishers of the wicked who caused unjust slaughter. But the last generation, steeped in peace, had forgotten that noble duty. She said she would rectify that. At this point, Speaker paused slightly before continuing, as you all know, on the other side of the eastern shore is the Grey Undead Legion, the greatest evil we must judge. As soon as she said that, the faces of the followers below immediately turned grim. At this moment, Speaker continued, we can't ignore them any longer, it's time to act. Within a month, they would launch a holy war, exterminating the evil demons and dyeing the grey lands red with blood. Hearing this, the followers were initially surprised, but then everyone smiled bloodthirstily. In an instant, the place resounded with shouts that echoed through the heavens. Speaker was extremely pleased to see this. After hearing this from Lunia, he asked in some astonishment, the Grey Undead Legion, the trolls from that desolate, death-ridden land. Aiden nodded in confirmation, yes, the troll that invaded our territory is one of them, an immortal legion led by constantly resurrecting trolls. The Grey Lands contain hundreds of giant trolls, leading over 10,000 others. Even the First Saint couldn't touch them, she could only prevent them from overflowing from the Grey Lands. Aiden narrowed his eyes at Lunia and said seriously, attacking their stronghold is tantamount to suicide. Even if it's one of the three great churches, I only see the Slaughter Church throwing itself into its own grave. Lunia nodded slightly and smiled, that's why I came to you directly. Saint Merida left a prophecy. Aiden frowned and asked doubtfully, a prophecy? Lunia slowly recited the prophecy. The beast that has suffered for so long will usurp my daughter's throne and become my false daughter. The pitiful usurper will seek destruction. On the day the coldest blizzard blows, find the one who breaks the winter's chill and leads the spring's return. He is the savior, chosen by the fire god. He will awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake, and he will rise again. On that day, the tower will fall, and salvation will come. Aiden understood the problem. He mumbled, so the previous saint knew she would die. The usurper seeking destruction means the holy war will wipe out the church. Lunia didn't confirm it, she only implied, time will answer that question. Since receiving the prophecy, I've been searching for you, the one mentioned in it. The one who breaks the winter's chill, leads the spring's return, and is chosen by the fire god is Aiden. He felt a little helpless. Actually, this might not be a bad thing, it might be the only chance to take revenge on Speaker, the current saint of the Slaughter Church. But someone like him couldn't work for free. Thinking, Aiden smirked and said, so you believe I'm the savior mentioned? Lunia calmly replied, after all, you're the closest match to Saint Merida's description. Aiden snapped his fingers, but why should I help? What's in it for me? Lunia responded generously, you're right, everything has a price. Hearing this, Aiden smiled slyly and asked, knowing that, I bet you've prepared something, haven't you? Lunia slowly said, Saint Merida also left a final message for the savior. When you hear the message, you'll accept your destined fate. Aiden didn't know what awaited him, his eyes gleamed, he wondered what kind of amazing reward she had prepared. But Lunia said something he didn't expect. Saint Merida said that the mercenary is still alive. This word made Aiden stunned, his face instantly became ugly. After talking with Lunia, Aiden returned to his office, just sitting there silently. Curse couldn't help but speak up, it seems the slaughter god has you by the throat. Biting his lip fiercely, Aiden gritted his teeth and cursed, if I ever meet that slaughter god, I'll punch that smug face of his. Curse sighed helplessly, questioning, anyway, do you have a plan to stop that monstrous holy goddess and her followers? Aiden calmly replied, the prophecy outlines a plan to awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake. On that day, he will rise again, the tower will fall, and salvation will come. But to do that, we need a lot of preparation. First, we need Count Tired's support. Strengthening our forces is the top priority. We'll have to use everything we have. Luckily, Tired will probably cooperate easily. Like the Slaughter Tower, Cedus territory is right next to the Deadlands. If the church and the trolls fight, Cedus will also be affected. If he refuses, Aiden just needs to use Tired's protection card. Then we'll have to sneak into the Slaughter Tower. Hearing this, Curse questioned, wait, what's the plan? Aiden calmly answered, inside the tower is a secret passage leading to an underground labyrinth, but it's full of deadly traps, even a transcendent being would find it dangerous, only one person can pass through it. Elsewhere, in the north of a certain noble's territory, under the dark night, alarm bells rang incessantly. The noble, hearing this, rushed over in panic. After seeing his valuables gone without a trace, he angrily shouted, I increased security fivefold, and yet he still cleaned me out while you knew nothing. Find him, bring him to me. At the same time, in the sky above this territory, a certain scoundrel and a hot air balloon appeared. From above, he looked down at the chaos below, his heart filled with glee. He smirked triumphantly. Searching there is useless. With my partner, there's nothing this nameless pedo can't steal. The scene shifts to Viscount Herade's territory. Just when Aiden commented about this place, it's a bit massive compared to a normal Viscount, so much money that I don't know where to put it all, dead. Duke Gullah Herade, after seeing him, warmly welcomed him. Hello Sir Aiden Ramez, I have been waiting for you. Aiden politely introduced himself. Pleased to meet you, I'm Aiden Ramez, Gullah praised. I've heard many things about you. To reach this level at your age is truly impressive. Aiden suddenly changed his expression, his face emotionless as he asked, is it really him? Gullah looked down at the letter and clenched his fist. With this warning letter, I think so. It's the same as the letters other nobles received right before he raided them, he firmly asserted. It's definitely unknown. The letter's content, at the moment the full moon shines, I will steal the valuable treasure you possess, the tear of the azure sky, unknown. Aiden pondered, that full moon must be tonight. Gullah angrily replied, yes, how dare that damned thief insult a noble. He let out a sinister smile and continued, this will be his last game. He may be a master thief, but escaping Aiden Ramez's grasp is impossible. Gullah excitedly showed Aiden the way. Come, I'll take you to the treasure vault. Before them was a room overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels. Gullah was clearly proud. This is my vault. Aiden looked around and silently marveled. He's amassed quite a treasure hoard. He suddenly stopped as his eyes fell upon something, and there it was. The tear of the azure sky, a brilliant jade-colored gem resting in an ornate box. Strange characters were inscribed on the outside. Aiden approached the box and asked, is this what unknown wants to steal? What's this magic? Gullah immediately answered, it's a protective spell cast by a mage I hired. He grinned confidently. Breaking through that magic isn't easy, even for unknown. Aiden smiled knowingly, thinking, to unknown, this is child's play. In my past life, he even stole something hidden by Shora's magic. He mused, how can I catch a thief that nobody could catch before? Curse suddenly appeared, drawing his attention. Look, King of Dragon Slayers, something interesting. Aiden startled, what is it? After looking in the direction Curse pointed, he was astonished. Wait, that's... Aiden's body emanated dark energy. He smirked. Viscount Herade, you understand everything has a price, right? Gullah loudly replied, of course, just ask. Aiden pointed to a short sword hanging on the wall. Then give me that short sword. Gullah questioned in confusion, that short sword, it's just a piece of scrap metal I kept because I was too lazy to throw it away. Aiden cheerfully replied, it's fine, I only need that short sword. But inwardly, he understood, to those unaware of its true value, it was just scrap. He rejoiced inwardly, but for me, it'll make catching unknown much easier. Night fell, and all things were asleep. Aiden and Lo continued to watch over the precious tear of the azure sky. Lo suddenly stood up and cautiously said, do you think he'll come? He might have anticipated you guarding the gem, unless he's an idiot. Aiden calmly replied, he will come. He always appears right after the warning letter. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to panic. The soldiers trembled and cried out, what was that? Was there an explosion? Curse judged, it seems he has arrived. Aiden nodded, I can feel it too. Curse was surprised, 2 presences. Gullah ran in, out of breath. Sir Aiden, emergency, the jewel. Aiden was stunned, what are you saying? The jewel is right here. Gullah, sweating profusely and distraught, cried, it's broken into the tear of the azure sky's hiding place, the real one. Aiden was shocked, the real tear of the azure sky, then this is. Gullah frantically replied, that's a fake. I thought he'd assume the jewel guarded by a master was the real one, so I hid the real one in the secret cellar. Aiden clicked his tongue, let's go. Lo immediately agreed, yes, young master. Both quickly left, leaving the distressed Gullah behind. My treasure, we must hurry. A soldier kindly asked, sir, you all right, my lord Viscount? Gullah suddenly did a complete 180, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Then there was a small explosion, smoke billowing and obscuring the soldier's vision. The soldier was terrified. What? Before he could react, he was sent to the great beyond. Then he collapsed onto the floor. Gullah calmly stepped over the body. His obese figure gradually faded, revealing a different body. It was Pedo, he smugly exclaimed, a fake, nonsense, how gullible are they? Fooling these idiots is too easy. Pedo stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the jewel case. He mused, level 6 energy barrier. Pedo drew his sword and said with self-satisfaction, child's play for me. He said with fierce energy, then watch this, Seren. Seren replied, leave it to me. With a single swing, Pedo's sword pierced the energy barrier protecting the tear of the azure sky. He spun his sword, distorting the energy barrier. When Pedo withdrew his sword, the barrier vanished, revealing the dazzling tear of the azure sky. Pedo gently took the jewel. A smirk played on his lips. That master almost ruined our plan. We really are the most formidable partners, Seren. As long as you're with me, a mere master can't. As he finished, Aiden stood at the doorway, furiously questioning, a mere master, are you talking about me? Pedo was utterly bewildered. He gritted his teeth and yelled, how are you still here? Aiden's eyes blazed with killing intent. Did you really think I'd fall for that cheap trick? I'm different from the last time we met. Pedo was slightly confused and asked, the last time we met, I don't remember ever meeting you. Aiden exuded fierce killing intent, advancing towards him. One good beating will jog your memory. I've been quite annoyed with you. Pedo quickly pointed his sword at him, threatening, don't think that just because you're a master, you can underestimate me. With Seren by my side, you should watch out. But he didn't expect Seren to tremble violently upon seeing Aiden and run away, shouting, he's not someone we can fight. Pedo was stunned. What? You want me to run? Why are you trembling so much? Explain yourself. Seren hurriedly dragged Pedo away, urging, run first, explain later. Aiden stood there, dumbfounded. He escaped. He drew the short sword he had just obtained from Gullah and exclaimed, well, at least I have this short sword. In a flash, Seren had dragged Pedo outside the Viscount Herre's territory. Pedo quickly removed his mask. He angrily and confusedly yelled, what's going on, Seren? You're more than capable of dealing with a master. Seren, still trembling, explained, he's a very powerful master too, but that's not the main issue. The short sword he carries is the same type as mine. Pedo froze as a sound came from behind him. So that's your weapon's ability, 172 magic swords. Aiden jumped down and said, the reason unknown could bypass all kinds of magic and escape like a coward, regardless of who guarded the treasure, is because of that short sword. Pedo was slightly panicked and yelled, normal magic can't track me. How could you find me? Aiden coldly asked back, how? His whole body emitting fierce killing intent, he replied, by wielding a sword identical to yours, that's how. Seren spoke in confusion, but Beelzebub couldn't track me either. Aiden sighed, now you're willing to talk to me directly. He continued coldly, of course Beelzebub couldn't track you. But Aiden grinned wickedly, explaining, I just made a pact with another magic sword. The sword in his hand trembled as he cried out, help, help. A demon is being imprisoned in the dark place. Where blood dripped steadily from his feet. He licked his lips greedily, the scent of human blood, someone is waking me up. He pushed himself up, I am the one who wields all evil, the remaining fragment of the one known as Count Justice. The chains shattered effortlessly before him. He excitedly strode forward, my name is Andromalius, you, who awakened me from my slumber and seek my power, your wish. Before he could finish, Aiden impatiently fiddled with his ear, such a long introduction. Andromalius roared angrily, who dares interrupt me? Curse coolly retorted, who, you talking about me? Andromalius quickly recognized the speaker, breaking into a cold sweat, stammering, why your majesty, what are you doing here? Aiden was slightly surprised that Andromalius called Curse your majesty. Curse's expression was full of warning, be careful with your mouth, or I'll swallow you whole. Andromalius stumbled, crying out, damn it, I'm doomed. Returning to reality, Aiden proudly drew his sword. Seren stared in shock, that's Andromalius, I don't think we can escape him. Pedo shrieked in panic, what are you saying? Seren explained, his ability is tracking. The wielder of that blade can track anyone after just one glance. He'll find us no matter how far we run. Pedo was terrified. What about me? Aiden licked the blade and said with a sinister smile, what do you mean, you dead meat? Pedo trembled, covering his ears as Aiden continued, you've stolen from over 10 nobles. The total value is tens of thousands of gold coins. Do you really think you'll be alright if I hand you over? Pedo wept, then. Aiden smiled, but there's a way for you to keep your life. Pedo startled, a way. Aiden chuckled, make a contract with me, how about that? Pedo whimpered, his eyes wide with fear, what kind of contract? He imagined himself as a frail maid kneeling before Aiden, call me master quickly, Pedo cried, lamenting his fate. After some thought, he finally pointed at the contract. Aiden exclaimed excitedly, great, the contract is complete. Pedo sobbed, I'm going to be sold. Curse commented from the side, it looks exactly like a slave contract. Aiden suddenly lowered his voice, by the way, how did you make a contract with a magic sword? You need to be proficient in dark magic to do that. Pedo loudly explained, I don't know anything about dark magic, we just met by chance. He recounted, when I was little, I used to steal to survive. One day, I snuck into the supply room of a mercenary group because I heard they had a lot of food, but there wasn't anything edible, I only found weapons and armor. I searched through all the containers and then I found this blade. Pedo searched the room but still couldn't find any food. He wondered, where's the food? Then, he carelessly cut his finger on the blade, causing blood to spurt out. Pedo quickly sucked his finger, so sharp, it's a knife. He didn't realize that the blade glowed brightly and emitted a killing intent after absorbing his blood. The blade suddenly spoke, you're the one who awakened me. Pedo was stunned. The blade continued, you awakened me, I feel a deep desire within you, it declared, right, I, a fragment of Mr. Lust, will make a contract with you. Pedo stammered in panic, wait, the knife keeps talking, I never agreed to a contract. Aiden was astonished, a blade can make a contract like that, Curse explained, Mr. Lust always liked people with strong desires, as a fragment of him, Seren probably feels the same way, regardless of the person. Aiden mused, these blades have such strange personalities, he pondered, in my past life, there was a mystery surrounding Unknown, the items he stole were all famous treasures, yet they never reappeared after he stole them, this means he never sold them. Aiden asked, hey, Unknown, you didn't steal treasures for money, did you? Pedo jumped, how did you know? Aiden continued, then why did you risk your life to steal them? Pedo hesitated, because. He stared at Seren and answered, the more valuable the item I steal, the stronger Seren becomes, that's why I only targeted the most precious and expensive things. Aiden didn't understand at first, you want to strengthen the blade, but it will become incredibly difficult to control, besides, do you know that a powerful blade can take over your body and mind? Pedo reacted fiercely, I know. He hung his head, but I have a reason to become stronger, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul for it. After he finished speaking, Pedo's eyes remained vacant, as if there was something unspoken. Aiden thought, Mr. Lust always liked people with strong desires, what was Unknown's desire, and why did he disappear after only 3 years? Pedo looked up and asked, so what do you want me to do? Aiden replied, just follow me, we'll clean out some vaults. Pedo excitedly replied, that's my specialty, whose vaults will we rob? Aiden replied excitedly, the church was killing. As soon as he heard the answer, Pedo was petrified on the spot. Running was the best option, Pedo hastily turned and fled. Aiden arrogantly reiterated the second clause of the contract, if caught after attempting to escape, the signatory could be used as a test subject for magical engineering projects, or something of that sort. He had just finished reading when Pidakit won again, at that moment Unknown knew that. He smiled, his legs stiff as he slightly turned his head back. His future would be extremely treacherous, now that he'd started, he had to see it through. A round, stubby tail appeared, Pedo was momentarily astonished, oh, this is. When he saw Leo, he wondered why there was a dragon here. Leo's eyes gleamed, drool dripping as if he was ravenous, Aiden exclaimed helplessly, when did it get there? Leo darted forward, snatching the tear of the azure sky from Pedo's hand, Pedo screamed, you damn lizard, how dare you? Leo swallowed the gem without hesitation. Pedo's face darkened, you swallowed that jewel. The tear of the azure sky reacted almost instantly. Leo seemed to receive a power boost, his eyes shining brightly. Then transformed into a chaotic ray. And merged into Aiden's body. The system displayed a message, Spirit Dragon Leo has absorbed the Soul Stone, the Spirit Beast's potential has been awakened, it will enter a state of hibernation until it completes its first developmental stage. Aiden's eyes went blank, that stone was a Soul Stone. Curse stroked his chin thoughtfully, no wonder I felt that energy was familiar, Aiden asked curiously, you know it. He explained that it was a fairy crystal, a jewel containing the power of souls and spirit beasts. It was the embodiment of pure and dense magical power emanating from a high-level soul or a spirit beast. Aiden placed his hand on his chest while listening to Curse. For souls or spirit beasts that haven't fully matured, the fairy crystal is like a high-grade elixir. He smiled contentedly, luckily for him, his bracelet suddenly glowed, attracting Aiden's attention. The telepathy bracelet was vibrating, he remembered instructing Lunia to go to Cedus for help and wondered if he had told her to let him know when she arrived, had she already gotten there. Aiden gently raised the bracelet and asked, Lunia, have you arrived at Cedus? She cheerfully replied from the other end, Sir Aiden, I just arrived at Cedus and met with the Count. Lunia suddenly slowed her speech. But there's a problem, Aiden wondered, a problem, what happened in Cedus? The bracelet suddenly vibrated more strongly, making Aiden feel a little confused. It turned out that Tyan had grabbed Lunia's hand, he anxiously shouted, Aiden, can you hear me? Aiden quickly recognized him. This is Tyan, Tyan shared. I know this is urgent, but I need help from your Fire God Church, please help me. Aiden confirmed, help, what do you mean? Tyan clenched his teeth, my father. He said sorrowfully, my father is dying. The scene shifted to the energy mine in the icy autonomous region. Nyseta stood above, looking down. She exclaimed without any emotion, I never thought I'd see this. Yukirak bared his fangs and shouted, hurry up, hurry up. He pointed and ordered, kobolds, carry the stuff over there. The kobolds scurried to obey. He introduced himself with overflowing confidence. I am Yukirak, once the strongest ice ogre of the frozen region. I once dreamt of ruling humanity, delusional that I was the strongest in the world. But the next second, he imagined himself small and trembling at the bottom of a well, looking up at Aiden and Lunia. But I've awakened now, I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well, and those humans are far from ordinary. He imagined Aiden mocking him, I'm useless now, do you want to roast me? Lunia replied excitedly, sounds great, ogre meat must be delicious. Yukirak, drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I'm handy, or I'd have become their dinner. He glanced up at Niseta and the human woman. He remembered her threat. They said if I tried to escape, they could use me for experiments. I wonder what they'll experiment on first. He trembled at the thought of being used as a test subject. I wonder how tough ogre skin is. Yukirak cried out, damn it, how could the strongest in the frozen region end up like this? The scene shifted to another city. Tyan was stunned by the sight before him, while Lunia beside him was overjoyed. Tyan was dumbfounded. It hadn't even been half a day since he sent the message, and they had already arrived. Aiden thought to himself, we can maintain this and no longer need carriages, he said seriously. I only asked an old man for a little help. He nervously recalled Hito's words, you think my workshop is a doorman's magic door. He had given the old man a bottle of fine wine and pleaded, by the way, I'll bring Eldest too. Returning to reality, Aiden reassured himself, the old man cursed me terribly but drank the wine greedily, so, it must be all right. He lowered his head and said, so explain the situation to me. What exactly happened to the Count? After hearing the account, he asked again, so he's been like this since he returned from the Fanatic Tower 2 months ago. T gritted his teeth and replied, yes, he returned with countless large and small wounds. He shared, most were healed by priests, but the black wound on his side wouldn't heal, it's even spreading deeper into his body. Aiden pondered that even someone who had reached a transcendent realm like Count Tyrid was seriously injured and returned home, and the priests were unable to heal him. He asked where Count was now. Tyan replied, he was in the middle of a healing session focusing on slowing down the rate of erosion of the wound. He added that the problem was his father was the sole force maintaining House Cedus. If news of his father's severe injury spread, forces wary of Cedus' influence would immediately seize the opportunity. Tyan was worried, and it seemed the wound was spreading further because his father had reached his limit. Just as they were about to attack the Mad Tower to investigate, this bishop appeared. Lunia chuckled, no wonder when I appeared, the knights immediately surrounded and attacked me. If it weren't for the protective card young Master Aiden gave me, I'd be in big trouble. Aiden was startled. Right, the ones in trouble were the knights, not you. Then he put his arm around Ellis. That's why I said we needed Ellis's help. First, we need to check on the Count. Tyan's face was ashen. He replied, right now, it's difficult to see him. He quickly corrected himself. No, it's difficult to approach him. Tired, drenched in sweat, emanated a powerful aura. He sat cross-legged on the floor and adjusted his energy. The power he radiated was so strong that it made Tyan unsteady. Aiden speculated, is he meditating? The aura is so vast. He glanced at Tyan, who seemed to be struggling to stay conscious. Aiden gently asked, Ellis, you all right? The girl was startled. Me, I'm fine. Aiden thought, as expected, with a holy body that transcends human limits, this aura doesn't affect her. He and Ellis slowly approached. All right, let's see what's wrong with him. They drew closer and observed Tired. Aiden's gaze fell upon the gaping wound on his body. Is this the wound Tyan mentioned? He suddenly stopped. Curse spoke, King of Dragon Slayers, I don't think that wound can heal. Aiden gasped, impossible, do you know something? Curse nodded, of course, that wound originates from one of Mad Killer Rabela's energies, the Annihilation Decree. The Mad Killer's mirror blade always kills those who receive that wound. He added, no matter who the target is or what they try, they cannot escape the Annihilation Decree. Ellis was performing magic on Tired. His whole body glowed. The wound began to close. Aiden's eyes and mouth widened, the wound is shrinking. Ellis happily continued her magic. Aiden paused. The situation was extremely tense. He guessed that Ellis's power could weaken the wound to some extent, but complete recovery was impossible. Aiden seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. He recalled that no matter how strong Speaker was, defeating the blind saint was nearly impossible, yet, information stated that Speaker had killed the saint and taken her place. Aiden silently speculated, if Speaker possesses Rabela's sword, everything makes more sense now. He stroked his chin, pondering another variable to worry about. Tired frowned and spoke, you are. He knelt down and said, Aiden, I didn't expect to meet you under these circumstances. Aiden said, the wound isn't fully healed yet, please don't overexert yourself. He said seriously, more importantly, we have a lot to talk about, let's talk somewhere else. They quickly went to the Cedus family's living room. Tired picked up a cup of tea and said, you're much stronger than the last time I saw you, you've reached the realm of transcendence. Aiden humbly replied, you flatter me, more importantly, can you tell me what happened at the Mad Tower? Contemplating the Mad Tower. Then he recounted, when I arrived, the saint had been killed by a bishop of the Mad Church. And that bishop immediately attacked me. Understanding the church's traditions, I thought it was a misunderstanding and tried to resolve it with words, but she ignored me and continued to attack, forcing me to fight back. And the moment her mirror blade struck me, a brutal energy began to corrode my body. He broke out in a sweat as he recounted, I felt the danger and retreated. Aiden gritted his teeth, thinking, but even the saint of the Fire God Church couldn't heal him. Now, will the Count just lie here and wait to die? Curse approached and reminded him, it's not without a cure. Aiden was bewildered. What? There's a way, he replied. There's only one way to survive the annihilation decree. Curse said firmly, that is to destroy Rabella's mirror blade. Loa was a little worried and earnestly cautioned, Aiden, please be careful, young master. Eldest smiled and waved, call me if you need anything. Aiden held Pedo's head with one hand and waved to them with the other, reassuring them, I'll be back soon. Pedo cried out in distress, wait, why am I the only one being taken? He clung to the door and shouted, I don't want to die, I still have things to do. The space shifted to a certain place, the nuns held weapons and were filled with murderous intent, it seemed like a war was about to break out here. Headed by Speaker. She speaks slowly, you have arrived. Facing her is a warlike ogre army. Yukirak snarls, you've done things I cannot comprehend. He demands, you said you wanted to destroy the church, so I gave you power. With my power, destroying this fanatical church is a mere trifle. Several nuns frown at his next words, but why would you want them to destroy themselves? You know that for this fanatical church, such a death is a great honor. Speaker replies calmly, I merely considered a more certain method, no other intention. Yukirak and the ogres become even angrier after hearing this explanation. His face darkens, you came here yourself, today, I will avenge my father. Yukirak raises his weapon, urging the ogres on, for liberation, they charge with fierce determination. The nuns are no less aggressive, attacking while shouting excitedly, war, I'll kill the most. The two sides clash. The scene shifts to the Fanatic's tower, where Aiden, Pedo, and Lunia are entering. Aiden glances around, seems everyone's gone, he observes, Pedo hides behind him like a turtle. Lunia asks, so where exactly is this solution you mentioned? Aiden replies concisely, just follow me. As they walk, Aiden says, it's probably in the deepest part. The passage they walk through is flanked by cages containing monsters. Lunia exclaims in surprise, this is. Aiden looks up and continues, the resting place of all the fanatical saints, even within the church, only the saints can enter, thanks to ancient magic that prevents anyone else. He glances behind him and adds, I understand this place is significant to the saints, but we need to go inside. Lunia laughs wryly, since it's for the church, I understand, but the magic on that door can only be dispelled by a great mage. However, her worry is resolved, Pedo quickly dispels the magic on the door. He smiles excitedly, it's open. They quickly enter. Pedo hops around smugly, this is easy, I've broken stronger magic before. But the next second, he freezes, having caught someone's gaze. Pedo scurries behind Aiden, yelling, there's someone here, someone's already been here before us. Aiden sternly admonishes, be respectful, unknown, you'll disturb those resting here. He explains, all the church's saints are buried in glass coffins, this is possible because the remaining holy energy prevents decomposition. Aiden suddenly stops and stares at something. Lunia continues walking. She gently places her hand on a coffin. Then she softly calls, Sir Merida. Lunia's eyes are filled with sadness. Aiden seems to understand why, and bows slightly. Aiden remembers when he and Speaker stood before two graves. A necklace with a crucifix hangs on one of the graves. Aiden had coldly stated, Speaker, I didn't think you felt sympathy for your comrades. Clasping her hands and bowing, she corrected, we're not completely heartless. She looked up and added, we're just a little different, just a little, Alberio. Back to the present, Lunia stands silently before Merida's coffin for a long time. Aiden urges Bishop Lunia, I understand you're sad, but we need to hurry, the battle with the Undead Alliance has probably begun. Lunia's demeanor changes completely, she smiles brightly and replies, I understand, let's go, what exactly are we doing here? Aiden is a little embarrassed, actually, this place doesn't hold the solution I mentioned, she questions, then why are we here? Aiden suddenly acts mysteriously, earlier, you said you'd accept anything if it was for the church, right? Lunia answers without hesitation, of course, if it's for the church, I completely agree. Aiden turns and walks away, saying, understood, I'll take that as agreement, please wait a moment. Then he gathers his strength and punches down hard, I'll be right back. Lunia cries out in confusion, at least tell me what you're planning. Aiden ignores her and punches another coffin, the force sending Pedo flying. He gasped, suddenly what the hell are you doing? Not giving him time to breathe, Aiden grabbed Pedo by the neck and jumped into the deep hole. Lunia stood at the edge of the pit, speechless, looking down. The bottom was pitch black, crisscrossed with chains everywhere. Pedo's heart leaped into his throat from Aiden's scare, he was still alive. He angrily shouted, at least tell me before you do something, but Aiden calmly replied, sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Get to the point, can you open that thing? Pedo gritted his teeth, told you, the only thing this guy can't open is a woman's heart. But after looking in the direction Aiden pointed, he froze for 2 seconds. Before them was a huge door chained shut. Pedo face no longer bloodshot, trembling like a leaf, what is inside? I feel a huge source of energy. Aiden agreed, it's immense, powerful, and utterly bizarre. He suddenly spoke in an enigmatic tone, "I know you hear me, so answer me, Mr. Immortal." As soon as he finished, a terrifying sound echoed from within. "Such an arrogant mortal," a voice questioned from inside. "Do you know who I am?" Aiden confidently replied, "Of course, I do." He thought to himself, you were supposed to be unsealed in 6 years and become the second calamity after the Ice Queen, the ancient emperor who led the Immortal Legion. Then, Aiden calmly said, "Mr. Immortal, I've come to negotiate." The door suddenly emitted strange gusts of air. The person inside slowly opened their eyes. He pondered. Then his eyes lit up. "Negotiate.